Chapter 1. The Captain. With a thunderous roar, Ling Yi was jolted awake from his slumber. Rubbing his eyes groggily, he gradually regained his senses, only to find himself staring at the face of the individual who had disrupted his rest. My goodness, Raikum. Ling Yi was nearly frightened to the point of losing control. Raikum was a member of the elite forces under the cosmic tyrant Frieza in his favorite anime, Dragon Ball Z. Speaking of Dragon Ball, in that era, it was an understatement to describe it as merely explosive. Let me clarify. There were essentially two kinds of animated shows. The first type is animation. The second type is Dragon Ball. With that said, it shouldn't be hard to comprehend just how tremendously popular the Dragon Ball series was, right? He extended his hand to pinch Raikum's face. With a resounding slap across Raikum's cheek, Ling Yi inquired, "Does that hurt?" "It does," Raikum replied, rubbing his reddened face and regarding Ling Yi with a perplexed expression, yet he answered the question honestly. Goodness, if he felt pain, then this was no dream. What should I do? This is Raikum. According to the lore, the young master is but a mere earthling, possessing a paltry combat power of only 5 now, standing before Frieza's elite subordinate Raikum, whose combat power is a staggering 40,000. What on earth should I do? Raikum's power was sufficient to obliterate the earth with a single energy wave. Captain, are you sleepwalking? We've already arrived at our destination. Lord Frieza is awaiting us. Noticing Ling Yi lost in thought, Raikum couldn't help but urge him. Huh? What did you call me? Captain? Were you calling me? Ling Yi blinked, snapping back to reality as he gazed up at the towering Raikum, who stood over 2 meters tall. Just as those words left his lips, Ling Yi's mind was thrown into disarray. He couldn't help but ponder. The only person whom Raikum would refer to as captain must be the leader of the Ginyu force, Ginyu, right? The more he thought, the more fear gripped him in a panic. He reached up to touch the crown of his head and was taken aback to find 2 horns. It was at that moment that Ling Yi caught a glimpse of his own reflection in the lens of Raikum's power scouter. His heart raced in disbelief as he shouted internally, "What the hell? Ginyu? How on earth did I end up in the body of this fool?" Once he calmed down, the reality dawned on him. He had traversed dimensions and arrived in the world of Dragon Ball. Such a bewildering turn of events could be traced back to the previous night when Ling Yi had binge-watched his beloved anime, the latest installment, Dragon Ball Super. Afterward, he indulged in his favorite game, Dungeon Fighter, before finally lying down to sleep. In his dreams, he encountered a colossal dragon that spanned countless galaxies. The magnificent dragon, shimmering with golden light and exuding an air of authority, proclaimed, "Behold, my dear one, speak your wish, and I shall grant it." Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Yi articulated his desire. "O mighty dragon, may I traverse into the world of Dragon Ball with the equipment from my Dungeon Fighter game?" To which the dragon, without a second thought, waved its massive hand and declared, "That wish is quite simple. Proceed as you wish." The dragon was indeed formidable, not even needing to consult with the Omni King before hurling Ling Yi into the realm of Dragon Ball. However, Ling Yi could not muster the same confidence. This was a world teeming with lowly creatures and formidable bosses in such a place. The unprepared could easily meet their demise. Who would be pleased to find themselves here? Well, I suppose I must accept the path I've chosen, even if it means licking it clean. I must see it through. After all, I did make a wish to the mighty dragon, and though it was in a dream, I never anticipated its power to fulfill wishes. Ling Yi encouraged himself to strive for survival. Being Ginyu was not the end of the world. While he may not be the most attractive, he possessed a combat power of 120,000. Before the main storyline unfolded, he was formidable in his own right. Remember, at the beginning of Dragon Ball Z, the protagonist Goku had a mere combat power of over 300. Reflecting on this, Ling Yi thought, from now on, I am Ginyu. No, Ginyu is nothing. I recall that Ginyu possesses the ability to switch bodies. Yes, that's it. I must seek out a body with potential to seize for myself. But for now, I will remain as Ginyu. With his resolve set, Ling Yi felt reassured considering that the protagonist Goku started with only 300 combat power, while he himself boasted a robust 120,000. He thought, what is there to fear from that fool? Yet he was soon reminded of Goku's journey from mere 300 to an incomprehensible power level. eventually becoming a Super Saiyan with a battle power that soared into the billions. All within just a few decades, the pressure began to mount. To be aware that the major antagonists in the Dragon Ball universe, such as Majin Buu and Beerus the Destroyer, were either asleep or sealed away, rarely venturing out to engage in trivial matters. The reason these formidable foes congregated on Earth to play cards over the span of merely 20 years was all due to the protagonist Goku. One cannot deny that all protagonists in any story are, indeed, quite the burden. I must say, Raikum, why are you dawdling? Hurry and wake the captain. We must present ourselves to Lord Frisia. Just as Ling Ginyu was plotting his future course, another voice broke in. Turning to glance, he recognized the speaker, a figure with crimson skin and a shock of white hair, standing about 17 meters tall, accompanied by a towering blue-skinned giant and a short, bespectacled, chubby fellow. The red-skinned individual was Jees, the blue-skinned one was Berta, and the furry chubby one was Guldo together with Raikum. The yellow-skinned giant with a red crest, they comprised the entirety of the Ginyu force. Seeing his four subordinates brought a sense of satisfaction to Ginyu. Examining their configuration, Berta and Jees possessed incredible speed, coupled with Raikum's genius in maneuvering and Guldo's ability to halt time as support, not to mention himself as the output powerhouse. This lineup would surely dominate in any ranked match. It's noteworthy that in the Dragon Ball universe, the early Saiyan hierarchy classified combat power levels. 1,000 signified a low-tier warrior, 3,000 a mid-tier warrior, and anything above 5,000 classified as elite. At that time, the strongest warriors on planet Vegeta were merely 5 Saiyans with just over 10,000 power levels. Now, comparing that to his own team, Raikum boasted at least 40,000 combat power, while Bert and Jees were slightly weaker, and Guldo was the weakest with over 16,000. One must admit, their configuration was quite commendable. Indeed, aside from Guldo, any one of the others could easily sweep the Saiyans of planet Vegeta, assuming they didn't transform into great apes. Ahem, returning to the matter at hand, Ginyu cleared his throat and inquired, "So, what exactly are we preparing to do?" Not feeling feverish, are we?" G stepped forward to touch Ginyu's forehead. "We received orders from Lord Frisia to come to planet Vegeta to witness the grand fireworks festival, Captain. How could you forget?" With a swift motion, Ginyu knocked Jees to the ground, smirking inwardly at the sheer power of this body with a combat level of 120,000. One casual smack sent Jisuo had around 40,000 combat power crashing down, and he remarked, "Humph, this is a test of your dedication." Reaching into the chest of his battle suit, Ginyu retrieved a piece of chocolate and tossed it to Jees, saying, "Well, I may have been a tad too forceful earlier. Consider this chocolate a token of compensation. This deal seems too good to be true. Captain, why not give me a slap too?" Raikum exclaimed in astonishment. "Ginyu," he mused internally, "is a piece of chocolate really that precious?" Here, it is worth mentioning that I scoured the Dragon Ball universe, whether from the anime or manga. I found no reference to currency in the cosmos. Therefore, in this narrative, let us fabricate a generic currency called galactic coins, with rare metals being the more valuable form of currency referred to simply as rare metals. Observing the expressions of his companions, Ginyu felt a twinge of discomfort, realizing that he had merely offered a piece of chocolate. "Enough chatter, let's move. If Lord Frisia grows impatient, we will face punishment." Having said that, Ginyu instinctively attempted to leap into the air and fly away, but awkwardly discovered that it was not as simple as he had imagined. He didn't even know how to fly. As the other four cast peculiar glances at him, Ginyu's eyes darted mischievously. Why don't you all go meet Lord Frisia first? Your captain suddenly has a stomachache and needs to use the restroom." "Captain, you. Enough chatter. Hurry along. This is an order," Ginyu barked with a scowl. Boom, boom. With Ginyu on the verge of losing his temper, the four dared not utter another word and transformed into streaks of light, swiftly departing. Phew! Watching the four fly away, Ginyu exhaled, nearly revealing his secret. "What to do now? I can't fly." Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he furrowed his brow, his mind racing him. Let me think, in the original story, Son Gohan taught Biddy to harness her energy. Following Son Gohan's instructions, he concentrated on sensing the energy within his body. 10 minutes later, boom! Ginyu beheld a ki blast the size of a soccer ball erupting from his hands, a resounding explosion flattening a mountain. Haha, my innate talent is truly remarkable. I am indeed a prodigy. In just a brief span of 10 minutes, I have mastered the technique of the Kamehameha wave. I recall that in the original tale, Son Gohan taught Biddy to harness ki, and she was also regarded as a genius. However, it took her several days to learn the technique, while I have grasped it in mere 10 minutes without a teacher. Unfazed, he felt like a genius. Little did he know that Biddy's energy was only around 50 battle power, a meager amount that allowed her to learn the Kamehameha wave, which did not qualify her as a true genius. In contrast, he possessed a staggering battle power of 120,000, enabling him to unleash the Kamehameha wave simply by exerting a fraction of his strength. Even without instruction, with a mighty thrust of his ki, he propelled himself in a chosen direction, exclaiming mid-flight, "Wow, this is exhilarating. Not even an F-22 could catch up to me." For the first time, soaring like a superhero, Ginyu was overcome with excitement, carelessly hurling ki blasts as he flew, creating billowing clouds of dust and craters on the ground below. Who is that person? Such audacity to recklessly unleash destruction on our planet, Planet Vegeta. How infuriating! In a nearby city, a Scion, incensed, prepared to confront Ginyu, only to be restrained by another Scion. Shoo! Don't speak so carelessly. Do you wish to meet your demise? That individual is Ginyu. Ginyu? The former paused, suddenly realizing something. Wait, are you saying he is the captain of Frisia's Ginyu force? Indeed, he possesses a battle power of 120,000. My friend, do not act rashly. Even our King Vegeta is no match for him. Planet Vegeta. In the palace of the royal capital, Frisia lounged upon his throne, savoring a glass of red wine. Below him stood King Vegeta, drenched in cold sweat. Lord Frisia, my son Vegeta is still young. I implore you, do not take him away. Oh, are you questioning my decision? Frisia, with his horned head and crimson eyes narrowed, cast a devilish, icy gaze upon King Vegeta. Gulping, King Vegeta swallowed hard, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead too. Lord Frisia did not mean it that way. Oh, then please enlighten me on what you do mean, Frisia replied with a sinister grin, reveling in the king's discomfort. Lord Frisia, too, am simply reluctant to part with my son, King Vegeta uttered in a feeble tone, though his heart burned with fury. Standing to one side, Ginyu realized that the plot had advanced to just a few days before the impending destruction of Planet Vegeta. It seemed that soon, King Vegeta would return to rally his subordinates for rebellion. Wait, could it be that this time frame coincided with the moment when the protagonist of Dragon Ball, Son Goku, was exiled from Planet Vegeta to Earth? Should I consider swapping bodies with Goku? The thought sent a wave of excitement through Ginyu. Yes, that's the plan. As soon as King Vegeta walked out of the palace with a grim expression, Frisia would be returning to his spaceship in space. Ginyu boldly approached Frisia, suggesting, Lord Frisia, I have a feeling that King Vegeta is harboring a sinister plot. Shall we have some subordinates stay behind to keep an eye on him? Oh, that won't be necessary. It's only a matter of days. Once all the Scions return from battle, I shall obliterate this repugnant planet. Frisia replied candidly, casting a glance at Ginyu. Lord Frisia, while that may be so, I fear that this group of monkeys might cause some unforeseen trouble and disturb your plans. Therefore, it would be prudent for us to keep watch. Very well. It's rare to see you so considerate of my interests, Captain Ginyu. As you wish, and inform me when I am to destroy the planet so you can exit. Frisia mused nonchalantly before turning to board his personal spacecraft and departing. Captain, what are we to do here? Raikum inquired, scratching his head in confusion as he watched Frisia fly away. Didn't you hear what I said? Let us split up and patrol. We must ensure that the Scions do not stir up any trouble. Ginyu devised an excuse to send the four away. Well, after Scion infants are born, they should be collectively placed in the nurturing department. Thus, if I wish to find Son Goku, I should head to the nurturing department. Having inquired with an official from Planet Vegeta about the location of the nurturing department, he proceeded there alone. Upon arriving at the entrance of a towering building, a Scion stood guard at the door. Ginyu cleared his throat and said, Are you the security personnel here? I, Captain Ginyu, am under Lord Frisia's orders to inspect the safety of this establishment. The two guards exchanged glances. One of them replied, "Feel free to look around, sir." Ginyu nodded and walked inside. Approaching the front desk, he addressed a female scion who was organizing documents. "Please inform me about the structure of this department that I need to conduct an inspection." One must admit, scion genetics are quite remarkable. Most male scions are strikingly handsome, while the female scions are all delicately petite and exquisitely charming. The beautiful female scion blinked her large, lovely eyes in curiosity as she pondered why Frisia's men had begun to meddle in scion affairs. Nevertheless, she promptly explained the structure of the nurturing department to Ginyu. The lower 150 floors of the building are designated for the nurturing of ordinary scion children, while the upper 50 floors house the nutrient chambers for the offspring of noble families. At the very top, on the grand platform, is the spaceship launch area designated for sending lower-tier warriors with inadequate talents to the fringes of the galaxy. After searching for a while, Ginyu arrived outside a room on the 199th floor, where the door bore the names of Bardock and Paragus. Just as he was about to push the door open, he overheard the staff conversing inside. "Hey, Arlinge, do you think Paragus' son Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan?" Another voice chimed in. "I believe so, especially since this child was born with a power level of 10,060. He must indeed be the Super Saiyan warrior that our kind has only seen once in a millennium." "Yes, I agree. Just look at the data. Even more impressive is his growth rate. Wow, he increases his power level by several points every day. At this rate, he could reach hundreds of thousands of power within a few years. Rumor has it that Lord Frisia only possesses a power level of 530,000. Yet it's strange that such a prodigious warrior would be exiled to a remote planet like Planet Vampa, a barren wasteland. Isn't that tantamount to signing his death warrant? Don't speak so carelessly about King Vegeta, or you may lose your life. Now, let us hurry and retrieve Broly and Kakarot from the nutrient chambers and prepare for their dispatch." Right, Kakarot is Bardock's son. However, his aptitude is quite dismal. After 3 years in the nutrient solution, his power level is only 5. Ginyu quietly pushed the door open and observed 2 female scion workers as they carefully took Broly and Kakarot, Son Goku's scion name, out of the nutrient chambers, cleaned them off, and placed them in 2 specialized glass cribs. That moment, the small Kakarot, glancing at Broly beside him, perhaps due to an innate infant instinct, sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Broly and began to wail loudly. Broly, who appeared incredibly adorable with his baby fat, initially wished to enjoy a peaceful nap in his crib. However, the incessant crying of the equally small neighbor made it impossible for him to fall asleep. Broly propped himself up, kneeling in his crib, and curiously leaned against the glass to observe the neighboring infant, his inquisitive gaze seemingly asking, "Why are you crying?" The little Kakarot, upon seeing Broly, who exuded an intimidating aura, widened his eyes in fear and cried even louder. "Goodness, this Kakarot is frightened by Broly," one of the female workers remarked disdainfully. "Forget him. He'll soon be exiled to that remote area on Earth anyway." Another female scion said, unimpressed. These 2 exquisitely adorned beauties were surprisingly heartless, a testament to the notorious nature of the scion warrior race. In truth, such occurrences are quite commonplace in the universe, as the Dragon Ball world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. In this realm, those without strength possess no voice and are looked down upon by all. Thus, it is especially true for the warrior race of scions, where the disparity in power is starkly evident. Take this scene with 2 children of the same age. Broly possesses a power level exceeding 16,000, surpassing everyone on planet Vegeta. He is undeniably a one-of-a-kind, unprecedented genius warrior. In contrast, Kakarot, with his meager single-digit power level, would not only be disrespected, but if Broly were to crawl over and eliminate him, no one would hold Broly accountable. They would merely say, he was a worthless waste, so what if he died? Such is the mentality of the Dragon Ball world, with the exception of Earth and certain renowned benevolent races. Ahem, you may leave now. This captain wishes to see what a child with a power level of 10,000 looks like, Ginyu said, feigning nonchalance. Wait, you're the captain of the Ginyu force? Before the other could finish, Ginyu interrupted. Indeed, that's me. Now, please, step outside. Upon perusing the records left behind by the 2 scion infants, I examined the developmental status of the 2 children. Upon their birth, scion newborns undergo a 3-year immersion in nutrient pods collectively within the womb, after which those with insufficient combat power are exiled to desolate planets or underdeveloped worlds to engage in battle. Observing the data of the two infants, I noted that the father, Paragus, held the rank of commander of the 3rd Legion, and the infant's name was Broly. Age 3, his birth combat power was recorded at 10,060, with growth data from the 3-year nutrient pod immersion revealing an approximate daily combat power increase of 3 in the first year, 5 in the second year, and 9 in the third year. On May 10,735 in the Vegeta calendar, Broly, now 3 years old, emerged from the nutrient pod. After 3 years of growth in the pod, Broly's combat power was measured at 16,296, earning him the designation of an unprecedented genius warrior. The father, Bardock, commander of the 2nd Legion, had an infant named Kakarot, also aged 3, whose birth combat power was a mere 2. That the growth data from the 3-year nutrient pod immersion indicated an increase of 0 in the first year, 0 in the second year, and 3 in the third year. On May 10,735 in the Vegeta calendar, Kakarot, 2, emerged from the nutrient pod at the age of 3. The growth plan concluded with Kakarot's combat power recorded at 5, classifying him as a lower-tier warrior. By royal decree from King Vegeta, Kakarot, being deemed unfit for life on planet Vegeta, was exiled to the southern part of the North Galaxy in the Orion Spur of the Milky Way, specifically to Earth. Furthermore, King Vegeta commanded Broly's exile to the western part of the West Galaxy in the Scorpius sector, to the red dwarf star system of Wampa. Alas, King Vegeta's ruthlessness was apparent. Fearing that Broly might one day threaten the royal lineage, he unceremoniously condemned Broly to death on Wampa. Captain Ginyu shuddered at the thought of Wampa's desolation, where relentless sandstorms rage and life is virtually non-existent. One might wonder how anyone could survive in such an environment, devoid of food and water. It was disheartening to reflect on the Scion race under such a leader. When would they ever rise to power? The legendary Super Scion was so easily cast away. This was evidently the guardian of their entire race, abandoned for the selfish interests of King Vegeta. However, were it not for King Vegeta's actions, the saga of the Dragon Balls would never have unfolded. Gazing at the adorable Broly, with his shiny black hair and cherubic, chubby face, I observed the little one curiously regarding Ginyu. Broly, this is Broly. Allow me to rescue you. Ginyu nearly drooled while speaking. There was no denying Broly's physique. He could defeat both Vegeta and Son Goku, 2 Super Saiyans in their Super Blue forms, with ease. The disparity in power levels within the Dragon Ball universe was indeed staggering. Planets with combat power below 1,000 were classified as low tier, those under 5,000 as mid-tier, and those exceeding 5,000 as high tier. From these observations, it was clear that the general level of power within the Dragon Ball universe was not to be underestimated. A combat power of 30,000 to 50,000 certainly marked one as a formidable expert, enjoying a life of luxury. Yet, the first true cosmic-level boss, King Frieza, possessed a combat power that soared to 120 million. The gap between the high and low tiers in the Dragon Ball universe was utterly absurd. Following Frieza, the second boss, Cell, reached a staggering combat power of 2.6 billion at his complete form. And even after his resurrection as Perfect Cell, he skyrocketed to over 3 billion. Later, during the saga of Majin Buu, there existed a demon king named Dabura, whose power was comparable to that of Cell. Yet, Dabura was easily overpowered by Majin Buu, who could be imagined to possess a combat power exceeding 10 billion. Ultimately, a being of unfathomable strength emerged, Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. As the story of Majin Buu concluded, Dragon Ball Z reached its climax, paving the way for Dragon Ball Super, wherein Beerus awakened from his slumber. The sheer terror he invoked was palpable. Even the formidable Majin Buu, with a minimum combat power of over 10 billion, was ruthlessly beaten by an irate Beerus using merely a fraction of his might, a scene of unimaginable brutality. This clearly illustrated that Beerus was the most powerful being in the universe. However, rumors circulated that Beerus was merely a pet trained by the angels. One might wonder if such a notion instilled fear. Although lacking solid evidence, there existed an obscure moment where Beerus himself acknowledged Whis as his mentor. The legendary Super Saiyan was by no means a simple matter. There were indeed mortals whose strength could surpass that of the gods of destruction, such as Jiren from Universe 11, who transcended the gods. Was Universe 11 the only one harboring such powerful mortals? Not at all. Even here in Universe 7, Broly possessed the potential to stand toe-to-toe with the gods of destruction, and with diligent effort, he might even achieve a level akin to that of the angels. Cradling Broly, I soared through the window and sought a secluded wilderness, contemplating the young Broly. Broly, while you are fortunate to have been born a legendary Super Saiyan, a rarity that appears once every 1,000 years, your future tale may not be as bright. From this day forth, I shall assume the mantle of the legendary Super Saiyan. Fear not, I shall not squander such a remarkable lineage. I apologize, for I shall make amends in due time. Exchange. Little Broly gazed curiously at this peculiar individual, only to be enveloped by a sudden dizziness, subsequently witnessing his own small body being embraced. Utilizing Captain Ginyu's unique ability, I exchanged bodies with Broly, meaning I, Ginyu, Ling E, had become Broly, while the 3-year-old Broly's soul had entered Captain Ginyu's body. I apologize, Broly, but you must perish once to ensure my success that I will compensate you before long. Death Ray, with a swift motion, a piercing sound resonated as the unsuspecting Captain Ginyu, now in Broly's body, fell victim to Broly, the protagonist Ling E, who unleashed a green death ray that pierced his heart. A gurgled cough of blue blood escaped, and Captain Ginyu lay on the ground, convulsing momentarily before falling still. Poor little Broly, at merely 3 years old. Abducted by a villain who not only stole his precious body, but also took his life. This tale serves as a cautionary reminder to always warn our little ones against trusting strangers. Observing the lifeless Captain Ginyu, Broly breathed a sigh of relief. Ha ha ha. From this day forth, I am the legendary Super Saiyan Broly, a mere 3-year-old child in the wilderness. After a hearty laugh, I expressed my thoughts, which felt quite eccentric. Reflecting upon my previous life, I recalled that the Dragon Ball universe had always been the realm of the Saiyans. Now, I was one of them, possessing the body of a legendary Super Saiyan from their race's lore. With this realization, my spirits lifted. Even if the original protagonists Son Goku and Vegeta achieved Super Saiyan status, I was the genuine article, a true Super Saiyan, incomparable to their colorful, inferior forms. Puffed, puffed. Ling E, no, from this day forth, I am Broly. Broly, can you manage to rise to greatness? You are now the authentic Super Saiyan. Must you continuously compare yourself to those inferior Super Saiyans like Vegeta and Son Goku, arriving in this world? I was unnerved, considering Frieza, Cell, and Majin Buu, all capable of obliterating planets with a single punch or kick. Yet now, upon further contemplation, it dawned on me that my exceptional talent and physique, combined with my foreknowledge of the plot, constituted an extraordinary advantage. After pondering all of this, Broly's excitement waned. The stakes had changed. With such advantageous conditions, why compare myself to Son Goku and Vegeta? Winning would be expected. But should I inadvertently lose, it would be best to find a tofu to crash into. However, in the realm of Dragon Ball, who else would I play with if not Goku, Bulma, or Android 18? Never mind. There is no need to overthink it. The story of the Dragon Ball universe does not revolve solely around a small planet. Indeed, I have over a decade until the main plot commences. I shall roam the universe for now. Perhaps establishing a cosmic empire would be a splendid endeavor. Later, when I am powerful enough, I shall challenge Beerus, and if that fails, I can seek out the Omni King. Subsequently shaking his head, the king decided against it. That fellow had a penchant for making people disappear, which was decidedly unamusing. Controlling his diminutive body, he returned to the nursery department on the 199th floor of the Saiyan royal capital, glanced at young Son Goku, and discovered that he had cried himself to sleep. Broly knew that shortly he would be crammed into a dumpling-shaped small spaceship, destined for the planet Wampa as per King Vegeta's reservation for him. Then there was his rather unremarkable father, Paragus, the commander of the Saiyan Third Army, who, upon receiving a retreat order from Frieza after a campaign, returned to planet Vegeta. Upon discovering that his precious son had been exiled to face death, he was consumed with rage and immediately engaged in a confrontation with King Vegeta before commandeering a spaceship to pursue him. Time rewinds to a month prior, in the southern region of the northern galaxy. Within the Orion star field of the Hongba star system, there existed a high-level life planet, meaning it was home to warriors with combat power exceeding 5,000. That on this cool evening, a group of Saiyans, having battled throughout the day, gathered around a large fire, engaged in idle chatter. Lord Paragus, the resistance on this planet seems considerably weaker today than before. I believe they are on the verge of collapse. If we strike hard tomorrow, we should be able to conquer this planet, remarked one young warrior. Indeed, Cohen, you are quite right. I share your sentiment, responded a stern-faced, resolute middle-aged scion, offering approval with a glance. Doe, how I miss home after being out for over a year, lamented a young female scion, her voice filled with longing. Haha, Mo-E-A-I-Lee. Have you perhaps found a romantic interest? Do tell us which talented warrior has captured your eye. Paragus chuckled. Doe, Uncle Paragus, you jest. I am only 17 and have no intention of marrying just yet. Besides, as a high-class warrior, I wouldn't deign to settle for an ordinary man. I would only marry someone of Broly's caliber, replied the girl, feigning anger before playfully bantering with Paragus. You little rascal, Paragus chuckled, clearly pleased by the mention of his son. By the way, Lord Paragus, I heard that your precious son Broly was born with a combat power of 10,000. Could that possibly be true? Is he the legendary Super Saiyan? Huh, you lot. Your information is quite amusing, Paragus began, only to be interrupted by a synthesized electronic voice. What? We are to retreat at this time. Paragus frowned. Retreat? What? The group was left in confusion that we have just received orders from the command center on planet Vegeta, stating that all external forces must abandon their missions and return at once. Paragus spoke in a low, serious tone. In a way, Lord Paragus, we were on the brink of conquering this high-level planet. If we retreat now, wouldn't that render an entire year of effort futile? Protested a young scion, visibly disgruntled. Alas, there is no other choice. We must retreat. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Lord Bardock, why must we give up? Victory is within our grasp. Enough. Do not speak further. This is a command from the headquarters. We will retreat tomorrow. On the uppermost floor of the nursery department on planet Vegeta. What a pity, such a lovely child as Broly, with such extraordinary talent, destined to be exiled to a dreadful place like Wampa, lamented a staff member as they reluctantly placed Broly into a white, small spaceship. This dumpling-shaped vessel was the most advanced single-person spacecraft available, designed to minimize malfunctions and equipped with a sleep function to alleviate the tedium of long cosmic journeys. With a resounding whoosh, Broly and Kakarot were simultaneously exiled, albeit to different destinations. Kakarot was headed to the beautiful planet Earth for a peaceful life, while Broly was destined to meet his demise on Wampa. However, would Broly meekly accept his fate? Certainly not. The 3-year-old Broly from the original tale might have complied, but this was a different Broly altogether. As he watched planet Vegeta recede into the distance, shrinking into a mere speck of light, Broly activated the spaceship's control interface. He opened the star map and selected Namek as his new destination before obediently entering a state of slumber. Broly chose Namek because its inhabitants cherished peace, possessing a kind and simple nature, ensuring that his young self would be safe from peril there. However, those privy to the truth understood this notion was absurd, as Broly was not seeking refuge. His true aim was to locate the Dragon Balls and, once he matured, to venture into the cosmos, becoming a formidable rogue skilled in all vices. The journey from planet Vegeta to the 4th planet of the 27th star system in the Lyra constellation would take 3 months. Hence, Broly decided to take a nap. 2 days later, outside planet Vegeta, within Frisia's grand spaceship. What did you say, you wretch? Repeat that, boomed the icy voice of Lord Frisia. Frisia Lord. We have just discovered the body of Captain Ginyu in Sector 21 on planet Vegeta, stammered a blue-skinned alien, trembling as he knelt. Swish. Thud. A blood hole appeared in the alien's forehead as he collapsed to the ground, revealing Frisia's outstretched finger. Clearly, this individual had not consulted the omens before departing today. Humph, these wretched monkeys have grown arrogant. Summon the remaining members of the Ginyu force. We are to evacuate planet Vegeta. In 5 minutes. I shall obliterate it. Had Broly been present to hear this, he would have discerned Frisia's fury, mistakenly believing that Captain Ginyu had been secretly slain by King Vegeta. Simultaneously, Broly was unaware that his actions had led to Ginyu's demise, thereby altering the course of history. Originally, Frisia had commanded all Scions to retreat back to planet Vegeta before annihilating them with a planet-destroying blast. However, the current circumstances indicated that the tale would diverge significantly from the original narrative. After all, there were still many Scions scattered throughout the cosmos. At the very least, Bardock's 2nd Army, Paragus' 3rd Army, and Prince Vegeta's squad had yet to return. Thus, the situation became exhilarating. There were still at least tens of thousands of Scions alive in the universe, provided they did not foolishly seek out Frisia to meet their doom. It was unlikely that the Scions would face extinction. Lord Frisia, seated in his eggshell-like personal spacecraft, leisurely exited his grand spaceship and entered the vastness of space. He gazed upon planet Vegeta, his crimson eyes filled with disdain. Following closely were Frisia's loyal subordinates, who realized their lord was preparing to commence the planet's annihilation. Indeed, Frisia raised his right index finger skyward, and a minuscule red energy sphere materialized at the tip of his nail. As he channeled energy into the sphere, it rapidly expanded, transforming into a massive orb hundreds of meters in size, appearing like a second sun from a distance. Ha ha ha, wild monkeys of planet Vegeta. Receive the gift bestowed upon you by your king. Go forth, planet-destroying blast. With a thunderous roar, the overwhelming energy surged forth, accompanied by a ferocious gale, as Frisia's colossal energy sphere hurtled towards planet Vegeta. Countless Scions watched in horror as the massive fireball approached. Their scalps tingling with dread, under King Vegeta's command, numerous Scions summoned their combined strength, striving to repel the infernal fireball from their planet. Alas, their paltry combat power was no match for Frisia's malevolent assault. Ultimately, amidst countless anguished cries, the fireball struck the ground, consuming innumerable Scions in its fiery embrace. As the fireball plunged into the crust, the planet Vegeta trembled violently, its tectonic plates buckling, magma erupting, and dark clouds crackling with lightning, painting a terrifying apocalyptic scene reminiscent of hell. Soon, the surface of the planet was marred by deep crimson fissures extending into the core, from which molten flames erupted to a height of hundreds of meters. The entire planet resembled a wounded being, drenched in blood, and shortly thereafter, with a resounding roar, the planet Vegeta transformed into a brilliant sphere of light, illuminating the nearby cosmic expanse in its final moments of existence. Ho ho ho! Look at that, Mr. Dodoria, Mr. Shimpa. It has been ages since I last witnessed such splendid fireworks. Frisia's voice, cold and malevolent, sent shivers down the spines of the nearby extraterrestrial subordinates, who gazed at him with unwavering admiration. Ha ha ha! The power of Lord Frisia is truly astonishing. It has set our blood ablaze, exclaimed a rotund figure with pink skin, laughing heartily in flattery. What a bunch of foolish monkeys, daring to oppose Lord Frisia. They deserve their demise. However, Lord Frisia, there are still over 20,000 Scions scattered across the northern galaxy. Should we not send someone to exterminate them? A stoic man with green hair and a pale visage spoke without any hint of emotion. Before Frisia could respond, the remaining 4 members of the Ginyu force, Raikum, Buddha, Jees, and Goldo, Simmel upon hearing Broly's explanation, the Namekian let out a sigh of relief. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke again. Very well. As long as you harbor no ill intentions, I shall introduce myself. I am Neru, the guardian of the Elder. The Elder sensed the arrival of a formidable presence on our Namek. Thus, I was dispatched to ascertain the situation. If you were a malevolent entity, I would have been compelled to eliminate you. However, since you are benevolent, we shall let it pass. Since you wish to remain here, we welcome you, and are willing to assist you in constructing a dwelling. Please follow me. We shall first pay a visit to the Elder. In the southern region of the North Galaxy lies a planet of advanced technology, characterized by soaring skyscrapers and a bustling metropolis filled with pedestrians, vehicles, and flying crafts in a chaotic dance. Situated on the outskirts is a space launch facility, where thousands of identical spacecraft are parked closely together. If Broly were present, he would recognize these vessels as the standard issue for Scions, spherical ships. Naturally, the owners of these spacecraft are also Scions, specifically the 3rd and 2nd Armies, who had received orders to withdraw from planet Vegeta. However, during their return journey, they received news that compelled them to seek refuge on a temporary planet. Within a lavish chamber, high-ranking officials from the Scion 2nd and 3rd Armies have gathered to deliberate on how to confront this heart-wrenching matter that weighs heavily on all Scions. Crash, a Scion bearing an uncanny resemblance to Son Goku. His forehead veins bulging, slammed his palm down with such force that the table shattered. He then roared, "This is too much. That scoundrel Frisia. We Scions have risked our lives for him, conquering countless planets over the years, remaining utterly loyal. But why has he betrayed us? Lord Bardock, Frisia has annihilated planet Vegeta, and all my kin have perished. I beseech you to grant me permission to exact vengeance, even if it costs me my life. I shall take a piece of flesh from Frisia." A high-ranking officer of the 2nd Army, a trusted confidant of Bardock, clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot with fury. The other attendees echoed his sentiments, clearly exhausted from lack of rest. Yes, Lord Bardock. We must seek vengeance. Please command us. We shall confront that scoundrel Frisia. With our numbers, he cannot possibly match us. Another scion shouted vehemently. Indeed, vengeance. We must avenge our loved ones. The room erupted into chaos, filled with cries of revenge. 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 Enough. Everyone, calm yourselves. Bardock, you must maintain your composure as well. This is not the time for rash actions. Our foremost priority is survival. Only by living can we seek revenge. Paragus, Broly's father, interjected urgently, recognizing the potential for the situation to spiral out of control, but he understood that mere words would not sway these formidable warriors. Rubbing his forehead in thought, he continued, have you forgotten? Rumor has it that Frisia's combat power is 530,000. I do not wish to dishearten you, but even with our 2,000 warriors, we are no match for Frisia. Lord Paragus, are you not being overly alarmist? Regardless of the rumors, even if Frisia possesses a combat power of 530,000, how could our 2,000 warriors possibly be incapable of facing him? A female scion retorted defiantly. Indeed, Honora has a point. Furthermore, rumors are merely that. Who can say if Frisia is not simply embellishing his own reputation? The first scion who had called for revenge chimed in. Enough, let us heed Lord Paragus. Our utmost priority is to find a way to survive. We, the last of the scion race, must not allow our lineage to be extinguished, Bardock declared with authority, but it must be noted that Bardock holds tremendous respect among the scion people. Previously, there were only the first and second armies on planet Vegeta, while the third army was established only in recent years. Hence, Paragus' influence pales in comparison to Bardock's, explaining why the more prominent scions dare to challenge Paragus, the commander of the third army. In the aftermath of planet Vegeta's destruction, the royal lineage and the first army were tragically lost. At this moment, Bardock, the commander of the second army, stands as the most esteemed figure among the scions. Lord Bardock, do you imply that Frisia will pursue us to the end? That he will send forces to annihilate us? The previously outspoken scion inquired, puzzled. Indeed, Frisia is treacherous and ruthless, having destroyed planet Vegeta. He will undoubtedly seek to eradicate us completely, Bardock replied, casting a stern glance at his interlocutor before moving to the window, gazing at the throngs in the streets below as he spoke solemnly. Can it be that we truly cannot contend with Frisia? What, then, shall we do? Bardock scanned the room, his brow furrowed in contemplation. As a seasoned commander, Bardock quickly devised a strategy. He raised his head, inhaled deeply, and stated, the only feasible tactic available to us now is to scatter our forces. Each soldier should disperse and escape as far as possible. We must find a place to hide for the time being. Should we be discovered, if the enemy is weak, we shall fight. If they are strong, we must flee without hesitation. Bardock concluded his plan and turned to Paragus, seeking his opinion. Paragus, do you have any suggestions? As an adept commander, Paragus had been contemplating strategies since the news of planet Vegeta's destruction reached him. His capabilities are well recognized. After all, he successfully established the Third Army when only two existed on planet Vegeta, proving he is no mere brute. Hearing Bardock's inquiry, Paragus took a moment to gather his thoughts, complimented Bardock briefly, and then articulated his perspective. This demonstrated Paragus's keen sensitivity. He was cautious not to offend anyone with his words. Perhaps it is this quality that has allowed him to thrive in the political arena. I believe, Bardock, your idea is commendable and practical for our current predicament. However, I would like to add that while we scatter, we should also deploy a team of elite warriors to engage Frisia's forces. It is crucial to note that we are not to confront Frisia directly. Our sole aim is to delay him and buy time for our kin to escape, while simultaneously seeking a haven for the revival of our scion race. After Paragus finished speaking, he took his seat, falling silent. Yes, Paragus, your suggestion is excellent. Let us proceed with this plan. The two of us shall each select 300 elite warriors to engage Frisia's forces. The remaining warriors will be divided into teams of 10 to spread out and hide across the universe, awaiting further news. Bardock stroked his chin, acknowledging Paragus's insight, before issuing the command. In the southern region of the North Galaxy, within the Hopa star system on the planet UAO, time stands still on the eve of planet Vegeta's destruction. What? This cannot be true. This is surely a nightmare, Naba exclaimed, his hair still intact and styled rather coolly. Naba, what are you babbling about? Speak clearly. What is happening? At this moment, Naba's brother, Raditz, stammered, I just received news from my mother. She told me that planet Vegeta has been destroyed by Frisia. and that my brother has been exiled to a remote planet. She wants me to look after him. What? Impossible. Surely you jest. Why would Frisia, for whom we scions have fought tirelessly, destroy our planet? Naba retorted, disbelief etched across his face. Another scion interjected before Naba could respond. Raditz, is what you say true? Naba glanced at the other scion, then turned to Raditz, asking earnestly, is it true? It is indeed true. I received the same news. It was sent by my father, Raditz replied, trembling, without waiting for Raditz to speak. Vegeta, seated nearby, nonchalantly chewed on a leg of some unknown creature and remarked coldly, Humph, still unable to claim the throne. Unlike my Frisia, it was as if Vegeta were devoid of emotion. The death of his kin seemed to evoke no concern within him, his only commentary being a lamentation over his unseated position. Accompanying Broly on Namek, alongside the strongest Namekian from the anime he had viewed in a previous life, was the Grand Elder's guardian, Nail. As they approached a plateau riddled with fissures, shortly after flying, they beheld a towering cylindrical cliff, atop which rested an ancient and oddly shaped edifice. Broly instinctively recognized it as the dwelling of the Grand Elder. Do not question how he knew. For if you did, he would disdain you for your ignorance of Dragon Ball. A question so rudimentary. The Grand Elder of the Namekians was a robust and benevolent-looking elder, yet he was unable to move freely, confined to his recliner all day long. This limitation might stem from his advanced age, his considerable size, or perhaps a combination of both. However, one should not underestimate him. In the original tale, this rotund Namekian elder was the creator of the formidable Shenron Purunga. Even more powerful than the Earth-S Shenron, his prowess did not merely derive from his status as the creator of Purunga, it stemmed from his mastery over the techniques of unlocking human potential and his terrifying mental prowess, which encompassed the entirety of Namek. Broly's purpose for venturing to Namek was to learn the methods of cultivating his mental strength. In the original narrative, whenever Broly transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan, he would inevitably lose control. Broly had speculated that this loss of control was due to the overwhelming strength of his body paired with the weakness of his spirit, which rendered him incapable of mastering his physical form. One could see that in his normal state, before transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan, Broly was undeniably a bashful and amiable young man. Lingy, the current incarnation of Broly, had once encountered a phrase that suggested the soul could also be referred to as mental strength. Thus, Broly was eager to explore whether enhancing his mental strength would aid in exerting greater control over his body. After all, he harbored no desire to become the uncontrollable Broly of the original tale, who rampaged like a reckless tank, his immense power rendering him a terrifying force. In the original narrative, a scene depicted the powerful Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta teaming up. Yet they were still bested by Broly. One could only imagine the helplessness of contending with Broly when he lost control, possessing such immense power and boundless energy. Therefore, Broly had two objectives for his journey to Namek. First, to learn the techniques of mental cultivation, and second, to utilize the Namekian Dragon Balls to fulfill certain aspirations of his own. Additionally, the Grand Elder possessed another extraordinary skill, potential unlocking. In the original tale, during Frisia's invasion of Namek, the young Gohan and Krillin were fortunate enough to have their potential unlocked by the Grand Elder, resulting in their battle power increasing by tenfold or more. It must be said that the Grand Elder's technique for unlocking potential was indeed remarkable. One could only ponder the consequences if Broly were to have his potential unlocked. It is crucial to note that Broly feared the possibility of suddenly losing control and transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan while the Grand Elder attempted to unlock his potential, as that would lead to disastrous outcomes. Presently, Broly lacked confidence in his ability to refrain from causing environmental destruction. Nevertheless, Broly had no intention of allowing the Grand Elder of Namek to unlock his potential. After all, upon merely touching someone's head, he would gain access to their memories, and Broly was reluctant to let the Elder discover that he was a time traveler. Without further contemplation, Broly and Nail arrived at the entrance. Quietly standing aside, he awaited Nail to open the door, then silently followed him into the peculiar structure, adorned with protruding bone-like spikes. Upon surveying the surroundings, if Broly were to describe this abode, he would succinctly sum it up in two words: utter simplicity. The first floor of the house contained only a stone bed and a few earthen jars filled with water. Beyond that, there were merely a few modest windows and a staircase leading to the second floor. Upon ascending to the second level, Broly mused to himself about Nail's apparent lack of filial piety, pondering why a robust young man like him would reside below while an elderly, immobile figure occupied the upper floor. "Ah, esteemed guest, welcome to Namek." An ancient voice resonated in Broly's ears. This voice bore the weight of countless years, evoking a sense of the ephemeral nature of time, as if it could be grasped at any moment. Broly was struck by an inexplicable sensation, feeling as though his own time was swiftly slipping away, leading him to wonder if the Grand Elder was a deity capable of manipulating the very fabric of time. "Greetings, Grand Elder. I am Broly, a scion. I harbor no malice. It is merely that my planet, Vegeta, was destroyed by a villain, leaving me without a place to go. Thus, I seek temporary refuge on Namek, and I hope you do not mind." Broly articulated, gesturing politely. "Indeed, I am aware of your previous conversation with Nail. You are most welcome to reside on Namek, and I shall arrange for assistance in constructing your accommodations," the Grand Elder replied, taking a moment to breathe before continuing. "However, I wish to inquire about something. If you do not mind, Grand Elder, please proceed. I assure you, I have no secrets to conceal," Broly responded with a blink of his innocent, dark-eyed gaze. "From what I understand, Scions are not a particularly amicable race. I have witnessed their aura, which is quite tempestuous and filled with malevolence. Yet, your presence exudes a tranquil essence that is refreshingly gentle, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, an experience I have only encountered in the presence of the Kaioshin," the Grand Elder remarked, his frail form betraying his exhaustion as he paused to catch his breath. "Thus, I am curious. Are you truly a scion?" Broly was taken aback. What sorcery was this? In the original narrative, the Grand Elder of Namek possessed such keen insight that he could discern his true nature. Broly felt there was more to this than met the eye. "Rest assured, I shall not divulge your secrets to anyone. However, if you doubt my sincerity, consider this question as though it were never posed." The Grand Elder said with a chuckle. "Nail, please escort Broly to his accommodations." The Grand Elder was not one to dwell on trivial matters. "Of course, I understand, Grand Elder," Nail replied, turning to Broly with a gesture indicating they could proceed. "Ah, well, since I feel quite lonely in this world, I might as well consider you a kindred spirit," Broly said, spreading his hands. "Grand Elder, since you have the ability to read memories, why not take a look for yourself?" He stepped forward, inviting the Elder to witness his memories, thereby clarifying his intentions for coming to Namek and alleviating the need for convoluted explanations that might lead to misunderstandings. In the Grand Elder's chamber, the Elder inquired, "Are you truly so trusting of me?" Anyone would be somewhat bewildered. After all, one does not typically lay bare their soul upon first meeting, lest it be akin to a blind date that could quickly lead to love. Let us return to the matter at hand. Broly thought to himself, questioning whether this Elder harbored contradictions. He had just expressed a desire to know more about him, yet now hesitated to accept the invitation to witness his memories. However, upon reflection, Broly realized he had been too forthright, essentially revealing the entirety of his life story in an instant. Shaking his head, he swiftly added, "Grand Elder, there is no need for you to ponder my lack of defenses. Once you view my memories, it will become clear, but please, I ask you to keep this confidential." Seeing Broly's earnestness, the Grand Elder felt it would be unseemly to indulge in further hesitation, as it might portray him as overly delicate. After all, he was genuinely intrigued by how this individual could embody the divine and enigmatic essence reminiscent of the Kaioshin. Gently placing his hand upon Broly's head, the Grand Elder closed his ancient, clouded yet perceptive eyes. As his formidable mental energy permeated, everything within Broly's mind unfolded before the Grand Elder like a film. "Hiss," the Grand Elder gasped, as if he had stumbled upon something utterly terrifying. "Your Excellency, no, Your Grace," hails from the ultra-dimensional realm. The Grand Elder's astonishing revelation left all in awe. Broly stood frozen in place, his mind a blank slate, consumed only by the Elder's words. "You actually hail from a higher dimension." Higher dimension? What could that possibly mean? In Broly's recollection, the Dragon Ball universe seemed to classify dimensions solely among deities. The gods, the Kai-S, the Dai-Kai, followed by the Kai, Shin, and the Destroyers. And ultimately the angels, the Grand Minister, and the Omni-King. The hierarchy of these divine beings appeared to be delineated by dimensions, ranked from high to low. Could it be that the Elder's mention of a higher dimension conveyed a similar notion? Regaining his composure, Broly eagerly inquired, "What do you mean by a higher dimension?" "It refers to the world in which you originally resided. The dimensional hierarchy there is considered higher than our own," the Elder explained, his uniquely captivating voice instilling confidence. After taking a breath, he added, "This is quite easy to comprehend. After all, from your memories, I perceive that our world is merely a derivative of your realm. Ah, how I long to meet the esteemed individual who created our world." The elder seemed genuinely excited. "Is it Akira Toriyama?" Broly instinctively asked that. "Ah, I see now. That esteemed individual goes by the name Akira Toriyama." The elder replied, momentarily taken aback before realization dawned upon him. "Well then, elder, let us return to the matter at hand. Please enlighten me about the significance of this higher dimension." Broly jested, albeit still puzzled. Dimensions, in simple terms, symbolize one's identity and delineate the levels of existence. For instance, mortals represent the first dimension, while Lord Kai embodies the second dimension, with the Dai Kai being the third. Subsequently, there are higher deities such as the Kai, Shin, and the Destroyers. The dimensional classifications of these divine beings adhere to the world's hierarchical rules, each level surpassing the last. As for whether there are even higher dimensional deities, I am uncertain. Nevertheless, even if they exist, they would remain bound by the constraints of this world's rules. The higher dimension, however, transcends the regulations of this realm, existing beyond the confines of its laws. The elder divulged all that he understood to Broly in one breath. "From what you are saying, my higher dimension must be quite formidable. Wouldn't you agree?" Broly inquired, a hint of excitement creeping into his voice. "Not necessarily," the elder replied cautiously. "Based on your memories, you are aware that both Lord Kai, Shin, and Lord Destroyer share the same dimensional rank. This indicates that they exist on the same level of being. Yet, their powers differ vastly. Lord Destroyer Beerus's strength is commensurate with his dimensional status, while Lord Kai, Shin's capabilities fall short of what his dimension would suggest. Thus, you should now grasp that dimension and strength are distinct matters. Of course, higher dimensional beings will invariably surpass those of lower dimensions. For instance, a first-dimensional being may attain a battle power of 10 million. Reaching the limits of their dimensional existence, and no matter how diligently they strive thereafter, they will not grow stronger unless they elevate their dimensional status." The elder patiently elucidated, listening to the elder's words. Broly began to comprehend the situation, reflecting inwardly. In A Wonder, Goku in the original story incessantly sought new transformations. He had reached the threshold of power his body could withstand. To grow stronger, he could only elevate his life level through transformation. It all made sense now. Previously, he had misjudged them. They were not merely a motley crew of colorful-haired, second-rate super saiyans. They were simply constrained by their physical limitations, compelled to seek solutions, and ultimately resorting to transformation after transformation to break through their limitations. However, returning to the matter at hand, it was still rather dubious that they were merely second-rate. Seeing Broly's dawning realization, the elder nodded approvingly and continued, "Moreover, your higher dimension will undoubtedly attract attention. For instance, if a perceptive mortal were to pass by you, they would sense an extraordinary aura emanating from you, as refreshing as a spring breeze. If a deity were to encounter you, they would perceive you as a superior divine entity. Even a being as esteemed as Lord Kai, Shin would regard you as a higher deity based solely on your dimensional status." Initially, Broly felt a surge of excitement, but upon reflection, he realized he currently possessed no strength. Despite being endowed with a dimension surpassing that of Lord Destroyer Beerus, if the temperamental Beerus were to discover this, might he unleash his destructive energy upon Broly? This thought ignited a sense of urgency within him. He needed to grow stronger, and quickly. "Elder, how did you come to acquire such knowledge?" Broly asked, unfazed by the urgency of the moment, and resumed his conversation with the elder. It is a lengthy tale. Over 200 years ago, I had the fortune of meeting Lord Kai, Shin, and since then, I sensed that the world was far more intricate than it appeared. Driven by curiosity, I utilized the powers of the Dragon Balls to uncover many secrets. The elder sighed, revealing a hint of nostalgia. Broly sensed that there was a story behind this, but he refrained from probing further. He and the elder conversed for what felt like an eternity. Thoroughly enjoying each other's company, Broly gained insights into the cultivation of mental prowess and received permission to utilize the Dragon Balls. In turn, the elder gleaned valuable experiences from Broly. Cough, Namekian language. Arise, Purunga, grant my wish. Nail uttered in the Namekian tongue. The 7 Dragon Balls, each the size of a basketball, flickered on the ground. When the incantation resonated, a golden light soared from the Dragon Balls, piercing the heavens. In an instant, the winds surged, dark clouds gathered. and the very fabric of reality trembled as arcs of lightning danced across the sky while fierce winds ravaged the earth. Amidst this exhilarating moment, a soul-stirring roar of a dragon echoed from an unknown source. Gradually, the initial golden light receded, revealing a magnificent figure. With robust arms, two immense black bone spikes protruding from its head, and imposing wings extending from its back, it stood towering at a height of 1,000 meters. Indeed, it was none other than the dragon of Namek, the divine Purunga. Who has summoned me? Speak your wish. I can fulfill any desire, but only 3, Purunga declared. Although Broly had previously witnessed the dragon's cinematic appearances on television, the sight of such an awe-inspiring, apocalyptic scene before him left him momentarily disoriented and uncomfortable. Very well, Broly, what is your wish? I shall convey it to Purunga, Nail cheerfully prompted. Nail, please inform Purunga that my first wish is to learn all the martial arts of the North Kai. Broly replied with delight that, wouldn't that be disrespectful to Lord Kai? Moreover, Purunga may lack the capacity to fulfill such a wish. Nail exclaimed in astonishment. Let us give it a try. Didn't Purunga just claim that he could grant any wish? I believe Purunga wouldn't exaggerate. Broly innocently reasoned, scratching his head. Well, all right, I'll give it a shot. Nail thought to himself, initially intending to suggest that Purunga might indeed be overstepping his bounds, or rather, becoming a boastful dragon. Purunga, please grant Broly the ability to learn all the martial arts of Lord North Kai. Nail glanced at Broly before turning back towards Purunga. Unbeknownst to them, Purunga, caught off guard, blushed slightly and awkwardly stated, that wish cannot be granted. But you just claimed you could fulfill any wish. Broly pouted, clearly dissatisfied. Perhaps the dragon was simply shy and couldn't handle persistent inquiries, leading him to inadvertently resort to Earth's language. Lord Kai is a high deity, and the dimensional status is too elevated. Only the super dragon can work with him. Purunga seemed to recognize that Broly had encountered the super dragon, hastily presenting his elder brother. The super dragon, to impress the audience. Hey, Purunga, didn't you claim to be unable to comprehend Earth languages or those from other planets? How is it that not only can you understand now, but you can also speak it? Have you been pretending to be aloof all this time? Broly inquired. His curiosity piqued as he pressed the dragon with a series of uncomfortable questions. Please state your wish. If you have no wish, I must take my leave, Purunga urged, irritation evident on his face. All right, I won't tease you any longer. For my first wish, grant me 100,000 Senzu beans from Earth. Broly chuckled. This wish can indeed be fulfilled. Purunga replied somewhat reluctantly. Suddenly, Purunga's eyes gleamed with a vibrant red light, and with a gentle gust of wind, 2 enormous bags appeared before Broly, estimated to weigh around 300 to 400 kilograms. That should be enough for 1,000,000, right? Surely you won't shortchange me, Broly said with a playful smirk. Purunga, suppressing the urge to give the little brat a good thrashing, impatiently urged, please, state your second wish. For my second wish, I would like to know why the legendary Super Saiyans become frenzied or even uncontrollable after transforming. Is there any way to resolve such a situation? Broly inquired with an unusual seriousness. This question is quite simple, Purunga explained. The legendary Super Saiyans lose control due to the overwhelming power of their transformation, which their soul's dimensional capacity cannot withstand, ultimately leading to a mental breakdown. Once the soul collapses, it falls into a slumber, while the body subconsciously executes commands issued before the breakdown. To remedy this issue, there are 2 approaches. The first is to possess a sufficiently high life dimension. The second is to maintain one's spiritual energy at 1/3 of their power. This way, one will not reach a state of uncontrollable strength. However, the second method is not entirely foolproof, as the legendary Super Saiyans can rapidly exceed the limits of their mental control, risking a mental collapse at any moment. Broly listened intently to Purunga's explanation, his expression transforming into one of enlightenment. He silently acknowledged that his suspicions were indeed correct. Enhancing spiritual energy was truly effective. However, it was evident that he no longer needed to pursue this path, for he could undoubtedly adopt the first method that Purunga described, high dimensions. It seemed that possessing a high-dimensional life level offered numerous advantages, alleviating worries about reaching one's physical limits and the soul's stress capacity. Moreover, hadn't the Grand Elder mentioned that high dimensions exude a unique charm? Just imagine, that would be an unparalleled skill in charming others, truly a treasure worth having. As Broly reveled in his thoughts, Purunga interjected, all right, your second wish has been granted. Now, please state your third wish. Having just answered Broly's query, Purunga promptly asked for the third wish, showcasing his commendable dedication. For my third wish, I wish to learn all the skills of the Yadrit people, Broly declared with an insatiable longing that if Broly had been standing on the tip of Purunga's nose, he would have noticed Purunga frowning. Observing Purunga's prolonged silence, Broly assumed that this wish was unlikely to be fulfilled and was about to propose an alternative. However, before he could utter a word, Purunga spoke first. This wish is somewhat troublesome. I will require a bit of time to prepare. Please wait a moment. Broly thought, is such a situation even possible? I remember in the original story, whether it was the Earth Dragon, the Namekian Dragon, or the Eternal Dragon, they would simply glow red when a wish could be granted and directly state if it could not be fulfilled. Why is there a different response now? Broly was taken aback. On Earth, in the year 737 of the age, at the East Continent, on Bunyan Mountain, a dumpling-shaped spacecraft swiftly descended from space into the atmosphere, transforming into a crimson meteor. With a thunderous crash, the ground trembled. Perhaps due to the Earth's fragile terrain, this dumpling-shaped ship created a crater measuring 100 meters in diameter and 20 meters deep. The area around the crater was in disarray, littered with scattered soil, stones, and the remnants of flora. It was evident that this spacecraft was of formidable quality, as such a terrifying impact did not lead to its disintegration. Not only that, but the ship's shock absorption system was undoubtedly advanced technology. For despite the dreadful collision, the occupants inside felt no discomfort. Rather, it seemed they were entirely unperturbed. With the sounds of machinery operating and metal grinding, the dumpling spacecraft opened a gash. Through this gap, one could see that it housed only a child of 3 or 4 years old, who, aside from possessing a tail, bore a striking resemblance to Earthlings. Suddenly, a sound of something heavy hitting the ground resonated. An elderly man with a white beard, clad in a vibrant orange-patterned coat and a black hat, stood at the edge of the crater, gazing into the ship's interior. If Broly were present, he would recognize this old man as Son Gohan, the grandfather of Son Goku from the original story, while the child in the crater was none other than Kakarot, who would eventually become Son Goku. Seeing a ship with only a child inside was a sight too beautiful for old Son Gohan. Having devoted his early years to martial arts, he ultimately succeeded in becoming a disciple of the god of martial arts, Master Roshi. Now, in his old age, with no children of his own, the arrival of this child brought him immense joy, leading him to wonder if his good deeds had moved the heavens, granting him the unexpected joy of becoming a grandfather. Son Gohan picked up the somewhat irritable Kakarot, who was prone to fits of crying and tantrums, and the more he looked at the child, the more he grew fond of him, deciding to adopt him. He named the child Son Goku, officially designating him as his grandson. Initially, Son Goku was temperamental due to the implanted memories of the warrior scions, often throwing tantrums and smashing things. However, after a mischievous incident where he fell from Bunyan Mountain and struck his head on a rock, he lost all previous memories. From that moment on, Kakarot transformed entirely into Son Goku, embracing an innocent heart and eventually becoming a prodigy in martial arts. It must be said that that fall was truly worthwhile. Without it, there would be no later Dragon Ball saga, making that moment forever etched in history. It's akin to the tale of an apple falling on Newton. Meanwhile, on Namek, atop a 1,000-meter-high mountain, Broly, whose small frame was less than a meter tall, sat cross-legged with his eyes tightly shut. Boom, boom, whoosh. This was the mental realm of Broly's imagination, where two Brolys were engaged in a fierce battle. Throwing punches with unrestrained ferocity, they unleashed energy waves that could suffocate, and frequently utilized the peculiar techniques learned from Purunga to launch various bizarre attacks, leaving no room for defense. Initially, there were only 2 Brolys, but soon a third appeared, directly joining the fray. As time passed, a 4th, 5th, and 6th Broly emerged, all participating in the chaotic melee. They did not coordinate with each other, fighting independently and remaining poised to counterattacks from all directions. This marked Broly's 3rd month on Namek. During these 3 months, aside from sleeping, he had devoted himself to training in this mental space. Although this did not enhance his physical strength, it significantly improved his combat techniques. This was evident during occasional sparring sessions with Nail, whose battle power now stood at around 24,000, while Broly's hovered near 18,000. Initially, Broly lacked combat experience, leading to devastating defeats against Nail, the sight of which was almost unbearable. However, thanks to his relentless training, The fruits of Broly's efforts began to manifest, and during a later spar, he surprisingly matched Nail blow for blow. This perplexing outcome raised questions about whether Broly's legendary Super Saiyan bloodline accelerated his growth or if Nail's lack of combat awareness, due to Namek's prolonged peace, was to blame. It is noteworthy that the disparity in battle power between Broly and Nail was significant, with Broly at 18,000 and Nail at 24,000 yet, aside from the initial two defeats. Broly managed to achieve a draw in a subsequent bout, demonstrating his remarkable growth. It is astonishing to think that this transformation occurred in merely 3 months. Furthermore, during this period, Broly had not actively sought to enhance his physical strength. He focused solely on honing his combat skills in the mental space. This implies that Broly's battle power surged from 18,000 to approximately 24,000 within just 1 month, with the 6,000-point increase likely attributed to the natural growth of his legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. One cannot help but marvel at the sheer magnitude of this development. It is indeed formidable, though the actual increase in battle power may not be precisely 6,000. The reason why he and Naru ended in a stalemate likely stems from Naru's lack of combat experience. Aside from his training and occasional sparring matches with Naru, Broly sometimes visits the villages of the Namekians to assist with agricultural tasks and engage in light-hearted conversations, aiming to broaden his horizons and enhance his mindset. The Namekians possess formidable survival capabilities. They belong to a high-environmental, low-carbon life form, requiring only sunlight and water for sustenance. Their agricultural endeavors serve merely to green the planet. Furthermore, due to a catastrophic event centuries ago that led to a mass extinction, the current Namekians are merely descendants of the Grand Elder. Presently, apart from Namekians, the only other life forms on Namek are a few diminutive amphibians, with larger creatures being nearly non-existent. Thus, Broly must procure his own sustenance, which partly explains his wish to the Eternal Dragon for 1 million Sinza beans. Sinza beans, cultivated by Korin on Earth, possess the miraculous ability to heal all wounds instantly. Additionally, they satiate hunger. Consuming one can stave off hunger for 10 days, making them an indispensable tool for adventurers and those laboring on construction sites that lie in the western region of the North Galaxy. Within the Pegasus Star area lies the Oso Star, a mid-level life planet where the combat prowess of its inhabitants ranges between 1,000 to 5,000. Should this planet engage Earth in battle, Earth would likely succumb within 3 days. Humph, Frisia, you have slain my beloved wife, Kaiatsu. Mark my words, I will ensure your suffering. As for Kaiatsu, I have received your message. May you rest in peace, my love. Once I secure my kin's safety, I shall return to Earth to retrieve Kakarot. Bardock, Goku's father, stands atop a 100-story building, gazing into the distance with deep longing. Recently, he received a message from his wife before her passing, revealing that their youngest son was not dead but rather exiled to a distant planet, fueling his secret plans. Previously, Bardock and Paragus had each selected 300 elite warriors to contend with Frisia's forces. They subsequently disbanded the 2nd and 3rd Saiyan legions, instructing them to scatter throughout the universe to hide until further notice. Bardock, accompanied by the 300 elite warriors, after 3 months of tactical retreats while engaging Frisia's forces, finally arrived at the Oso Star in the western region of the North Galaxy. Seizing a rare moment of respite, Bardock took to the rooftop to enjoy the breeze while strategizing for the future. In the eastern region of the North Galaxy, within the Sagittarius Star area, lies the Qingchao Star, home to the Milan Star. Boom! Attack, attack, attack. Whoosh, whoosh, boom. Bang, bang, bang. Brothers, let us finish this quickly. Frisia's reinforcements are on their way. If we don't retreat now, it will be too late. Paragus leads his 300 elite warriors, clearly having been discovered by the enemy, resulting in an intense battle. This confrontation, characterized by high combat power and sheer numbers, is truly imbued with a sense of science fiction. Some unleash energy waves upon the enemy, while others charge fearlessly, tearing apart all foes in their path. Amidst the chaos, two opposing factions clash with equal ferocity. This battle is certainly no less visually striking than two massive fleets exchanging laser fire. Humph, Paragus, surrender. I have already contacted the Ginyu force, and they will arrive shortly. A red-skinned, blue-eyed, purple-haired alien scoffed. Humph, before you concern yourself with the Ginyu force, perhaps you should worry about whether you can survive until they arrive. Paragus retorted with a cold snort, then soared upward, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at his opponent's face. The alien was about to speak, but, upon seeing Paragus' approach, he dared not be careless and could only brace himself to withstand the attack. After all, with a battle power of only 8,600 against Paragus' impressive 10,020, the disparity was significant. Hence, the alien aimed to buy time, awaiting the arrival of Broly's former subordinates, the remaining 4 members of the Ginyu force. In the central region of the North Galaxy, a planet of exquisite beauty, Frisia is confronted. I have heard you annihilated the Scion race. A deep, authoritative, and chilling voice resonated. Father, this was the directive of Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, from years ago. Otherwise, would I have the heart to destroy that group of monkeys? They are, after all, decent laborers, Frisia replied, savoring a sip of red wine with a hint of regret. The two conversing are the cosmic overlord Frisia and King Cold, who had relinquished his imperial throne to Frisia years prior, having ruled parts of the North Galaxy for centuries. Following the transfer of power, he retreated to this beautiful planet, opting for a life of seclusion. Oh, so it was Lord Beerus' command. You never mentioned that, King Cold expressed, slightly surprised. Yes, father. I thought it best not to burden you with every detail of my affairs, fearing I might disrupt your tranquil existence. Frisia feigned innocence, adopting the demeanor of a dutiful son. It seems entrusting you with external matters was wise. You have clearly matured significantly over the years, King Cold remarked with satisfaction. Very well. Carry on. Frisia, I shall take my leave for a brief rest. As King Cold turned to depart, he seemed to recall something, stopping to add, oh, by the way, since you have decided to annihilate the Scions, ensure that no survivors remain. Remember what your grandfather said about the legendary Super Scion, those who could defeat our Frisia race. After imparting this caution, King Cold exited to the backyard without a backward glance. Sigh, father is truly aging. In this universe, the only beings capable of defeating our kind are surely Majin Buu and Lord Beerus. As for the so-called Super Scion, it's merely a foolish joke, Frisia scoffed disdainfully, turning to pilot his spacecraft toward his grand interstellar vessel. On Namek, laughter echoes. Ha, Elder 3, you've lost again. Come, quickly put up the note. Elder 3, you must try harder. If you lose again, there'll be no room left on your face for notes. Broly's jovial voice rings out from afar. So it is Broly playing cards with Elder 3 and one of the villagers. Enough. Broly, are you cheating? How come you never lose? Elder 3 exclaimed, furious, leaping to point an accusing finger at Broly. Exactly. In every game of Dojutsu, you've never lost. You must be cheating. The villager echoed, joining in Elder 3's accusation. By the heavens, how could I cheat before you? Broly paused, raising his hand holding the note, and swore to the sky. Whatever, I'm not playing anymore. Elder 3's expression clearly indicated suspicion of cheating. Yet, the villager still believed Broly was at fault, his expression nearly conveying the sentiment, I wouldn't trust you. You mischievous child. Faced with this scene, Broly could only depart in resignation. Back at home, he consumed a senza bean like a drug, entering a state of training to savor the growing strength within. This time, Broly intended to practice various techniques learned from the Yard Rats, having selected to first master the techniques of body duplication, psychic field, and instant transmission. Body duplication, as the name implies, involves creating an external avatar. Classified into 3 levels, at the initial stage, one can only create a single avatar. This avatar possesses shape and presence, but lacks any power whatsoever. Thus, practical combat skills are nearly rendered useless, serving merely to confound the enemy. Upon reaching the initial stages of mastery, one can project an avatar embodying 30% of their combat prowess within the confines of their mental reach, a projection that endures for a duration of 10 minutes. Upon attaining advanced mastery, one is capable of projecting an avatar to all perceivable locations, this avatar possessing 70% of the original's combat capacity, capable of persisting for half an hour. As for the mental field, it represents a fusion of domain and telekinesis, functioning akin to a fish in water. Within this mental field, the wielder navigates with ease, while adversaries find themselves ensnared, akin to struggling in a quagmire, feeling a sense of discomfort and sluggishness. Moreover, the skill of instantaneous movement proves exceedingly practical. In simple terms, wherever one senses the flow of energy, they can swiftly traverse the space and appear precisely where desired, raising the question of one's formidable nature. After extensive contemplation, Broly finally comprehended the principles behind the avatar technique, prompting him to diligently train. With legs crossed, he attuned himself to his own aura, transforming the ethereal essence of his mental energy into a sharp, gleaming sword. Subsequently, he exerted effort to control a portion of his energy, shaping it into an image of himself. In the midst of this focus, as that portion of energy materialized into a perfect replica of Broly. The meditative Broly emitted a muffled grunt, deftly wielding his mental sword to slice the avatar from his own essence. Simultaneously, in the tangible realm, a figure identical to Broly manifested, seated cross-legged upon the ground. Both Broly and his external avatar opened their eyes in unison. "Greetings, my true self," a voice resonated, emanating from the avatar, who spoke first. "Indeed, splendid. It matches the description perfectly. This is a true external avatar, not merely an afterimage from rapid movement." Broly exclaimed with delight. Thus, the avatar technique was deemed successfully initiated. Now, I must delve deeper into understanding the essence of the avatar technique and enhance its potency. Broly couldn't help but feel a sense of genius within himself. Having mastered the avatar technique in less than a day, it is noteworthy that most of the Ardatian beings took months to achieve similar mastery. Even those deemed talented took several days. Days later, atop the nameless 1,000-meter peak, Broly sat cross-legged on the summit. Unlike before, his body was now enveloped in a tempest of mental energy and torrents. These mental storms swirled around him like a colossal vortex, constantly drifting through the void within a 100-meter radius. In the midst of such a formidable force field, Broly thrived, akin to wind and cloud entwined. At last, I have succeeded. I never anticipated the mental field to be so challenging. Broly, seated upon the ground, opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath, reflecting on his journey. Indeed, the path of cultivation is often monotonous. Broly reminisced about his training experiences. Now, I shall take a few days to relax. Perhaps I will engage in a match with Naru, followed by a visit to the village of the Sixth Elder. Having maintained a rigorous mental discipline for days, Broly felt a hint of fatigue and began contemplating whom he might challenge next. On Namek, at the base of the Fault Plateau, beneath the residence of the Grand Elder, Broly chuckled. "Hey, Naru, be cautious. I've recently mastered numerous spectacular skills. Prepare to be astonished shortly." With a mischievous grin, he unleashed a shockwave towards Naru while activating his mental field. It was not that Broly harbored malicious intent to harm Naru. Rather, this aggressive initiation stemmed from his awareness that Naru could manage it. Even if Naru were to sustain injuries, he had access to the healing beans. Furthermore, as a Namekian, Naru possessed the unique ability to regenerate. Should any limb be severed or fractured, he could simply detach it and instantly regrow a new one. An awe-inspiring spectacle, with a flurry of punches and kicks. Broly delivered a thorough beating to the formidable Naru, thereafter engaging in a lengthy conversation with the Grand Elder. Only when their discourse had nearly exhausted itself did Broly rise to take his leave. Naru watched as Broly streaked across the sky like a comet, heading towards the village of the Sixth Elder, silently worrying for the Elder's well-being. There was little he could do. After all, Broly had been quite the troublemaker on Namek. In a matter of mere months, Broly had managed to challenge nearly every inhabitant of Namek, to varying degrees. "Hello, Sixth Elder. What a relaxed demeanor you possess." Fishing so leisurely, from a distance, Broly observed the Sixth Elder engaged in angling and, with his carefree nature, waved and called out loudly. Splash! The sound of a heavy object plunging into the water echoed. "Ah, Sixth Elder, quickly grasp my hand. I shall pull you up." What had transpired? It turned out that the Sixth Elder, in a state of tranquil fishing, was startled by Broly's voice in a moment of excitement. He instinctively attempted to flee, but forgot that a river lay before him, resulting in an unceremonious plunge into the water. Ahem. "Oh, Broly, it's you. Why aren't you diligently training? What brings you here?" The Sixth Elder, having grasped Broly's hand and emerged from the water, coughed out the water he had swallowed, then weakly inquired. "Haha, speaking of training, Sixth Elder, I've diligently practiced for a few days and have already mastered the techniques I favor. I just concluded my training and thought to relieve some mental pressure by visiting you." Broly remained blissfully unaware of the potential for instilling fear in others, merely reveling in his own prodigious talents. The Sixth Elder chuckled ruefully, thinking, "While you relieve your mental strain, my old bones are experiencing a surge in stress. Being a shrewd individual, the sixth elder quickly devised a plan. Broly, since you wish to unwind, I propose we forego playing cards or chess. Instead, you might try your hand at fishing. I believe it is the perfect remedy for relaxation. Oh, is that so? Broly, taken aback, questioned in disbelief. Indeed, without a doubt, not only does fishing alleviate stress, but it also hones one's mindset and enhances emotional resilience. The sixth elder felt his words lacked persuasive power, so he elaborated, though the benefits may not be immediately apparent when you encounter dire straits. The tranquility of your mind will prove invaluable. What do you say? Give it a try. Very well, I shall fish, Broly replied, nodding obediently. Now, what instrument exists that inflicts no pain? I would assert, time. Time is a relentless sword that spares no living being. 3 years slipped by in silence. Once more, atop the high mountain, the same youth remained. At the tender age of 6, Broly's appearance had changed scarcely at all, a testament to the Scion lineage. The Scions are a warrior race, their bloodline having evolved over countless years to become the most formidable life forms suited for battle to adapt for combat. They developed a unique maturation process distinct from other beings. Until nearly the age of 20, Scions generally maintain a childlike appearance. That it is only a few months before reaching adulthood that they undergo rapid maturation, transforming from childhood to youthful vigor within a matter of months. In the following decades, their appearance remains largely unchanged, with rapid aging occurring only as they near the end of their lives. This exemplifies their remarkable life cycle. Thus, it must be said that the evolution of the Scions is remarkably perfect. In comparison to humans, the youthful phase of a Scion's life appears extraordinarily prolonged. Moreover, such a robust constitution is far more suited to their inherent desire for combat, which starkly contrasts with the human pursuit of monetary pleasures. For Scions, life revolves around merely two pursuits, nourishment and battle. Of course, this is merely a rhetorical flourish, as all living beings inevitably possess physiological needs. Over the past 3 years, Broly has not engaged in any physical training. However, even in the absence of such practice, his power as a legendary Super Saiyan continues to surge rapidly. Broly currently estimates his combat strength to be around 60,000, which indeed sounds terrifying. After all, he has not trained his physical prowess, and this strength is solely attributed to his unique legendary bloodline. As Broly grows older, he has sensed an acceleration in the increase of his physical strength. He is aware that his soul's dimension is that of the super dimension and knows he will not lose his sanity upon transforming into a legendary Super Saiyan. Nonetheless, he harbors a slight fear of potentially losing control. He understands that in a few years, he will naturally unlock the ability to transform into a legendary Super Saiyan. Speaking of which, during these 3 years, Broly has not focused on enhancing his physical strength, but has instead practiced combat techniques and honed his mental powers along with several secret arts. He has perfected his previously practiced techniques such as the Avatar technique, mental field, and instant transmission. Notably, when Broly reached the pinnacle of his Avatar technique, a wondrous phenomenon occurred. Upon first utilizing the perfected Avatar technique, he perceived the gradual shrinking of Namek in his mental space. Stunned by this vision, Broly was momentarily awestruck, and out of curiosity, he continued to probe further. As he sustained his mental input, Namek diminished to a mere point of light, followed by the constellation of the Lyra. Eventually, even the universe began to shrink, and before long, Broly beheld 12 bubbles, each a different hue. He recognized these as the 12 universes of the Dragon Ball world. Faced with such a miraculous sight, Broly found himself momentarily bewildered. While it is said that a perfected Avatar technique allows for projection in perceivable areas, the scope described was not nearly as vast. 12 universes. What an expansive range. Consequently, Broly took the initiative to instantaneously travel to the planet Yardrat to consult a master who had also perfected the Avatar technique. The master, however, stated that he could sense only a few thousand miles at most. This revelation left Broly even more perplexed. How could there be such a disparity between a few thousand miles and 12 universes? Yet, unable to resolve the matter, Broly returned to his seclusion to ponder. Thus, over these 3 years, aside from his routine practice of combat techniques, Broly devoted himself to investigating the extraordinary strength of his Avatar technique. Finally, perseverance bore fruit. He discovered that the cause lay within the unique nature of his super-dimensional life form. After extensive research, he realized that it was indeed the super-dimensional aspect that influenced his abilities. After conducting an experiment, He confirmed his hypothesis. It was the nature of his superdimensional life that was at play. The method of testing involved instant transmission, which traditionally relies on sensing energy to teleport. However, Broly utilized the sensing method of the avatar technique with instant transmission and indeed sensed the range of 12 universes. He subsequently journeyed to the first universe and then returned to the seventh universe using instant transmission. Having unraveled the reason behind this phenomenon, Broly ceased to dwell on it and resumed his sensing. Aiming for the sixth universe adjacent to the seventh, with precision, he utilized his mental energy to execute the avatar technique. The sixth universe, a realm bathed in the hues of twilight. Suddenly, a figure emerged within this twilight space. The figure was a young boy clad in remarkably peculiar attire. The boy was bare-chested, wearing loose black leather trousers, and his belt appeared to be crafted from ice. On his feet were long shoes ablaze with infernal flames. His left arm adorned a bracelet, which bore a golden star, reminiscent of the morning star guiding one's path. Radiating an exceptional brilliance on his right thumb was a blue ring, resembling a clear spring and flowing water. Around his neck hung a necklace of unknown material, enveloped in a layer of transparent jade. Its core contained a minuscule golden light, exuding an aura of infinite mystique. The boy's presence was both comforting and enigmatic, particularly due to the trio of accessories, the bracelet, necklace, and ring, that imbued a sense of ethereality. This figure was none other than Broly's external projection in the sixth universe. Ah, Lord Kampa. It appears an unfamiliar presence has intruded upon the god of destruction's domain. A slightly astonished feminine voice rang out, capturing Broly's attention, as well as that of a stout figure with lavender hair. Upon hearing the voice, Broly turned to assess the speaker. She was a woman nearly 2 meters tall, with white hair elegantly coiled atop her head, with a portion cascading down her back. Her smiling face radiated an approachable warmth, and in her right hand, she held a towering scepter, crowned with a silver ring encasing an indescribably dark orb. Clad in a loose, pharaoh-style blue gown, a halo adorned her head. Upon this sight, Broly's heart skipped a beat. Was this not the attire of an angel? What was happening? Had his projection inadvertently materialized in the sixth universe's god of destruction realm? He had initially thought he could take a break today, but he had overestimated himself. It seemed he would have to write another chapter tonight at midnight. Hey there, little one. Who are you? And how did you suddenly appear in my god of destruction's realm? The tone was laced with arrogance. Broly felt a twinge of irritation upon recognizing the speaker. It was Kampa, the god of destruction of the sixth universe, a stout figure with lavender hair and a twin to Beerus. The god of destruction of the seventh universe. Wait a minute, if Kampa is here, claiming this is his domain, then this must indeed be the sixth universe's god of destruction realm. But why is the angel not Beerus' attendant? But rather this woman in blue robes. Broly suddenly recalled that the original pair associated with the sixth universe's god of destruction should be Kampa and the angel, Yet, the duo before him comprised Kampa, with the angel transformed into this blue-robed woman. Kampa, where is Who are you? Broly inquired, filled with confusion. You little brat, daring to call my name so casually? Kampa exclaimed, his rotund face contorted in astonishment at Broly's blatant disrespect. After a moment, he queried, Aren't you afraid I might destroy you? Upon hearing Kampa's words, Broly felt a surge of anxiety. Yet, contemplating his superdimensional life form, he realized that even angels could not trace his origins nor plunder his essence. As that was the rule of this universe, mortals were one thing, but for deities, higher dimensions exert absolute dominance over lower ones. Each ascending tier suffocates the one below at point 1, need only observe the supreme Kai of Earth, who breaks into a cold sweat even while telepathically communicating with the King of Worlds, and the expression of the gods of destruction upon encountering the Grand Minister is enough to send them into fright. Thus, Broly possessed a superdimensional life form that surpassed even the gods of destruction, if not at least the angels. So, even without strength, Broly decided to test whether he could outwit Kampa, resolute in his decision. Broly adopted the demeanor of a seasoned actor, a smirk playing on his lips as he casually remarked, Kampa, are you sure you wish to make a move? Nanny? Kampa was taken aback, astonished that anyone would dare speak to him in such a manner. You little brat, you'll soon experience my destructive energy, Kampa declared, preparing to strike. Upon witnessing this, Broly was momentarily stunned and felt a flicker of fear. Goodness, Kampa was not following the script. Shouldn't he take a moment to assess Broly's dimension before deciding to attack? Perhaps it is true that heaven does not forsake those in despair. Just as Kampa was about to unleash his destructive energy, the blue-robed angel intervened. Lord Kampa, you seem rather agitated. Grace, the blue-robed angel remarked with an air of calmness. The soothing timbre of her voice was quite enjoyable to Broly. Grace, what do you mean by that? Kampa halted his previous actions and turned to the blue-robed angel beside him. Lord Kampa, take a good look at your opponent. Grace shot a disapproving glance at Kampa, speaking in a tone that suggested futility. What is there to admire? Wait, why can I not sense any dimensional aura? Kampa's round face contorted once more, resembling a chameleon. It is simply because my dimension surpasses yours by several tiers. Lord Kampa, Grace continued, maintaining her composure. Broly, feigning reverence, pronounced Lord with a heavy accent, observing with amusement as Kampa's expression grew increasingly fearful. Seizing the moment, Broly provocatively inquired, has Lord Kampa never encountered the Grand Minister? Wait, are you suggesting that you and the Grand Minister hail from the same dimension? Kampa stammered, his voice trembling. May I ask who you truly are? As we have never crossed paths before, moreover, what brings you to my realm of destruction today? Kampa's reaction mirrored that of the original story when he first encountered the Grand Minister in Xeno. Bowing deeply, nearly burying his head in the ground, Grace, the angel, also inclined her head slightly in a gesture of respect. It was customary for angels to honor the Grand Minister and Xeno in such a manner. Broly nodded, gesturing for them to rise, and then continued his theatrical display. You certainly have a plethora of questions. I beg your pardon, my lord. Kampa immediately straightened up, only to bow down once again, observing Kampa's demeanor. Broly couldn't help but chuckle internally, relishing the feeling of his superior dimensional life level. Additionally, the aura of the 3 pieces of jewelry he possessed also contributed to his ostentatious display. As for those 3 pieces, they were the tokens he had wished for upon his arrival in this world. He recalled his wish before the journey. May I bring my equipment from Dungeon Fighter into the Dragon Ball world? After that, Broly awoke in this new realm, albeit without his equipment in sight. It was only later, upon mastering the perfect avatar technique, that Broly sensed the 12 universes, along with their accompanying smaller spatial layers. For instance, the spatial structure of Universe 7, where the main space is the universe itself, and the subsidiary spaces include the Kaioshin realm, the God of Destruction realm, the Demon realm, and the Underworld, among countless others. Furthermore, he discovered that he had accumulated a supplementary space of nearly 100 cubic units. Within this small space resided items from his previous life, including equipment and various props from Dungeon Fighter. Thus, as Broly retrieved a full attire along with 3 pieces of jewelry, he couldn't help but exclaim, "The Super Dragon is truly remarkable." The items Broly presented were the Abyssal Demon set and the 3 accessories of the Realm of Reverie. The Abyssal Demon set consisted of the Life Pauldrons, Spatial Chest Plate, Frost Belt, Alloy Greaves, and Hellfire Boots, which he currently donned. The transparent chest plate gave the illusion of nudity for his upper body. The 3 accessories of the Realm of Reverie included the Starry Guide Bracelet, Misty Breath Necklace, and the Flowing Spring Ring. Broly had tested these items. Aside from their unique attributes, the Abyssal Demon set nearly doubled his combat power. Thus, if Broly originally possessed a combat power of 60,000, donning the Abyssal Demon set would elevate it to 120,000. Such an augmentation was indeed formidable. The Realm of Reverie's 3 pieces also contributed to combat power enhancement, similarly providing a 100 increase, which meant an additional 60,000. That it is important to note that these items could only amplify base combat power. For example, if Broly had a combat power of 60,000, wearing the Abyssal Demon set would raise it to 120,000, and adding the 3 accessories from the Realm of Reverie would result in 180,000, not 240,000. This must not be mistaken. It was precisely due to the effects of the Realm of Reverie, coupled with his superior dimensional life level, that Kampa found Broly genuinely terrifying. The inability to sense his aura indicated a higher life dimension, yet the disorienting sensation of Broly seemingly vanishing without movement was truly alarming. Broly regained his composure, gestured for Kampa to rise, then inquired, "Shouldn't the Angel of Universe 6 be Vados? Where is she?" "Ah, so you are searching for Vados," Kampa replied, his expression akin to that of a child who has not seen his mother for a long time. His tone carried both nostalgia and grievance. Yet under the oppressive threat of Broly's higher dimension, Kampa quickly returned to the topic at hand, continuing to answer Broly's question. The matter is this. Vados seemed to have changed drastically 3 years ago. And after some time, she resigned from her position under the Grand Minister. Subsequently, the Grand Minister sent Grace here to take her place. As for Vados's current whereabouts, I am at a loss. And I am quite perplexed as to why she would abandon me. As Kampa spoke, he appeared on the verge of tears, while Broly was slightly taken aback, realizing that even a god of destruction could possess emotions. After all, it was Vados who had nurtured Kampa since childhood, training and guiding him until he became a formidable god of destruction. Grace, you are unaware as well. Broly stroked his chin, pondering, then turned to the current angel, Grace, and asked, After leaving here, Vados has blocked all means of contact. Neither I nor Whis can reach her. Grace blinked her beautiful eyes, stepping forward to express her own ignorance in her soothing voice. Broly raised an eyebrow, internally astonished that Grace was the sister of Vados and Whis. The Grand Minister truly had remarkable offspring. Well, since neither of you knows Vados's whereabouts, consider my visit forgotten that I shall take my leave. You may continue your tasks, Broly concluded, not waiting for Kampa or Grace to respond. And dissipated his external avatar. He vanished, Grace exclaimed, turning to Kampa with wide eyes. What method of movement was that? Kampa, astonished, gazed at Grace. He was genuinely taken aback. He had witnessed the Grand Minister's arrival and departure, which were either grandiose or awe-inspiring. Yet this unknown deity had vanished without a trace. Lord Kampa, that individual's method of movement bears resemblance to that of Lord Zeno, Grace remarked, rolling her eyes and maintaining her calm demeanor. Indeed, it does resemble Lord Zeno's skill of appearing and disappearing at will. Kampa shuddered, his ears twitching in apprehension. In Universe 7. On Namek, Broly finally exhaled a long sigh of relief as he emerged from that suffocating space. Sitting on the ground, he released a breath he didn't realize he was holding, his back drenched with sweat. After all, that was a god of destruction. One misstep could provoke his wrath, leading to annihilation. Despite the life-threatening encounter, Broly felt exhilarated, having outsmarted a god of destruction, and the angels hadn't detected any flaws in his ruse. He had successfully played the part. By the way, where had Vados from the original story gone? Was this truly the Dragon Ball world he was familiar with? Why were there so many discrepancies? First, it was the Grand Elder, and now Vados. Kampa mentioned that Vados suddenly changed 3 years ago. What could that entail? Well, never mind. It's none of my concern. I have my own matters to attend to, and my body is already over 6 years old. It is time to focus on honing my physical strength. As I ponder, it seems that in the realm of Dragon Ball, the profound understanding of martial arts is found solely on Earth and the planet Metamor in the Eastern Galaxy. Alas, I find myself in a quandary. Should I venture to Earth or to Metamor? After much deliberation, Broly ultimately resolves to journey to Earth. Having subsisted on sins of beans for several years, he has nearly forgotten the taste of a proper meal. In the southern region of the Northern Galaxy lies the Orion star field. Within the spiral arm of the Milky Way, specifically in the solar system, here exists a breathtaking blue planet, accompanied by a pockmarked asteroid. Draped in a cerulean cloak, it is adorned with a luminescent atmosphere, and one can faintly discern vibrant oases teeming with life. Everything appears to be brimming with vitality. This is the third principal planet of the solar system. Known as Earth, it perpetually radiates its essence, nurturing boundless life, and serves as a mother that all beings should cherish with utmost dedication. Suddenly, a figure materializes outside this enchanting planet. Gazing at the blue celestial body, exuding infinite vitality, Broly feels a deep-seated warmth and an inexplicable sense of belonging that stirs his soul, causing tears to well up in the corners of his eyes. It is akin to a wayward child returning home and beholding their mother for the first time after many years. Is it merely an illusion, or does Broly truly sense Earth's maternal figure beckoning to him? It feels as if she is saying, "Welcome back. How have you fared in the world beyond? Has your appetite been satisfied? When weary, do return home, where comfort awaits." Unable to restrain himself, Broly instinctively reaches out, yearning to touch this motherly presence that overwhelms him with affection. On Earth, in the year 740 of the age of the Dragon Balls, the terrestrial realm is vastly different from that of the previous world. The disparities in civilization are remarkable. For instance, in the present-day Earth, the 5 major metropolises, situated in the 4 cardinal directions and the center, are teeming with magnetic levitation trains, jet-powered aerial vehicles, and motorcycles zipping through the skies. Furthermore, suspended glass tubes for aerial travel weave between towering skyscrapers, while overpasses stack upon one another, and underground parking lots hollow out the very ground beneath the city. This is a quintessential super metropolis of a new era, awash with futuristic sci-fi hues. However, venture just a few dozen miles away from these urban centers, and one might encounter an elderly man plowing his fields with a tractor, or a hunter navigating the wilderness with an antiquated firearm, or even a venerable shepherd tending to his flock. There are even more peculiar communities that remain rooted in tribal times. Thus, it is not difficult to comprehend the immense cultural chasm that exists on Earth. Zhengdu, a vibrant super metropolis infused with sci-fi aesthetics, is bustling with the morning rush. Broly stands on the street, observing his surroundings. Young women clad in short skirts and black stockings, swaying their hips, wafting delightful fragrances as they pass by. Regrettably, Broly is merely 6 years old. Otherwise, as a scion of exceptional lineage, he would surely attempt to charm one of them. Sparing no words in his pursuit, in the grand city, traffic jams are a perennial sight. Broly shakes his head and veers into a commercial street. Fashionable music emanates from the shops flanking either side. Couples meander by, playfully tugging at each other, laden with bags of cherished acquisitions. Children can be seen clamoring for their parents to buy them their desired toy cars. Disputes between customers and shopkeepers arise, leading to heated exchanges, while the shopkeepers call out in vain to retain their patrons. In this vibrant tableau, Broly moves like an ethereal spirit, engaged in the affairs of a mere passerby. With the 3 trinkets adorning him, none pay him any heed. Suddenly, a cacophony of gunfire erupts, followed by a woman's piercing scream, and chaos ensues as people scatter in panic. Broly, intrigued, turns towards the direction of the gunfire and closes his eyes to sense the unfolding events. As he shuts his eyes, he activates his transformation technique, narrowing his perception. Within 2 seconds, the layout of several nearby streets becomes vividly clear in his mind. It appears that on the adjacent street, 3 robbers are brazenly attempting to seize a bank in broad daylight. As a model citizen, Broly feels compelled to set a good example for his peers who are undergoing their 9 years of compulsory education. In Zhengdu, on Wall Street, within the Dragon Ball Bank, a crisp sound resonates as a figure appears. It is a diminutive boy, barely a meter tall, who upon closer inspection is revealed to possess a tail. The boy is bare-chested, adorned with an icy belt around his waist, and wears loose leather trousers. Most strikingly, his shoes are ablaze with flames. On his left arm, he boasts a bracelet embellished with golden stars, while an enigmatic necklace graces his neck, and a blue gemstone ring adorns his right thumb. This is none other than Broly's manifestation. This little imp is rather unusual, remarks the first robber, warily addressing their leader. Do you need to state the obvious? Of course, he is not blind, the second robber retorts, casting a glance at the first. Enough of the squabbling. Go grab the cash while I handle him. The leader of the robbers bellows with bravado. Hey, kid, we are members of the Red Ribbon Army. If you're wise, let us part ways amicably, and none shall obstruct the other. What do you say? The leader declares, feigning bravado. Oh, and what if someone dares to obstruct the other's path? Broly inquires with a mischievous smirk, feigning interest. To obstruct another is akin to depriving them of their livelihood, and thus, one must face the consequences, the leader replies, believing Broly to be inquiring about the repercussions of interference. Oh, I see. My apologies, but my path is one of righteousness, and you have obstructed it. Broly taunts with a mocking tone. Little brat, do you dare to? Before the leader can finish, darkness engulfs him as he collapses. 2 more heavy thuds follow, signaling the downfall of the nefarious criminals. Young man, I am someone of note, the manager of this bank. I cannot thank you enough for your timely intervention. Allow me to treat you to a meal as a token of my gratitude. A middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses and a suit approaches, wiping the sweat from his brow with a smile, as he and his staff bind the robbers. Oh, you wish to treat me to a meal? Broly muses inwardly, contemplating whether he should refrain from overeating. Young man, while I am the bank manager, I lack the authority to access the bank's funds, so I cannot. The middle-aged man misunderstands. Thinking Broly is seeking a monetary reward, Broly interrupts, clarifying, you misunderstand. I am not requesting money. I merely meant to suggest that I have quite an appetite, so I hope you can afford the bill. You're quite the humorous lad. Just how much can you eat? The bank manager laughs heartily, seemingly shaking off the previous tension. However, Broly remains unfazed, hoping that after their meal, the manager doesn't find himself engulfed in another wave of stress. And he adds, "Then I shall graciously accept your offer, but do not weep afterward." The bank manager shakes his head in exasperation. Broly mirrors the gesture, reflecting on how, in this era, even honesty seems to be met with disbelief. In Zhengdu, on Wall Street, at the Xiangxiang 10-star hotel, the clattering of dishes fills the air. This beef is exquisite. Manager Liao, what are you daydreaming about? Such delectable dishes, and you're not eating. Ah, you wealthy folks. Well, if you want to eat, I shall gladly take your portion. That peculiar utterance. Ugh, nearly choked me. Waitstaff, could I please have 2 more large plates of beef? Ah, my dear young fellow, you have already devoured 72 portions. Are you certain you are well? Ever since the bank manager arrived at the hotel, he had taken a single bite of his meal and then was left, along with the staff, in a state of astonished admiration for the culinary arts. Beside the dining table, a waiter was maneuvering a small cart for collecting used plates, always ready to replace it with an empty one. This was already the second cart. Burp da-da. My stomach feels splendid. Truly, this is a 10-star hotel. The flavors are simply exquisite. Broly reclined in his chair, one hand caressing his belly while the other fished for morsels between his teeth with a toothpick. All right, Manager Liao. I am full now. May I settle the bill? Is everything all right? The bank manager realized he could not rise from his seat. Sir, your recent dining experience has amounted to 1,060,000 green bills. Our manager has graciously waived the 6,000, considering it a discount. Would you prefer to pay by card or in cash? The waiter approached with a knowing glance, presenting a bill that was somewhat palatable. Upon hearing the total, the bank manager's mouth twitched, inwardly lamenting his fate and contemplating submitting an expense report upon his return. The poor manager was unaware that when he later sought reimbursement, the bank president would deliver a resounding slap to his face, bellowing, "You fool! This outcome is worse than if those robbers had made off with the cash." Nevertheless, Broly bestowed upon him a unique opportunity, offering 3 senzu beans and informing him that no matter the injury, as long as there was breath, these beans could restore him instantaneously. Then, before the bank manager's astonished gaze, Broly transformed into a streak of light. Soaring towards the temple, the bank manager, taken aback, mistook him for a deity and promptly knelt in reverence. Initially skeptical of the senzu beans, the bank manager found himself fortuitously breaking his leg later on. Upon consuming one of the beans, his injury was miraculously healed. Consequently, he cherished the remaining 2 senzu beans as treasures. One day, by another stroke of fortune, he saved a significant figure. This notable individual, intrigued, inquired further and ultimately learned of the bank manager's possession of a senzu bean. Thus, he offered a substantial sum for it and promised the bank manager a lucrative position, ensuring a lifetime of wealth. From that moment on, Broly was venerated as a deity by their family. With hands clasped behind his back, Broly glided through the air towards the Kalen sanctuary, leisurely admiring the familiar yet strange vistas of Earth. At present, it is the year 740 of the age. 5 years away from the official commencement of the Dragon Ball saga, I eagerly anticipate that day's arrival that I recall a day in my childhood when I skipped class just to watch Dragon Ball. Earning myself a reprimand from my mother, the opening ceremony in the original tale features the car crash involving Bulma and Goku. That segment remains vividly etched in Broly's memory. Whoosh, boom. Ah. A piercing cry plummeted towards the ground. What on earth is that? Could it be a staged accident? As Broly flew, he shifted his posture, resting his hands behind his head, closing his eyes to reflect on past events. However, just as he was musing over the car crash involving Bulma and Goku, he found himself in a collision. There was no time to ponder. He needed to rescue the person. Whoosh, instantaneously teleporting. I don't want to die. I'm not yet married, and I don't have a good husband. This was a blonde beauty, clad in a fashionable denim jacket atop a super short skirt with stockings, adorned with exquisite diamond earrings. Around her fair neck hung a necklace of blood-red rubies strung on a blue-gold thread, exuding a delightful fragrance unmistakably derived from a high-quality body wash. That moment, Broly clutched her waist, and due to his shorter stature, his face was level with the blonde beauty's chest, startled by the sudden scare. She was momentarily oblivious to the fact that she had been embraced by a flying child. "Excuse me, miss, the sky is quite spacious. How could you collide with someone while driving an aerial vehicle?" Broly rolled his eyes and spoke up. "Oh, right, I seem to have hit someone. I didn't expect there to be people in the sky. Oh no, that person must be dead." The blonde beauty's complexion turned pale as she uttered a nonsensical remark. Thud. The two finally landed on the ground. I am the one you just hit. Broly rolled his eyes again. You must be mistaken. How could you be unscathed? My vehicle exploded. Thankfully, I was protected by a light energy shield. Otherwise, I would have been in dire straits. Crackle, crackle. Ignoring the blonde beauty's doubts, Broly picked up a stone, easily crushing it in his palm. He opened his hand before her, asking, Now do you understand why I am unharmed? The blonde beauty stared in astonishment before exclaiming, Wow, that's incredible. You're even harder than the stone. Hearing her words, Broly felt a twitch in the corner of his mouth, no matter how he interpreted her statement. It didn't quite sit right. Hello, I'm Tais. I sincerely apologize for hitting you earlier. I'm relieved you're fine. The blonde beauty introduced herself. Hello, I'm Broly. He was quite eager to make the acquaintance of such a lovely lady. Oh, you're Tais. Is your father Dr. Briefs? Does your family own a company called Capsule Corporation? Broly inquired with a hint of excitement, for she was a character from the original tale, and what's more? She was rather beautiful. It would be splendid if something were to transpire between them. He certainly wouldn't mind if she were several years his senior. Are you trying to kidnap me? Tais instinctively took a step back, her face paling. Me. Your imagination is rather wild, don't you think? What on earth are you talking about? Broly felt his mouth twitch once more. Besides, look at my outfit. It's all high-end designer brands, you know. Your trousers, shoes, belt, and accessories are indeed a bit peculiar. But how come you're not wearing a top? Also, I'm 19 years old. How old are you to be calling yourself brother? Tais blinked her big eyes, appearing adorably naive. For the first time in history, Broly found himself at a loss for words in response to the charming blonde in front of him. He mentally cursed 1,000,000 times. Oh well, this is dull. I have things to attend to, so I'll be off. Farewell. As Broly ascended a few meters into the air. Hey, Broly, you can fly. Tais exclaimed in astonishment. Broly, you're leaving me here. A defenseless woman, stranded in this desolate wilderness. In truth, Tais possessed several aerial vehicles stored within her capsule. She was merely curious about Broly and sought an opportunity to get closer to this intriguing young boy. What do you want then? I have no time to escort you to Capsule Corporation, Broly scoffed. Then wherever you're headed, take me with you. Tais insisted unwaveringly. In the end, you're forcibly making me your kidnapper? Broly teased with a mischievous grin. Even if that's the case, what could you possibly do to me? Tais said with a hint of implication. Are you suggesting? Broly's gaze roamed over Tais, causing her cheeks to flush and her heart to race. Simultaneously, Tais thought to herself, is Broly really just a child? You should think carefully. I'm planning to go to the temple for training. And it could take quite some time. Broly remarked, unsure if he was threatening or enticing her. The temple? Do gods truly exist in this world? Tais, intrigued at the mention of the temple, replied, Let us go. Let us go. Hurry and take me to see it. I don't mind how long it takes. For my writing, I've spent months collecting materials outside. Tais urged impatiently. It's a deal. Broly found himself secretly amused. Very well. When the time comes, you mustn't insist on returning. Even if you do, I shan't escort you back, unless I have completed my training, he proclaimed with finality. Understood. Now hurry along, he added, not one to linger unnecessarily. In a few swift strides, he approached Tais, wrapping his strong arm around her slender waist, and soared into the sky. On their way to the Korin Tower, Tais was uncertain whether her scream stemmed from fear or exhilaration. Eventually, she simply engaged Broly in casual conversation, chattering about various topics. As they neared the Korin sacred land, a towering stone spire, piercing the clouds, came into view, adorned with ancient carvings of unknown origin. Broly held Tais tightly as they ascended the Korin Tower. Meanwhile, at the summit of the Korin Tower, a large white cat, clutching a wooden staff, lounged by a fishbowl, gazing intently into its depths. Though devoid of fish, the bowl displayed a clear image, akin to a scene from a film. Within it, Broly was seen embracing Tais, soaring upward along the Korin Tower. Since when has such a formidable individual appeared on Earth? His strength is inscrutable. I wonder whether this is a blessing or a curse. The cat mused, articulating its thoughts with a hint of concern. Above at the Korin Tower, a spinning top-like object hovered in midair. This object was none other than the temple itself. At its edge stood a Namekian clad in a white robe, inscribed with the character for God upon its chest, his brow furrowed in worry. Beside him was an indescribably dark figure, dressed in traditional Saudi attire. God, this individual seems devoid of malice. though I cannot discern whether his essence is benevolent or malevolent. His actions since arriving on Earth suggest he is not a villain, remarked the dark figure to the robed Namekian, who was called Popo. Indeed, Popo, you raise a valid point. Yet, his power is undeniably immense. The Namekian replied, acknowledging Popo's words with a nod of admiration. With a resounding whoosh and a series of sharp sounds, Broly and Taisi landed firmly atop the temple, disregarding the large cat on the Corin Tower. Greetings, God, Broly said amiably. Wow, is he really a deity? Is this what Namekians look like? Taisi, with her carefree demeanor, seemed unperturbed by the situation. She bounded toward the old deity, eager to touch and assess the Namekian's physique. Suddenly, as she approached within 3 meters of the deity, Popo extended his hand, signaling her to halt. Taisi's forward momentum met an invisible barrier, causing her to stumble and land on the ground with a soft thud. Such a remarkable ability. I must document this for my writing, she exclaimed, her spirit undeterred by the mild setback. Fortunately, Popo's intervention was gentle, sparing Taisi from any harm. That as for Taisi, her father, Dr. Briefs, was not merely a brilliant scientist of his time, but a luminary in the realm of civilization. Though her family possessed great wealth and influence on Earth, Taisi had an unwavering passion for writing. She was a struggling novelist, her prose lacking finesse, her ideas uninspired, and her readership non-existent, rendering her a perennial failure in the literary world. Yet, despite her continuous setbacks, she remained fervently devoted to her craft, often risking her life to gather inspiration for her stories. Witnessing her unwavering enthusiasm amidst repeated failures, Broly felt a profound sense of injustice for her plight. My lady, what did you just refer to me as? The old deity inquired, visibly stirred. He had been sent to Earth at a young age, and now, 3 centuries later, he had yet to encounter another of his kind, leaving him in a state of confusion as he pondered his origins. Hearing someone mention his lineage evoked a wave of excitement within him. Taisi blinked at the old deity, then turned to Broly. How about this, old god? Shall I take you to see your homeland? Broly suggested, shrugging nonchalantly. Oh, I truly have a homeland? The old deity asked, his expression tinged with disbelief. Disregarding the deity's bewilderment, Broly seized him and activated his instant transmission. In an instant, they materialized on Namek. After a brief tour of his homeland, Broly bid farewell to the Grand Elder and others, informing them of his intent to return to Earth for training. The old deity's wish was fulfilled as he discovered his roots and encountered many of his kin. Thus, Broly, the well-meaning hero, facilitated this dual blessing with reluctance. 3 days later, on Earth, at the temple, Broly and the old deity reappeared in the same spot. See, I told you they would return, Taisi cried out, her voice tinged with emotion. What's the matter? Broly asked, momentarily taken aback by her distress. You insufferable man. Why did you whisk the deity away without a word? Do you realize that this dark figure believed I was your accomplice, thinking we intended harm against the deity? If you hadn't returned, he would have taken action against me. Taisi lamented. Her eyes reddened as she wiped away tears. Broly felt helpless in the face of her tears, unable to offer words of comfort. Observing her distress, he felt a pang of discomfort. The once vibrant girl now had red eyes, a testament to her suffering and fear. Stepping forward, Broly gently cupped her lovely face in his hands, using his thumbs to wipe away the remnants of her tears. That I am truly sorry, Taisi. It was thoughtless of me to place you in danger. Broly's tender voice resonated in her ears, coupled with his otherworldly charm and the mysterious aura surrounding him. His presence shattered the barriers that had formed around her heart. In that moment, Taisi gazed at this gentle, considerate, understanding, powerful, and handsome young man, and felt an inexplicable sense of trust in him. Taisi, please, do not cry. If anyone dares to hurt you, I will ensure they pay dearly. My strength is sufficient to obliterate planets the size of Earth, Broly vowed. His words acted like an enchantment, breaking through the final barriers and ushering her into a new realm of emotion. Taisi sensed him penetrating her heart, and at that moment, she realized that in this vast world, only Broly mattered to her. Everything else faded into insignificance. Human beings are creatures of emotion, and love can act as a lurking adversary, ready to strike with a blade, forcing one to navigate the bittersweet existence of life. They found themselves in a blank expanse, an area nearly as vast as Earth. One could hardly fathom such a vast emptiness, especially when the temperature soared to 50 degrees Celsius, coupled with gravity 10 times that of Earth. few would dare to claim they could endure a year in such inhospitable conditions, recalling the original tale. When Goku first entered this realm, he could only endure a couple of months before succumbing. Indeed, this was the room of spirit and time, where a year spent within equated to merely a day in the outside world. In a luminous white expanse, only at the entrance stands a grand structure, adorned with an enormous hourglass towering approximately 10 meters high. This hourglass serves the purpose of measuring time, once the sand from the upper chamber completely descends into the lower. It signifies the passage of a year. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Within this vast, bright realm, the diminutive figure of Broly vigorously swings his fists and legs, vanishing intermittently, only to reappear several hundred meters away. Broly has resided in the hyperbolic time chamber for 9 months. During the initial 3 months, the old Kai diligently imparted the nuances of energy manipulation and the essence of martial arts to Broly. In terms of combat prowess, Broly far surpasses the old Kai, boasting a battle power of at least 60,000, while the old Kai barely exceeds 300. However, when it comes to understanding martial arts and the subtleties of energy manipulation, Broly is still a novice. Thus, he humbly seeks guidance, and the old Kai, eager to forge a beneficial relationship, agrees to accompany him in the time chamber for 3 months, generously sharing his knowledge. It is worth noting that Broly focused solely on mastering energy manipulation and the core principles of martial arts. Merely referencing the old Kai's ultimate techniques, Broly aspires to create his own unique techniques, adhering to the adage that the most suitable methods are indeed the best. Consequently, Broly is resolutely determined to devise his signature moves. After months of contemplation, Broly has finally begun to develop his own set of techniques. Brilliant Starry Sky. With a sweeping motion of his right arm, a multitude of condensed energy spheres materialize within a kilometer radius around him. These energy spheres epitomize Broly's exquisite manipulation of energy, each being a high-density, compressed energy entity that if left undisturbed, they remain dormant. However, upon contact with another's energy wave, they erupt, unleashing a terrifying shockwave capable of melting steel. Deadly Meteor, a compressed laser emitted from his fingertip, though its range is limited, it excels in speed and penetrative power. Nonetheless, one must not underestimate it. For Deadly Meteor can be synergistically employed with Brilliant Starry Sky. By first releasing Brilliant Starry Sky and then unleashing Deadly Meteor, the latter transforms into Broly's ultimate technique, Ultimate Star River. As the Deadly Meteor strikes the foe, it absorbs the energy from Brilliant Starry Sky, morphing into a massive energy wave of immense power. Ultimate Star River also has a second method of release, distinct from the initial straightforward approach. It requires concentration to commune with the cosmos, drawing forth an infinite luminescent energy and combining it with his own energy to emit an ultra-high frequency energy wave. This necessitates that when Broly releases Ultimate Star River, he must articulate each word as one would when launching the Kamehameha with Sun Wukong. The utterance serves merely as a prelude to the technique, with the true objective being energy accumulation. It is crucial to note that Broly extracts cosmic energy, which differs from Sun Wukong's method of gathering his own energy. Infinite Universe. This formidable technique, which Broly painstakingly crafted, represents his ultimate move, a cataclysmic energy blast capable of wide-scale devastation. This technique harnesses his terrifying transcendent power, drawing from the boundless vitality of the cosmos, which he then amalgamates with his own energy, creating a unique form of energy never before seen in this world. This energy, imbued with the essence of cosmic life, radiates a noble and righteous aura. After numerous trials, Broly ultimately comprehends the properties of this energy. It is both gentle like the morning sun, evoking a desire to bask in its warmth, and yet, when confronted with malevolence, it transforms into a righteous judge, mercilessly punishing the wicked. Consequently, Broly contemplates and ultimately decides to name this energy radiant divine power, as both light and righteousness symbolize the antithesis of villainy. The term divine power should not be doubted. For the energy birthed from his transcendent essence undeniably possesses power beyond the divine realm. It is essential to clarify that Infinite Universe is a technique, while radiant divine power is a form of energy. They are not synonymous. However, due to his current capabilities, Broly cannot yet extract a substantial amount of cosmic vitality. It is worth mentioning that this energy is highly repellent to malevolent thoughts. Every living being harbors some form of dark inclination, typically suppressed by reason deep within their consciousness. Yet, Should desire ever surpass rationality, one may find themselves overtaken by darker impulses, acting against their true nature. In order to proficiently wield radiant divine power, Broly has severed his dark inclinations from his soul. In that moment of severance, he felt transformed, adopting a mindset devoid of desire, where everything becomes inconsequential. Whether this transformation is a blessing or a curse remains a mystery to him, and he silently shakes his head. In his pursuit of strength and mastery over radiant divine power, he has indeed cut away his dark inclinations. Is this not a desire in itself? Broly senses that he has unwittingly become a pawn of his own ambitions. If he were to quiet his mind and focus his mental energy on the sky, he would discover that it is shrouded in darkness. It is vital to recognize that within the time chamber, there is no night. The darkness arises from blackened gases obscuring the otherwise white sky. These gases embodying Broly's dark inclinations, filled with desire, greed, and selfishness, which, while originally not powerful, have grown formidable. The rules of the universe remain equitable. Light coexists with darkness, and every force has its counterforce. The blackened gases that blanket the time chamber are a fusion of Broly's malevolent thoughts and the world's negative energies. Time flows swiftly, like a fleeting horse. Unbeknownst to him, 2 years have passed, and Broly is on the verge of turning 9, yet he still retains his diminutive stature, immersed in the enchanting melody of growth. He finds little difficulty enduring the trials of the time chamber. As Broly enhances his energy, an overwhelming pressure begins to rise within the previously empty space, and a furious gale howls past. Gradually, the entire realm trembles, with ceaseless energy currents ravaging the atmosphere, despite the absence of governing laws in this auxiliary space. Green arcs of electricity crackle through the air, emitting chilling hissing sounds that send shivers down one's spine. The arcs proliferate, the sky quakes, the earth shakes, and bolts of lightning, thick as a bowl, descend from above. Broly channels his fury, his forehead veins bulging, fists clenched tightly. As the veins in his arms swell with intensity, this moment, the aura surrounding Broly fluctuates between green and white, matched by his wild hairstyle and fierce brows. Boom! The eruption of his furious energy, akin to a volcanic explosion, releases a dense green aura imbued with radiant golden brilliance, soaring toward the heavens before gradually condensing. His golden green hair defies gravity. His face wears a fierce and resolute expression, and his golden green eyes radiate an unyielding ferocity, accompanied by a wild and untamed aura. Indeed, this is the legendary Super Saiyan, Broly. Broly surveyed his surroundings. The vibrant green aura encircled him, radiating a dazzling golden light. Tugging at a lock of his hair, he brought it closer to his eyes, confirming its golden green hue, which put his mind at ease. After 2 arduous years of training, he had effortlessly unlocked the transformation into Super Saiyan. And remarkably, he had not succumbed to madness. Feeling the terrifying energy within him, capable of obliterating stars with a single punch, a smirk of pride crept upon his lips. Quietly calculating, he realized that his combat power had increased nearly 100-fold since his transformation. Previously, during his training in the hyperbolic time chamber, his combat power hovered around 60,000. After 2 years of systematic and intense training, he could only speculate how much it had grown. At the very least, it should surpass 1 million. Post-transformation, it would undoubtedly exceed 1 billion, and he was merely 9 years old. He mused that he ought to venture into the universe to find a place capable of measuring combat power. Suddenly, a thought struck him. In the original storyline, Broly went mad after transforming, his eyes turning white. He pondered the color of his own eyes now, feeling a surge of excitement. However, the transformation had left the space in disarray. Fortunately, this was the hyperbolic time chamber. Had it been on Earth, it might have caused earthquakes and tsunamis, shaking the world to its core. Oh no, it had been over 2 years. Would the exit disappear? He needed to hurry back and check. Snapped from his joyful reverie, Broly shot towards the entrance like a beam of green light. In an instant, he covered the distance of several dozen miles. Upon seeing that the entrance still existed, he let out a sigh of relief, though confusion lingered in his mind. Wasn't it said that a person could only remain in the hyperbolic time chamber for 2 years? If they exceeded that time, the exit would vanish, trapping them forever. Yet here he was, clearly over the limit, and the exit remained intact. Was it possible that, due to his higher dimensional life form, he existed outside the rules? He recalled that in the original story, once one reached the level of Super Saiyan 3, the chamber could no longer confine them. Could it be that he had inadvertently reached that level? No, That seemed implausible. Broly shook his head in self-deprecation. Even with his exceptional lineage, it was inconceivable to attain such a formidable level in just 2 years. The answer was clear. It must be the result of his higher dimensional life form. Lost in thought, Broly arrived at the exit and hesitated before opening the door. If he was not bound by the rules, perhaps he should continue training for a while longer. This would not only solidify his Super Saiyan transformation but also allow him to grow faster. He felt incredibly comfortable in his Super Saiyan state, and more importantly, he found it undeniably cool. Thus, Broly resolved to train a bit longer to stabilize his realm, intending to present himself in his Super Saiyan form in the future. After all, who had ever seen a god battle without transforming? Acting on impulse, Broly consumed a Senzu Bean to replenish his energy and prepared to resume training when suddenly, the door of the hyperbolic time chamber creaked open. Who has entered? Broly turned in confusion. Broly, you rascal. You're fine after all. Why haven't you come out after 2 days? I thought you were lost in there. Taiz complained with an air of concern. Upon hearing Taiz's words, Broly felt a surge of happiness. It was unexpected that she cared for him. It turned out that Taiz had heard from the old Kai that a person could only remain in the hyperbolic time chamber for 2 days. If they exceeded that time, the exit would vanish, trapping them forever. As the minutes ticked by and Broly did not emerge, she hurriedly opened the door to check on him. However, as soon as Taiz stepped into the chamber, she was immediately weighed down by 10 times the normal gravity. Ugh, fool! How could your frail body withstand this? Broly exclaimed, transforming into a green beam of light, scooping Taiz up, and soaring out of the hyperbolic time chamber. He swiftly retrieved a Senzu Bean and crushed it, feeding it to her. 10 times the gravity was no laughing matter. As an ordinary person, Taiz weighed around 45 to 49 kilograms. Under such conditions, her body would be subjected to a weight of 450 to 490 kilograms. Could her slender frame endure that? In the brief moment she had entered the chamber, her bones would have sustained catastrophic injuries if she had remained even a second longer. After swallowing the Senzu Bean, Taiz instantly regained her health. Her face flushed as she stammered, I was just worried about you. Now put me down. It's not like I've never carried you before. Why are you embarrassed? Broly teased with a laugh. Humph. By the way, are you really only 6 years old? You seem more mature than some adults, Taiz remarked playfully. Wrong. I am already 9 years old. Don't forget, I just spent 2 years in the hyperbolic time chamber. Broly declared proudly. But aside from your hair, eyebrows, and eyes changing color, why hasn't your body changed at all? Taiz asked, puzzled. That's because of the Scions. Broly explained the Scion growth cycle to Taiz. After listening, she finally understood. Broly then elaborated that he needed to stay in the chamber for a while longer before leaving the sacred world. Taiz shrugged nonchalantly, indicating that she was fine with whatever he chose to do. After exchanging a few words with the old Kai and the black Kai, Broly re-entered the hyperbolic time chamber to continue his arduous training in the serene, bright space of the hyperbolic time chamber. Broly sat cross-legged, his youthful face remaining expressionless, save for the occasional furrowing of his brow. If a master were present, they would recognize that Broly was engaged in mental space training, within the mental space. Yeehaw! Initially, Broly battled with several copies of himself, but as he was pressed into a corner, he decided to fight with all his might. Raising his right hand high, he performed a simple energy-gathering technique, conjuring a pitch-black energy bubble in his palm. Within that bubble, countless green light points danced, with a few seeping through the black barrier, transforming into electric arcs that crackled around it. This was Broly's ultimate technique. Infinite Universe. With a powerful shout, he hurled the terrifying energy sphere outward. Of course, the life force of the universe was exceedingly precious, and Broly was not willing to waste it lightly, especially not the more advanced divine light energy. With his current energy levels, he was not yet capable of purifying it in large quantities to convert it into divine light energy. Thus, this energy sphere did not contain any divine light energy. Observing the enormous energy sphere, thousands of meters in diameter and exuding immense pressure, several of Broly's copies immediately assumed positions to perform the ultimate galaxy energy wave. Others stretched out their hands, attempting to push this fearsome energy sphere back toward Broly's main body. But what is an ultimate technique? Even with their combined strength, they were like a manish trying to stop a chariot. As time passed, they were ultimately consumed by the endless energy vortex, merging back with Broly's main body amidst a colossal mushroom cloud and the rapidly expanding shockwaves. What is skill? Skill is the ability to inflict the maximum damage with the minimum effort. A technique unleashed with a combat power of 100 million could deal damage of 1 billion or even 2 billion. depending on the technique's potency. With a deep breath, Broly opened his eyes. Releasing a long sigh of relief, he then relaxed completely, lying back down to enjoy close contact with the white ground. Time truly flies. Before he knew it, over a year had passed again. It had been more than 7 years since he crossed over. And he was nearly 11 years old now. At this time, Bulma should also be around 11 years old, right? Broly sighed, observing his current aura, which could be described as calm and undisturbed, without taking any action. He resembled an ordinary person. He recalled the time when he first transformed into a Super Saiyan, the overwhelming power that was completely beyond his control, akin to a battery leaking electricity or a typhoon howling, ready to make landfall at any moment. But now, Broly's aura was restrained, steady as a mountain, unaffected by the winds from any direction. He remained a gentle breeze brushing against the hills, or the bright moon illuminating the great river. This was a state of mind, a return to simplicity. Henceforth, Broly would refine his skills daily, becoming adept in his craft, moving with the flow of his heart's desires. Presently, in the universe, with his battle prowess, he likely had no enemies left. After enduring over 3 years of rigorous training and immense mental pressure, always in a state of tension, he pondered whether it might be time for a leisurely sojourn through the cosmos. Yes, that decided then. He would bring Tai Si along. Despite her carefree demeanor, she was quite pleasant, he mused with a chuckle. Broly lay flat on the ground, feeling quite content. Lost in his thoughts, he soon drifted into slumber. Having never once slackened his efforts in training, this sudden relaxation led him to an unintentional sleep. Upon emerging from the hyperbolic time chamber, his large eyes scanned the vicinity. The old Kai and the enigmatic Black Bobo were, as usual, stationed at the edge of the temple, observing the daily rhythms of Earth. Meanwhile, Tai Si was inexplicably engrossed in a laptop, her fingers dancing across the keyboard, occasionally furrowing her brow in contemplation before resuming her typing. Broly approached her silently from behind, observing for a moment. It turned out she was writing a manuscript. After all, although she was not a renowned author, she was still a struggling writer, and surely there were a few readers who enjoyed her work. Therefore, she could not afford to let her updates lapse. She had a responsibility to her audience. Indeed, his return to simplicity, coupled with a state of reverie and an otherworldly aura, was quite remarkable. Even as he stood behind Tai Si, his nose almost brushing against her hair, he inhaled her scent, which was both soothing and inviting, compelling him to relax. Such intimate proximity went unnoticed by Tai Si, and Broly felt a sense of satisfaction with his subdued aura. He gently reached out, tenderly lifting a strand of her hair and smoothing it down. It's you. You may come out now. Tai Si, sensing the unusual sensation in her hair, turned around in confusion. And upon seeing Broly, showed no signs of discomfort. It was evident that in her heart, Broly had already become an accepted, close friend. Well, it seems our training has reached a pause. Are you heading home now? Shall I escort you? Broly, pleased by her lack of reproach for his actions, thought to himself that there was potential for further development, and nodded as he shared his situation. Oh, then I must thank you for making the trip. Tai Si replied playfully, closing her laptop and preparing to depart. Without further ado, Broly stepped forward, wrapping his arm around her slender waist, which many young girls would envy, and bid farewell to the old Kai. With a whoosh, they soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of green light as they glided towards the Western Hemisphere. As for why they did not use instant transmission, well, unless Broly's head had been caught in a door, he would not resort to such measures with Tai Si. During their journey, the two conversed about various topics, deepening their understanding of one another. However, good times are often fleeting, despite Broly flying at a leisurely pace. After more than an hour, they finally arrived at the Western Hemisphere. Embracing Tai Si, Broly gazed at the monumental metropolis below, the largest city in the Western Hemisphere, West City. That building over there is my home. Tai Si declared boldly, a testament to her status as one of the premier affluent individuals in the Dragon Ball world, referring to her residence as that building. It is worth noting that this was one of the 5 major cities of Earth's civilization. It was akin to someone telling a newly acquainted friend from the countryside, "My home is in Shanghai, where I have a whole estate. Shall we fly right in? Will we be attacked by dogs? Or mistaken for thieves?" Tai Si shot Broly an exasperated glance, impatiently urging him to descend. "Yes, let us land in the garden at the back." Tai Si exclaimed as she was unexpectedly embraced and dropped from the sky. A voice, strikingly similar to Tai Si's, resounded. However, this voice was noticeably more mature, And who might this charming young gentleman be? Can I borrow him from you for a date? A blonde lady, appearing to be in her early 20s and cradling a teddy bear, made this astonishing remark. Broly felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Fortunately, he was somewhat prepared, having encountered such lines on television in his previous life, often spoken by the very lady before him. Curiosity piqued, Broly wondered about Tai C's mother. Was she even human? After all, Tai C was already 19, yet her mother appeared to be no more than 25. Indeed, the woman before them was Tai C's biological mother. Mom, please be serious. And Broly is, well, my savior. No, my boyfriend. Tai C, well aware of her mother's temperament, helplessly explained. She emphasized the last few words with deliberate clarity. Though, a savior, you say? That means your bond with Tai C must be even closer. Her mother teased. Mom, Tai C huffed, annoyed. All right, you two haven't tea eaten yet, so why don't you wait in the dining room while I go fetch your father to meet your adorable boyfriend? Tai C's mother, a forthright individual, finished her sentence and, without waiting for Tai C's response, turned and left with her teddy bear. Hee hee, Tai C, your mother is truly wonderful to you, Broly remarked, his tone laden with implication. What are you trying to say? Tai C asked, momentarily puzzled, her expression a mix of curiosity and disbelief. Of course, I'm referring to how you have a powerful and handsome boyfriend now, Broly proudly replied, tilting his head with a teasing grin. Humph, you're taking advantage of me. Tai C finally caught on, and as she spoke, she playfully attempted to hit Broly with her small fists. However, despite her impressive height of nearly 175 meters in the Dragon Ball world, height did not equate to strength. Thus, the outcome was already determined. Her playful punches against Broly were merely a source of pain for herself, and nothing more. Scions are all monsters. How can their bodies be so tough? Tai C complained, rubbing her tender hands and pouting in dissatisfaction. Well, not all scions are as powerful as I am. Broly replied honestly that yes, they chatted and teased each other. They arrived at Tai C's family dining room. Overall, her villa was impressively large, sprawling over approximately 18,000 square meters. An astonishing sight. 18,000 square meters equated to dimensions of over 30 li. Naturally, such a grand estate could not be fully occupied. About 95% of the area served as an ecological park, home to various pets, including dinosaurs, nurtured by Dr. Briefs, Tai C's father. Roughly 3% of the area was dedicated to Dr. Briefs' research laboratory, where numerous groundbreaking inventions emerged. Only about 2% comprised a massive 5-story building, serving as the residence for Tai C's family and a multitude of servants. Tai C, aren't you planning to inherit your father's business? Broly inquired as they sat at the dining table, awaiting their meal, engaging in casual conversation. Tai C, you've truly returned. I heard from your mother that you brought home a boyfriend. At first, I didn't quite believe it. But now it seems to be true. At that moment, an elderly gentleman, his hair a pale shade of blue, cigar in mouth, adorned with scholarly glasses, and sporting a disheveled beard around his lips, approached the dining table while scrutinizing Broly. He appeared rather unrefined, though he was actually middle-aged. In truth, Dr. Briefs was not old. He merely looked aged due to his dedication to research, leaving him little time for personal grooming. Hello, Dr. Briefs, I am Broly. He greeted politely with a wave of his hand. Ah, so you are Broly. What a wonderful name. However, being so young and involved with ties might not be the best for your health, Dr. Briefs remarked, echoing the surprising candor of Mrs. Briefs. Broly was taken aback by Dr. Briefs' words, never having anticipated that a simple greeting could incite such cultured discourse. Indeed, a doctor is a doctor. Dad. Ties felt her face flush, torn between indignation and incredulity. She was well aware of her parents' penchant for jest, knowing their hearts were pure despite their teasing. It seems I have struck a chord. Ties, you ought to exercise moderation. Broly is still growing and must be careful, Dr. Briefs continued, only to be interrupted by Ties' exclamation. Dad, don't concern yourself with this, I know, and it's not as you imagine. Ties attempted to explain, but was cut off by another voice. So, how is Ties' little boyfriend? Quite impressive. SNT. You didn't believe me before, did you? The voice belonged to Mrs. Briefs, who had called Dr. Briefs and then brought in their youngest daughter, the 11-year-old Bulma, who followed closely behind her mother. Mrs. Briefs was accompanied by a little girl with pale blue hair. Clearly a beauty in the making, likely to rival Ties in her youth. Sister, You've been away for over 3 months. Where have you been playing? Do tell me. Bulma inquired with a curious enthusiasm, leaving Ties with no opportunity to clarify the earlier conversation. However, Bulma seemed oblivious to Ties' increasingly darkening expression, persistently probing. Sister, I read your book yesterday and found your writing style has ample room for improvement. All right, now that everyone is here, let's serve the food. Wong. Dr. Briefs waved his hand to summon the butler. Soon, the atmosphere turned quiet, not due to their refined manners while dining, but rather because of Broly's astonishingly voracious appetite, which left everyone in AWE.AT that moment. Dr. Briefs contemplated whether he could dissect Broly to study the essence of this extraordinary being. The fleeting joys of life are indeed the most ephemeral. After settling in Ties' home, aside from maintaining his daily meditative practices, Broly engaged in playful banter with Ties or shared tales of cosmic wonders with Bulma, both reveling in their light-hearted exchanges. Occasionally, he would have casual conversations with Mrs. Briefs, although always initiated by her. This leisurely existence saw the calendar pages turn swiftly. 3 months had passed since Broly took residence with Ties. Ties, Bulma, I intend to embark on a period of training, Broly announced one evening as the trio lay in the garden, gazing at the stars. Broly reclined on the grass, hands behind his head, with Ties and Bulma seated on either side of him. Can't you train at home? Must you go away? Bulma inquired, her tone brimming with reluctance and concern. Are you heading to the temple? Ties asked, initially taken aback, then responded with a calm demeanor. No, I wish to explore the demon realm. I've heard tales of its formidable warriors, and I want to see if they hold true, Broly stated confidently. Science grows stronger through combat, as evidenced by Goku's journey in the original tale. It is clear why he consistently outpaces Vegeta. While Vegeta isolates himself for intense training, Goku thrives in battle, even in death, continuously fighting in the afterlife. Thus, Broly yearned to test himself against the legendary Demon King Dabura. Known for his Super Saiyan full-power combat prowess and gauge his own strength, Broly possessed an acute understanding of the levels of Super Saiyans. In the original narrative, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan out of rage and defeated Frieza. But that was an initial transformation rather than a natural breakthrough. It was later, after a year of training on Yardrat, that Goku truly mastered the Super Saiyan form, having returned from Yardrat as a genuine Super Saiyan. During the Android Saga, Vegeta, who had also achieved the initial Super Saiyan form, was brutally defeated by Android 18. However, after rigorous training in the Room of Spirit and Time, he surpassed the Super Saiyan level, attaining what is known as the Super Saiyan Beyond form. Vegeta, in this form, vanquished Cell after he absorbed Android 17, highlighting the significant leaps in power with each minor tier within the Super Saiyan realm. Dabura, the Demon King, is a figure of immense strength, possessing the Super Saiyan full power form, a level beyond even Vegeta's advancements over a decade later. Yet, the 11-year-old Broly boldly declared his intention to challenge Dabura. It must be noted that Goku and Vegeta's Super Saiyan transformations were acquired through rigorous training, and their battle power multiplier does not compare to Broly, the innate Super Saiyan. Broly's legendary transformation boasts a 100-fold increase in battle power, whereas Goku and Vegeta's initial Super Saiyan forms only yield a 50-fold increase. Only after breaking through their limits did they achieve greater multipliers, such as the 75-fold increase in the Super Saiyan Beyond form. Subsequently, the full-power Super Saiyan transformation also offers a 100-fold boost, akin to Broly's legendary form. It can be said that Broly, as an innate Super Saiyan, awakens in a full-power state. However, the reason for his unique golden-green hue remains a mystery, as Goku and Vegeta exhibit golden hair and emerald eyes, while Broly possesses hair and eyes of a golden-green shade. True to his nature as a doer, Broly wasted no time. The following morning, after breakfast, he bid farewell to Ties and Bulma and, utilizing his dimensional instant transmission, sensed the location of the Demon Realm and swiftly entered with a flourish. The Demon Realm, it presented a gloomy landscape. The dark red sky adorned with a blood moon, creating an eerie atmosphere. The ground was littered with faint traces of blood, and scattered bones protruded from the earth. Those of faint heart would likely succumb to madness within days in such a place. The chaos was palpable, yet, emboldened by his prowess, Broly surveyed the surroundings of the Demon Realm before embarking on a quest to seek out formidable foes. After all, Broly was not here for a leisurely visit. He had come to make his mark. Upon sensing the surroundings, it became evident that the Demon Realm was indeed vast. Yet the number of formidable beings was rather scarce. Broly had traversed thousands of miles without encountering a single worthy adversary. Of course, this was in the context of Broly's own standards. For someone of his caliber, the absence of formidable beings was notable. It is worth mentioning that Broly, at present, was at a level of power that even he himself could not fully comprehend. However, he possessed a certain awareness of his combat prowess, if one were to quantify it. Throughout the years of training in the hyperbolic time chamber, Broly had approximately reached a regular combat power of 5 million. This was not an unbelievable feat. In the original narrative, Frieza had attained his golden form in just 3 months of training, a form that was comparable to Super Saiyan Blue. Presently, with Broly's base power hovering around 5 million. And considering the 100-fold augmentation from his Super Saiyan transformation, he was effectively wielding a combat power of nearly 500 million. Furthermore, when combined with the full potency of the Abyssal Demon armor and the complete enhancement from the realm of illusions, Broly could unleash a staggering combat power of 1.5 billion. Thus, at his current level, he truly found it difficult to regard anyone as a worthy opponent, which explained why he had flown for thousands of miles within the demon realm without encountering a single notable rival. Suddenly, a tremendous sound echoed from afar. Catching Broly's attention, he sensed 2 powerful energies approaching, one with an intensity of approximately 900 million, and another slightly weaker, around 700 million. Olaf, you scoundrel, you have wronged my sister. I shall slay you today to bring peace to her spirit. Broly sat upon a massive rock, observing 2 demons in the distance. The tale unfolded thus. A demon named Olaf had conspired with his lover to cause the demise of his former girlfriend. The demon now battling Olaf was the brother of that very girlfriend, driven by vengeance to confront Olaf. Khan, you misunderstand me. How could I harm Kalen? I loved her dearly. Olaf pleaded. I shall believe you in an instant. You scoundrel, die, Khan roared, unleashing a devastating attack. Why bother, Khan? You cannot defeat me. Olaf lamented, forced into a passive defense. Khan, we trained together under the East Demon Lord, shared food and sleep, as close as brothers. You know what kind of person I am. How could I harm Kalen? Olaf unleashed a wave of energy, colliding with Khan's attack, while continuing to persuade him. Listening to Olaf's words, Khan appeared momentarily distracted, his energy wave diminishing subconsciously. Just then, Olaf unleashed a full-force attack, tripling the previous wave's power. Haha, Khan, you're still a novice. Prepare to die. Demon S-Might, descend, Olaf declared, as Khan, who had been holding back his strength, confirmed his suspicions about Olaf's actions against his sister. Enraged, Khan's power surged to a terrifying level, doubling his combat strength from 700 million to 1400 million. The overwhelming torrent of energy pushed back Olaf's wave, swiftly engulfing him. No, it's impossible. How can your power be so immense? Olaf cried out, his voice fading as he vanished within Khan's shockwave. Humph, scoundrel, dying like this is too lenient for you. Khan scoffed, spitting disdainfully. Congratulations, my friend, you have avenged your sister. Broly remarked, rising to acknowledge Khan as he approached. When and where did you arrive? Wait, you are not a demon. How did you come to the demon realm? Khan's initial surprise at Broly's words turned to realization as he recognized that Broly was not of demon lineage. Do not be alarmed. My name is Broly. I have come to the demon realm in search of powerful opponents, and you seem quite promising. How about a duel? Initially indifferent, Broly felt a surge of excitement as Khan's power soared to 1400 million. He could hardly contain his eagerness to engage in battle, perhaps a sign of his Saiyan heritage. Broly mused inwardly that I have no quarrel with you. Why should I fight? I do not engage in meaningless battles. Khan replied, his expression cold and unyielding. But that is not for you to decide. Prepare yourself, Broly exclaimed, launching a wave of energy before swiftly closing the distance to land a punch on Khan's face. Following it with a relentless barrage of blows. As Broly unleashed a sudden fury, a green flame of rage enveloped him. However, Khan had been on high alert since Broly's arrival, sensing an indiscernible threat. Humph, you are merely causing a ruckus. Today, I shall teach you that the demon realm is not a place for outsiders to act with impunity. Khan swiftly evaded, exiting the fray, and soared to clash head-on with Broly once more. An unnecessary display of bravado. Boom! The sky and earth quaked as explosive shockwaves erupted from their colliding fists, shattering nearby mountains and sending shockwaves across the terrain. Each clash unleashed over 30 billion in terrifying combat power. their rapid exchanges generating energy capable of obliterating planets, igniting a fervor that electrified the air. Ah! A pain cry escaped Broly as he was caught off guard by Khan's swift kick, sending him plummeting from thousands of meters into the ground below, creating a massive crater in the blood-red terrain of the demon realm. The sheer force was evident as the impact transformed the landscape into a chaotic scene. "Ha! You've fallen for my trick," Broly exclaimed, teleporting above Khan and bringing down a powerful blow, burying him once more into the freshly created pit, further devastating the Earth. Go forth, infinite universe. As Broly unleashed this attack, a wave of regret washed over him. During his training in the spiritual realm, the infinite universe had never failed him, consistently annihilating his foes. Thus, he had grown accustomed to relying on it. But this was the real world. One strike of the infinite universe could lead to untold devastation. Khan, just rising from the ground, felt a suffocating pressure and looked up in alarm, his mouth agape in horror as he realized Broly's intent to obliterate the demon realm. The overwhelming aura, the sense of impending doom, and the engulfing darkness flooded Khan's soul, leaving him trembling before Broly's power. In that critical moment, Broly swiftly teleported, seizing Khan and evading for over 100,000 miles. Boom! The entire eastern continent of the demon realm shook violently, with devastating tremors felt for hundreds of miles, molten lava erupting from the ground, and hurricanes of immense magnitude wreaking havoc, even after they had fled over 100,000 miles. The shockwave from the explosion soon reached them, and the furious winds and torrents of energy sent both Broly and Khan flying, leaving them to lose consciousness as the world spun around them. One could only imagine the magnitude of such catastrophic energy. Super Saions were but larger ants in comparison. In the heart of the demon realm, amidst a sprawling and majestic city, a grand palace stood at its center. Suddenly, the eastern continent trembled violently. "Who dares unleash such a terrifying attack upon my territory?" A middle-aged man, his head crowned with flowing white hair and clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds and golden edges, spoke with a stern demeanor before vanishing within the palace. The supreme ruler of the demon realm is the Demon King Depura, who commands the 4 demon lords, each governing the 4 cardinal continents. This white-haired individual is the Eastern Demon Lord, known as Tiansheng, who has been renowned for thousands of years and possesses combat prowess that closely rivals that of the Demon King Depura. Tiansheng is capable of unleashing a terrifying combat power of 2.8 billion when fully exerted. In contrast, the Demon King Depura wields the might of a Super Saiyan at full power, with his combat strength estimated between 3.6 to 4 billion. The fighting abilities of Demon King Depura are nearly on par with those of the formidable Lightning Cell. In a flash, the Eastern Demon Lord Tiansheng appeared at the center of the explosive aftermath of the infinite universe. His brow furrowed as he contemplated whether his full-force strike could yield such immense power. Suddenly, Tiansheng sensed 2 faint auras nearby. "There you are," he thought, a smirk forming on his lips, "daring to act recklessly in my domain. I shall seize this opportunity to eliminate you." Tiansheng recognized the unfamiliar yet weak presence of Broly, and he resolved to take advantage of the situation to slay this audacious intruder. With a roar, Tiansheng transformed into a streak of light, traversing tens of thousands of miles in mere seconds to reach the unconscious forms of Broly and Khan. Surveying the area, he identified Khan as his disciple, while Broly was undoubtedly the one who had unleashed the attack. Without hesitation, Tiansheng extended his finger, firing a crimson beam that pierced through Broly's heart with a sickening sound. Ugh! Broly coughed up blood. Jolted from his stupor by the excruciating pain in that moment, he felt as though his very soul was about to escape his body, his physical form growing increasingly heavy. He momentarily glimpsed the imposing figure of the King of Hell, beckoning him, an overwhelming sense of dread washing over him. In a flash of clarity, he quickly retrieved a few senzu beans from his spatial pocket and hastily stuffed them into his mouth. With a gulp, the senzu beans instantaneously transformed into vital energy, flooding Broly's body, healing his wounds and revitalizing his heart. Gradually, he regained his strength, the disorienting sensation fading away, and simultaneously, the latent abilities of his Saiyan bloodline were triggered. Broly had truly returned from the brink of death. Consequently, his base combat power surged multiple times over, skyrocketing to over 23 million. A significant increase from his previous 5.5 million. The characteristics of the Saiyan race dictate that as they grow stronger through combat, their potential accumulates. If one were to teeter on the edge of death, such potential would convert into power, enhancing their physical abilities. However, lingering too long on the brink of death is a precarious endeavor. A severe wound could lead to demise, while a lighter injury would fail to activate the bloodline's potential. In the face of Tianqing's astonished expression, Broly nonchalantly rose to his feet, brushing the dust from his attire. He took a deep breath, and with a resounding roar, a blinding golden-green aura erupted from him, overwhelming Tianqing with its oppressive force. The Eastern Demon Lord trembled internally, comparing Broly to the Demon King Depura. At that moment, Broly's base power stood at over 23 million, and his Super Saiyan transformation approached 2.4 billion, augmented further by the Abyssal Demon Set and the 3 artifacts of the Realm of Days. Collectively enhancing his power by 200%, Broly's combat strength had now reached an astounding 7.2 billion, rendering Tianqing's 2.8 billion power merely that of a slightly larger insect in his presence. Ignoring Tianqing's shock, Broly assessed himself, clenching his fist imbued with explosive energy, and for a fleeting moment, he felt invincible, as if no foe could challenge him. He shook his head, aware that this sensation was merely an illusion. He knew full well that dozens of adversaries remained whom he could not defeat, including several from Universe 7, such as Majin Buu, Lord Beerus, and Whis. The other 11 universes were teeming with formidable foes. Pride would be his downfall. Casting a glance at Khan, who lay nearby, Broly shook his head and retrieved another Senzu Bean. Approaching his loyal companion, he held Khan in high regard, admiring his deep sense of loyalty. After feeding Khan the Senzu Bean, Broly turned his attention back to Tianqing. Regarding this middle-aged man with the white hair who had acted so generously, Broly resolved that he must make him disappear. Although Tianqing's actions had inadvertently contributed to Broly's current strength, Broly did not believe that Tianqing had done so out of goodwill when he pierced through his heart. Thus, Broly intended to reciprocate by piercing through Tianqing's heart and obliterating the entire eastern continent of the demon realm. Establishing his own reputation while declaring that Broly's authority was not to be trifled with, as his power expanded, so too did Broly's arrogance, his demeanor growing increasingly imperious. Great Lord, spare me, Tianqing pleaded, gazing into Broly's cold visage and frigid eyes. Surrounded by the furious golden-green aura, he felt as though he were trapped in a frigid chamber, the once mighty demon lord now gripped by fear, trembling uncontrollably. Hey, when you arrive in the underworld, be sure to inform King Yama that it was I, Broly, who annihilated you, and it was I, Broly, who destroyed the eastern continent of the demon realm. With that declaration, Broly unleashed his ultimate combat power, reaching 7.2 billion, emanating an overwhelming aura that resonated throughout the demon realm. Prepare to welcome reincarnation, an energy sphere, several thousand meters in diameter, encircled by silver rings and green arcs, resembling a black hole, descended upon the eastern demon lord Tianqing. This formidable energy ball, a manifestation of the infinite universe imbued with divine light, would unleash a cataclysmic storm that would reverberate throughout the cosmos. For this was the demon realm, and it harbored an unyielding vendetta against evil. Broly had calculated that this attack from the infinite universe would amplify his combat power by a factor of 15. With the addition of divine light, it would multiply the effect by another 15. Grasping Khan, he teleported directly to the central continent of the demon realm, situated across the Mediterranean from the eastern continent. Broly and Khan stood millions of miles away from their previous location, both eagerly gazing towards the eastern continent. Yet their motivations diverged. Khan's excitement stemmed from concern for his homeland, while Broly's was fueled by exhilaration. Eager to witness the might of his newly forged energy, little did Broly know that he had miscalculated the damage. He had previously assumed that 7.2 billion multiplied by 30 equaled 216 billion in energy explosion. However, this was a flawed calculation. The correct method involved multiplying 7.2 billion by 2 factors of 15, equating to 1,620 billion. It is crucial to understand that this was not simply 7.2 billion multiplied by 30. It involved the addition of distinct energies. Broly's combat strength was 7.2 billion, and the infinite universe attack represented an explosion of energy amplified by 15, with divine light's 15-fold enhancement added in. This resulted in a staggering multiplication of 225 times. Therefore, the preceding attack amounted to 7.2 billion multiplied by 225, not 30, as the moment of detonation arrived. The very fabric of space within the demon realm cried out in anguish. The once blood-red sky was illuminated, as if celestial beings descended from the heavens to purify the demon realm. Seconds later, the violent tremors reached the central continent, the sky marred by a web of cracks. A testament to the dimensional barriers being violently torn apart. A minute later, a terrifying shockwave, soaring thousands of meters high and shimmering in silver gray, surged forth, accompanied by vaporized seawater that howled through the realm, vaporizing everything in its path, leaving the surroundings in utter desolation, as even the very essence of space was left fragmented, showing no signs of abating. Witnessing such a scene, Broly's eyes widened in astonishment. In a split second, he grasped Khan and teleported once more, retreating tens of thousands of miles to the west, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. 2 minutes have passed since the cataclysmic explosion. At the juncture of the central continent and the western continent, here, violent earthquakes shake the ground, tectonic plates rise, and molten flames surge forth from the depths of the earth, either gushing or pouring onto the surface. The sky is ablaze with a torrential rain of fire, while the ground transforms into rivers and lakes of searing crimson lava. The heavens are riddled with fractures resembling shattered glass, and within some of the larger fissures, shadows of other worlds can faintly be discerned. Gazing upon this apocalyptic tableau, Broly can scarcely believe that this devastation is of his own making. He had merely intended to obliterate the eastern continent. Yet, judging by the scene before him, it seems that the demon realm now consists solely of the western continent. The 5 continents of the demon realm have been ravaged. The eastern continent has been utterly reduced to nothingness, while the southern and northern central continents are nearly obliterated. How could such overwhelming power, with an energy level of 216 billion, yield such catastrophic results? Broly silently grapples with his thoughts. Could he have miscalculated something? Was it not 30 multiplied by 72, but rather 15 multiplied by 15 multiplied by 72, leading to an explosive energy of 16,200 billion? Broly gasps in disbelief that I am the western continent of the demon realm. Within the demon lord's palace, King Depura is bewildered. What has transpired in our realm? Moments ago, the entirety of the demon realm was trembling, on the brink of shattering. The eastern continent has vanished, and the southern and northern central continents are nearly non-existent. Have we angered someone powerful, prompting them to annihilate the demon realm? The western demon lord, having just escaped from the central continent via a teleportation array, turns to Depura. No, this is not the aura of Lord Beerus, but a form of energy unlike any I have encountered, Depura asserts after a glance at the western demon lord. What in the world has caused this calamity? The population of the demon realm has dwindled by nearly 80%. The western demon lord, an elder with purple hair, wears a face of despair akin to one mourning a lost child. You should be more concerned about whether the remaining western continent will be in peril before speculating further. Depura feels irked each time he witnesses the western demon lord's indecisive demeanor. Had it not been for the limited number of formidable beings in their realm, he would have long since replaced him. In the God of Destruction realm, a striking figure with white hair, handsome features, and dressed in a black and red robe sits beneath a colossal ancient tree. What an unfamiliar yet powerful aura. It rivals that of Lord Beerus. I must discover the source. Suddenly, he senses something astonishing and, after uttering a phrase, strikes the ground with his staff. A dark orb atop the staff reveals an image. If Broly were present, he would recognize the horrific state of the demon realm depicted within. Goodness, it appears a terrifying and destruction-loving entity has emerged in the 7th universe. A relatively strong demon realm has been reduced to such a state. Should this individual reach the realm of humanity, the consequences would be dire. It seems Lord Beerus must be roused from slumber sooner than anticipated. It would be troublesome to awaken him mid-rest, for he is known to become irate. The handsome man glances at a slumbering light purple sloth within the tree, hesitating on whether to awaken it. Let me first ascertain who is behind this mischief. After a while, the handsome man is astonished to find that he is unable to identify the perpetrator responsible for the devastation of the majority of the demon realm. How peculiar. I cannot see who the offender is. Could it be that their dimension surpasses mine? He muses, filled with both surprise and confusion. I in the Supreme Kai realm, a middle-aged man with white hair and red skin, clad in peculiar attire, trembles as he addresses a youthful figure with pointed ears and a white, rooster-combed hairstyle. Supreme Kai, a significant portion of the demon realm has just been destroyed. Jebbit, could this be the doing of Beerus? Shouldn't he be asleep right now? Inquires the young Supreme Kai, named Asen. The duo comprises the Supreme Kai and his attendant, or apprentice Supreme Kai. I cannot say for certain, but this is undoubtedly not the work of Lord Beerus, Jebbit asserts confidently. That is true, after all. Lord Beerus is notoriously lazy, often neglecting his own duties. How could he possibly concern himself with the affairs of the demon realm? Asen appears rather feeble, for although he holds the title of Supreme Kai, he harbors a profound fear of the god of destruction, Beerus. Meanwhile, Broly remains in a state of shock over his own handiwork. unaware that his actions have already drawn the attention of the gods of the seventh universe. At the juncture of the central and western continents, after more than an hour has passed, Khan, having recovered from the visual shock of the explosion, looks at Broly in disbelief and asks, "How did you accomplish this?" Broly is at a loss for words, unsure how to explain, and ultimately decides to remain silent. He cannot very well admit ignorance about the magnitude of his own power. He certainly does not wish to appear inept. Especially when others boast of his prowess, Khan suddenly interjects, "Do not flatter him. At the time of the attack, Broly had no idea what he was doing. If that were the case, it would be quite embarrassing. They say our demon race is ruthless. Yet today I realize that compared to you, Broly, we demons are practically angels." Khan sighs helplessly, taking a breath to add, "The Eastern Demon Lord harmed you. All you needed to do was eliminate him. Instead, you have obliterated 4/5 of the vast demon realm. Do you understand how many innocent lives have been lost?" Upon hearing Khan's words, Broly feels no remorse for the innocent lives lost. Rather, he is filled with ambition. "Ha ha, Khan, you are indeed an amusing demon, but I am not like you." Broly laughs heartily, spreading his arms wide and boldly declaring, "Those who dare to challenge my majesty shall be reduced to ash." Khan is momentarily taken aback, feeling that Broly has transformed into an even more formidable presence. There exists an intangible force in this world, known as aura. Only those who have held high positions for extended periods or individuals overflowing with confidence possess such a presence. At this moment, Broly embodies the latter. He no longer views himself as the same timid individual he once was. He now stands tall as a transcendent life form, a powerful entity with a combat power of 7.2 billion, occupying the apex of the cosmic food chain. It is worth noting that Broly is merely a little over 11 years old, and if one were to subtract the 3 years spent in a nutrient pod, he has achieved the cultivation results of those who have trained for millennia in just 8 years. Thus, it is understandable that his confidence has swelled. Even if one includes his past life of 20 years, that amounts to only 28 years in total. Hence, he possesses ample reason to feel inflated. "Khan, I find you quite impressive. How about you follow me from now on?" At this moment, Broly assumes the demeanor of a ruler, extending his arms and exuding an aura of sovereignty in an attempt to recruit Khan to serve him. "Thank you for your kind offer, but I have no desire to leave the demon realm." Khan hesitates briefly before politely declining Broly's proposition. "Why not come out and see the world beyond?" Broly persists, unwilling to give up. Sighing, Khan replies, "I wish to lay my sister to rest within the demon realm. I want to be by her side, lest she be left alone." As he speaks, Khan produces a blue gem from his pocket, which resembles amber, yet within it is not a fly, but rather a young woman in her 20s. Adorned with 2 alluring demon horns. One cannot help but commend Khan for being such a devoted brother. "She is indeed beautiful. If I could revive your sister, would you consider it?" Broly casually remarks. A statement that is nothing short of astounding to Khan. There is no need for further persuasion. "I will never." "Wait, is what you said true? Can you truly bring my sister back to life?" At first, Khan believed that Broly would still try to persuade him to follow his lead, but suddenly it dawned on him that Broly seemed to have uttered something else. Broly remained silent, merely grinning at Khan. Being an astute individual, Khan quickly discerned Broly's intentions, and without hesitation, he boldly declared, "If your excellency can resurrect my sister, I shall serve you as my lord," forsaking the cycle of reincarnation. With unwavering loyalty, Broly appraised Khan and couldn't help but nod inwardly. Truly, he was a man of deep affection and loyalty, speaking with the conviction of a nailed-down promise, never uttering empty words. "Very well. Consider yourself my subordinate," Broly exclaimed with enthusiasm and vigor, before adding, "Come, I will take you to resurrect your sister." On the planet Namek, amidst the high plateaus, whoosh, Broly and Khan appeared together on a small, elevated hill. "Wait for me here," he instructed Khan, signaling him not to cause any trouble, before instantaneously moving to the elder's chamber. "Whoosh, it is you, Broly. You have returned, and what a powerful aura you possess. It is truly astonishing how in just a few months you have ascended to such a terrifying level." The elder opened his eyes and gazed at Broly in astonishment. "Haha, the elder remains as perceptive as ever." Broly chuckled heartily, praising the elder. "Well, you sly one. Are you planning to use the Dragon Balls again?" The elder's mind was certainly sharper than his physical prowess. It seemed as though the elder was aware of everything. He was indeed remarkable. "Here's the Dragon Ball. Take it." There is no need for Nairu to accompany you to the other tribes, the elder said casually. Thank you, Elder. I shall return shortly to discuss recent events with you. By the way, where is Nairu? Broly asked, preparing to take his leave, only to realize that Nairu, who had always attended to the elder, was missing today. Nairu has gone to see the sixth elder. Perhaps you may encounter him there. The elder explained to Broly. Very well. I shall take my leave now. Until we meet again, elder. Nearly an hour later, Broly returned to Khan's side, bearing 7 basketball-sized Dragon Balls. Glancing at Khan, Broly's gaze shifted back to the Dragon Balls. And this time he recited the classic phrase, "Come forth, Shenron, and grant my wish." Upon uttering the incantation, the 7 Dragon Balls began to shimmer rapidly, akin to a computer powering on, after a few seconds of brewing. Suddenly, as if filled with energy, a tempest arose, clouds surged, thunder rumbled, and bolts of lightning descended from the heavens. The atmosphere was so intense that even Khan, who possessed the strength of a Super Saiyan's ultimate form, felt a chill of trepidation. Whoosh! Roared out a beam of golden light shot skyward, twisting and swirling in the air, and as time passed, a figure emerged from within the golden radiance. The ethereal Shenron, Purunga. You summoned me. Purunga spoke, seemingly having altered the script. Not adhering to the usual lines, it appeared that Purunga was quite impressed by Broly. All right, Purunga, please do not hold any grudges against me. My first wish is to resurrect this woman. Broly said with a wave of his hand, directly stating his purpose. On Earth, within the hyperbolic time chamber, whoosh, the trio Broly, Khan, and Khan's resurrected sister, Kalen, engaged in a fierce battle, with Broly single-handedly taking on both opponents. It had been 3 years since they returned from Namek, although merely 3 days had elapsed outside the chamber. After wishing for Kalen's resurrection, Broly inquired about his possession of transcendent abilities and whether that qualified him as a deity. Purunga's response classified him as a demigod and elaborated on the paths to godhood, the first being through elevation or abdication by a higher deity, and the second through garnering the faith of numerous beings to ascend to divine status. The hierarchy of gods included the supreme gods, lesser gods, and demigods, with the supreme gods being the gods of destruction and the Kaishins, while lesser gods encompassed the supreme Kais of the universe. Demigods were those who did not fit into the divine order, lacking official titles, and included low-ranking divine personnel, even workers of the underworld, that is for angels, grand priests, and the Omni King. They existed beyond the realms of divinity, not due to low status, but rather because their positions were too elevated for divine control. For his final wish, Broly playfully teased Shenron Purunga, requesting 3 wishes instead. In a fit of rage, Purunga exploded, scattering the 7 Dragon Balls. Witnessing this outcome, Broly shrugged in resignation. He simply couldn't resist teasing Purunga, the hybrid dragon, every time he saw him. Subsequently, Broly reminisced with acquaintances from Namek before returning to Earth with Khan and the resurrected Kalen. Having significantly increased his strength in the demon realm, Broly was eager to master his powers fully, aiming to comprehend every ounce of his energy. Only then could he unleash his full potential during battles. For Broly was a seeker of perfection. Thus, upon returning to Earth, he led Khan and Kalen directly into the hyperbolic time chamber. Typically, the chamber allowed only 2 individuals to enter, but Broly was an exception to this rule. 3 years swiftly passed, though this was merely 3 years within the chamber, while only 3 days elapsed in the outside world. Through rigorous training, Broly perfected his control over every fragment of his energy, boasting a staggering battle power exceeding 7 billion, yet managing to avoid damaging everyday items. Initially, Broly would inadvertently destroy furniture and utensils, such as beds and bowls. After all, he had already reached the 2nd stage of Super Saiyan transformation, and was a formidable Super Saiyan 2 at that. If one were to categorize the stages of Super Saiyan transformation, the first stage includes the initial form, transcendent form, and full power form. The second stage similarly comprises 3 segments. Currently, Broly belonged to the transcendent form of Super Saiyan 2. Of course, in terms of power, Broly represented the Super Saiyan 2 transcendent form. In terms of transformation, he was still in the first stage of Super Saiyan transformation. Unlike the original characters, such as Goku and Vegeta, Broly did not need to transform extensively. In the original narrative, Goku and his companions required transformations due to their low-dimensional existence, which could not accommodate vast amounts of energy. Therefore, they needed to temporarily transform to gain higher dimensional bodies to endure greater combat energy. Conversely, Broly possessed a transcendent life form, thus rendering excessive transformations unnecessary. After all, he did not need to rely on transformations to elevate his energy capacity. Consequently, it was more advantageous for him to devote time to training and enhancing his strength rather than experimenting with transformations. Ultimately, regardless of the number of transformations, the foundational battle power remained paramount. This explains why Broly, in the original narrative, could effortlessly overpower Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Vegeta, as the disparity in their foundational battle powers was immense. For Khan, these 3 years could undoubtedly be described as arduous training. Just observing his battle power surge from 1.4 billion to over 1.7 billion is a testament to the trials he endured. Kalen, too, did not lag behind, elevating her power from 300 million to over 500 million during 3 years of training. Currently, the universe's tyrant, Frieza, only possesses a battle power of 120 million, while Broly's second-in-command boasts an impressive 500 million. Truly ruthless. During this period, only Broly had diligently trained for 3 years, while Khan and Kalen had taken a year-long hiatus. Indulging in leisure, naturally, throughout these 3 years, Broly did not merely consolidate his strength, he also made considerable progress. However, this advancement was primarily in technique, with only a modest increase in combat power. His base combat power rose by approximately 2 million. As he spent most of his time delving into a particular martial art. Previously, during his battle with Khan, Broly conceived the idea of Zizai Ji Gong, and he had also seen another version in his past life on television. This version belonged to a martial artist named Bruce Lee, who established a martial art called Jeet Kune Do. Jeet Kune Do synthesizes the strengths of various styles for personal application, embodying the highest realm of martial arts and the essence of combat. It is characterized by the absence of fixed techniques and thought, achieving simultaneous offense and defense, resulting in direct and unambiguous strikes, effortlessly countering any attack, thereby maintaining a constant edge. With closed eyes, Broly recalled the images he had seen in his past life. The founder of Jeet Kune Do executed his moves with agility, evading while launching swift attacks. If one were to describe it, it could be encapsulated in 6 words: swift movements, striking poses. Each recollection flashed through Broly's mind, enriching his understanding and making his strikes feel significantly smoother. Initially, in a 1-on-2 scenario, Broly needed over 2 billion in combat power to match Khan and Kalen. After dedicating some time to studying Jeet Kune Do, Broly grasped some of its profound principles, astonishingly managing to handle the onslaught of Khan and Kalen with merely 1.5 billion in combat power. This was no small achievement, and Broly was elated, holding immense respect for the founder of Jeet Kune Do. Simultaneously, he was determined to master its essence, aspiring to harmonize offense and defense, striving for the absolute skill to defeat 5 billion in combat power with just 1 billion. As for Khan, he perceived Broly as a monster. How could a human possess such strength? At times, he wondered if Broly was some deity playing tricks on him. As their training came to a close, Broly emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber with Khan and Kalen. While Khan was relatively composed, Kalen struggled to contain her overwhelming energy. The terrifying energy pressure of 5 billion altered the atmosphere of the entire Earth. Oh, I almost forgot, Kalen, you still haven't learned to suppress your energy. The 14-year-old Broly, still a small child at a height of 1 meter, sighed helplessly at the Scion genetics. How about this, Khan? You stay in the temple for a while, and once you teach Kalen to restrain her energy, come find me at the West City Universal Corporation. After a moment's contemplation, Broly instructed Khan, then engaged in a brief discussion with the Supreme Kai before preparing to leave the temple. He was heading home. Indeed, it was home. Broly had ceased to care about appearances. He had come to accept his role as the son-in-law of Da Briefst. In his mind, the Tai's family was his family. Simultaneously, he silently resolved that there would be no other son-in-law at the Universal Corporation. In West City, on a summer morning, the expansive ecological park exuded an air of freshness and elegance, with excellent air quality. On the verdant lawn, beneath the cool shade of trees, Tai's perched on a white blanket, her small rear end raised, fixated on her laptop, her fingers dancing rapidly across the keyboard. Today, Tai's appeared more radiant and full of vitality than ever. She wore a fitted blue sweater with a floral collar, paired with fashionable baggy pants that accentuated her legs, and donned red and white crystal sandals. She resembled a blooming blue enchantress, stunningly beautiful, her vibrant exterior inviting one to draw near and inhale her fragrance. Observing this serene and beautiful scene, Broly set aside all his thoughts, wishing only to linger a little longer in this tranquil harbor. Broly approached Tai's blanket, resting his hands behind his head, lying beside her, exhaling a long, contented sigh. Hey, Broly, weren't you supposed to be in the demon realm? How come you're back so soon? Tai's exclaimed, startled to find him beside her. Turning to look, she saw his 1 meter height, his dazzling golden-green spiky hair, and his bare, muscular torso, a face that had not entirely shed its baby fat. Indeed, it was Broly. Well, for you, it hasn't been long, only a month. But for me, it has already been over 3 years, Broly replied, gazing at Tai's lovely face and speaking calmly. Oh, did you go to a place similar to the hyperbolic time chamber? Tai's asked, tilting her head curiously. Yes, I went to the hyperbolic time chamber, Broly stated, his gaze fixed on the sky. So, have you grown stronger? Didn't you mention going to the demon realm? Why did you end up in the hyperbolic time chamber? Tai's bombarded him with questions, which only confirmed that Broly had made a favorable impression as a friend in her eyes. Otherwise, she wouldn't bother to engage with him so much. Broly felt a surge of happiness but also sighed inwardly at the multitude of questions women often pose. Initially, he had ventured to the demon realm, but then patiently recounted the experiences of his journey to Tai's. As she listened, her eyes sparkled with excitement and trepidation, wishing she could transform into Broly and experience it all herself. Just then, while Broly and Tai's were engrossed in conversation, sharing laughter and stories, his stomach unexpectedly protested, leaving Broly feeling quite embarrassed. The mighty Broly, known for his prowess in the demon realm, had found himself hungry. Tai's couldn't help but burst into laughter at Broly's flustered expression, only to quickly cover her mouth upon realizing her lack of decorum. Let's go grab something to eat. It's almost noon, she suggested. Understanding his predicament. Hey, Tai's. Hey, Bulma. Is anyone there? Where are my clothes? Broly shouted as he emerged from the bathroom, discovering his clothes had vanished from the changing room, puzzled as he called out to his companions. What are you making a fuss about? Every time I see you, you're wearing that strange outfit that I bet you never washed it. Did you? I just took the liberty of washing it for you. Came Bulma's impatient voice, laced with disdain for Broly's lack of hygiene. That was an epic piece of gear, Broly retorted, exasperated. Who had ever heard of needing to wash equipment more powerful than artifacts? Helpless, Broly rummaged through his spatial storage and ultimately donned a set of Naga King armor, concealing his embarrassment while maintaining his combat power boost. After putting on the Naga King outfit, Broly still looked undeniably handsome. However, he appeared even stranger, covered in scales of various colors. Just as he stepped out of the changing room, Bulma approached him with a new outfit in hand. Upon seeing Broly in his peculiar attire, she exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, do you know magic?" It's not magic. I have a spatial storage," Broly explained succinctly, candidly sharing the details of his ability with Bulma. "You have such an incredible power, I can't comprehend it." Enough of that strange outfit. Were this instead, it's a gift from your sister. Bulma, being Tai's sister, shared the same carefree personality, often brushing off most matters with laughter. Alright, fine. Broly considered it prudent to change into normal clothes, especially if he was to frequently accompany Tai's or Bulma to the movies. If he wore the Naga King armor, he would surely steal the spotlight. Ugh, Tai's. Broly's dismayed voice echoed from the changing room. Not for any other reason than that the clothes Tai's had bought for him turned out to be children's wear. Though I stand at a mere height of 1 meter, I am, after all, already 14 years old. Is it too much to ask for clothing that reflects a modicum of maturity and sophistication? Broly emerged from his room clad in that childish attire, his face stern. Noticing the absence of others, he descended the stairs. It fits quite well. Tai's, who was watching television with Bulma, sensed the movement and turned to glance at the staircase. Upon seeing Broly dressed in the outfit she had personally selected for him, Tai's nodded in approval and remarked appreciatively, "Tisich, it doesn't suit you at all," Broly grumbled, experiencing a rare moment of vexation. He huffed and plopped down onto the sofa, wedged between Tai's and Bulma. "What's the matter?" "It's quite a rarity to see you sulking like this," Broly, Tai's observed, her tone a mix of curiosity and amusement as she looked at the childlike Broly. Bulma, seated nearby, stifled a laugh behind her hand. You actually made me wear children-esque clothing." Humph, Broly pouted, glancing at Tai's as she offered him a banana. With an indignant snort, he turned his head away, insisting on a more serious demeanor. "Wow, I can't take it anymore." "Oh, my stomach hurts. Your angry expression is just too funny." Bulma laughed, clutching her belly while reclining on the sofa, pointing at Broly in amusement. "You are still very much a child. if you don't wear children's clothing. What would you wear instead? Taze rolled her eyes, then casually inquired. I am 14 now. Can't you buy me something a bit more mature and composed? Broly asserted with righteous indignation. Wow, two contrasting exclamations rang out. One filled with excitement, the other with fear. Before them, a lengthy roller coaster sped along its spiraling track, with Broly seated in the middle of the front car, flanked by Taze and Bulma, eager to unwind. Broly decided to join Taze and Bulma for an outing to AT that moment. Broly opened his mouth wide, exclaiming with exhilaration as the rapidly changing scenery provided an immediate visual shock that it seemed that Scions had an affinity for thrilling experiences. In contrast, Taze and Bulma were not as enthusiastic. Both had their eyes tightly shut, mouths agape, as though something dreadful would occur if they dared to open their eyes. Broly was uncertain whether their screams were born from excitement or sheer terror. However, he was no stranger to such scenes. During a previous surfing trip, he found the waves too tame and decided to intervene. Consequently, a colossal tsunami over 100 meters high surged forth, and they rode the enormous surfboard. Racing across the vast ocean, the scene then was not dissimilar to the present, except that Bulma and Taze were on their knees atop the surfboard, screaming and clinging tightly to Broly, refusing to let go. All while clad in bikinis. Additionally, there was an instance when Taze mentioned she was writing an apocalyptic novel but had hit a creative block and sought Broly's assistance in finding inspiration. After a moment's contemplation, Broly proposed taking Taze into space to experience the feeling of an apocalypse, believing it might spark her creativity. Upon hearing this, Taze found it reasonable, especially with the allure of an adventure into space, and readily agreed. Bulma, upon learning of the cosmic journey, insisted on joining, leaving Broly with no choice but to accommodate her. Subsequently, Broly took Taze and Bulma to an uninhabited planet. He carefully controlled his energy, delivering a gentle strike to the planet's surface, ensuring it would not be obliterated outright. As the energy burst penetrated the core, the planet began to tremble violently, tectonic plates heaved, the crust fractured, and chaos erupted. In an instant, the entire planet was engulfed in earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and bolts of lightning that splintered the air. Lava was expelled from the Earth's core, shooting skyward before raining down like a fiery deluge. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, and the oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily, causing unease. Taze and Bulma clung tightly to Broly's arms, each fearing they might be left behind on this terrifying apocalyptic world. Amidst their terrified shrieks, just before the planet's imminent explosion, Broly swiftly enveloped both girls in his embrace and transported them to an adjacent planet. They beheld the dark red planet transform into a colossal point of light against the night sky. Shortly thereafter, a magnificent meteor shower graced the heavens, some streaking across the tranquil starry expanse, while others hurtled toward Broly, Taze, and Bulma. With a mere wave of his hand, Broly conjured a multitude of green, electrified energy spheres that intercepted the incoming meteors, exploding in a dazzling array of colorful fireworks across the sky. On this day, it was Taze's birthday, and Broly timely wished her a happy birthday. Taken aback by his words, Taze's cheeks flushed, and she shyly murmured a thank you. Meanwhile, Bulma, feeling a mix of envy and jealousy, chimed in 11 months, it will be my birthday. Upon hearing this, Broly nearly stumbled in surprise. He recalled the wisdom of not showing preferential treatment when with both girls, lest it lead to trouble. Just look at Bulma. She had only recently celebrated her 12th birthday, and here she was, trying to leverage the anticipation of her next birthday as a means to demand gifts. Indeed, after all they had experienced, over 4 months had passed. During this time, they celebrated the birthdays of Taze and Bulma, along with various trivial escapades that were hardly noteworthy. Of course, Broly had not ceased his training. His combat prowess had progressed significantly, particularly in the art of Jeet Kune Do. He was nearly proficient, with only a slight refinement needed. With a couple more years of adaptation, he would master it entirely. Its effectiveness was undeniable, rivaling that of the Zenkai Boost technique, as both disciplines shared a similar principle. Broly even speculated whether the Zenkai Boost was inspired by Jeet Kune Do. If Broly were to face Khan now, he would only need a combat power of 1 billion to surpass Khan's 18 billion. Such was the power of technique. However, this only pertained to martial arts. In terms of energy attacks, victory still depended on the relative strength of their combat powers. There was another matter worth mentioning. 3 months prior, Khan and Kalen arrived in West City. After welcoming them, Broly taught them the instantaneous movement technique and assigned them a task: to venture into space and locate a prestigious planet to establish their own influence. A month later, Khan returned with a report, revealing he had discovered a planet of exceptional quality at the center of the northern galaxy. This star, known as the Holy Star, boasted a diameter of 3.96 million kilometers, making it nearly 3,000 times the size of Earth. In other words, the Holy Star was equivalent to 3,000 Earths combined. Additionally, the Holy Star was also referred to as the Holy Nebula, signifying a nebula rather than a galaxy. Within the cosmic vicinity of the Holy Star, there existed approximately over 900 life-bearing planets and more than 600 suns. Among those life-bearing planets, the lowest were classified as advanced life planets, with many being super life planets, boasting combat powers exceeding 10,000. This revelation astonished Broly. He had never heard of such a vast habitable star in the original narrative. Upon personally visiting the Holy Star, he was thoroughly satisfied. He then instructed Khan to commence establishing their influence, as Broly intended to propagate his faith and attain divine status. Simultaneously, a rumor began to circulate throughout the cosmos, announcing the emergence of a faction claiming to be the seat of the God of Light. Located at the center of the northern galaxy in the Holy Nebula. It was said that the founder of the seat of the God of Light was Khan, the first apostle of the God of Light, who was said to be immensely powerful, having once knocked out the provocative cosmic emperor, Frisia, with a single slap. As a result, many flocked to this news, some wishing to join the seat of the God of Light as followers of the God of Light, while others sought permanent residence rights on the Holy Star. In short, the scene was exceptionally lively, though there were also some who were arrogant and boisterous, believing themselves to be formidable and attempted to disrupt the proceedings. However, the conclusion is all too evident. Few in the entire universe possessed the audacity to confront Khan. Consequently, those who dared to challenge him have all been reduced to ashes, for the radiant war god has uttered a decree. Those who defy my divine majesty shall be annihilated. This proclamation has become a doctrine, regarded as taboo by all adherents of the light god. In the northern galaxy, at its heart, lies the holy celestial nebula, amidst the vast expanse of the universe. This realm appears unparalleled, teeming with celestial bodies, including stars and planets. Unlike other galaxies influenced by the cosmos, these celestial entities remain stationary, moving of their own accord. This cloud of countless celestial bodies is known as the Holy Celestial Nebula, a magnificent tapestry of gold and green spanning thousands of light years. With over 600 luminous stars, it boasts at least 900 habitable planets, a remarkable density given its relatively modest span of a few thousand light years. It is worth noting that certain advanced civilizations possess spacecraft capable of reaching speeds dozens or even hundreds of times that of light, allowing for spatial traversal. Thus, a distance of several thousand light years is hardly vast in the grand scheme of the cosmos. At the center of the Holy Celestial Nebula lies an immense celestial body, part of which is adorned with golden green continents adjacent to azure oceans. Conversely, the western expanse is perpetually devoid of luminous stars, transforming it into a dim, snow-clad realm, despite the presence of 24 suns surrounding this colossal planet. Yet, none of these suns cast their light upon the western territories. This is the Holy Celestial Star. At this moment, the vicinity of the immense Holy Celestial Star is abuzz with spacecraft, akin to flies in the summer, bustling in and out in a hurried manner. The reason for this commotion stems from the arrival of a man and a woman several months prior, who claim to be the first and second apostles of the radiant war god. Their prowess is formidable. However, upon their arrival at the Holy Celestial Star, they did not exhibit arrogance or recklessness. Instead, they descended upon the capital of the Holy Star with a divine demeanor, revealing their identities to the king of the Ginyu tribe and expressing their intent to spread the teachings of the radiant war god. Initially, the king of the Ginyu tribe, Ginyu Wang, dismissed them with disdain. Yet, upon witnessing Khan effortlessly obliterate a sun with a mere wave of his hand, he quickly acquiesced, brimming with enthusiasm to construct a temple for the radiant god. Exuding an air of desperation, as if he would hang himself if Khan were to disagree, it must be noted that the Ginyu tribe is also a remarkably powerful lineage, having emerged from the auspicious grounds of the Holy Celestial Star. Even without rigorous training, members of this tribe possess a combat strength of around 5,000 upon reaching adulthood, with some exceptional individuals exceeding 10,000. However, the Ginyu tribe remains quite naive when it comes to martial arts. Among their billions of inhabitants, few possess any understanding of the discipline. On such a vast planet, Not a single individual boasts a combat strength exceeding 500,000, illustrating their rudimentary grasp of martial arts. Nevertheless, this is understandable. With such a high baseline of 5,000 combat strength, they are undeniably a formidable race within the universe. Thus, their urgency to attain greater power is diminished, as they are content with their current situation. Unlike the people of Earth, who begin with a mere 5 combat strength and toil for decades to achieve a mere 100, the sensation of even 100 combat strength for them feels akin to that of a superhuman. It is precisely due to the arduous nature of cultivation for Earthlings that, after millennia of heritage, their martial arts have become increasingly refined, allowing them to engage in combat without wasting a scintilla of excess energy. In contrast, some races endowed with innate combat strength possess a clumsy understanding of energy manipulation, a mere shadow of true mastery. Holy Celestial Star, Holy City. This is the largest city of the Holy Celestial Star, a sprawling metropolis cultivated over millennia by its indigenous inhabitants. Recently, the central area of this vast city has been abuzz with activity as preparations are made to establish a dwelling for the divine. The architectural framework has reached a preliminary completion, showcasing the application of advanced technology, necessitating substantial human resources, material wealth, and dedication. This colossal platform spans 9,999 square meters and rises to a height of 666 meters, upon which a mirrored pyramid has been erected. This structure consists of 2 pyramids. One rests upon the ground while the other is inverted atop it, its apex pointing downward, i.e. the pinnacle, which is the base of the upper pyramid, lies an expansive platform where the halls, chambers, and altars of the radiant god are constructed, an area nearing 10,000 square meters. The entire edifice is grand and majestic, a veritable marvel, with its base covering an enormous square of 9,999 square meters, reaching a towering height of 6,726 meters from the ground to the apex of the radiant god's seat. This is, without a doubt, a spectacular landmark. As the construction nears completion, Khan, in his capacity as the first apostle of the radiant god, will preside over the seat of the radiant god, welcoming countless followers. Meanwhile, within the Holy Celestial Nebula, several other planets are fervently constructing temples, destined to serve as branches of the radiant god's seat, with Khan poised to dispatch representatives to govern them. Time swiftly passes, and 3 months later, the holy seat of the radiant god has been completed and is now fully prepared for its formal inauguration. On this day, throngs of people fill the square as Khan stands aloft, proclaiming the doctrines and duties of the radiant god with a voice that resonates to the very depths of the soul, akin to an enchanting spell, reaching the ears of every individual present. Upon the conclusion of the proclamation, Khan ardently invites the descent of the radiant war god in an instant. The square reverberates with the heartfelt song of invitation, as the collective faith of countless individuals intertwines through the void, transmitting their devotion to the hearts of those who believed that on earth. Broly, immersed in a feast, suddenly perceives a voice summoning him, conjuring an image of the Holy Celestial Nebula in his mind. Broly feels a surge of delight, astonished by Khan's remarkable capabilities, having amassed such a multitude of followers in a mere 6 months. Previously, Khan had informed Broly of today's official establishment of the radiant god's seat, requesting his presence. Naturally, Broly agreed, yet upon witnessing the vast crowd of followers, he feels a flicker of excitement. After careful contemplation on how to make his entrance, he swiftly resolves his plan. From his personal space, he retrieves a resplendent ensemble, the glorious Blood Abyss battle soul set from his previous life S-game. Clad in golden armor adorned with rubies, with golden auroral wings gracefully unfurling behind him, he emanates a radiant golden-green aura, illuminating the surroundings with dazzling brilliance. Surveying himself, he nods in satisfaction, feeling a touch of divine charisma. "Wow, Broly, what are you up to?" Bulma inquires, delicately nibbling on her food, her refined demeanor almost disconcerting. Had Broly not known of Bulma's true nature from his previous life, he might have been captivated by her facade. I'm just going to show off a bit. I'll be back shortly," Broly replies, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. Without waiting for Bulma to respond, he activates his instant transmission, transcending the limitations of space and traversing countless light years. From the southern Orion star region of the Northern Galaxy, he arrives at the heart of the Northern Galaxy, the Holy Celestial Nebula, the Holy Celestial Star, within the radiant god's seat. The vast square awakens as countless individuals emerge from their fervent songs. Gazing upward in excitement, or AWEAT that moment, the sky rends open, resembling shattered glass, revealing a figure radiating golden light, akin to a second sun that he stands aloft, his right hand resting behind him and his left hand gracefully extended before his abdomen. With a stern visage, an unyielding gaze, and an aura of nobility, his enigmatic and powerful entrance captivates the hearts and minds of the multitude. It is Khan, the foremost disciple, who reacts first, leading the way in a bow as he exclaims, "All hail the radiant God." His voice, imbued with an almost magical resonance, spreads forth, awakening the multitude of followers, who then collectively bow in reverence, under the watchful gaze of countless spectators and amidst a sea of reverence. Broly found himself in a state of elation, acutely aware of a certain ethereal energy coursing through his being, elevating his very bloodline. A transformation of profound significance, if one were to assert that Broly previously possessed a transcendent level of life. It would pertain to the essence of his soul, which hailed from another realm. The recent metamorphosis, however, signifies an advancement of his physical dimension, a sublime ascension within the confines of this world. Yet, this enhancement was but limited. The extraordinary energy emanated from the faith of his followers. From the current reservoir of that faith, Broly assessed himself to be on par with a lower deity. As all things rise and fall. Devoid of true spirit, illuminating the mortal realm, it is the light God alone who casts his radiance. Humanity, laden with sin, lacks the honor of the divine. Broly, with an impassive demeanor, uttered a proclamation that laid bare the transgressions of humankind. May the light God grant absolution. Fear and trepidation gripped the hearts of many. Although the brilliance was so overwhelming that none could discern the visage of this light God, the admission of guilt from a deity was no trifling matter. One must remember the first apostle, Khan, a being capable of shattering stars with a mere gesture. The entity before them was indeed the foremost figure of the light God's pantheon, undoubtedly a being of greater might. Thus, defiance was unthinkable. Such was the consensus among the masses. Contentment enveloped Broly as he surveyed the divine temple. With a simple snap, he tore through the fabric of space, vanishing from the holy celestial star. Earth to an explosive sound reverberated through the atmosphere. Have I been too ostentatious, and now shall I face the wrath of the heavens? Broly mused as he materialized on Earth, only to be met with an abrupt explosion. Broly, could you refrain from suddenly appearing at home? Taze, her voice sweet yet tinged with annoyance, exclaimed. It turned out that Taze was preparing to depart in her flying car, inadvertently flooring the accelerator and reaching a staggering speed of 360 miles per hour. However, Broly had materialized 100 meters away, resulting in the car's destruction, though she remained unharmed, thanks to her energy shield. Well, as long as you're unscathed, Broly scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. Taze huffed, turning away to express her displeasure. Where are you headed? Let me take you to No Need. She puffed her cheeks, still unsatisfied. Oh, come now. Don't be shy. Let us go. Broly insisted, attempting to embrace Taze, signaling his intent to use instant transmission. Go cool off somewhere else. I see through your intentions clearly, Taze retorted, swatting Broly's hand away with a pointed huff. That even a pig can become enlightened, Broly murmured, feigning innocence. Pighead, are you referring to me? Taze brandished her tiny fist and charged at him. Taze, don't come closer. Your hand will hurt, Broly teased as he leisurely floated away, provoking her further. The two engaged in a playful chase, raising a cloud of dust and chaos until Taze, drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted, finally called it a day. Such idyllic days filled Broly with a sense of tranquility. What was there to lament? Training was not hindered, sustenance was abundant, and when leisure allowed, they traveled together, accompanied by beauty. Cough, cough. In a whirlwind, 2 years slipped by unnoticed. Now, only 2.5 years remained until the unfolding of the original plot. During his time on Earth, Broly found himself filled with anticipation, longing to encounter the childhood hero, Sun Wukong. Yet, despite his yearning, Broly had never ventured to Baozi Mountain to meet him, but he feared that his presence might alter Sun Wukong's developmental trajectory. Broly believed that had he assisted Sun Wukong, his growth would have been accelerated. However, Broly cherished the pure-hearted Sun Wukong, who harbored no ulterior motives, He wished to witness Sun Wukong's story unfold in reality, reminiscent of the cherished memories of his own childhood. Though Broly had already transformed the experiences of one original character, he felt confident it would not disrupt the overarching narrative. At worst, he could accompany Bulma on her quest for the Dragon Balls. Let us not forget, the tale of the 7 Dragon Balls commenced with Bulma's search for them. In the hyperbolic time chamber, 2 years, more accurately, for years, had passed. Broly frequently trained within its confines, returning to the real world to unwind. Now, at the age of 18, he began to undergo a significant transformation. His physique rapidly matured, his facial features sharpening as the remnants of childhood chub faded. Broly estimated that within 3 months, he would fully enter adulthood. And for the subsequent decades, he would remain unchanged. Standing at a height of 1.7 meters, his muscles gradually defined, Broly nodded approvingly at his reflection. The Saiyan genes were indeed remarkable. The notion of handsome men and beautiful women was not mere rhetoric. With 3 months remaining until full maturity, Broly believed it was well within the realm of possibility to grow an additional 10 centimeters. After 4 years of training, Broly calculated that his base combat power likely exceeded 30 million. This indicated that in his Super Saiyan form, he possessed at least 3 billion in combat strength. Coupled with a 200 enhancement from his gear, Broly could unleash over 9 billion in full power. Even during the era of Majin Buu, he would have been an indispensable asset. Furthermore, given that there were still 20 years until the onset of the Majin Buu saga, Broly felt confident that with a mere slap, he could reduce Buu to pulp, not arrogance, but self-assurance. For even without training, Broly's growth was rapid. In the past 2 months alone, he had not focused on physical strength training, yet his combat power had increased by over 1 million, a testament to the Saiyan's pre-transformation golden years. Where power surged swiftly, this was merely his base combat power. Transformations would amplify it exponentially. One cannot help but admire the superior lineage of the Super Saiyan. In contrast to the aesthetic pleasure derived from his base combat power, Broly had devoted himself to the study of Jeet Kune Do over the years. Ultimately, diligence bore fruit. Broly mastered the essence of the martial art, allowing him to strike without technique or conscious thought. Every cell within his body seemed to possess its own awareness, responding autonomously to incoming attacks. For instance, when struck, Broly would not consciously react. Yet, his arm would instinctively block the blow while his other hand delivered a counterpunch. All executed within a fraction of a second. This was Jeet Kune Do, or the ultimate expression of freedom in martial arts, representing the pinnacle of hand-to-hand combat. 3 months rapidly passed within the hyperbolic time chamber, and Broly had fully transitioned into adulthood, standing at a towering 1.91 meters and weighing 80 kilograms. Of course, due to the unique traits of the Super Saiyan, Broly could enhance his size through power alone. In his largest form, he reached an astounding height of 2.8 meters, embodying a muscular giant. However, Broly preferred not to assume that form. It appeared too brutish and did not align with his divine image. Compared to his post-adolescent physique, which exuded charisma and dominance, Broly favored the combat prowess he had painstakingly developed over the past few months. The months leading up to a Saiyan's adulthood were akin to wielding an experience multiplier. The rapid expansion of his cells allowed for a terrifying transformation, wherein an individual transitioned from child to adult in mere months. Consequently, the speed of his training accelerated dramatically. In just 3 months, Broly's base combat power surged by approximately 8 million, bringing the total to around 40 million, an astonishing increase that nearly rivaled his previous decade of growth. The outside world is so much more comfortable. Upon exiting the hyperbolic time chamber, Broly exhaled deeply, not even glancing back as he made his way to his usual spot. That I asked at you, Broly? How have you changed so much? The old Kai, sensing the unusual aura around him, turned to see the grown Broly, astonishment etched across his face. Haha, old Kai, you may not have realized, but I am now of age. This is my appearance as an adult. Our lineage remains in childhood form until the months leading up to adulthood, when growth occurs. Is that so? And your training methods differ as well. Your rate of growth is truly astonishing. The old Kai's exclamations of wonder could be interpreted as admiration for his own strength or for Broly's formidable power, or perhaps both. By the way, O heavenly God, do you not find it tedious to gaze upon the mortal realm day after day? Would you care to join me on a journey? Broly extended an enthusiastic invitation to the heavenly God for travel, though it was evident to all that such words were merely a formality. I appreciate your kind offer, but I cannot stray from the temple for too long. Thus, I must decline your invitation for a trip. The heavenly god, being quite perceptive, graciously rejected Broly's goodwill with a smile. Very well then. I shall take my leave. I am sincerely grateful for your and Bobo's care over these past several years. I am well aware of it. Take care, and farewell. Broly bid his adieu with a tinge of melancholy, as he no longer intended to return to the hyperbolic time chamber for training. After all, Broly was now 18, and 7 of those years had been spent within the confines of the chamber. One cannot deny the emotional bonds formed in that time. Bobo, did you notice how Broly's words hinted at a farewell? Well, I cannot say for certain. Broly often departs from Earth. Perhaps he is about to leave once more? After Broly's departure, the heavenly god conversed with Bobo, his loyal servant of several centuries, exchanging idle remarks. Currently, on Earth, Broly rarely utilizes instant transmission, primarily to avoid accidents. Though he would remain unscathed even if struck, he worries for the safety of others. However, even without instant transmissions, Broly's remarkable speed allows him to traverse the planet within mere seconds. Whoosh! A brilliant golden-green arc of energy flashed momentarily, leaving no trace behind, signifying that the golden-green figure had surpassed the speed of light. Without a doubt, in the original narrative, Majin Buu could traverse the cosmos at incredible speeds, hopping from one planet to another and one galaxy to the next. Now, with a battle power exceeding 40 million, Broly typically presented himself in his Super Saiyan form, maintaining an astonishing battle power of over 4 billion, augmented by an additional 200% from his equipment. Thus, his battle power stood at an impressive 12 billion, placing him on par with Majin Buu. West City, Capsule Corporation, President's Eco Villa. Whoosh! Broly's golden-green form came to a steady halt, effortlessly defying the inertia of his high-speed flight, hovering a mile above the ground. Gazing down at the familiar home he had inhabited for several years, a sense of comfort washed over him, as he mused whether Tights and Bulma would recognize the adult version of himself. Upon landing, Broly resolved to knock on the door once, curious to see if they could discern his identity. Ding dong! After ringing the doorbell, Broly patiently awaited a response. Oh, it's young Master Broly. Why are you knocking on the door? The butler, Old Wong, approached, ready to open the door, and upon glancing up, immediately recognized Broly. Though he was puzzled by how much Broly had grown in just a few days, he felt no surprise. It seemed that those associated with Dr. Briefs were rather oblivious to the concept of astonishment. Is it that obvious? Broly instantly lost interest in playful banter, greeted Old Wong, and proceeded towards the living room. Hee, sister, what do you think of this outfit? I shall wear it on my birthday. Upon entering the living room, Broly noticed Bulma holding a set of clothes, inquiring Tights for her opinion. After assessing Bulma's outfit, Broly interjected before Tights could respond. The neckline is far too loose. It won't fit you well at all. If Tights were to wear it, however, it might work. Who is eavesdropping on my conversation? Wait, could it be? Are you related to Broly? Hearing the voice, Bulma and Tights turned their heads towards the door. Initially, Bulma was ready to scold the eavesdropper, assuming it was someone intruding on her private conversation. However, upon seeing a strikingly handsome figure who bore a striking resemblance to Broly, she curiously inquired, "You look remarkably similar. Wait a moment, you must be Broly." Tights, initially thinking that this individual was a relative of Broly's, soon recalled that Broly had mentioned he had no family. Furthermore, she remembered Broly stating that their kind only matured upon reaching adulthood, and she was aware of the existence of the hyperbolic time chamber. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, she arrived at the conclusion. Haha, Tights, you are indeed clever. Bulma is rather dense in comparison. Broly chuckled, teasing Bulma. What, Broly, you scoundrel? I shall settle the score for both old and new grievances. Bulma pouted, leaping over the sofa and into Broly's embrace. Indeed, it was an embrace, at least from Tights' perspective. It appeared as though Broly stood still with arms outstretched, and Bulma dove right in. Boom. Whoosh. A dazzling array of fireworks erupted, soaring into the night sky adorned with a bright moon. They expended all their energy to create a fleeting moment that, in its brevity, evoked a reflection on life itself. How many birthdays does one truly have? Broly, I am coming for you. At the peak of midnight revelry during the birthday banquet, Bulma howled like a wolf. Ha! Bulma seems quite vexed. Broly observed with amusement. What can one do? Such is the nature of youth. Hey, Bulma, do not chase after me. You cannot catch up. Besides, it's a birthday celebration. One must indulge in cake. Thus, Broly and Bulma engaged in a delightful game of tag. Filled with laughter and joy, turned out that today was Bulma's birthday, and the festivities were underway in the evening. Just moments ago, Broly had playfully smashed a slice of cake into Bulma's lovely face, prompting her spirited pursuit. Meanwhile, Tights, as the elder sister, simply watched and laughed heartily. As for Dr. and Mrs. Briefs, one puffed on a cigar while the other cuddled a teddy bear, quietly enjoying the television show featuring Broly and Bulma. Finding Bulma's antics slightly tiresome, Broly turned to Tights, who was laughing so hard her stomach hurt, and proposed, "Tights, since you're so joyful, why not join me in a cake-throwing battle? Haha, I shall throw the first one." Late into the night, Broly lay on his bed gazing at the ceiling. 15 years have passed. I have traversed through time for 15 years. Sigh. I wonder how my family from my previous life is faring. Will I ever return? Swish. Khan, what brings you back to Earth? Noticing a spatial disturbance, Broly turned his head and, upon recognizing Khan, inquired with curiosity, "Master, the Holy Celestial Nebula consists of hundreds of subordinate nebulae, one of which is known as the M78 Nebula. They have repeatedly refused to accept the Light God's authority, rejecting several of my archbishops sent to negotiate. Today, their refusal was particularly fierce, resulting in the death of one of my archbishops. It is a grave affront, and I wish to seek your permission to take action against them," Khan asked, filled with a murderous intent. Do as you see fit. It's merely the destruction of a nebula as the foremost apostle of the Light God. You have the authority to make decisions in my absence, Broly replied nonchalantly. Understood, Master, Khan acknowledged. Just as Khan was about to depart, Broly seemed to recall something and quickly spoke up. Wait, regarding the M78 Nebula. What kind of beings inhabit it? Are they similar to Earthlings, save for having silver hair and transforming into giants during battle? Broly thought of a race he had encountered in his past life known as Ultraman, whose home was indeed the M78 Nebula. Master, do you know of that nebula? Khan appeared somewhat surprised, initially believing Broly had a connection to the M78 Nebula. Let us go. I wish to see for myself. Observing Khan's reaction, Broly realized he had guessed correctly, yet he found it hard to believe that he was in the Dragon Ball universe. How could Ultraman exist here? Meanwhile, in the M78 Nebula, the Land of Light. Lord Karen, cannot you simply destroy them? What are we waiting for? A devout follower of the Saint Yu tribe, filled with perplexity, inquired about his circumstances. He was faring quite well, having caught the attention of Kalen, who conferred upon him the title of Saint, allowing him to remain by her side, ever ready to heed her call. The hierarchy of the followers of the radiant divine seat consists of apostles, saints, archbishops, bishops, radiant warriors, and believers. Apostles are required to possess formidable strength and wisdom, as only the radiant divine and the first apostle have the authority to confer this title. Saints need not exhibit overwhelming power, but must possess sharp intellect, as they serve as the attendants to the apostles and act as their messengers. Archbishops oversee the myriad mundane affairs of the radiant divine seat, assessing and appointing bishops, and delegating responsibilities to the various branches of the radiant divine seat. Bishops are tasked with managing all matters within their respective branches of the radiant divine seat and are responsible for disseminating the teachings to the believers. Radiant warriors are earnest followers, receiving special training. Once they attain significant strength, they may be considered candidates for apostles, with the duty of safeguarding the radiant divine seat. That won't do, he pondered. The annihilation of civilization is an uncharted endeavor for me. I shall consult my master. My brother has already departed and shall return shortly. Kalen, seated upon a floating chair forged from ruby, rested her right index finger on her lips, as if in contemplation. The scene was indeed grand. Hundreds of radiant warriors clad in golden armor stood in perfect unison, hovering behind Kalen. The leading apostle, Kalen, reclined in her suspended ruby seat, leisurely savoring a glass of red wine. Exuding an air of nonchalance, seemingly oblivious to the impending conflict, below, on the ground and in the skies, loomed towering giants with horns protruding from their heads and eyes resembling eggs. They observed Kalen and her entourage with trepidation, some whispering among themselves, others cursing, while a few trembled in fear. The adversary was simply too formidable. Aside from the seemingly relaxed woman savoring her wine, the hundreds clad in golden armor all possessed combat prowess exceeding 30,000. Moreover, one sycophant, bowing and scraping, had a staggering combat power of over 80,000. In contrast, the Ultraman, without transformation, numbered only in the hundreds, and even in their giant forms, They scarcely reached a few thousand among the entirety of the M78 nebula. There were but a few dozen Ultramen with combat abilities exceeding 10,000, with the mightiest, the King of Ultra, boasting just over 300,000. Kalen appeared largely indifferent to the insults hurled by the Ultramen. It was akin to an elephant disregarding the provocations of a swarm of ants. Suddenly, the void shattered, releasing a blinding radiance of golden light, illuminating a figure so resplendent that it obscured all clarity of features. However, aside from the Ultramen of the M78 Nebula, all others present bowed in reverence. May our God endure eternally. Hundreds of radiant warriors knelt in unison, collectively uttering their greetings as the number of followers increased. Broly's divine essence intensified, nearing the threshold of a mid-tier god. He believed that with the addition of a few more followers, he would ascend to that status. All rise, Broly commanded with a wave of his hand. Prompting the hundreds of radiant warriors to rise in unison. He then directed his gaze toward the inhabitants of the M78 Nebula. Though he had long suspected, he was still taken aback. However, Broly was unconcerned, as he merely sought confirmation of their identity as the Ultramen. Furthermore, Broly felt that any disrespect shown towards him must be met with punishment, for he was now a deity. Subsequently, all the Ultramen witnessed the true meaning of power. With a mere flip of his palm, Broly revealed a golden energy sphere, no larger than a soybean, radiating brilliant light as it began its descent towards the ground. To challenge my divine authority is to invite annihilation. Yet I possess a heart of compassion and grant you a sliver of hope. Unite and accept the gift I bestow upon your entire race, Broly pronounced with a devilish grin, playfully interjecting. After speaking, Broly turned and began to glide towards Kalen's ruby seat, where she had already risen to stand beside him, pouring a glass of red wine. Countless Ultramen gazed at Broly as he released the diminutive energy sphere, not daring to underestimate it. Even without considering it as a divine assault, the profound pressure it exerted upon their very souls made it clear that this energy sphere was far from ordinary. Meanwhile, within the glass city on the ground, in a palace, stood a bearded Ultraman draped in a silver cloak. To his left stood an Ultraman with two prominent horns atop his head and a female Ultraman adorned with two braids. To his right stood 7 young Ultramen cloaked in red. These were the leaders of the M78 Nebula. It appears that the so-called god from the radiant divine seat has arrived. Let us 7 brothers confront him and teach him a lesson. He is far too arrogant. No, Ace, you are not a match for him. I can sense that the one who calls himself a god is exceedingly powerful, the bearded Ultraman, referred to as the King of Ultra. Sighed. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed as a young Ultraman rushed in, shouting, "Oh, King of Ultra, the enemy has attacked. You must intervene. Such terrifying power. We have already lost many warriors." The young Ultraman stumbled into the center of the hall, his face a mask of despair. What? They have truly engaged in battle? Those scoundrels. I shall teach them a lesson. Before the King of Ultra could respond, the most hot-headed of the 7 young Ultramen in red capes was ready to roll up his sleeves and fight. Halt, Taro. Your strength is still far from sufficient, the King of Ultra lamented. King of Ultra, the one who initiated the attack, said something. He claimed to be a god with a heart of compassion. Thus, he has granted our Ultramen a chance to unite and withstand the assault, the young Ultraman recounted, as the leaders appeared uncertain. What? How arrogant. Seeking death, the hall erupted into chaos. Enough. This is no time for hubris. I can sense an immense energy looming above us. Let us proceed and investigate, the King of Ultra interjected, silencing the commotion. In the heights of the sky, countless Ultraman warriors exerted their utmost energy, collectively striving to resist the descent of the soybean-sized energy sphere, preventing it from reaching the ground. While the pressure felt on the ground had not been overwhelming, now, standing close to the sphere, the once arrogant and proud red-caped Ultramen no longer felt invincible. The weight of the energy sphere bore down upon them like a mountain. The King of Ultra glanced at the tiny energy sphere, feeling as if it weighed a ton, and commanded, "You there, hasten to assist. We must not allow it to fall. Should it touch the ground, the Kingdom of Light may cease to exist." "Yes, King of Ultra," they replied, eager to join in the monumental effort. Alas, the King of Ultra sighed, gazing up at the dazzling figure above, soaring upward to negotiate. In his memory, the fact that the other party had not struck directly suggested ulterior motives. "Your Excellency." The moment he began to speak, Kalen waved her hand, sending a flash of light that struck him, inflicting a wound that left him slightly dazed. with a sense of internal bleeding and a feeling of lightheadedness. The Radiant God is not someone you may address so casually. Should this happen again, you shall face obliteration. Kalen's icy words seemed to freeze the King of Ultra in place. Ahem, Radiant God. Might I inquire how we can avoid your wrath against our Ultramen? The King of Ultra, greatly astonished by the ease with which he was injured by Kalen's casual gesture, reflected on his own combat power of over 300,000, which had allowed him to thrive across the universe for centuries. Yet today he was effortlessly wounded by a mere servant. In that moment, he harbored no desire to resist Broly. Very well. Return and lead your kin to withstand this assault, and then accept the teachings of the Radiant Divine Seat. Should you fail to withstand it, then your Ultramen shall no longer have a place in existence, Broly stated, having observed the Ultramen and found them lacking in interest, as their strongest were but a mere 30,000 in power. Certainly, it is quite possible that Broly's aspirations have risen significantly. If he is to recruit subordinates, they must at the very least possess battle prowess akin to Carlin's, which is in the realm of several billion. With a lack of interest and motivation, Broly decided to take his leave, entrusting the subsequent matters to Carlin. He also instructed Khan that such affairs could be handled independently in the future, without the need to consult him. If every triviality required Broly's intervention, then what purpose did his subordinates serve? What need was there for him as the first apostle? In essence, Broly preferred to delegate and relish his own freedom. Using instant transmission, he returned to Earth and noted that it was only 1 o'clock in the morning. Finding himself unable to sleep, he opted to visit Tai's for some amusement. He promptly transported himself to her room. At 21 years of age, Tai's was at the peak of her youthful exuberance, radiating beauty and vitality. Particularly notable was her physique, perfectly sculpted without an ounce of excess. However, her sleeping habits were notoriously restless. In their childhood, Broly had shared a bed with Tai's on more than one occasion. Thankfully, he was in good health, for had he been frail, Tai's antics might have led to his untimely demise. As a young woman, and a rather attractive one at that, Tai's displayed an alarming level of restlessness during slumber. She would intermittently throw punches and kicks, and were it not for her limited combat ability, who would dare consider marrying her? At that moment, Tai's lay in a nearly transparent blue silk nightgown, with delicate pink lace barely visible beneath. Broly quickly averted his gaze, aware of his moral standing. He was a man of integrity, not one to exploit another's vulnerability. Tai's has fallen asleep. I shall wait for her to awaken before we engage in playful pursuits, he thought, reclining comfortably on the expansive bed. As he pondered, he drifted into slumber. Broly, what are you doing in my room? Have you lost your mind? How old are you to be sleeping in my space? In the early morning, Tai sensed something amiss. It felt as though she was not merely embracing her blanket. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by Broly's profile. Having been taken advantage of by Broly on numerous occasions, Tai's felt exasperated. Realizing there was nothing she could do, no one on Earth could rival Broly in strength. Furthermore, Broly had never overstepped any boundaries. Crucially, she found herself not disliking his presence. Perhaps, in truth, she harbored feelings for Broly. As evidenced by her decision to bring him home and allow him to reside with her, Tai's was deeply conflicted about her feelings for Broly, yet remained unable to articulate them. Broly too was at a loss for words. Despite being of age, he had never navigated the complexities of romantic relationships and remained bewildered by such matters. On Earth, in West City, under the blistering summer sun, the beach was a haven of refreshing memories. Adorned with sunshine, sand, and a plethora of goddesses clad in bikinis, much like Tai's. Of course, there were a few less appealing figures, whose presence might make one reconsider their lunch plans. Oh dear, how utterly dull. We have explored every entertaining locale on Earth, Tai's lamented, donning sunglasses and a blue bikini, her alluring legs resting closely together as she reclined under a sun umbrella, stretching lazily. What can we do? Earth is just so limited. Bulma, also clad in a bikini, was noticeably still in her developmental stage, scoring a mere 6 out of 10 compared to Tai's perfect 10. Hey, lovely ladies, would you care to join me on my luxurious cruise party? My father is the general manager of Timar Aerospace. A rather handsome young man approached, extending a gentlemanly invitation, while casually dropping his father's name for good measure. Broly, lounging under the sun, opened his eyes, caught sight of the young man, and, without hesitation, grabbed the intruder's leg, tossing him aside while declaring, "From this day forth, your father shall no longer be known as that general manager." Tai's and Bulma exchanged glances, sharing a resigned smile. They realized that since Broly had reached adulthood, more accurately, since he had taken residence in their home, any time they ventured out, any male with even the slightest intention would find themselves subjected to Broly's moral lectures, guiding their thoughts toward nobility. Ties understood this behavior and sensed Broly's possessiveness over her. She felt secure with him, relying on his strength, and thus did not consider his actions excessive, while Broly had a profound affection for her. He had never forced himself upon her. It was well known that Broly's strength allowed him to do as he pleased, and yet he was not irresponsible or promiscuous. His physique, with muscles as solid as steel and an array of sculpted abs, combined with his strikingly handsome face, made him a veritable heartthrob on the beach. Confident young women would often approach him, seeking conversation. However, aside from Bulma and Ties, he had never engaged with any other females, a fact that Ties had keenly observed. Thus, Broly's unwavering devotion to Ties only solidified his standing in her heart. Poor Ties remained oblivious to the fact that Broly's silence toward other women stemmed solely from their lack of recognition. They were not prominent figures in the original narrative. Broly was preoccupied with thoughts of aiding Earth by eliminating Android 18. But are you all feeling bored? Perhaps we should embark on a journey through the cosmos, Broly suggested, reclining and admiring Ties' alluring form, mentally commending her. What a splendid idea. It also provides me with ample material for my writing. Let us make it happen. We shall depart tomorrow, Ties exclaimed, springing from her lounge chair, enthusiasm radiating from her. Now we must gather supplies. Let us prepare some body wash, shampoo, transportation, and temporary lodging, she added. In contrast, Bulma exhibited a touch more meticulousness, counting the necessary provisions on her fingers, while Broly was a man of action. Both Bulma and Ties were equally determined. In essence, the trio shared a common resolve. That afternoon, they procured 2 trucks worth of supplies and returned to the Capsule Corporation villa, where they organized hundreds of blank capsules to store their provisions. Completing their preparations, naturally, the majority of the supplies were food items, as one among them was an insatiable eater. That night, they enjoyed a restful slumber, filled with anticipation for their forthcoming adventure. However, Broly, unable to sleep, decided to visit Ties' room, ostensibly to wait for her to awaken so they could play together. Ties, accustomed to this routine, had no words to express her thoughts. After all, what could she do against his overwhelming strength? Are you ready? It's time to depart, Broly announced, with Ties and Bulma at his sides, their waists snugly embraced by him. Now an adult, Broly stood at 1.91 meters tall, easily wrapping his arms around Ties, who was 1.75 meters, as well as Bulma, who was still growing at just over 1.6 meters, being only 15 years old. No longer was Broly the diminutive boy he once was. In those days, he had to leap into the air just to embrace Ties for instant transmission to AS for why he couldn't simply touch them before teleporting. That was a question better posed to Broly himself. Oh dear, my young children are all off to honeymoon. I shall miss you dearly. Do return soon, Mrs. Briefs declared with a serious demeanor, though Broly held a fondness for her unique personality. Mother, you always say that. All right, we must be on our way. Do not worry about us on Earth. With Broly around, we shall be just fine, Ties replied, fully aware of her mother-esque character, though she felt helpless in the face of it. With a flash, they arrived at the sacred city of the Sacred Star, as Broly led Ties and Bulma onward. Broly required some universal currency, for travel is indeed an endeavor that demands substantial financial resources. The Holy City of the Holy Star, a technologically advanced super-metropolis, sprawls across tens of thousands of square kilometers, adorned with towering skyscrapers and bustling with spacecraft arriving and departing at all hours. Broly, Ties and Bulma hovered in mid-air, observing the alien sights. Although Broly had visited this place once before, it had been in the guise of a deity, and thus he had not taken the time to truly appreciate the grandeur of the Holy Star. Barely had Broly made his appearance when Khan sensed his presence, and, with a swift motion, materialized a short distance away. Master, I am surprised you have the time to visit the Holy Star, Khan remarked, genuinely taken aback that in the past, when summoned to attend to matters of state, Broly had either evaded the task or hastily concluded it, promptly returning to Earth without a second glance at the realm he had helped to establish. It is not as if I deliberately sought to come to the Holy Star. I am embarking on a cosmic journey, but alas, I find myself lacking universal currency. Surely, it would not be fitting for a deity of light such as myself to resort to thievery, Broly explained with a hint of embarrassment, though he felt no obligation to justify himself to his subordinate. In his heart, He had never regarded Khan as merely a servant. Khan found himself momentarily speechless. The illustrious deity of light, possessing a combat prowess exceeding 12 billion, was devoid of funds. If Broly's followers were to learn of this, it would undoubtedly shatter his divine image. Well then, Master, please make use of this, Khan said, retrieving a universal capsule from his waist and extending it to Broly. It must be said that the universal capsule, a marvel of modern technology, was indeed convenient. Even Khan, the foremost apostle of the deity of light, had procured a substantial quantity for his own use, distributing the remainder among those of high standing within the divine hierarchy. Broly had contemplated whether Earth should make contact with the cosmos. For with its delectable cuisine and the wonders of the universal capsule, it could potentially transform into a renowned commercial hub among countless star systems. As for security concerns, Broly had given them little thought. Wherever he stood, no one in the universe, save for the god of destruction Beerus and Angel Whis, could pose a threat to Earth. After some deliberation, Broly ultimately decided against exposing Earth to the cosmos. For doing so might disrupt the narrative of the original tale, and he still wished to witness the live broadcasts of Dragon Ball. Is this the universal currency? Broly inquired, taking the capsule from Khan's hand. Indeed, it contains approximately 200,000 Heiken, sufficient to purchase 2 high-level life planets, which should adequately serve your travel needs, Khan replied. His words surprising. It is worth noting that ordinary universal currency converts at a rate of 1 million to 1 Heiken, rendering Heiken's purchasing power exceptionally robust. In fact, the scions of planet Vegeta would receive a mere 1 Heiken as compensation after victorious battles, a generous wage bestowed by Frieza out of concern for his subordinates. Frieza, after all, led his legion across the cosmos, conquering habitable planets to sell to affluent merchants, not for monetary gain, but to relish the despair etched upon others' faces, deriving satisfaction from their fear and the reverence of his subordinates. For Frieza, such experiences were immensely gratifying. After all, the Frost Demon race reproduces asexually. They possess little beyond instilling fear and earning respect to enhance their enjoyment of existence, lacking the emotional and recreational faculties that humans possess. Such as some, it appears that you are living quite well in the service of the deity of light, Khan, effortlessly wielding tens of thousands of Heiken. This is quintessential extravagance, Broly remarked, harboring suspicions that Khan might have been exploiting the resources of the empire established in his name. Otherwise, how could he possess such wealth? In truth, Broly was overthinking. While 200,000 Heiken was indeed a significant sum, it paled in comparison to the vastness of the deity of light's dominion. The Holy Star encompassed over 900 life planets, predominantly high-level ones, with several classified as super-life planets. This wealth rendered 200,000 Heiken a mere drop in the bucket. I must say, you ought to take some time to consider the affairs of the deity of light. It has been many years, and I dare say, Master, your understanding of the deity's realm may be surpassed by that of your followers. Khan replied with a wry smile, not forgetting to express his dissatisfaction after years of diligent service. He toiled endlessly, only for Broly, the one issuing orders, to overlook the fruits of his labor. Upon hearing Khan's grievances, Broly reflected and realized the truth in his words. He had, after all, ascended to the rank of a mid-tier deity through the faith of the deity of light, yet he had never taken the time to thoroughly review the records of the Holy Star. Well, I shall make a point to peruse them when I have the opportunity. Broly coughed lightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he uttered these words that ignited a desire in Khan to resign. What did it mean to have time to review matters while he was off gallivanting with companions? Khan, feeling exasperated, kept his thoughts to himself, for he understood that as the first apostle, it was crucial to maintain the dignity of the deity of light. Very well, I wish you a pleasant journey, Master. Khan bowed respectfully, and upon receiving a nod from Broly, he vanished to resume his duties at the Holy Star Point. 200,000 Heiken, a considerable amount, is it not? Tais inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Indeed, such a sum is rare to provoke such a reaction, Bulma added, equally astonished. To elucidate, 200,000 Heiken in the cosmos is comparable to 20 tons of gold on Earth. Does that clarify matters? Broly explained, estimating the value for Tais and Bulma. That is indeed a substantial sum. Tais remarked, her surprise evident. Well, it seems you are quite the affluent figure in the cosmos, Broly, Bulma mused thoughtfully. Observing the expressions of Tais and Bulma, Broly could comprehend their astonishment. After all, 20 tons of gold would equate to approximately 7 billion on Earth, a sum that was hardly significant for the wealthiest conglomerate on the planet, which boasted assets exceeding trillions. Well then, let us embark on our journey. To which remarkable destination shall we venture first, my two lovely companions? Please take a moment to ponder, Broly said, in an unusually jovial mood. Employing a rather informal term of endearment to Ties, what destination do you desire? I wish to visit a thrilling planet, preferably one steeped in bloodshed, Bulma exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she clapped her hands, eagerly anticipating Broly's response. Are you feeling unwell? Broly advanced towards Bulma, playfully ruffling her hair in confusion. Why would you wish to visit a blood-soaked planet? Ties looked on, equally perplexed. Indeed, Bulma, what compels you to seek such a gruesome locale? Because it would be exhilarating. Cosmic travel should not mirror the monotony of Earth, Bulma asserted, hands on her hips, hoping to garner unanimous support for her idea. Very well, I shall take you there. But I hope you do not become so frightened that you soil yourself. Broly teased, for he and Bulma had grown accustomed to their playful banter, each relishing the opportunity to spar verbally. Humph, you dared to question my bravery, Bulma retorted defiantly. All right, let us proceed. I am eager to see what awaits us. Ties interjected, wishing to divert the conversation from their playful squabble. Now, allow me a moment to gather my thoughts, Broly replied. Upon finishing his words, Broly closed his eyes and activated his instant transmission. Within the realm of mental consciousness, the holy star began to diminish in size, followed by the holy nebula. Broly searched through star systems, and after several minutes, he discovered a planet that met Bulma's criteria. This planet was drenched in a blood-red hue, with a thick scent of blood permeating the atmosphere. There was no land to be found. Instead, an endless sea of viscous blood enveloped the entire sphere. The vastness of the universe never ceases to amaze. Broly found himself curious about how such a planet could have formed. Unfamiliar with the planet's data, he initially felt a wave of nausea upon witnessing its condition, suppressing the urge to vomit. He noted the planet's coordinates and awakened from his mental space. Bulma, I have located the destination you seek. However, the scent of blood is rather overwhelming. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Broly cast a glance at Bulma, seeking to confirm her intentions. After all, the circumstances surrounding that planet were rather terrifying, and he did not want to frighten the two women. Why are you dawdling? Let's go. Taze and Bulma, who had been embraced for quite some time, noticed that several seconds had passed without the sensation of transitioning to a new location. I think we should purchase a star map, something comprehensive at least, so that once we arrive at a destination, we can access information about that place. After all, if we embark on this journey and conclude without knowing the names of the places we visited, wouldn't that be quite regrettable? Broly added with slight reluctance. Yes, that does seem to be the case, Taze remarked, stroking her chin with uncertainty. Does this holy star have what you mentioned, the star map? Bulma inquired, lifting her head with a bright tone. Given the advanced nature of the holy star, it should have them. Let's go ask, Broly said as he gently set the two women down on the ground. The bustling city of the Holy City rivaled Earth's 5 major cities, with various modes of transportation whizzing past and aliens of all appearances mingling about. The new and vibrant atmosphere of this extraterrestrial street ignited a desire in Taze and Bulma, both young ladies fond of shopping, to explore. After querying a passerby, they fortuitously learned that the nearby building housed a shopping center. According to the description, this center boasted a wide array of goods, featuring products from several neighboring planets. However, many items were merely models with information provided, while the actual products were stored in warehouses. This highlighted the convenience brought by Earth's advanced capsule technology, which facilitated not just a little ease. Villas, ships, airplanes, and other large items could be purchased on-site, with payment allowing customers to simply walk away with the capsules. For instance, if one wished to establish a villa, they could do so anywhere, making it far more convenient, comfortable, and prestigious than purchasing a fixed location property. As the trio strolled through the shopping level, flanked by stores, they found themselves disappointed not to see the desired galactic star maps. Noticing many large items were merely models without the handy capsules, Taze felt little impact, but the ingenious Bulma recognized a business opportunity. Sister, if our capsule technology were to connect with the universe for commercial collaboration, the potential profits could be substantial, don't you think? Bulma mused thoughtfully, tugging at Taze as they conferred. Oh, I too see great potential. Look at these spacecraft, planetary mining equipment, and planetary defense weapons. All could be accommodated using Dad's capsules. Taze had also been contemplating this. After all, as the daughter of a prominent merchant, she possessed a keen business sense. Indeed, with our capsule technology, not only would they facilitate sales, leading to enormous volumes, but they would also eliminate shipping and storage costs, resulting in staggering profits for us, Bulma exclaimed animatedly. Broly found himself at a loss for words. He had previously pondered whether to allow Earth to engage with the universe, but now he questioned the necessity of such concerns. The moniker of this genius girl was no exaggeration. A mere stroll had unveiled hidden prospects. Bulma was indeed the mastermind behind the time machine. What an impressive feat. While Broly could forcibly prevent Bulma from establishing commercial ties with the cosmos, he was reluctant to do so. The reasoning was simple. As long as his partner's ambitions did not transgress moral boundaries, he would provide his support. Well, Bulma has a point. And as for safety, Taze and Bulma exchanged glances, their beautiful eyes sparkling as they looked at Broly, seemingly urging him to express his stance. Hey, don't just stare at me. I'm merely a bystander in this, Broly protested, feeling slightly cornered. What do you mean by ours is yours? Taze responded, somewhat slow on the uptake. Wow, Broly, you have quite the ambition, don't you? Bulma's sharpness contrasted with Taze's slower comprehension. Hold on. I was just joking. Let's not get carried away in public. Broly interjected as Taze and Bulma discovered a method to deal with him. Tickling, while punches and kicks would leave Broly unfazed. Tickling seemed to provoke laughter to the point of tears. After a lengthy excursion, they purchased an intelligent guide robot for 1 Shijin, tailored for the southern regions of the North Galaxy. This advanced robot contained extensive data about the star systems and planets of the southern North Galaxy. Representing the pinnacle of interstellar tourism technology, 1 Shijin was quite expensive, equivalent to spending $1 million on a guide back on Earth, yet this guide could only operate within the vicinity. Oh, what an adorable dog. Is it truly mechanical? Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement as she cradled the dog-like robot, inquiring with the shop attendant. Indeed, miss, the Mengwa 07 intelligent guide robot is a synthesized electronic product. However, advanced technology allows it to resemble a real dog. The sales attendant replied with a professional smile, internally bemused by Bulma's ignorance of nanotechnology. Unbeknownst to her, Bulma was already contemplating dissecting the robot for research purposes, calculating how long it would take to master this highly lucrative technology. Not only was Bulma enamored with the intelligent robot, but Taze also found it delightful, and Broly could not help but acknowledge that it was the sister who truly understood her sibling. Bulma, when do you plan to take it apart for research, and how long do you think it will take to create a more appealing product? Taze inquired, her curiosity piqued as she wrapped her arm around Bulma's shoulder immediately after exiting the store. In the grand dining hall of the Holy Star, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. I am truly curious. How do Scion stomachs operate? Broly devoured an array of delectable dishes with gusto, while Bulma rested her chin on her hand. Her beautiful eyes fixated on Broly without blinking. Who knows? He could probably out-eat a dinosaur, Taze remarked nonchalantly, crossing her arms and leaning back, realizing that Broly still seemed unsatisfied, prompting her to order another round of food for him. Ah, the cuisine of the Holy Star is quite delightful, Broly exclaimed, swallowing the last bite, washing it down with water, and grinning as he praised the meal. Tisich, it seems you find everything delicious. How very unpicky you are. Bulma observed, her mood seemingly sour over the past few days, having had several quarrels with Broly, but particularly more frequently lately. Bulma, what seems to be the matter with you? Are you feeling unwell? Lately, you seem as if you've consumed gunpowder. Tai Si, witnessing the escalating exchange between the two, placed a hand on her forehead and sighed in exasperation, feeling compelled to intervene. Stop. Are you two ever going to cease this incessant bickering, if you're not annoyed? I am certainly at my wit's end. Let us settle the accounts and be on our way. Suddenly, they found themselves in a vast, black expanse, the air thick with a suffocating scent of blood that made one feel nauseous. Beneath their feet lay an endless sea of blood, roiling as if something were about to emerge. Broly, embracing the slender waist of the two women, utilized instant transmission to traverse several star systems. Arriving at the blood-red planet previously identified in the mental realm, with Broly's psychic field providing support, the two women were able to detach themselves from his embrace and hover in midair. Ugh! Bulma glanced once and felt her stomach churn, unable to suppress her urge to vomit. Tai Si, too, appeared pale, looking quite unwell. Honestly, I can't believe you. If you can't stand it, why come here at all? Broly criticized Bulma while generating a protective barrier to shield the trio from some of the noxious odor. What kind of planet is this? Bulma inquired, discomfort evident as she knelt on the ground formed by the psychic field. This sight is rather dismal, isn't it? We've seen enough. Let us leave. There is nothing here of interest. Master, according to the star map coordinates, this location is devoid of planets. The intelligent robot, Erha, has just conducted a scan, and in conjunction with the database records, this blood-red planet is actually a cosmic beast known as the bloodthirsty beast. Before Broly could finish speaking, the intelligent tour guide robot interrupted him, beginning its duty to relay all useful information it possessed. A cosmic beast? What on earth is that? Upon hearing Erha's report, Broly furrowed his brow, striving to recall whether the term cosmic beast existed in the original Dragon Ball universe. Tai Si and Bulma exchanged surprised and puzzled glances. Beep, beep. The intelligent tour guide robot, Erha, brightened as lines of programming characters flickered in its eyes. Soon after, it procured the relevant data. Cosmic beasts are classified as special life forms, the darlings of the universe. Almost every type of cosmic beast possesses extraordinary abilities. If they desire, they can obliterate an entire star system at will. Of course, akin to ordinary animals on planets, cosmic beasts can also be divided into docile and ferocious categories. For instance, the bloodthirsty beast before us, despite its fearsome name, is actually quite gentle. As long as one does not provoke it, it poses no threat to anyone. But why bestow such a fearsome name upon it? It sounds much more intimidating than lions or tigers. Bulma questioned skeptically, while Tai Si's expression mirrored her disbelief in Erha's explanation. The records indeed state this. Erha replied calmly, unperturbed, as robots do not experience emotions. Their creators ensured they were programmed without such feelings. Being solely tour guide robots, then just how formidable is this bloodthirsty beast? Broly inquired with intrigue, as it appeared that a drop of blood the size of a planet was, in fact, a living entity. And he wished to understand its abilities. The bloodthirsty beast, a special life form and cosmic beast, lacks a physical form, existing solely as a liquid entity. However, it can assimilate through its blood, transforming into any biological form. The bloodthirsty beast grows by devouring blood, its strength increasing in proportion to its size. Yet, it is generally docile, favoring the consumption of cosmic energy to grow naturally. However, some planets, enticed by the essence of the bloodthirsty beast, attempt to capture or attack it, ultimately provoking the beast, resulting in catastrophic consequences as entire planets are assimilated. Assimilating a planet sounds rather impressive, doesn't it? Broly mused. His interest peaked. It's not too complex. Imagine a large droplet enveloping a smaller droplet. They merge into one. That is the method of assimilation employed by the bloodthirsty beast. When the colossal bloodthirsty beast becomes enraged, it crashes into the planet you inhabit, transforming it into a scene of blood-soaked chaos. After a period of assimilation, all life forms are eroded and ultimately dissolve into blood, becoming part of the bloodthirsty beast. This is its method of assimilation. Erha recounted dispassionately. Ha! Is this what you call a gentle cosmic beast? Bulma and Tai Si trembled at the thought, their bodies shaking as their teeth chattered. It is no wonder Bulma and Tai Si were terrified. One could easily envision their home planet submerged in a sea of blood, leaving everyone stranded with no solid ground to stand upon, while the waters would corrode them, assimilating all into identical entities. How could that not be terrifying? Most importantly, those waters would be blood. Just contemplating it made Broly break into a cold sweat. The records are accurate. Indeed, the bloodthirsty beast is a gentle cosmic beast. As long as you do not provoke it, it will not harm you, Master, Erha assured, wagging its tail confidently. Gentle cosmic beasts that assimilate planets. What, then, are the ferocious cosmic beasts like? Bulma queried, moving closer to Tai Si and clutching her arm to alleviate the chill creeping down her spine. Simultaneously, she curiously inquired of Erha about the nature of the ferocious cosmic beasts, proving that Bulma remained ever inquisitive. I shall search for data. Beep, beep, Erha responded, its eyes alight with programming as it rapidly operated its chip to sift through the interstellar database for the necessary information. Found it. Found it. The star-eating mouse and the void serpent are both ferocious cosmic beasts. Should Master encounter them in the future, please maintain your distance, as their danger level is rated 10. The star-eating mouse, a special life form and cosmic-grade monster, delights in consuming high-quality planets. It is adorned in a purple-golden hue and can grow to a size of 1/1,000,000th of a light-year. Goodness. A size of 1/1,000,000th of a light-year translates to over 9 million kilometers. Even traveling at the speed of light would take over 30 seconds to traverse from the head to the tail of the star-eating mouse. For reference, it takes less than 0.2 seconds to circumnavigate the Earth at light speed. With such a massive size, devouring planets must be akin to consuming jelly beans. Interrupting Broly swallowed hard, contemplating whether this was still the Dragon Ball universe, with the star-eating mouse's colossal size. How could it possibly be weak in energy? It wouldn't leap out as the boss, would it? And what of the Void Serpent? All right, you needn't elaborate further. That's sufficient. Broly interjected, eager to focus on the critical points. You mentioned that some wish to capture the bloodthirsty beast. How does one do so, and what purpose would it serve once captured? Broly was no longer interested in hearing exaggerated tales of these so-called cosmic beasts. He sought clarity on the matter. The bloodthirsty beast is an energy life form, and its utility lies in assimilation. Anyone who assimilates with it gains immense energy and acquires an almost immortal physique. As long as a single cell remains, one can regenerate. Moreover, once assimilated, because one becomes an energy life form, they can also share their powers with others, explained, focusing intently on the function of the bloodthirsty beast. But didn't you previously mention that once assimilated, one would become blood and a part of the bloodthirsty beast? Bulma questioned, perplexed. Isn't that akin to courting death? Indeed, it is no different from seeking death. However, if your consciousness dominates after assimilation, it equates to you having reversed the assimilation process with the bloodthirsty beast, rather than it assimilating you. Records indicate that the consciousness core of the bloodthirsty beast is exceedingly weak. Therefore, to assimilate with it and ensure your consciousness takes precedence, you must eliminate the beast's consciousness before assimilation. This must occur after it activates its assimilation ability. Once the process is complete, only your consciousness will remain within the body, making you the master of your new form. Expounded on the data in one breath, then gazed at Broly, as if asking whether he was interested in this upgrade. After assimilation, where does the immense energy come from? Broly felt a surge of anticipation, raising an eyebrow to inquire for further details. The bloodthirsty beast sustains itself on cosmic energy in the blood of living beings, functionally serving as a cosmic energy purification machine. Its vast, blood-red form resembles an ocean, cultivated over extended periods through the absorption of cosmic energy. Thus, once assimilated, that energy becomes an extension of its master's body. What must be done? Broly, growing increasingly impatient, was eager for answers. The master must first locate the core of the bloodthirsty beast's consciousness and provoke it. When it begins to assimilate the master, shattering its consciousness core will suffice. However, it is advised to utilize formidable mental strength to confine its consciousness core. After assimilation, with the master's consciousness in the dominant position, devouring the bloodthirsty beast's consciousness core will expedite the acquisition of its abilities. I don't think it needs to be that complicated. He chuckled. Broly found the methods detailed in the data cumbersome. He had a more efficient plan for assimilation. Indeed, let us not forget, this Broly is not the same as the other Broly. He is Lingyi. And also Broly, and even Ginyu. Within the form of the bloodthirsty beast, Broly unleashed a golden-green aura, shielding himself from the surrounding blood. He transported Ties and Bulma to a nearby planet before returning to execute his possession plan. Unyielding, Broly recalled how Ginyu could swap bodies with a frog in the original story, so he too could exchange bodies with the cosmic monster. Moreover, after the exchange, he would assimilate his own Broly body. Such a precious bloodline must not go to waste. I have found you, Broly, with a mental force as powerful as a tempest, scanned the area several times until he located a black-red diamond crystal emanating a faint blood-red glow. Buried deep within the blood sea, this must be the consciousness core of the bloodthirsty beast, as mentioned by the data. With a swift motion, a beam of golden-green light shot forth, striking the diamond crystal and producing a crisp sound. Broly extended his index finger, employing the deadly meteor technique to confirm whether this was indeed the consciousness core of the bloodthirsty beast. Roar! In an instant, Broly felt an immense pressure, not one of mere strength, but rather, it felt as though the blood sea was constricting him, his golden-green aura being squeezed inward. It was akin to a colossal hand clasping him tightly, attempting to crush him into oblivion. Simultaneously, Broly confirmed that the diamond crystal was indeed the consciousness core of the bloodthirsty beast. Thus, he retracted his aura and ceased resisting the corrosive nature of the blood sea, allowing it to crush him. Soon, as Broly's skin began to rot, he uttered, "Exchange." Brilliant light erupted, the cosmos twisted, and Broly's perspective shifted. He observed his former body, seemingly in a daze. Evidently, the bloodthirsty beast had yet to comprehend the situation. Broly had maintained his combat power at its lowest, waiting until he was half assimilated before utilizing the divine technique to swap bodies. Consequently, upon the exchange, the bloodthirsty beast received Broly's grotesque form, and before it could fathom the unfolding events, it was already succumbing to decay. Now, let us see. As Broly concentrated on the blood of the transcendent lineage, reconstructing his body through fusion and compression, the vast expanse of the cosmos bore witness to a blood droplet. Akin to a planet, pulsating and gradually transforming into a humanoid figure. First, the consciousness core crystal morphed into bones and veins, followed by the infusion of pure energy to foster tightly entwined muscles. Subsequently, after the infusion of purified transcendent blood, the new form began to expand, revitalized as a powerful heart began to beat. Finally, the spiritual consciousness coalesced with the vast pure energy body, plunging into the newly formed humanoid form. In a moment, the new body swelled immensely, twisting and pulsating. After a considerable time, the giant lying in the cosmic void opened its eyes, moved its limbs, and shook its neck, feeling no discomfort. An energy life form. Is it? With a thought, Broly's body vaporized and vanished into the nearby void. As his emerging thoughts materialized, the new form reassembled. This is the characteristic of an energy life form, composed entirely of energy. Defying the rules of biology and physics, as long as energy exists in this world, energy life forms are eternal. Observing his body, now brimming with energy and inflated to an unusual size, Broly felt somewhat unaccustomed. He sat cross-legged, intending to compress his body's energy to restore it to a normal state, in the North Galaxy's central region, on the planet Silver Star. A super-life planet with advanced technology serves as the headquarters for numerous commercial empires within the universe. This place stands as the political and financial nucleus of the North Galaxy, encompassing interstellar tourism, cosmic internet, stellar mining, interstellar aerospace, and galactic electronic communications, among others. These enterprises are titanic, dominating not only the North Galaxy but extending across other galaxies as well. Of course, various official departments also reside on Silver Star, such as the Galactic Patrol, Cosmic Nova Network, and the Galactic Bureau of Commerce and Statistics. It had been half a month since Broly assimilated the bloodthirsty beast. During this time, the trio returned to Earth once, utilizing the hyperbolic time chamber, as Broly needed to acclimate to and understand his new self. Indeed, the gains from assimilating the bloodthirsty beast were immense. With his new body, the blood, now purified, consisted solely of transcendent cells, implying that Broly no longer possessed a normal form. In other words, Broly's default state is that of the transcendent form. He no longer requires transformations. Through assimilation, he absorbed millennia of life energy accumulated by the bloodthirsty beast. Should Broly unleash his full combat potential, his power could soar beyond 70 billion energy units, with equipment enhancements. Achieving 200 billion combat power would be effortless. Most importantly, his physique is unique. If he so desires, he can absorb an enemy's energy blast since his body is part of the energy itself. Moreover, Broly can transfer portions of his energy to others. Even ordinary individuals can be transformed into formidable beings in a short time. Furthermore, he can trigger the self-destruction of those endowed with his energy at will. Broly found this skill particularly appealing. In the future, should he identify promising candidates, he could directly bestow them power, and if they betray him, he could simply cause them to self-destruct. For instance, he had previously infused a bit of energy into Bulma and Tais, resulting in their combat power skyrocketing to an astonishing 100 million. Initially, the two struggled to control their newfound strength, inadvertently damaging furniture and even snapping trees when leaning against them. Reluctantly, Broly had to teleport the two to the Earth Temple before entering the hyperbolic time chamber. After half a year of intensive training, Tais and Bulma had become formidable figures, surpassing even the current Frieza in strength. Additionally, Broly acquired a new skill, the ability to absorb cosmic energy or assimilate beings to rapidly enhance combat power. Upon exiting the hyperbolic time chamber, the trio returned to the Universal Enterprise for a few days, during which Tais and Bulma conferred with Dr. Briefs about their plans. Tais and Bulma expressed their desire for Earth to enter the cosmic era and engage in commerce with other civilizations. After discussions with Dr. Briefs, it became apparent that only Tais and Bulma were involved in the negotiations. Upon presenting their idea of intergalactic commerce, Dr. Briefs simply remarked, "It seems having a man around is beneficial. Tais has finally matured and is willing to assist her father. Well, since you have ideas, go ahead and pursue them. Our universal capsule technology will thrive regardless. After saying this, Dr. Briefs immersed himself in his laboratory. Thais, her face flushed with irritation yet delight, began discussing finer details with Bulma. Ultimately, the conclusion was to notify the king to prepare for the cosmic era. Then, establish a production workshop to manufacture and transport spacecraft. In the vastness of outer space, construct expansive space stations to stockpile goods, allowing alien cargo ships to temporarily dock for loading and unloading, while simultaneously recruiting a substantial workforce. For Thais and Bulma. Having learned from Erha that there are two pathways to engage in cosmic trade. The first method is to possess formidable strength, thereby bypassing any bureaucratic constraints, and directly seek partners to sell products. The second method involves adhering to formal procedures, beginning with registration at the official departments, documenting the planetary location with the Cosmic New Star Network, and collecting blood and other data for ethnic registration. Subsequently, the official departments will assign numbers to the planet and ethnic group, binding them together, thus granting them the status of legitimate cosmic citizens. This designation affirms that the planet belongs to a specific ethnic group, rendering it not a Terran alias. Should other civilizations attempt to forcibly occupy it, they would be classified as invaders, and the authorities would dispatch galactic patrol to assist the indigenous populace in their defense. Once the planetary registration is complete, the following day, after the information is uploaded, one must also register a company with the Galactic Industrial and Commercial Statistics Department. This includes registering patent products and securing technical safeguards. After which one can seek partners through the official information network. Thais and Bulma, are you truly certain that you wish to establish a company and connect with the universe? It is now the second day since the three have arrived at Silver Radiant Star. On the first day, they had already registered their planetary and ethnic information. Now it is the morning of the second day, and the trio is en route to the Galactic Industrial and Commercial Statistics Department. Broly harbors some reluctance to allow Earth to enter the cosmic interstellar era, fearing it might obliterate the original plot. What's wrong with you? You seem quite resistant to the idea of Earth entering a phase of rapid development. Thais has noticed Broly's repeated reluctance in his words. She is no fool and has already detected his unease. Indeed, if something bothers you, speak up. We can discuss it. Bulma, with her superior intellect compared to Thais, interjects. What could possibly trouble me? It's nothing. If you wish to proceed, then by all means, do so. I merely fear that in the future, you will be so occupied with company matters that you won't have time to accompany me on travels. Broly chuckles, casually offering an excuse to deflect. If you choose not to speak, so be it. You don't trust me or my sister. Bulma pouts, displaying her displeasure. Broly, regardless of your troubles, I want you to remember that the universal enterprise of Earth is your home. Thais' cheeks flush almost to her ears, and after speaking, she hastily strides towards the entrance of the Galactic Industrial and Commercial Statistics Department. Observing Thais' demeanor, Broly initially feels bewildered, only to later notice the mysterious smile playing at the corners of Bulma's mouth. Broly realizes that Thais and Bulma have misunderstood. They mistakenly believe he is facing difficulties, yet he has no family, no support, and no confidant to share his burdens. However, Broly feels a sense of joy. This is their acknowledgement. He understands that Thais is subtly suggesting that he can solidify certain relationships. As Thais enters the main hall of the Galactic Industrial and Commercial Statistics Department, Broly and Bulma follow closely behind. The official department is not lavishly adorned. The gray alloy floors and walls, coupled with the yellow ceiling, are illuminated by rows of lights, brightening the expansive workspace. After waiting in line for over 10 minutes, it is finally their turn. With excitement, Thais and Bulma approach the window, flanked by Broly. Hello, may I inquire what services you require? Thais greets the staff courteously. Hello, I would like to register a company. Please. No problem. Please fill out this information form. The staff, smiling, hands a form to Thais. The first line reads, in the universal language of the cosmos, Northern Galaxy, Citizen Company Registration Information Review Form, IT, is worth mentioning that. To facilitate Thais and Bulma's cosmic entrepreneurial ambitions, Broly took the time to bring them to Namek, where they learned the universal language through the Dragon Balls. This is why Thais can effortlessly communicate with the upper echelons of cosmic society, easily and skillfully completing the form. Examining the content of the form, there is nothing particularly surprising, yet Broly is still taken aback. Point 1 section states, company name, Infinite Wonders Universal Enterprise Company location, Northern Galaxy. Orion Sector, 77th Stellar System, Earth. This is the address previously assigned by the Cosmic New Star Network to the solar system within the cosmic star map. Registered name, Tai Si. Legal owner, Broly. Chief Technical Advisor, Bulma. Patent products, Universal Capsule. Upon seeing his name as the legal owner, Broly momentarily freezes and then calls out to Tai Si, who is about to submit the form. Tai Si, is there a mistake regarding the legal owner? Hearing Broly's words, Tai Si turns to meet his gaze, and they lock eyes. After a moment, Tai Si takes action, rising onto her toes, her delicate hands resting on Broly's shoulders, her flawless face slowly leaning in. As the distance narrows, the unique energy emanating from their bodies fills their lungs, causing their breaths to grow heavy, and that tingling sensation clouds their minds. Broly feels his thoughts cease, rendered motionless as he gazes at her petite, exquisitely sweet lips as they meet his own. Boom! As their mouths connect, a thunderous resonance echoes in their minds, as if they have signed a mysterious pact. From this moment forth, they are no longer free. They bear the responsibility for each other, a duty to protect and defend with their very lives. Is this the essence of love? If possible, I would willingly perish in this sensation. This thought flickers through Broly's mind. And when he regains his senses, he sees only the retreating figure of the enchanting lady, along with the lingering, sweet, and delightful taste upon his lips. Ignoring the astonished Bulma beside him, Broly cherishes the memory and sensation he just experienced, placing it in the most treasured spot of his heart that he intends to revisit it until the day he grows old. This memory, this taste, this sensation, the most significant and beautiful experience in the universe, is something worth holding in one's heart for eternity. Watching Tai Si's silhouette, Broly smiles knowingly, for he has received his answer. The designation of legal owner is not a mistake. It is a family matter, and it matters not who is named. This is Tai Si's response. Ah, Miss Tai Si, is the company you wish to register primarily focused on high-tech products? This universal capsule is remarkable. May I inquire if you have a physical product with you? The staff's eyebrows raise in surprise as she questions Tai Si. Having reviewed the information about Earth, in her impression, Earth is merely a recently registered planet, and these individuals seem to be from a nascent civilization. Hence, she is curious about what high-tech products such a society could possess. Yes, I do have some. Here, these are the universal capsules. Tai Si retrieves 2 capsules from her pocket, presenting them to the staff while explaining their functions and precautions. Such astonishing technology. How can such advanced science originate from a primitive planet? Has the Cosmic New Star Network made an error in its documentation? After some verification and a thorough discussion, the staff is left astounded. The staff's mind is consumed with a singular thought. This is black technology. Unequivocal black technology. This universal enterprise is destined to become another super commercial empire spanning the galaxies. This staff member even contemplates resigning from her position to apply for a job at the Universal Enterprise. Well then, Miss Tai Si, I have successfully entered your application for company registration into the system. Now we simply await the official documentation to be finalized. The staff smiles warmly. Thank you very much. How long will it take? The sweet voice of Tai Si evokes an immediate affection in those who hear it. The approval process typically does not take long, usually no more than 3 days. However, considering your esteemed company, I believe it holds great promise. Thus, I have opted for special document editing, which will be prioritized, a privilege afforded to our staff. Additionally, Ms. Tai Si, my name is Wei Lucy, and I have dedicated 20 years of service to the Galactic Commerce Statistics Department that I am presently seeking a new position, and I wonder if Ms. Tai Si might consider granting me a role within your esteemed enterprise, allowing me to earn my livelihood. After discussing business, the staff member introduced himself. It must be said that Wei Lucy possesses a remarkable eloquence in a simple statement. He conveyed multiple meanings that a discerning individual would readily perceive. First, he indicated his 2 decades of experience in the Galactic Commerce Statistics Department, a repository of data for the Northern Galaxy's commerce and industry. Having worked there for such an extended period, one would expect him to have cultivated a vast network of connections. He then requested a position from Tai Si, clearly aspiring for a managerial role, and with his qualifications, it is evident he is well suited for it. When it comes to client acquisition, it goes without saying that Wei Lucy is well connected and possesses the requisite skills, as evidenced by his level of articulation. The impression he leaves is one of vision, eloquence, and a composed yet decisive demeanor. Such a candidate is undoubtedly a commendable choice. Tai Si, being astute, carefully assessed Wei Lucy while subtly nodding in agreement, then glanced at Bulma and Broly, seeking their opinions. Bulma remained indifferent, for as she recalled from briefs, the Universal Enterprises would never falter regardless of management. Thus, she was unconcerned about who filled which position. Broly also found Wei Lucy quite impressive, and he nodded at Tai Si, signaling her to make the decision. With both parties in agreement, Tai Si expressed without hesitation, "How about the position of general manager? Would you care to try it on for size?" "Haha. I am grateful for your support, Miss Tai Si. I assure you I will maximize the company's efficiency." Wei Lucy thought he might only receive a position as a sales manager or a departmental head, but was pleasantly surprised to be offered the high-ranking role of general manager, a testament to the trust in his capabilities. The general manager is essentially the chief overseer of a company, second only to the shareholders, president, and vice president. After conferring with Wei Lucy, Tai Si scheduled a return to Earth in 3 days. During this time, Wei Lucy needed to organize his belongings and bid farewell to family and friends, explaining his situation. Meanwhile, Broly and the others planned to explore the political and financial center of the Northern Galaxy. Phew, everything is finally settled. We can now continue our interstellar journey. Upon exiting the Galactic Commerce Statistics Department, Bulma stretched and expressed her anticipation. "Indeed, but shall we first find a place to dine?" Broly reluctantly voiced his stomach's desires, while he was generally satisfied with all aspects of being a scion. He was particularly displeased with his appetite. Despite his reluctance to eat, he felt extremely hungry. "Well, it is already noon, and I haven't had breakfast," Bulma said, shielding her eyes from the sun. "Then let us go. Pippi Xia, we must find a fine restaurant, for I have yet to taste the cuisine of Silver Radiant Star." Tai Si gestured toward a direction and confidently led the way. Having spent considerable time with Bulma and the others, Broly had unconsciously adopted some of their casual expressions. After wandering for a while, the trio finally settled on a restaurant that appeared quite promising. After some pleasantries, Tai Si perused the menu and ordered an impressive array of dishes. Broly, being a scion, was not picky, so the variety posed no issue for him. Soon, after sampling several dishes, he had made 3 trips to the serving station and only stopped when the restaurant's ingredients were nearly exhausted, leaving him feeling about 80% full. "Hey, have you heard about the highlight of this auction held by Zhongheng Trading? Apparently, it features a supercomputer that has gained self-awareness. I wonder if it's true?" As Broly and his companions discussed their next steps after their meal, a nearby table of blue-skinned aliens sparked Bulma's interest with this intriguing topic. "It's not just a supercomputer. That's called an intelligent life form. Not some nonsense supercomputer," another blue-skinned alien retorted, criticizing his companion's ignorance. "Excuse me, could you tell me when and where this auction is taking place?" Bulma, clearly fascinated by the concept of the intelligent life form, eagerly sought information on how to attend the auction. A beautiful lady. "The auction starts tomorrow at the headquarters of Zhongheng Trading. To get there, simply exit this restaurant, turn left, and cross 3 streets, and you will see the headquarters building." The blue-skinned alien, AI Lu, kindly explained. "However, to participate in the auction, you must first obtain a VIP card from Zhongheng Trading. Only VIP guests can enter the auction venue." "How can one acquire the VIP guest card?" Bulma asked, a bit anxious, fearing she might lack the capital to obtain this coveted card. "It's quite simple. As long as you have over 1 million rare gold in your account at the Galactic Bank, you will qualify for a VIP card from Zhongheng Trading. Here, take a look at this card." The other blue-skinned alien proudly displayed a diamond-studded black card. Must it really be that much money? This poses a bit of a dilemma. Bulma sighed, feeling deflated. "Silly, what's the trouble? With me around, don't fret over a mere VIP card. If you wanted a piece of Beerus's whiskers, I would fetch it for you." Broly affectionately ruffled Bulma's hair with a grin. "Oh, you wouldn't resort to brute force, would you?" "Isn't that a bit Tai Si?" This innocent soul, with zero evil, appeared somewhat anxious. After all, she had undergone 9 years of compulsory education, and her sense of justice remained quite strong. "Haha, it's all right. Besides, this world is not as idyllic as you might think. Behind those glitzy corporations, how many hands are truly clean?" With the relationship now established, Broly was unreserved, stepping forward to clasp Tai Si's hands, preparing to guide his partner towards embodying the essence of a mogul. After settling the bill with rare gold, the trio exited the restaurant and leisurely made their way to the Zhongheng Trading headquarters. Observing the foreign customs along the way was a form of cultivation in itself. Tai Si was enriching her experiences, while Bulma envisioned overcoming various technological challenges to create her ideal technological masterpiece. Broly, on the other hand, relaxed his body into a state of ease, maintaining a natural demeanor ready to practice at any moment, attuning himself to the essence of Jeet Kune Do or perhaps the carefree mastery of Zizai Ji Gong. Such unintentional mastery often leads to the swiftest results. The 3 streets spanned over 10 kilometers in total, and the trio completed the journey in just over 40 minutes, a remarkable feat. The Zhongheng Trading Headquarters stood as a towering edifice of over 300 stories. Its entire structure framed in silver metal, with superalloy glass panes embedded within, exuding a distinctly futuristic ambience. The entrance leading to the Grand Hall stood 4 captivating columns, crafted from flawless red rubies, which were undeniably extravagant. Among these 4 ruby columns stood 3 revolving doors, each equally impressive. A frame of pure gold, gleaming with 100% purity, encases a remarkably thin, transparent diamond slab at its center. Such an entrance indeed showcases the financial prowess of Zhongheng Trade. It is no wonder that they only entertain individuals whose worth exceeds 1 million rare gold. The grandeur of this establishment is such that ordinary individuals would hesitate to step foot inside. To possess a fortune surpassing 1 million rare gold, one must certainly own at least 10 high-grade life planets to accumulate such wealth. The wealth rankings of the Northern Galaxy reveal that both Bulma and Tais have also encountered individuals valued at over 1 million rare gold. There are merely over 1 million individuals in the Northern Galaxy with such wealth, and only around 200,000 who possess fortunes in the tens of millions. The truly affluent are indeed formidable. The top figures on the wealth list are individuals worth thousands to tens of trillions of rare gold, with the foremost among them possessing a staggering quantity of cosmic source crystals. Cosmic source crystals are the rarest substances in the universe, concentrated forms of cosmic energy produced under exceedingly difficult conditions, making their availability extraordinarily scarce. To return to the main point, the Northern Galaxy is vast, yet the number of billionaires is limited. Moreover, Enau Star merely claims to be the political and financial center of the Northern Galaxy. Other star domains boast prosperous planets that rival or even surpass Enau Star's opulence. Thus, Enau Star's renown is confined to a few nearby star domains, indicating a limited number of wealthy individuals in its vicinity. Consequently, the headquarters of Zhongheng Trade often exudes a certain tranquility. It is only during the tri-monthly auction period that the establishment buzzes with activity. Welcome to the Galaxy Zhongheng Trade. Sir, madam, please present your VIP cards. Broly, Tais, and Bulma passed through the revolving doors into the opulent lobby of Zhongheng Trade. At that moment, the 2 beautiful receptionists greeted them with warmth and courtesy. Evidently trained to do so, remarkably, both receptionists possessed combat powers of around 10,000, befitting a company of imperial stature across the Northern Galaxy. Broly glanced at them with a silent commendation. It is worth noting that Frieza, who styles himself as the Emperor of the Universe, has subordinates like Dodoria and Shimpa, whose combat powers barely exceed 20,000. However, while he acknowledged their prowess, such strength was hardly noteworthy to Broly. Even if he stood idly by and allowed them to attack him, they would tire long before he felt any discomfort. The disparity was simply incomprehensible. I do not possess a VIP card, but I wield the power to make Zhongheng Trade vanish from this world. Do you think that qualifies me for entry? Broly said with a grin, addressing the alien receptionist. The 2 alien receptionists were momentarily taken aback, exchanged glances, and then regarded Broly as one might a drunken fool. Sir, please maintain decorum. The Galaxy Zhongheng Trade is not a place for reckless behavior. Otherwise, you may face consequences beyond your capacity to bear. It must be said that these 2 beauties had been thoroughly trained in their profession. Despite their cold expressions and the hostility emanating from them, their speech remained remarkably polite, albeit lacking in deference. I tire of this banter. Fetch your highest-ranking leader to meet me. Time is precious, so do hurry. Otherwise, the energy I just infused into your bodies may very well explode. Broly waved his hand, sending 2 spheres of energy into their bodies. Then threatened. The 2 alien receptionists suddenly felt their internal energy surge severfold, accompanied by an unsettling presence that fluctuated ominously within them, as if ready to erupt at any moment. What have you done to us? They stammered, gazing at him in confusion. Broly smirked mischievously. Just planted a little bomb. No need to fear. Its power is not particularly great, perhaps about 3 times your full-strength attacks. Seeing that they were about to protest, Broly interjected, hurry and do as I say, or I shall detonate one to motivate the other to summon your boss. With Broly's will guiding them, the 2 alien receptionists instantly sensed the turmoil of energy within them, expanding uncontrollably, making them feel as though their bodies might split apart at any moment. No, please stop. Our manager is not here. He has stepped out. Under the threat of imminent danger, they relented. Yes, if you wish to see him. You can wait in his office. He should return shortly. One added hastily. Oh, is that so? How might I reach this manager's office you speak of? Broly inquired, resting his hand on the reception desk, his finger rhythmically tapping the surface, producing a melodic sound. Please hold for a moment, and I will contact the manager's secretary. She can escort you upstairs. The receptionist, seeing Broly nod, picked up a communication device resembling a phone and pressed a button. A sweet voice soon emanated from it. This is the office. How may I assist you? Miss Paris, there is a distinguished guest below, and the receptionist candidly recounted the situation to Broly without reservation. Understood. I will be there shortly. Came the sweet voice again, efficiently concluding the call, and no matter how they chose to address it. Even if they sought reinforcements, Broly remained unconcerned. His sole thought was that they should keep matters simple to avoid complications for himself, while they would inevitably bear the brunt of the situation. Before long, the luxurious elevator beside the reception opened, and a striking woman with green skin and red hair, exuding an alluring presence, stepped out. She surveyed the lobby, relieved to see that nothing had been damaged, yet simultaneously wary of the troublemaker. She then turned her attention to Broly and his companions, who were equally scrutinizing her. This alien seems remarkably similar to humans from Earth. Aside from her skin color, Bulma remarked with evident interest upon seeing her features. Indeed, both in stature and appearance, she closely resembles the women of our Earth. Ties concurred. Suddenly, the combat power detector emitted a series of alarming beeps. How is this possible? It has exceeded the detection limits. Broly was somewhat taken aback. He had just spotted the combat power detector used by Frisia's army on the green-skinned beauty. However, that particular device could only measure up to 100,000 in combat power. Anything beyond that would cause it to explode due to overload. The green-skinned beauty had attempted to gauge Broly's combat power, but the result was 0. This was because Broly had attained a state of returning to his true nature, achieving a mastery over his energy that was simply profound. Moreover, he had been maintaining a state of harmony with nature, which meant that his energy was almost entirely contained, leaking not a single trace. It was entirely normal for the detector to be incapable of measuring Broly's combat power. However, Tais and Bulma were different. They possessed combat powers exceeding 100 million and had only recently begun their martial training. Hence, their ability to contain their energy was still quite rudimentary. Even a slight leak of their aura would surpass the detector's threshold, leading to its catastrophic failure, something Broly had anticipated. This outcome, however, startled the previously composed green-skinned beauty. It is well known that combat power in the universe is generally quite low, with individuals like Broly nearing the upper limits of universal strength. After all, the classification of power levels is quite clear. Planets with maximum combat power below 1,000 are considered low-level. Those exceeding 1,000 are classified as mid-level. Planets surpassing 5,000 are high-level, and those exceeding 10,000 are deemed superplanets. From this, it is evident that the combat power levels in the universe are relatively modest. Possessing a combat power of 2,000 to 3,000 already marks one as a formidable fighter. Those exceeding 100,000 are undoubtedly among the elite, often serving as local monarchs or powerful allies of significant factions. In the original narrative, a character with a combat power of over 4,000 could unleash attacks of nuclear bomb caliber. One can only imagine the devastation a combat power exceeding 100,000 could wreak, capable of obliterating planets. Thus, it is clear why the green-skinned beauty found herself so alarmed. Excuse me, sir. May I inquire about your purpose for visiting? If there is anything that Zhonghing Trading can assist you with, please do not hesitate to express it. I shall endeavor to provide my utmost support. The green-skinned beauty was quite astute. She understood that one must cultivate goodwill with such a formidable individual rather than risk offending them. Although she was merely an assistant, she recognized that even the proprietor would defer to such decisions when present. This was the universal law of survival. The strong prey upon the weak. A truth that remains constant through time. In a luxurious suite within the Zhonghing Trading Building, Broly reclined on the bed, toying with a black, diamond-studded card as he boastfully declared, "Indeed, it is merely a VIP card for an auction. With a bit of effort, acquiring it is a simple task. Yes, quite impressive, though it is only marginally better than the actions of a common thief," Bulma retorted from the bedside, casting a disdainful glance at Broly. "This is simply the law of nature. A pampered young lady like yourself cannot possibly comprehend." Broly playfully nudged Bulma's backside with his foot, engaging her in a light-hearted banter. "Humph, I can't be bothered to argue with you. I shall go check on my room. Bulma said, finally choosing to end their quarrel. With a huff, she turned and made her way towards her quarters. The suite was lavishly appointed, featuring 6 bedrooms, bathrooms, a kitchen, a spacious living room, and an expansive balcony. Truly a haven of comfort. This was the accommodation arranged by Paris, Zhongheng Trading's general manager. After some discussions, Paris had learned that this distinguished guest had come specifically for the auction's centerpiece, an intelligent life form. Hence, to facilitate Broly's attendance at the auction the following day, accommodations were provided for him and his companions. Do not doubt that a building with 300 floors would lack rooms. Zhongheng Trading frequently hosted auctions, catering to affluent clients from nearby star systems. Consequently, the headquarters boasted numerous entertainment facilities and opulent lodgings. Ding ding ding. Just after washing her face, Tais emerged from the bathroom when the doorbell rang. Without a doubt, it was the return of Zhongheng Trading's general manager. Upon opening the door, she found Paris, the former secretary, cheerfully standing beside a middle-aged man of her kind. "Hello, are you the general manager of Zhongheng Trading?" Tais greeted with a sweet smile. "Yes, I am Borui, the general manager of Zhongheng Trading. Miss Tais, it is a pleasure to meet you. I have come to visit Mr. Broly. May I inquire if he is available?" Borui began, only to be interrupted by Tais. "Please, come in. He is here, and Broly is looking for you." Tai stepped aside to allow him entry while calling out to Broly. As they settled in the living room and exchanged pleasantries, the conversation eventually turned to the matter at hand. "Mr. Broly, I have heard from Paris that you are interested in the intelligent life form." Borui inquired, studying Broly with a contemplative expression. "Oh, you mean the one that is to be auctioned?" "It is actually my partner who is interested in it. I am not well versed in scientific matters," Broly asserted with an air of confidence, much to the dismay of Tais and Bulma, who were taken aback by his possessive remark regarding Bulma. "Is that so? May I ask how much you have prepared for this?" Borui continued, a hint of concern in his voice. "I estimate that several wealthy individuals are vying for this intelligent life form at the auction." Borui sighed, anxious that Broly might not have sufficient funds, potentially disrupting the auction and jeopardizing the safety of the affluent clientele who purchased rare items from their company. However, he was keenly aware that Broly possessed over 100,000 combat power, a formidable presence indeed. If anything were to go awry with a buyer, it would severely tarnish Zhongheng Trading's reputation, a scenario he wished to avoid. Thus, he had come to gauge Broly's intentions. Contemplating discounts, should Broly genuinely wish to make a purchase, in Borui's mind, he was convinced that Broly lacked substantial funds and might resort to unscrupulous means to acquire the item. He was prepared to ensure that any losses were minimal. Yet if Broly were to overstep, he would not hesitate to take action against him. As his company also employed 2 individuals with similar combat prowess, Borui's conclusions stemmed from 2 key observations. First, if Broly had ample financial resources, he would not resort to such tactics, and second, he could find no mention of Broly on the list of the wealthy. "Ha ha ha, Mr. Borui, you certainly have a sense of humor. You ask how much I have prepared?" Broly chuckled, amused by the inquiry that in his mind. Broly was no fool. He would not engage in mindless acts of violence or malevolence. However, he found occasional amusement in engaging in a bit of strong-arm tactics and asserting dominance. Mr. Broly, you do wish to purchase that intelligent life form, do you not?" Borui stammered, somewhat perplexed. "Oh, I see. Mr. Borui, unfortunately, I did not bring any money with me. I merely prepared a combat power of 100 million. However, it seems that may not suffice to acquire the intelligent life form." Broly lamented, his expression one of concern as he sought Borui's insight on the current predicament. "What, Mr. Broly, I have assessed that the intelligent life form may fetch at least 10 million rare gold. 10 million is no small sum. Your approach seems rather unwise, and it appears that you do not regard the Galactic Patrol with much respect. Only 100 million combat power." Upon hearing Broly's initial statement, Borui furrowed his brow, feeling an urge to explode as his voice rose. "Do you think you would attempt to acquire an item valued at 10 million rare gold without any funds? This is akin to trying to deceive a wolf with empty hands." However, upon processing Broly's subsequent words, Borui felt his anger douse like a flame, leaving him gasping for breath. "Mr. Borui, I would like to know if you can represent Zhongheng Trading." Broly shifted the topic, observing Borui stunned into silence. Zhongheng Trading was founded by my grandfather, and currently, my uncle oversees its operations. I am considered a partial heir, so I am able to make many decisions, Borui explained. "May I inquire, Mr. Broly, do you truly possess a combat power of 100 million? Or do you command an army whose total combat power amounts to 100 million? As Borui responded to Broly's question, he posed one of his own, seeking clarification on whether Broly was indeed a person of such immense power. If Broly was as formidable as he claimed, Borui would undoubtedly have to concede the intelligent life form to him without question. After all, Zhongheng Trading boasted assets worth 200 billion rare gold. And to avoid offending a significant figure, parting with a mere 10 million would be of little consequence. While a combat power of 100,000 was impressive, it posed only a minor inconvenience to a business empire. However, possessing a combat power of 100 million was an entirely different matter. Borui understood that a being of such strength was undoubtedly a major player in the cosmos. He realized he had no standing to negotiate or conduct business with such a person. Oh, if that is the case, then you can indeed represent Zhongheng Trading. Excellent, you align perfectly with my expectations. As for my combat power, come closer, and I shall show you a glimpse of my childhood battles. After that, you will comprehend the extent of my strength. Broly's words seemed to possess an enchanting power, causing Borui to instinctively rise and take a seat beside him. This was a manifestation of aura. Combined with Broly's formidable mental prowess, coinciding perfectly with Bori's state of shock and unease, Broly placed his hand atop Bori's head, intending to impart vivid memories of his battles in the demon realm directly into Bori's mind through his immense psychic strength. However, he then recalled that he could utilize his psychic field, along with the unique characteristics of his energy life form, to materialize those memories for them to witness. Acting on this thought, he swiftly enacted the psychic field, releasing a colossal surge of energy, transforming the living room into an entirely different scene. Initially, everyone present, including Taisi and Bulma, felt a wave of panic, for the sights of the demon realm were indeed daunting. Do not be alarmed. This is merely a recollection of my experiences in the demon realm that I am simply presenting these memories for you to observe, as if watching a film, and you shall not be harmed. Broly reassured them, noticing their distress. With that, he leapt onto Taisi's sofa, adopting a more comfortable position as he wrapped his arms around her to enjoy the movie together. Indeed, the images conjured were a vivid depiction of Broly's battles in the demon realm, now rendered three-dimensional through the psychic field. This allowed those present to immerse themselves in the terrifying, world-shattering conflict. Although they lacked physical sensations, they could witness the cataclysmic sound bursts and the energy spheres that shattered space, leaving them exhilarated and eager for action. Even Paris, who had little understanding of martial arts, found herself screaming, unable to discern whether she was thrilled or terrified. The climax featured an energy blast whose shockwave obliterated everything within a radius of millions of kilometers, a truly jaw-dropping spectacle. Once the film concluded, the group remained in a state of stunned silence. Taisi nestled against Broly, her heart tumultuous with emotion. She recalled the day, years prior, when Broly returned from the demon realm, having questioned him about whether he had grown stronger. Now, she felt immense relief, grateful that Broly had returned safely, unaware that he had nearly been lost to the demon realm forever. The thought of what might have transpired had he perished there sent shivers through her. She could scarcely imagine the depths of her sorrow had that fate befallen him. It is often only in loss that one realizes the true value of what they possess. Of course, Taisi had forgotten that at that time, her feelings for Broly were merely budding. Lord Broly, what level of combat prowess must one possess to achieve such devastating power? After a considerable pause, Bori and Paris finally regained their composure from the visual onslaught. Still astonished. Is it truly real? I had no idea you were so formidable, Broly. No wonder you've been deified. You surpass even the gods of our earth. Bulma exclaimed, her voice tinged with awe, expressing her admiration for Broly's might. Ha ha ha, Mr. Bori, there's no need to worry. That scene was merely a reflection of my youthful exuberance. I would not engage in such frivolous antics now. Broly replied with a jovial demeanor, though his words weighed heavily on Bori. He understood well that in the universe, strength reigns supreme. Regardless of one's usual amiability, should one provoke their wrath, the consequences could be catastrophic. Numerous civilizations had faced annihilation for incurring the displeasure of powerful beings. By the way, Mr. Bori, since you have the authority to make decisions for Zhongheng trade, I would like to propose something. I am a straightforward individual, so I shall be candid. My beloved has recently established a company and possesses cutting-edge technological products. I understand that starting out can be challenging, so I hope Zhongheng trade will lend its full support and cooperation. After all, established enterprises carry significant weight, wouldn't you agree? Broly continued, disregarding Bori's increasingly pallid complexion as he took a breath and pressed on with his discourse. Rest assured, if you put in the effort, I will ensure that you do not suffer any losses. As long as you sincerely assist my beloved, I will be a steadfast ally of Zhongheng trade. He asserted, consider this proposal, and you may respond to me tomorrow. However, I hope for a favorable answer. It is getting late, Mr. Bori. I believe you must be weary from your day's endeavors. Why not return home for dinner and rest? You can give me your response after you've had time to reflect. Very well, Lord Broly. I shall not intrude on your rest any longer. Farewell. Bori furrowed his brow, wishing to say more, but recognizing Broly's dismissal. Feeling lost for words, he left with Paris, his mind racing as he contemplated Broly's intentions. Bori, is our family truly doomed this time? Women are inherently weaker in resilience, Paris lamented, collapsing onto the sofa in their office, her demeanor forlorn. Bori, do not worry. The situation is not as dire as you imagine. In fact, it may not be a bad thing at all. On the way back to the office, Bori had already come to understand everything. From Broly's demeanor, he sensed no malice. He even speculated that had it not been for those two women, Broly might not have even graced Zhongheng trade with his presence or acknowledged him. As a member of a renowned merchant family in the universe, Bori recognized that some powerful individuals regarded money as trivial compared to their pursuits. Thus, he was confident that Broly was merely seeking their assistance to support his beloved in a business endeavor. Realizing this lifted a weight from Bori's shoulders, and he felt a sense of ease wash over him. Since a powerful figure wished to engage him in a game, he would willingly participate, for he possessed no means to resist. Furthermore, should he fully commit to this game, perhaps when the powerful figure grew bored, the remnants of their endeavor would belong to him. An optimistic prospect for someone of his standing. Having come to this conclusion, Bori was no longer troubled and even found himself contemplating other matters concerning his wife. Paris. Upon returning to the office, Bori analyzed the situation and explained it to Paris. After listening to his detailed assessment, Paris, not being a foolish woman, soon grasped the situation, realizing that she had been immature, and that her ability to support her husband was insufficient. Indeed, the universe's elite would hardly concern themselves with mundane matters such as money. They sought the unfettered freedom of existence, constantly yearning to transcend the constraints of the world. With their worries dispelled, the couple relaxed and ordered a lavish dinner, also instructing the chef to prepare a meal for Broly and his companions. After dinner, Bori and Paris indulged in a romantic bath together. And once the lights were dimmed, the room was filled with the sound of gentle winds. The soundproofing ensured that the outside world remained oblivious to the activities within. Your chef's culinary skills are exceptional. Please ask him to prepare another dish. It is truly delicious, Broly exclaimed, his mouth full of food, reaching for more even before swallowing. Noticing the server preparing to leave, he quickly requested another serving. Certainly. I will make sure to convey your request. Upon hearing that Broly requested a third serving of food, the delivery lady nearly stumbled in her haste, casting a bewildered glance at Broly before uttering a few words and pushing her cart out the door. Bulma, with both hands cradling a glass of juice, leaned over the table, savoring her drink while her enchanting eyes remained fixated on Broly as he ate. She and Tai had long grown accustomed to Broly's dining habits, and Bulma had developed a fondness for the way he indulged in his meals, finding it endearingly charming. Sitting beside him, she experienced a delightful sense of comfort, a soothing feeling that eased her worries and enveloped her in a blissful tranquility. Tai, similarly enchanted, propped her chin on one hand while the other busied itself arranging Broly's empty plates. As the night wore on, both remained sleepless, and after finishing their meal and taking showers, they retired to their respective rooms. Yet, Broly found himself unable to sleep once more. Thus, he appeared at Tai's bedside, and as if expecting him, she opened her arms wide, embracing Broly as he materialized. This scene unfolded so naturally. It seemed as though they had rehearsed it beforehand. You naughty boy. I knew you wouldn't behave tonight, Tai teased, burying her face in his broad chest. Her sweet voice stirred a primal urge within Broly. Tai, you look stunning tonight. Ha. You're just flattering me. It's dark. How can you see? I can feel it. Such smooth talk. How could I not? You know what you're wearing, don't you? Holding you feels truly wonderful. Naughty boy, let go. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted, their breaths becoming heavier. At that instant, the mysterious bond between them grew increasingly vivid, though still shrouded in ambiguity. Tai, I want to, in the stillness of the night, beneath the silvery stars, their passions ignited once more. Meanwhile, in a lavish room within the Zhongheng trading building, a newlywed couple delved deeper into one another, exploring the realms of spirit, soul, and ultimately, flesh. They forged a mysterious covenant, vowing never to be apart, united in triumph and tragedy alike. Such blissful moments are always fleeting. The dawn soon broke, gentle sunlight streaming through the grand windows, illuminating the room. After a long night, both had acted as ordinary individuals. Thus, despite waking early, their bodies protested against rising. Tai felt as though she had been utterly exhausted. Nestled against Broly, gazing at the lovely figure in his embrace, Broly had no intention of getting up, feeling both fatigued and unsatisfied. How strange. Why are they both still asleep? They usually wake up early. He mused, noticing the late hour of 9 a.m. Bulma, having just risen from her room, expected the usual routine where Tai would prepare breakfast and rouse her from slumber. To her surprise, she had inexplicably slept in. Curiosity piqued, Bulma ventured to Broly's room, finding the door unlocked and gently pushing it open, only to discover it empty, the bed neatly made. She knew Broly had no habit of tidying up. "Sis, are you in there?" Bulma knocked on Tai's door, but it was locked. She rapped on it again, inquiring, "Is that you, Bulma?" "I'm here, but I haven't gotten up yet. If you're hungry, make do with something or wait a bit. I'll be up shortly." Tai's head peeked from the covers, her tone slightly embarrassed. Ding dong, ding dong. "Who is it?" Just as Bulma was about to respond, the doorbell rang, prompting her to open the door with curiosity. "Good morning, Miss Bulma. I am here on behalf of General Manager Bori to deliver breakfast for the three of you. He also asked me to inform Lord Broly that the auction will commence at 3 p.m. today. On the top floor, if any items catch your interest, please feel free to bid without hesitation." The server exhibited exceptional professionalism, and Bulma nodded in approval, contemplating how to manage her own staff in the future. After neatly arranging the breakfast on the table, the server excused himself. Bulma surveyed the decent spread before preparing to call Tai and inquire about Broly's absence. However, as she turned to move, she collided with a solid chest, Broly's. "Hey, Bulma, you're a warrior with over 1 billion combat power. How could you make such a rookie mistake and bump into someone while walking?" To Broly, Bulma would always be irresistibly adorable, each time he saw her. He felt an urge to tease her, gauging just how cute she could be until she would punch him and cry for a day. "Where were you last night? Why weren't you in your room? And you, sis, sleeping in unusually late today?" Bulma found it odd that she was not confronting Broly as usual, her large eyes darting curiously to Tai. "Humph, mind your own business." Though Tai had engaged in activities inappropriate for children, she was reluctant to confess to Bulma. So, she merely huffed and turned away. Such behavior only piqued Bulma's curiosity further. She stroked her chin, her perceptive gaze flitting between Broly and Tai, her intuition hinting at something amiss. In this strange atmosphere, they shared a rather unimpressive breakfast. Like a detective, Bulma spent the entire morning investigating. Ultimately, Tai could no longer withstand Bulma's relentless inquiries and divulged the truth about her and Broly's relationship. In awe and surprise, Bulma's expression revealed her astonishment at the speed of their development, affirming her instincts had not led her astray, while Bulma and Tai were caught up in their antics. Broly sat contentedly on the sofa, immersed in his training within the realm of mental space in the recesses of his mind. Two versions of Broly engaged in a fierce battle, each mastering their respective martial arts, one in the way of Jeet Kune Do and the other in the art of Zizai Ji Gong. The combat, reaching its zenith, lacked excitement, as neither managed to land a blow on the other. However, on occasion, they would engage in direct confrontations, fists striking fists and legs colliding with legs. Having mastered Jeet Kune Do for over 6 months, Broly began to sense that there was still room for improvement, realizing he had yet to truly attain the state of Zizai. This uncontrollable feeling was quite daunting, and with continued exploration, he believed that overcoming himself would signify the true mastery of Jeet Kune Do or Zizai. With nothing pressing to attend to, Broly assessed his own abilities. His offensive skills included Death Star Fall, Radiant Starry Sky, Ultimate Star River, Infinite Universe, and True Infinite Universe. As for his supportive skills, he possessed super-dimensional life-level enhancements such as Super Instantaneous Movement, Super Transformation, and Mental Force Field, among others. Finally, there were his special skills. The first was Broly's ultimate trump card, the Divine Light Power. This power, linked to the superdimensional realm, boasted limitless might in practical application, thus requiring no further explanation. It was undoubtedly a game-changer, with the ability to assimilate cosmic energy to grow stronger and absorb biological entities to enhance himself. It was a formidable asset. Then there was energy transfer, a rather bizarre ability allowing him to redirect his own energy for another's use while also enabling the recipient to self-destruct. A truly powerful advantage. Finally, there exists a quantifiable aspect. If necessary, one can decompose into microscopic particles, merging seamlessly with all of nature, provided there is energy present. This, too, is a flaw. Unable to defeat you, I can simply disintegrate. If you possess the prowess, go ahead and shatter the entire universe. Otherwise, as long as energy exists, I shall never perish. How infuriating. By the way, there is another remarkable skill, known as Ginyu, or what can also be referred to as the ultimate freedom technique. Of course, Broly is now aware that his mastery of this technique cannot yet be deemed complete. It is, at best, infinitely close to perfection. Yet, the distinction between being infinitely close to mastery and true mastery remains vast. One must understand that being on the verge of death and being truly dead are significantly different. The former can be remedied with a senzu bean, while the latter can only lead one to meet the king of hell. As for battle power, it is in a constant state of flux. No, it should be classified as a transcendent form. After all, Broly no longer possesses a constant state, and he is currently uncertain if he can still be considered a scion. Broly's battle power is approximately 76 billion, augmented by the Abyssal Demon set and the 3 trinkets from the Realm of Confusion, each providing a 100% boost. Thus, it amounts to 76 billion. Plus another 76 billion, and yet another 76 billion, equating to a staggering 228 billion battle power. This is Broly's full strength when he unleashes his might in combat. Furthermore, this does not even take into account the matter of the divine light power. Recently, Broly developed a new technique. Following the incident in the demon realm, he realized the immense potential of the divine light power that in his mind. He regarded it as his true trump card. After some exploration, Broly indeed discovered novel applications for it. He found that when enraged, by utilizing the divine light power, he could alter the color of his aura. To get to the point. The divine light power can amplify his base battle power by 15 times, which astonished Broly, as it resembled the Kaioken technique. Of course, the amplification from the divine light power imposes no strain on the body, only dependent on the sufficiency of divine energy. Beyond that, there are absolutely no other shortcomings. This is indeed a formidable technique. By embodying the divine light power, if we calculate battle power in this manner, it would be 76 billion multiplied by 15, resulting in 1.14 trillion, adding the 200% amplification from his equipment. That brings it to 3.42 trillion battle power. However, in this case, Broly's ultimate move, True Infinite Universe, will be diluted, since the amplification from the divine light power has already taken effect. When executing the ultimate move, True Infinite Universe, it will only receive a 15-fold boost, rather than the anticipated 225-fold. Nevertheless, even with just a 15-fold increase, it remains fearsome. 3.42 trillion multiplied by 15 equals 51.3 trillion battle power. One must remember that when True Infinite Universe possessed 16.2 trillion battle power, it obliterated 4/5 of the demon realm. Thus, one can imagine the explosive power of 51.3 trillion battle energy. It could easily annihilate an entire star system. Of course, within the universe, with countless star systems, Broly could conduct a test, provided someone dares to offend him. It is astonishing to organize such thoughts. Upon reflection, Broly couldn't help but smile, pondering whether he now stands on par with Beerus. Especially since he too possesses divine attributes. Speaking of which, Khan has worked quite diligently, having elevated Broly to the status of a mid-tier deity over these past few years. Moreover, Broly possesses his own brand of divine power. The god of destruction wields destructive power, while I, the god of light, also possess divine light power. It seems I should find a time to meet Beerus. He is rather adorable. Broly is filled with confidence. For one must remember that Beerus has yet to master ultimate freedom. Speaking of Beerus, I am reminded of the alternate version of Bardoss, who diverges from the original narrative. I wonder what her story is. Note this down. I shall investigate when time permits. Broly suddenly recalled an encounter from over a decade ago during his childhood in the 6th universe. Bardoss was indeed different from the original. Furthermore, in the original story, Whis and Bardoss share a sibling relationship, yet they have no other siblings. However, in this version of the Dragon Ball universe, there exists a sister, whose name escapes me. Grace, was it? No more thoughts on that. I shall delve into these matters after the travels are concluded. Broly shook his head, dismissing such trivial thoughts, and ceased his meditation in the mental space. Checking the time, it was already 1 p.m. Glancing around, He noted the absence of Tai Si and Bulma. How curious. Closing his eyes, he utilized his divine perspective to examine the surroundings. He discovered Tai Si asleep in her room, while Bulma lay beside her. Curiously observing Tai Si's demeanor, a moment's thought clarified the reason. Tai Si must have been exhausted from the previous night and was now catching up on sleep. But as for Bulma, she was likely intrigued by the changes that occur when a girl transitions into a woman. Hence her persistent gaze upon Tai Si. Bulma, if you're curious about that, perhaps I could assist you in transforming. Broly cleared his throat, signaling his presence while teasing Bulma. What do you mean by that? What kind of transformation are you talking about? Broly, you scoundrel, I won't talk to you anymore. Initially, Bulma was perplexed, but after a brief moment, she realized and bashfully retreated to her own room. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. The long-awaited tri-monthly Zhonghing auction is about to commence, with a countdown of 10 seconds. Let's have some applause. With the host's enthusiastic encouragement, the audience filled with hundreds of affluent individuals from nearby star systems applauded for 10 seconds. Naturally, the prominent figures and tycoons in the 20 VIP rooms located at the top were not inclined to join in. Among them were Broly, Tai Si, and Bulma. The VIP room was surrounded by super alloy walls, with only the side facing the auction stage being transparent. The room's decor was exceptionally opulent, featuring spacious leather sofas, delectable desserts, juices, nuts, and other refreshments that a high-definition projector displayed every movement of the host at the auction stage with impeccable clarity. This setup allowed the dignitaries within the room to hear and see the details of the auctioned items with utmost precision. To place a bid, one merely needed to press a button on the remote control on the table, after which the large screen at the auction stage would automatically update the price and bid. Of course, the remote control also featured numerous pricing buttons rather than fixed ones. The auction officially began. And now, let us present our first item. Behold, a necklace adorned with crimson gold and source crystals. This is undoubtedly one of the most exquisite necklaces in the universe, simply breathtaking. Such a precious item would be an extraordinary gift for a girlfriend. It is as if one is offering their life. Who would fear that she might not love you? 500,000 Shijin. 600,000. 650,000. Look, I haven't even introduced it yet, and several affluent bidders are already fervently competing. These must be individuals who truly cherish their partners. The host, audaciously instigating rivalry, makes such remarks, clearly implying that those who have yet to bid do not love their wives. Ultimately, the crimson gold source crystal necklace was acquired by Broly for the staggering price of 1.6 million Shijin, with Zhonghing Trade handling the payment to the seller. When dealing with cosmic-level beings, Zhonghing Trade, a commercial empire with total assets exceeding 200 billion Shijin, is exceedingly generous, of course. Without personal strength, even super-commercial empires like Cosmic Communications, Starry Sky Mining, and Galaxy Electronics, each boasting assets in the trillions, must bow to the strong. This is the law of nature, as each precious item was auctioned off. The host skillfully combined flattery, exaggeration, and luck in a trifecta. After 2 hours, the auction reached a fevered pitch, with the final few headliner items making their grand appearance. Indeed, next up is the Pi Si de assistance of this auction. An intelligent light brain that unexpectedly gained self-awareness. Originating from the Airtonk star. What is its purpose, you ask? The host shall refrain from elaborating, as I believe everyone here has come prepared. Let us begin. Strangely, the host did not ramble on, perhaps truly confident that this item would fetch a high price without embellishment. Or perhaps he simply lacks understanding of the nature of intelligence. 5 million Shijin, 6 million, 6.5 million, 8 million. Oh, Starry Sky Mining bids 8 million. Is there anyone else willing to bid? Well, it seems there is none. 8 million once. 8 million tails. At this moment, when the atmosphere was rife with fervor and tension, it seemed that the prominent figures had finally confirmed that no petty individuals were involved. They had finally emerged. 10 million rare gold. A wealthy nameless bidder boldly called out 10 million. Could this truly be the limit? Would this auction be concluded by 10 million rare gold, 12 million, 14 million, 14.5 million, 17 million? Before the host's words could settle, the numbers on the large screen surged rapidly. Some bids had yet to be vocalized before being overshadowed by even higher offers. Ultimately, this intelligent being was purchased by Broly for an astonishing 26 million. This was an extraordinarily frightening price, considering that 100,000 rare gold could secure an ordinary high-level life planet. and 26 million rare gold equated to a staggering 260 high-level life planets. The final item had been auctioned, and at this juncture, the auction could be declared concluded. Some of the affluent attendees had already begun to rise, preparing to depart. However, at that moment, a slender staff member dashed to the auction stage, leaned close to the host's ear, and whispered a message. The host's face paled in shock, and he hurriedly grasped the microphone, calling back the departing wealthy patrons. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. We have just received news of a cosmic treasure. Therefore, there will be an ultimate grand finale for this auction. I believe everyone here is eager to acquire this item, so I hope there will be no reckless bidding. At the host's invitation, all those who had stood up sat back down in confusion. Previously, the intelligent being had been marked as the final item on the auction list, and there had never been a precedent in Zhongheng trading for such a change in the lineup. Now, astonishingly, an item was being added. Now, let me present our ultimate grand finale item, the pure energy core. Friends, I want to say much because I lack understanding. The only piece of information I possess is that this orb of golden green energy contained within a glass box bestows anyone who possesses it with 1 million combat power. Now, let the bidding begin. There is no minimum bid for this auction. If luck is on your side, you might acquire 1 million combat power for just a dime. Indeed, this so-called pure core was merely an energy body that Broly had separated, possessing approximately 1 million combat power. Of course, it wasn't that his power had reached such heights that he sought to sell it. Rather, he found the auction quite amusing and enjoyable. Simultaneously, that combat power was intended for Bori and would absolutely not be relinquished to others. 10 million rare gold, 60 million, 100 million, 300 million. Sure enough, the most precious possession in this world remains one's own body. After a brief moment of contemplation, the wealthy patrons finally grasped the concept behind this. Although they had never encountered such an item before, they were aware of the vastness of the universe and its wonders. They understood the importance of strength, for many had suffered greatly due to their own weakness. However, acquiring such power was no easy feat. Ultimately, the pure core, a commodity capable of bestowing 1 million combat power upon an individual, was bid up to the horrifying figure of 788 million rare gold by Broly. Seated in the backstage area, Bori wore a bitter smile, fully aware of the entire proceedings of the auction and all the data. This divine being was merely playing a game, presenting the item himself only to buy it back. The general manager, Lord Broly, wishes to see you. The slender staff member who had previously delivered the message to the auction stage now approached the backstage operations room and whispered to Bori. She was quite adept at her job, ensuring that her words were discreet, thus sparing Bori any embarrassment, especially as he was the general manager of a super consortium. Understood. And what is your name? Bori turned to look at the attractive woman, nodding in satisfaction. That my name is Kalina, the messenger replied, a hint of excitement in her voice, sensing that she might be on the verge of transcending her previous status as a low-level worker. Kalina, that's a lovely name. You will now serve as the logistics supervisor at headquarters. Please take good care of matters concerning Lord Broly and fulfill any needs he may have. Bori regarded Kalina with increasing approval. Realizing he had previously overlooked such a clever young woman, as for this intelligent being, it belongs to Bulma. The crimson gold source crystal necklace should be worn around Tai's neck. It matters little. I have no interest in jewelry, even if it comprises the rarest metals and gems in the universe, Bulma replied, intently examining a chip the size of a shoebox, not even bothering to look up as she responded to Broly. Bulma, you are indeed becoming more like your father. When it comes to research, you seem utterly oblivious to everything else, Tai's remarked, observing Bulma's absorbed demeanor. By the time the three returned to their room, it was already 7 in the evening. As they opened the door, Kalina arrived with 2 staff members, bringing dinnerware and a sumptuous meal. After savoring the delightful dinner, Broly planned to take an early shower and then indulge in a wonderful midnight. Ding ding ding. What a buzzkill. Just as Broly stood up from his seat, having not yet left the dining table, the doorbell rang. The door isn't locked, Broly called out as he made his way to the living room. Plopping down onto the sofa, haha, Lord Broly, how is dinner? Bori and Paris entered, holding the glass box containing the very energy body Broly had separated. It was fine. You really didn't need to come tonight. Consider this 1 million combat power a gift from me to you, a deposit for your collaboration with my company. Broly was still disgruntled about the interruption to his soon-to-begin delightful moments. A gift for me? Bori was astonished. Although 1 million combat power was trivial in Broly's presence, for him, It was a level of power he had never dared to imagine. All right, it's not a big deal. I need to rest now that if there is nothing else. You may leave. Come back tomorrow afternoon to discuss business cooperation with ties, as we will be leaving Silver Star the day after. Broly urged Bori to depart impatiently. As they say about newlyweds, this sentiment was entirely accurate. Broly was currently only interested in one thing and had no desire to engage in any other matters. 10 days swiftly passed. During these 10 days, Ties and Bulma discussed future collaborations with Bori. On the third day, the trio located the previously agreed-upon general manager of the future Universal Enterprise, Virus, and instantly teleported back to Earth. Following this, Ties and the others busied themselves with company matters, while Broly found himself exceedingly bored at home, with little to occupy his time beyond daily training. A few days passed, feeling increasingly restless and contemplating finding something to alleviate his boredom. Khan and Kalen arrived. Master, do you really intend to go in? What if there is danger? Khan appeared somewhat agitated, genuinely concerned for Broly's safety, a sentiment that Broly could sense. Fear not. I currently possess over 22 billion combat power. If I employ the light godly power, my combat power will reach 34 billion. My maximum attack power, in fact, is an unfathomable 513 billion. Do not worry about me. Just ensure that you take care of my family while I am away. Broly reassured Khan, patting his shoulder to indicate there was no need for concern. After all, it was merely a dimensional rift. He was determined to become a deity, and such a rift could hardly pose a threat to him. The circumstances were as follows. Previously, during Broly's unfortunate mishap in the demon realm, a widespread spatial rupture ensued. Yet for some unknown reason, this space had failed to heal itself, to comprehend the existence of the world's rules. It is customary for spaces to autonomously mend themselves after fracturing. However, the rifts within the demon realm have remained unattended for several days, piquing the curiosity of the Demon King, Depura, just as he pondered the anomaly. A wave of energy surged forth from the fissure in the demon realm. Depura sensed that this energy was merely a casual strike from the opposing party. Yet, even such a seemingly trivial attack compelled Depura, the formidable Demon King with a battle power of 4 billion, to expend all his strength to fend it off, leaving him severely injured. This prompted a shiver down Depura's spine, as he could only imagine the overwhelming power of his adversary. Consequently, he resorted to the unique communication methods of the demon realm to reach out to Khan, elucidating the gravity of the situation. He implored Khan's master to intervene, for among the powerful beings Depura was aware of, only the god of destruction, Beerus, and Khan's enigmatic master possessed the capability to effortlessly eliminate him. Khan relayed the news to Broly, who, feeling rather restless, became intrigued. After all, the rift in the demon realm was a consequence of his own actions. Thus he felt a duty to investigate. Broly, ever the man of action, immediately set off with Khan to the site of the rift. As they gazed into the fissure, revealing a faint projection of another world. Broly felt a surge of anticipation, eager to encounter a formidable opponent. With his power escalating, he felt increasingly stifled. Without a worthy adversary, he might be compelled to seek out Beerus. After bidding farewell to Khan and imparting some instructions, he ventured into the dimensional rift. The sensation was akin to traversing a surface of water. Painless and seamless, this earth, Broly mused, bewildered. Before him lay a world shrouded in ominous clouds, blocking any semblance of sunlight. The dilapidated skyscrapers, some partially collapsed, bore an unmistakable resemblance to Earth's architectural style. The atmosphere felt thin, yet the energy signatures unmistakably belonged to Earthlings. What could have transpired for this version of Earth to become so desolate? Upon sensing several energy signatures, he confirmed they indeed belonged to Earthlings, further corroborated by the inscriptions on the crumbling edifices. Yet, he found it disconcerting. Just moments ago, his own world thrived with life and a dense population. Now, standing in this alternate Earth, the contrast was stark. Closing his eyes, Broly unleashed his formidable mental power, sweeping across the globe within mere seconds, ensuring no corner evaded his scrutiny. How intriguing. A smile of interest crept upon his lips. It appeared he had stumbled upon androids. Had he inadvertently traversed the dimensional rift into Trunks' future world? Yet, that seemed implausible, aside from the Super 17 from GT. Even the likes of Android 17 could not casually injure the Demon King. Depura, with a mere strike, Broly had just utilized his mental prowess to scan Earth, discovering a few thousand faint energy signatures belonging to Earthlings, alongside the presence of androids. The certainty of their identity stemmed from witnessing them wreaking havoc through his mental scan. However, he had not detected their energy signatures earlier, leading him to conclude they were indeed androids. Ah, well, since I am here, I might as well assist Trunks. After all, in my world, it appears Trunks' mother may no longer be his mother. Broly crossed his arms and shook his head with a wry smile, recognizing it could be the cosmic order compelling him to compensate Trunks. In his own Dragon Ball world, Trunks' mother, Bulma, would soon become his second wife. Consequently, as the son of Vegeta, Trunks' existence would inevitably face erasure. There was no alternative. After all, who else would bear Trunks if Bulma was in his embrace? Suddenly, Broly instantly appeared before the android, realizing that he had never encountered this particular android in the original storyline. Prompting a surprised exclamation, the android, startled by Broly's sudden appearance, also expressed confusion. To Broly's astonishment, the android bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Wait a moment, is this android truly my doppelganger? Upon closer inspection, Broly was taken aback. Indeed, the android's features mirrored his own perfectly. He had no recollection of offending Dr. Gero, but no, this insignia belonged to the Capsule Corporation, not the Red Ribbon Army. Why was this android marked with the Capsule Corporation's emblem? Upon further scrutiny, Broly noted the emblem emblazoned on the android's attire. Something felt amiss. There was much more to this than met the eye. Could this android be a creation of Bulma? Yet, Trunks would have surely devoured such an android. You are Light, Broly? The android queried, its voice mirroring his own. What? I don't recall ever adding Light to my name. Broly replied, initially taken aback before questioning the android's assertion. According to the database, after you entered the dimensional rift, an entity known as Dark Broly emerged and repaired the rift. Since then, you have not made an appearance. Thus, the database now designates you as Light Broly. The android's cold, emotionless voice provided an explanation for the anomaly. Recounting the events. What? You mean to say that after I entered the dimensional rift, another version of me emerged to mend it? Broly felt a mix of surprise and trepidation. The existence of a Dark Broly, seemingly well-versed in his movements, unnerved him. He feared that if the dimensional rift had indeed been repaired, he might never return. After all, such rifts were spontaneous occurrences. One could not expect them to form every time space was fractured. Furthermore, even if a rift did manifest, how could one be certain it led to the desired timeline or dimensional layer? The complexities of time and space were profound. The likelihood of encountering two temporal anomalies in the same location was less than 1 in 1,000. They were unlikely to lead to the same temporal reality. This is troublesome. I must return promptly, Broly declared, turning to retrace his steps to the entrance, only to suddenly pause. Wait, does this mean I have traversed time? Am I now in the future of my Dragon Ball world? With this realization, Broly hesitated to leave, pondering the fate of Taiz and Bulma in this future world, which had fallen into disarray. Just then, a rush of energy surged toward him, radiating approximately 100 million in power. Yet the aura felt distinctly familiar, devoid of malice. Thus, Broly made no attempt to evade or retaliate. Boom. Finally, you're back. Sob. Where have you been for the past 13 years? Sister has been gone for 11 years. Do you have any idea how terrified I've been? Broly stood in shock, recognizing the woman clinging to him in tears. Although her demeanor had transformed significantly, he immediately identified her as Bulma, or rather, the Bulma of this future world, from her words. It seemed he had been absent for 13 years. In his world, Bulma was 15. Thus, after 13 years, she would now be 28. In this narrative, we temporarily refer to the world before Broly enters the rift to the demon realm as the normal world, and the world after his entry as the future world. The scene shifts back to the normal world, specifically the established timeline. On Earth, in the outskirts of West City, 3 minutes after Broly has traversed into the rift to the demon realm. Whoosh, the space warps and blurs, revealing a 3-legged craft with a transparent, eggshell-like cockpit perched atop. This aircraft, encased in a yellow alloy shell, appears out of thin air, adorned with the emblem of Universal Enterprises. Boom. A boy, approximately 12 or 13 years of age, alongside a girl, emerges from the cockpit. The boy presses a button, and with a resounding noise, the craft transforms into a capsule, which he promptly stows into his pocket. Let us hasten home, Sally. We must prevent father from entering the dimensional rift. The boy grasps the girl's hand, propelling them towards the city. Are you not excited, brother? We have yet to meet father and mother in person. Sally inquires pensively, her gaze directed towards the boy. Precisely for that reason, we must swiftly stop Father from entering the dimensional rift. We must alter that tragic history and prevent the suffering from recurring. The boy sighs, quickening his pace until they almost instantaneously arrive above Universal Enterprises. Who goes there? Just returning from the demon realm, Khan, who is yet to inform Ties of Broly's situation, senses two formidable auras emerging in the sky above Universal Enterprises. Their power unmistakably surpassing his own. Thud, thud. The sound of footsteps echoes as the boy and girl descend onto Khan and Ty's sunlit balcony, their presence bewildering the onlookers. Who are you, and what brings you to Earth? Khan positions himself protectively in front of Ty's, his fists clenched, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he questions the newcomers warily. Where is Broly? The boy closes his eyes momentarily, sensing the surroundings. But upon realizing he cannot find the person he seeks, he fixes a fierce gaze upon Khan. His expression is undeniably fierce, reminiscent of a Super Saiyan, yet Khan remains oblivious to the boy's urgency. The boy, anxious and fearful of what has transpired, grows increasingly agitated at Khan and Ty's apparent hesitation. Just as he prepares to gently inquire about the current time, the girl interjects. Ties, have you ever slept with Broly? Sally's implication is that if such an event occurred, it would confirm the existence of her and her brother. Splutter. At that moment, Bulma, holding a glass of juice, approaches and inadvertently sprays it upon hearing the girl's question. Is that an appropriate inquiry? Even the boy, who had arrived with Sally, nearly twists his back in shock. What kind of immature child are you? Lacking such basic understanding, Bulma, hands on her hips, strides forward, gripping the ears of both the boy and girl with irritation. This is dangerous. Do not come near. Khan's eyes nearly bulge from their sockets. These children possess power that far exceeds his own, yet how could they allow Bulma to reprimand them? Unbeknownst to him, Bulma is the one who raised them, her bond with them stronger than that of a biological mother, and they would never retaliate against her. Ouch! Auntie, please let go. The girl pleads, inadvertently letting slip a word. While the boy rolls his eyes in exasperation, his expression seemingly saying, women truly are a burden. Auntie? Bulma blinks in surprise, contemplating the resemblance to Ties and Broly, her curiosity piqued. What? Bulma is your aunt. Who exactly are you? And what is your purpose here? Ties approaches, frowning. Sally, you are such a fool. We have revealed ourselves before we even understood the situation. The boy, witnessing the unfolding events, lets out a resigned chuckle before explaining to Ties. It is as follows. Mother, my name is Neil, and this is Sally. We are your biological twins born in the year 743 of the age. Upon hearing Neil's revelation, not only are Ties and Bulma stunned, but Khan is equally rendered speechless. The absurdity of it all is overwhelming. Ignoring the astonishment of Ties and Bulma, Neil hastily continues. Where is my father? Why have I not seen him? Are you truly my children? Ties grips Neil and Sally, inspecting them closely as if verifying their authenticity. How did you traverse through over a decade of time to arrive here? Bulma's initial astonishment centers around their method of time travel rather than their familial connection. Mother, Auntie, can we discuss this later? For now, can you please tell me where father is? Neil feels overwhelmed, his never-before-seen mother and youthful aunt seemingly disregarding the pressing matter at hand. After an exasperated outburst, he realizes he has frightened both his aunt and mother, covering his forehead with a sigh as he reorganizes his thoughts. If father enters the rift to the demon realm, Dark Broly will inevitably mend the rift. And at that point, father will be unable to return, mother will also be murdered a year later while trying to protect us, and then Andy and Uncle Khan will hide us, living like mice. Eventually, Uncle Khan will die protecting us as well. Thus, we have come to alter history. Neil speaks in one breath, pausing only to gather his thoughts before urgently adding, so, mother, auntie, can we reminisce later? Please tell me where father is. We must prevent him from entering the rift. A profound silence envelopes the space, the sound of a pin dropping echoing in the stillness, though I do not fully comprehend what you have conveyed. The master has already entered the rift. It has been approximately 8 minutes since he did so, and I have just returned from the demon realm. Khan is the first to regain his composure, sensing their urgency despite not grasping the specifics. What? How could this happen? I was merely a few minutes late. If only the time machine's energy had been slightly greater, I could have returned a few minutes prior. The boy stands frozen, muttering to himself. What shall we do now, brother? Are we unable to alter history? Sally, pulling at Neil's sleeve, inquires anxiously. Wait, let me think. There must be a way. The boy paces, his mind racing as he considers where the pivotal moment lies. Right. The current Dark Broly is not exceedingly powerful. Perhaps we can prevent him from mending the rift. Even if we cannot stop it, I believe we can buy some time. Father may emerge from the rift shortly. Neil slaps his thigh in realization, jumping up with newfound determination, and turns to Khan. Uncle Khan, please take Sally and me to the demon realm. We must avert this catastrophe. In the demon realm. In this world. There can only be one Broly. Thus, one must perish or depart. Since you have left, do not return. As Broly enters the rift, and Khan departs, a figure composed of black gas materializes at the entrance of the rift to the demon realm. Swish. Khan, along with Broly's children, Neil and Sally, instantaneously appears at the rift's edge. Sensing something amiss, the dark figure turns around, voicing a quiet, curious sound. You bastard, you have indeed appeared. As long as I am here, you shall not mend the rift. Strike. Neil, filled with youthful zeal, charges at the dark figure, but his punch lands empty. Bang. The dark figure extends its right palm, effortlessly absorbing Neil's heavy blow, its crimson eyes narrowing in surprise. This is peculiar. This little one possesses a formidable aura. Yet his strike lacks any true force. At that moment, a brilliant golden-green flame erupted around Neil, dazzling in its radiance. Simultaneously, his strength surged exponentially, and with astonishing speed, his right fist, which had been seized by the shadowy figure, broke free and struck the shadow's face with remarkable swiftness. Bang! Well, that punch of yours certainly stings. Young one. You bear a striking resemblance to someone. Let me take a wild guess. Broly seems to be getting quite close to those two girls from the Universal Corporation. Which one of them is your mother? The shadow, propelled 20 meters away by Neil's blow, rubbed his face and scrutinized Neil, then stroked his chin, adopting an air of prophetic wisdom. How did you come to know this? Neil, taken aback by the shadow's words, was astonished that the figure could discern his identity. Unbeknownst to him, his father was a traveler from another realm, well-versed in the tales of renowned figures within this Dragon Ball universe. The shadow, as a manifestation of Broly's malevolent thoughts, could be said to be another version of Broly himself, thus, possessing the same memories of past lives. Deducing Neil's identity was a trivial task for anyone attempting to thwart Broly. It was certain they were close to him. Currently, the only individuals in Broly's inner circle were those from the Universal Corporation, possibly joined by the Khan and Kalen siblings. This young man, bears an uncanny resemblance to Broly, especially when transformed into a Super Saiyan. Almost identical. However, since Broly currently has no children, considering that Bulma, the creator of the time machine, is now closely associated with him, it is quite probable that he is the son of a future Broly, who has traveled back in time. As for the purpose, given the circumstances, it is undoubtedly to confront me. That it appears my plan, which was initially successful, has become somewhat complicated. The shadow, astute as he was, swiftly pieced together Neil's origins, with the recollections of past lives being of paramount importance. How did I know? Because I am your father, the shadow exclaimed, arms wide, laughing maniacally. Who exactly are you? Khan felt increasingly weary, as his once peaceful days grew increasingly tumultuous. Today had been particularly eventful, and each adversary seemed more formidable than the last. You wish to know my identity? Very well, as you desire. As the shadow spoke, the dark aura surrounding him began to solidify. And gradually his features, hair, and form became defined, no longer swaying as before. No, this cannot be. How can you resemble my master so closely? Khan's eyes widened in disbelief. The figure before him, aside from the enveloping black mist, was unmistakably Broly's original form. In truth, I can also be regarded as your master, for I am one and the same with Broly. My very existence is. Enough of this prattle, while I am here. You shall not mend the rift that obstructs my father's return. Prepare to face my wrath. Destruction of the celestial canopy. Upon seeing Broly's visage, Neil's fury erupted, nostrils flaring with heated breath. I shall join you. Destruction of the celestial canopy. It seemed that Sally, the younger sister, equally detested Broly's face. Upon witnessing the shadow solidify into Broly, she too unleashed her fury. Once sweet-faced, Sally transformed into a fierce warrior, golden-green flames enveloping her, hair standing on end. And most alarmingly, her eyes turned hollow white. This is precisely the visage of the uncontrolled Super Saiyan. Dark Broly mused inwardly. In a brief moment, He comprehended that the uncontrolled Super Saiyan was indeed the true manifestation of that power. Ha ha! Broly, perish! Bang! Bang! Boom! Neil and Sally seemed impervious to pain, mindlessly attacking without regard for friend or foe, save for not striking one another. Any moving object was met with their relentless assault, growing fiercer with each strike. As if fatigue were a foreign concept, suddenly, Sally appeared before Khan, seizing his head and flinging him recklessly towards Dark Broly, who was battling Neil. Simultaneously, a golden-green shockwave powerful enough to obliterate the earth surged forth. Trailing behind the throne Khan, transformed into Super Saiyans, Neil and Sally towered at over 2 meters, resembling human tanks at the tender age of 12. If this continues, the situation may become dire. I must find a way to absorb the negative energy from the demon realm, which would make it far easier to contend with them. Dark Broly's expression turned grave, for Neil and Sally's combat prowess was escalating at an alarming rate, from a mere 20 billion at the onset of battle. Their strength had surged to nearly 40 billion within mere minutes. Initially, Dark Broly could handle them with ease, but as the fight progressed, he found himself increasingly flustered, questioning whether Broly was indeed the true Super Saiyan. While his children were the genuine article, after kicking Neil away, just as he turned to confront Sally, Neil charged at him once more. How could anyone withstand such relentless onslaught? Dark Broly began to question whether he had grown old. Unable to keep pace with the vigor of youth, in the future world, it dawned on him. It is all my fault. All these years, I have subjected you to suffering, Broly. After a prolonged silence, Bulma wiped her tears and, with a quivering voice, added, I know you are not the Broly from this timeline, but once all of this concludes, would you accompany me for a few days? Let us return to the past. I do not believe the Neil and Sally you trained can contend with the so-called Dark Broly you mentioned. Broly cradled Bulma's face, gently wiping away her tears with his thumb, tacitly acknowledging her words. Previously, Broly had conversed for over half an hour with the 28-year-old Bulma from the future, gleaning the entire situation from her point 13 years prior. Broly had become intrigued by Khan's report regarding the dimensional rift in the demon realm and had ventured into it alone. Upon entering, he encountered the malevolent manifestation of Broly, born from his own psyche within the hyperbolic time chamber. The first act of this dark entity was to repair the dimensional rift. From that moment on, Broly never reappeared. Until today, 13 years later, Broly resurfaced, albeit as the 19-year-old version of himself, not the 32-year-old he should have been. This meant that Broly's timeline had inexplicably vanished for 13 years. Or rather, he had traversed into a future 13 years ahead. Of course, this future world does not dictate the future of Broly in the normal timeline. In this future, his wife had created a time machine, effectively altering the course of history in the normal world. The scene shifts to the future world where Dark Broly, after repairing the dimensional rift, remained in the demon realm, absorbing its negative energies. The demon realm is a realm rife with slaughter, malevolence, and desire, a veritable paradise for malevolent thoughts. For Dark Broly, an entity born of such negativity, this place was exquisite, allowing for rapid growth and escalating combat strength. When he repaired the dimensional rift, his power level was around 70 billion. Yet, merely a year later, Dark Broly's strength soared beyond 1 trillion. Such rapid growth was astounding. Subsequently, Dark Broly dominated the demon realm, opening its gates to unleash countless demons upon humanity. To become stronger, he required the outpouring of negative emotions from countless humans. Thus, wars ignited across innumerable star systems, entire planets exploding amidst the chaos. Countless humans roared in fury, mourning the loss of loved ones, while lawless criminals rampaged, committing acts of arson, murder, and plunder. The wretched, in their final moments, exuded their hatred for the world. All of this constituted negative energy. Observing such a world, Dark Broly reveled in the experience, for these negative energies incessantly fortified his being. One fateful day, the flames of war reached Earth as countless demons descended from the skies, hunting humans and razing cities. At this time, the atmosphere within the Universal Corporation was already quite oppressive. For Broly, the treacherous heart, had been missing for a year. Just a year ago, Tais had entrusted herself to Broly, and 3 months prior, she had given birth to a pair of dragon twins, her and Broly's children. Every day, Tai Si awaited the return of Broly, but instead of his arrival, she found herself confronted with the apocalypse. Countless demons descended upon Earth, while Khan had already led the celestial warriors of the God of Light to protect Tai Si, Bulma, and the young master. These insignificant minions were no match for Khan, who easily eradicated them. However, a tragedy unfolded as Tai Si sacrificed herself to protect the child. Subsequently, the Dark Broly personally commanded his forces to descend upon Earth. Strangely, he did not destroy the planet. He merely eliminated Khan and Kalen before departing with his troops. Following these two waves of conflict, only Bulma remained among the formidable warriors on Earth. It seemed that the Dark Broly sought negative energy rather than destruction. The remnants of his forces were merely a handful of weaklings with battle powers in the hundreds, existing solely to inflict suffering and provoke negative emotions, not to annihilate the planet. Thus, Bulma survived with Broly and Tai Si's children, Near and Sally, in a precarious state. Later, Bulma constructed several combat robots, identical to the androids Broly had previously encountered. Simultaneously, she devised a plan to build a time machine, aiming to traverse time and alter history. After 10 years of research and collection, she finally succeeded in creating the time machine. However, just as she sent her nephew and niece back into the past, Broly appeared, and Bulma realized that Broly's disappearance had been due to his traversal through a dimensional rift into the future. 13 years ahead, once she comprehended the situation, Broly and Bulma concluded that their immediate priority was to eliminate the Dark Broly from the normal world to prevent further calamity. Once the threat in the normal world was resolved, they would then address the Dark Broly from the future. In the normal world, a thunderous roar erupted. Die, die, Broly, a frenzied Near fixated on the visage of the Dark Broly, relentlessly charging forward with attacks. Seemingly tireless, his sister Sally mirrored his state, and together they launched a relentless assault on the Dark Broly. Uncontrollable transformation, just as Broly, accompanied by the future Bulma, crossed through the dimensional rift. He beheld this astonishing scene. Filled with astonishment, after all, he had purified his blood, and his body contained only cells of the Super Saiyan. Consequently, their offspring were undoubtedly hybrids of Super Saiyan and Earthlings. Thus, in their normal state, they bore little difference from Earthlings. But upon transformation, they became Super Saiyans. However, they lacked the transcendent souls and formidable mental strength, inevitably leading to their loss of control, akin to the original Broly's predicament. Scanning the surroundings, Broly noticed Khan slumped in a pool of blood. Approaching, he discovered Khan still had a faint pulse and hastily fed him a sense of being. Is this the afterlife? In the next moment, Khan opened his eyes wide, feeling his body and wondering if he had truly returned to life. Muttering, "Is it so easy to die? If you die, who will spread my faith?" Initially expecting Khan to joyfully rise and exclaim, "Master, you have returned." Broly was instead met with Khan questioning whether he was in hell. Annoyed, Broly delivered a swift slap that sent Khan crashing to the ground. Covered in mud, Khan realized he had been saved by Broly. "You little rascal, you are truly bothersome. Allow me to show you your father's ultimate technique, True Infinite Universe." After half an hour of combat, the Dark Broly had to concede that he could not overpower Near and Sally in hand-to-hand combat. Thus, after evading Near's punch, he swiftly unleashed the accumulated power of the True Infinite Universe and deftly retreated. However, the moment the Dark Broly turned, he collided with the psychic barrier Broly had erected, for Broly had already sensed the Dark Broly's desire to retreat. To Broly, the Dark Broly of the normal world was still too young. Possessing merely a battle power of 7 billion, hardly worth his attention, he tore off one of his arms and hurled it toward the Dark Broly, intending to assimilate him. After discarding the arm, Broly shifted his focus to the alternative True Infinite Universe. Observing the Dark Broly's version of the True Infinite Universe, Broly was taken aback, not because he was surprised that his opponent could wield his technique, but because the negative energy had been birthed from his own creation. Therefore, if the Dark Broly could not utilize his skills, that would indeed be strange. What perplexed Broly was that the Dark Broly's True Infinite Universe exhibited a staggering 225-fold amplification. It is essential to note that the Dark Broly could not harness the power of the God of Light. So how could he produce a True Infinite Universe with such an enhancement? The Dark Broly's current battle power was comparable to Broly's when he had inadvertently annihilated the Demon Realm. This meant that the Dark Broly's recently unleashed orb, dark and encircled by a crimson halo, possessed an attack power akin to Broly's initial release of the True Infinite Universe, which had been augmented by the God of Light's power, totaling over 16 trillion. The only distinction was that Broly's True Infinite Universe appeared as a dark sphere surrounded by a silver halo. While the Dark Broly's was encircled by a deep red halo, Broly was intrigued by the nature of the Dark Broly's energy, which emanated a purplish-red hue, wondering what kind of energy it was that could rival the might of the God of Light. Broly, what are you daydreaming about? Quickly go save Nier and Sally. Lost in thought, he had forgotten about the children. Bulma's distant shout jolted him back to reality. Nier and Sally could not withstand the overwhelming energy of over 16 trillion. They were still too young. Under the oppressive weight of the terrifying energy, Nier and Sally awakened from their frenzy, realizing they were merely children, as they beheld the ominous energy sphere descending upon them. Akin to a black hole, they became paralyzed with fear, trembling in place. Just as the two children were unable to stop shaking, a figure materialized before them. The figure turned, smiled at Nier and Sally. And both siblings were momentarily taken aback. Daddy, this person is the one we've only seen in photographs. His smile is so warm. Nier, Sally, do not be afraid, be brave and face this attack. Daddy is here. Broly's voice, filled with confidence and tenderness, enveloped the children in a sensation they had never experienced before, akin to basking in the warmth of sunlight for the first time. Tears welled in Nier and Sally's eyes. Was this truly their father? He was so kind, so strong. In that moment, they could no longer contain the grievances within, and tears streamed down their faces uncontrollably. Encouraged by Broly, Nier and Sally bravely extended their hands, and together they exerted their strength to push back against the impending energy sphere. However, with their mere tens of billions in battle power, they were attempting to contend against 16 trillion. It was akin to a single person attempting to push a mountain, an utterly inconceivable endeavor. Broly extended his hands, cradling one child in each arm, while simultaneously releasing the power of the God of Light. The terrifying shockwave of 34.2 trillion battle power transformed into a soaring silver beam. Surrounded by a menacing green arc of electricity, an awe-inspiring sight that rendered onlookers weak in the knees, the chaotic energy swept away the blood-red clouds in the demon realm, shattering countless mountains. And the ground beneath them cracked like a spider's web, expanding towards the horizon. It appeared that the last western continent of the demon realm would soon cease to exist. The dark orb, encircled by a crimson halo, seemed on the verge of collapse under the assault of the silver energy torrent, resembling a tender seedling swaying in the wind, ready to be swept away at any moment. Feeling their father's formidable energy, Nier and Sally had never experienced such a profound sense of security. Go, children, kick that orb away, and then we shall return home to see your mother. Observing his son and daughter gazing at him in admiration, Broly beamed with sunlight and pointed at the Dark Broly's true infinite universe, exuberantly exclaiming, "Ha!" Upon hearing Broly's words, the siblings exchanged a glance and elevated their energy to its zenith, simultaneously kicking at the energy sphere looming above them. With their strike landing, the Dark Broly's already unstable true infinite universe was sent hurtling away, akin to the last straw that broke the camel's back. Buzzing boom, the energy blast soared into the skies above the demon realm. It seemed to collide with an invisible barrier within the endless expanse of crimson void. With a deep, resonant explosion, the entire realm transformed into shades of black and white, a phenomenon that could only be described as causing the very heavens to change color. Mere seconds later, a fierce gust of wind descended upon the crowd. It was not merely directed at them, but bore down upon the entirety of the demon continent. Whoosh! Broly, accompanied by Nier and Sally, reached the side of Bulma and Khan, summoning a powerful energy shield to protect everyone. In the next moment, as the gale arrived, the ground itself buckled under the immense pressure. Yet, this was merely the precursor to the onslaught, as the ferocious wind was but the harbinger of the shockwave. 10 seconds later, a visible crimson and violet energy shockwave cascaded down like the Milky Way falling from the heavens, crashing into the earth. In the blink of an eye, all remaining matter in the demon realm, save for Broly and his companions, was vaporized, returning to the embrace of nature, transformed into cosmic energy. Naturally, this turn of events favored Broly, the energy life form. Without hesitation, Broly instructed Khan to escort Bulma, Nier, and Sally home, while he intended to devote some time to training in this place. 3 days swiftly passed, following the cataclysm that befell the demon realm. Broly absorbed an immense reservoir of cosmic energy, augmenting his combat power by approximately 15 billion. Previously boasting a combat strength of 76 billion, he now surged to 91 billion, and with the enhancement from his gear, The total soared to an astounding 273 billion. When utilizing the light justice divine power, this figure multiplied by 15, resulting in a staggering 4,095 billion combat power, should he choose to unleash his ultimate attack. Broly's maximum destructive force would reach an astronomical 61,425 billion, a truly inconceivable figure. A mere 16 billion energy explosions had already reduced the demon realm to a void of darkness, leaving Broly to ponder the sheer magnitude of a 600 trillion energy explosion. Taking a deep breath, Broly surveyed the current state of the demon realm. Aside from the myriad dimensional rifts scattered across the sky, there remained only an infinite expanse of emptiness. With a sigh, he shook his head and departed from the demon realm, for Broly was not one to indulge in melancholy. What had transpired was done, and it was best to let it be in the normal world. On Earth, Mom, so you understand now, right? Sally gazed with her innocent, wide eyes, adorably blinking twice, filled with admiration for her mother. Despite having explained the matter thrice, Tai-Si still seemed perplexed. Bulma, did you grasp it right away? Tai-Si, starting to comprehend, turned to Bulma, who was leisurely sipping juice while listening to music, appearing utterly relaxed. Unavoidably, she felt a sense of admiration. Bulma was indeed clever, having understood it all long before. I think I get it now. Neil, come over and continue explaining. Let your sister have a moment's rest. Thud. Suddenly, a series of thumps echoed as the future version of Bulma, now 28 and matured, covered her face in embarrassment, utterly mortified. Let me handle it. The composed and sensible Bulma asserted, proving reliable as she took half an hour to clarify the situation for her younger sister and herself. Wow, I can't believe such horrifying events occurred in the future. I'll have to restrict Broly's freedom from now on. Day after day, nothing to do, living such a comfortable life, yet he caused such a disaster. And the worst part is, I'm the one left to bear the blame. Look at how exhausted I'll be in the future. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Bulma huffed, arms akimbo, pouting, her words flying forth. Oh, by the way, where's Broly? Why didn't he come back with you? Bulma inquired, glancing around with wide eyes, puzzled by Broly's absence. On Earth, at the Universal Corporation Point, 3 days have passed, and that heartless one hasn't returned. In the dining area, a large table surrounded by people, including the Briefs couple, Tai-Si, Bulma, future Bulma, and Neil and Sally, was filled with chatter. Even Karen, who had long since returned to St. Heaven's Star, had been summoned back to Earth by Khan. It was a time of uncertainty. After all, a sumptuous dinner spread was laid out, with everyone enjoying their meal, engaging in light-hearted conversation, and boasting, while only Tai-Si seemed contemplative, and Bulma expressed her discontent. Whoosh, it smells delightful. Haha, it appears I've arrived just in time for dinner. Broly, having seldom used regular instant transmission, sensed Khan's energy and teleported in, surprised to find everyone dining, just as his own hunger peaked. Broly, you heartless fiend. After everything that has happened, your first thought is to train rather than return home to check on us? Do you even care about this family? Bulma exclaimed, slamming her hands on the table in agitation. Broly felt bewildered, yet understood one thing implicitly. Never engage in a debate with a woman. One is bound to lose. There were only two ways to resolve such a situation. The first was to patiently endure and allow the other to vent her frustrations quietly. The second was to apologize and offer comfort through a warm embrace. However, Broly, still grasping the situation, opted for the first approach, thinking, if I can't provoke, then I can at least hide. I'm eating, I want to speak. If you're tired, I'll help you wipe your sweat and massage your shoulders. If that doesn't suffice, I can even massage your mouth. Half an hour later, crackle. Home-cooked meals are the best. Never grow tired of them. Broly savored the last bowl of rice, licking his chopsticks in delight. Broly, are you even listening to me? For the past half hour, Bulma had been chattering away, her words flowing like a river, yet Broly showed no signs of annoyance. Didn't affect his appetite. While he ate, he occasionally interjected with a word or two, indicating he hadn't ignored Bulma's chatter. This scene resembled a couple in a playful quarrel, with the Briefs couple pretending not to notice. Taking their teddy bear to the garden for a walk, Khan and Karen, seated nearby, sipped wine in silence, feigning ignorance. Tai-Si took out her laptop, retreating to the balcony to write, despite her vast wealth. Writing novels was her passion, and she dedicated several hours each day to updating her stories. Neil and Sally, having stayed at home for 3 days, initially clung to their mother, reluctant to part for even a moment. But the novelty had begun to wear off. Future Bulma busied herself in the laboratory, striving to compile her years of knowledge into research material for her younger self, aspiring to become a super scientist by the age of 20. Brother, don't you think Annie resembles Mom more at home? The siblings perched on the dining table, one sipping juice and the other cola, with Sally voicing her thoughts directly to her brother. Well, she does seem quite similar. Ugh, what nonsense are you spouting? Annie is not Mom. Neil initially spoke loudly, but as he continued, his conviction wavered. All right, Bulma, I admit my fault. I promise I won't let our family come to harm in the future. Okay, don't be angry. Look, getting angry only makes you age. Also, you Broly, fully sated, then launched into a comforting speech, embracing Bulma and showering her with affection for half an hour, leaving her giggling uncontrollably. Neil envied this skill of his father. Nearly drooling at the prospect of learning it himself, happiness soon followed. Neil slapped himself to confirm he wasn't dreaming. Neil, Sally, next, I'll take you to the room of spirit and time for training. How much stronger you become in a year depends on your efforts, but I believe you will work hard. After charming Bulma, Broly swiftly turned his attention to Neil and Sally. He mentioned, by the way, Bulma, your future self is incredibly impressive. Aside from the time machine, she has also created powerful battle robots, far surpassing Khan. Upon hearing this, Bulma perked up, realizing, indeed, her future self awaited her in the laboratory. I must hurry over. After Bulma departed, Broly focused on Neil and Sally, preparing to guide the two children to the room of spirit and time for training. He needed to assimilate the vast energy he had absorbed. Converting the energy from the entire western continent of the demon realm into 15 billion combat-powered, he aimed to adapt and comprehend every strand of his energy, mastering it to exert flawless control in battle. In a state of excitement for Nier and bewilderment for Sally, Broly led the two siblings to the temple, after exchanging greetings with the Elder Kai and briefly outlining the situation while making introductions. He left the astonished Elder Kai behind, and the three of them proceeded directly into the hyperbolic time chamber. Within the familiar bright white space, Broly explained the circumstances and outlined the precautions to the children. Returning to this place once more stirred a sense of nostalgia in Broly. At the age of 19, he had spent 7 years within these walls. Reflecting on this, he felt a surge of anticipation. Goku was nearly 12 now. And in just 6 months, the original storyline would commence. Well then, first, I shall teach you the methods of cultivating spiritual energy, for this is the very reason behind your uncontrollable transformations into Super Saiyan. Let me elucidate the matters concerning our Saiyan heritage. Broly took on his paternal responsibilities with great diligence, setting a commendable example while imparting the knowledge he had accumulated throughout his life. A year swiftly passed, and Nier and Sally, having evolved from a basic understanding of what it meant to be a Saiyan to comprehending the concepts of Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Blue, and even the transformations of the legendary Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan 4, found themselves astounded. They learned that they were not merely Earthlings, and the plethora of transformations their race possessed felt akin to a game of changing faces. Particularly captivated by the formidable traits of the legendary Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan 4, they yearned to transform themselves immediately. However, upon realizing that they were indeed the fabled Super Saiyan, inherited from their father, they were left utterly bewildered. Isn't the legendary Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan for the ultimate state? How can it be inherited? After hearing Broly expound on the various forms of the Saiyan race, Nier uttered a statement that astonished Broly. Father, may I transform into Super Saiyan 4 based on the legendary Super Saiyan? You mentioned that the dimension of Super Saiyan 4 must be exceedingly high. If that were the case, would I not lose control? Nier's imaginative inquiry intrigued Broly, who found himself mentally envisioning the possibility of a Super Saiyan 4 with green fur. Ha, that's my son for you. Quite an excellent idea, he mused. Now, let us enter a rigorous training session together. We must manifest your concept. As Broly was deeply engaged in thought with Nier, Sally shyly interjected, Dad, may I leave this place for a while? It's rather dull here. Oh, you may return home then. Father understands your disinterest in becoming a warrior. Rest assured, I am not an inflexible Saiyan. The era of the battle-hungry warrior has long since passed. Thank you, Father. I shall take my leave now. With excitement, Sally kissed Broly and dashed toward the exit of the hyperbolic time chamber, not forgetting to bid farewell. Chuckling softly and shaking his head, Broly was unconcerned. Girls should not be warriors, he thought, but his gaze upon Nier was markedly different. Son, to my knowledge, Super Saiyan 4 is not merely an extension of Super Saiyan 3. It is a transformation born of the Great Ape's mutation. Therefore, I believe you need not master Super Saiyan 3 first. We can start directly from the Great Ape transformation. Strive hard, for you will also learn to create an artificial full moon. Soon, it will be time to realize your aspirations. There is no need to rush. Even if we were to remain here for a century, only 100 days would pass outside. If necessary, we could always ask the Eternal Dragon for an extension of life. Broly pondered for a moment, recalling all the experiences Goku had while transforming into Super Saiyan 4, before addressing his son Nier. 5 years later. Thump, 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 roar. As Nier gazed at the artificial full moon, his heart raced uncontrollably. And soon, blood vessels appeared in his eyes as his pores expanded, and his physique began to swell. Within mere seconds, he transformed from a boy into a towering great ape over 20 meters tall. With blood-red, menacing eyes and muscles bulging as if they would burst, roar. Witnessing this transformation, Broly shook his head and released energy to form a protective barrier, preparing himself for the frenzied attacks of Nier. Now a mindless great ape, until Nier finally exhausted himself. Boom, boom, the great ape pummeled everything in sight, while Broly stood steadfast within the green protective barrier, immovable as a mountain. This scene had played out nearly 1,000 times. Initially, it evoked little feeling, and Nier began to doubt whether his aspirations could ever be realized. Yet, Broly provided ample reassurance, along with immense support and encouragement, allowing Nier to persist in his testing and exploration. After an indeterminate number of attempts, Nier finally seized upon a glimmer of opportunity. Following almost every experiment, he gained insights. This time was no exception. Once Nier had collapsed from exhaustion, Broly presented him with a Senzu bean. Nier sat up from the ground, shaking his head to clear his mind, lost in thought as he stroked his chin. There is no need to rush. We have plenty of time. Let us go have a shower and get some rest. I haven't slept in 3 days. Broly patted Nier on the shoulder, signaling that the water was ready for bathing. Father, I can sense a barrier within my bloodline after transforming into a great ape. However, I always lose my rationality and cannot approach that barrier with a calm heart. I think, since you do not lose control, would you transform into a great ape and attempt to compress your body? Then, you could overcome the fury of the great ape transformation and break through that barrier with a tranquil mind. Nier articulated his long-sought insights after much contemplation and requested Broly to give it a try. Oh, is this the culmination of your 5 years of effort? It seems promising. Let us give it a shot. Broly raised an eyebrow, acknowledging Nier's rationale. Transforming into a great ape, Broly stood over 30 meters tall. But his fur was a striking greenish gold, which did not surprise him, as only the cells of the legendary Super Saiyan remained in his body. Once transformed, an uncontrollable rage surged within him, as if every living being bore a grudge against him for slaying their fathers and stealing their wives. Surveying his own appearance, he had to admit that the great ape form was not particularly appealing. Dad, adjust your emotions and sense that barrier in your bloodline, then use a calm heart to break through the lock. Nier flew in front of Broly, urging him on. Casting a glance at Nier, Broly nodded, seated himself on the ground, and closed his eyes, beginning to attune to the barrier Nier had mentioned, perhaps due to the transcendent nature of his being. Broly sensed the genetic lock that had taken Nier hundreds of attempts to perceive in mere moments. Before him lay a void of crimson, with chains interwoven throughout. In Broly's understanding, these must be the genetic locks. Above this endless void loomed an infinite golden-green canopy, which was likely the barrier Nier had spoken of. Yet, how was he to approach it with his heart or break through it? This detail seemed to have been overlooked in Nier's explanation. Or perhaps he simply hadn't asked. No, that's not right. Within this space, he was now a consciousness. Does consciousness equate to the heart? It was worth trying. How strange. The closer he got to the canopy, the more distant it seemed. What is happening? Could it be that the method was flawed? Yes, a calm heart must be devoid of any intent. Only then can it be deemed calm. Yes, that must be it. Without thoughts or distractions, I shall touch you with my heart. We are one. I desire you, yet need not impose my will upon you. Since we are one, I now require your assistance. Break free. Crack, crack, crack. The golden-green canopy shattered like glass, fragments scattering aimlessly throughout the endless void. Some shards landed upon the genetic chains, transforming the originally red chains into a golden-green hue upon contact. Yes, this must be a mutation. The Great Ape transformation is indeed evolving. Right. Nier also mentioned gathering energy and compressing the body. Suddenly, an excruciating pain coursed through him, and upon opening his eyes, he beheld his colossal great ape form twisting, convulsing, and contracting. Simultaneously, it felt as though countless ants were gnawing at him, or as if he were rolling upon a bed of nails. Despite Broly's unwavering determination, he was on the verge of fainting from the pain. I can't take it anymore. With an uncontrollable roar, Broly unleashed a torrent of divine energy. In Neil's eyes, Broly transformed into a colossal sphere of silver light, with countless silver rays shooting forth from within, traveling instantaneously into the distance. Almost simultaneously, the entire space of the hyperbolic time chamber was filled with explosions and countless shattered rifts. The chamber could not withstand such energy, and thus the space was on the brink of collapse. Father, please stop. The hyperbolic time chamber is breaking apart. If it continues to collapse, your energy could harm the Earth. Neil struggled against the tempest of Broly's energy, shouting at him. The divine energy was released as if it were free. Broly stood at the center of the tempest, writhing in agony and roaring. If one could peer inside the sphere, they would notice that a portion of the divine energy was seeping into Broly's body through his pores. Simultaneously, the silver brilliance within his bloodline space gently nurtured the gene chain. And as more divine energy flooded into his body, the gene chain underwent another mutation. Originally red, the mutated gene chain began to shift to a brilliant silver hue, and this transformation was accompanied by almost no pain. With the absence of pain, Broly regained his composure, and the divine energy gradually dissipated, causing his body to contract back to its normal height of 1.91 meters. As the silver radiance faded, a new figure emerged. Neil stood in awe, realizing that this was indeed the Super Saiyan 4 his father had mentioned. So cool, so handsome, so powerful, except for his face, chest, and abdomen, Broly's bare upper body was adorned with thick, lustrous silver fur. His eyebrows and pupils had also transformed to silver, as had his hair, which was tied up high on his head, swaying gently in the breeze that flowed in from the cracks in the chamber. His long silver hair cascaded down to his waist like a waterfall, with tufts of silver hair on each shoulder extending towards his chest, giving him an air of remarkable confidence and nobility. Furthermore, a dazzling aura enveloped him, with the bright silver flames glowing faintly like a flowing pool of mercury, even flowing against gravity. Wait a minute, it should be green, not bright silver. As Broly adjusted to his transformed body, he pondered the reason behind the luminous silver hue of his Super Saiyan 4 form. Father, is this really Super Saiyan 4? It looks so cool. Young Neil rushed over, closely examining Broly and even touching the soft fur in excitement. Indeed, it resembles Super Saiyan 4, but it's different. Broly stroked his chin, deep in thought. Ordinary Saiyans evolved to Super Saiyan 4 with red fur. However, as legendary Super Saiyans, we should have green fur, yet mine is bright silver. Is that so? Neil, taken aback by Broly's words, asked uncertainly. Well then, my son, if you exert yourself and transform successfully, we will find out. Unable to grasp the concept, Broly decided to put it aside, trusting that Neil would find the answer upon his own transformation. Father, just how powerful is Super Saiyan 4? Observing the elegance of the transformed state, Neil was filled with excitement and continued to inquire. It's difficult to quantify. Just remember, transformation is merely an enhancement of your base combat power. There is no invincible transformation, only formidable base strength. For instance, your transformation to Super Saiyan yields only a combat power in the billions, while I possess several hundred billion without even transforming. Which form do you think is stronger? Thus, Broly advised, son, do not overly rely on the power boost from transformations. Focus on training your foundational combat strength. Now, let us go wash up and rest. We shall resume training tomorrow. As for your question, the combat power increase from Super Saiyan 4 is 300 times. As he spoke, Broly turned towards their resting quarters, imparting wisdom while also alleviating his son's confusion with the unconventional bright silver Super Saiyan 4 form. Broly felt both joy and concern. The joy stemmed from his newfound strength, while the concern arose from the unfamiliarity of this transformation. Humans often feel apprehensive towards the unknown. He was also troubled by the sheer magnitude of his power. Mastering it completely would likely require considerable time. 300 times. Broly's base combat power stood at 91 billion, multiplied by 300, equating to 27.3 trillion. Adding the equipment enhancement of 200%, his final combat power reached an astounding 81.9 trillion. not accounting for the decimals, which were inconsequential. And let us not forget the ultimate technique, infinite universe, which amplifies energy by 15 times. 81.9 trillion multiplied by 15 results in a staggering 228.5 trillion of terrifying energy. Could it potentially obliterate the universe? Broly mused to himself, feeling a headache coming on. It would be wise to avoid transforming during combat to prevent unintended harm in ordinary skirmishes. He could simply rely on his normal state, as a combat power of 2.73 trillion was ample. If absolutely necessary, he could unleash a burst of divine energy, yielding 40.95 billion, which should be enough to defeat most adversaries. In the void of the demon realm, bang bang bang, clash, ah boom, one gold green and one bright silver figure darted through the boundless expanse of the demon realm, engaging in an unrestrained battle. Their might was undeniable, as each collision unleashed shockwaves capable of annihilating any planet. Fortunately, the demon realm had already been destroyed. Otherwise, given the ferocity of their clash, even 10 demon realms would not suffice to withstand the devastation. Haha, fighting here is truly delightful. It's far better than the hyperbolic time chamber. Here, I don't need to hold back or worry about collateral damage. Speaking of which, my father is truly formidable, Neil remarked with a hint of disappointment. Having believed that upon transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan 4, he could match his father's prowess. However, upon realizing the true extent of their disparity, he found himself at a loss for words. Neil's base combat power was initially only in the tens of millions, but after 10 years of training alongside Broly in the hyperbolic time chamber, it had risen to 2 billion. Upon transforming into Super Saiyan 4. His fur indeed turned green, but the power boost was only 200 times. Thus, Neil's combat power as a Super Saiyan 4 amounted to 20 billion multiplied by 200, totaling over 4 trillion. Meanwhile, Broly's combat power remained in his normal state. As he no longer possessed the black-haired Saiyan form, his normal state was equivalent to that of a Super Saiyan. Neil had thought that with his green Super Saiyan 4 form granting him over 4 trillion in combat power, he could stand toe-to-toe with Broly. Yet, to his astonishment, he discovered that his father's normal state alone boasted 91 billion, further enhanced to 273 billion with equipment. Most astonishingly, Broly did not even need to transform. A mere display of divine energy could yield 40.95 billion in combat power. Upon learning the truth, Neil curiously asked his father, "How much combat power do you possess in your bright silver Super Saiyan 4 form?" Broly candidly responded, 81.9 trillion. Neil immediately collapsed to the ground, exclaiming, "Dark, Broly can't compete with you." Of course, Broly was generous with his son. He rummaged through his dimensional space and retrieved the Naga King set, along with several accessories, equipping Neil with a full set of gear. Once donned, Neil's combat power surged by 200%, skyrocketing to 12 trillion. After emerging from a decade-long training session in the hyperbolic time chamber, the father and son duo decided to seek an uninhabited location to spar and relieve their frustrations, which led to their battle in the void of the demon realm. After emerging from the spirit time room, where he had spent a decade, the father and son duo decided to seek out a desolate location to engage in a bout for amusement, thus leading to the battle in the void of the demon realm. During those 10 years of cultivation in the spirit time room, it was not merely the mastery of the brilliant silver Super Saiyan transformation that occupied their time. Broly frequently honed his Ultra Instinct as well. Crucially, the countless battles with Neil had indeed proven immensely beneficial. For now, Broly's Ultra Instinct had reached a state of true perfection. Even in moments of repose, he could effortlessly assume the most comfortable position without the usual restlessness of adjusting for comfort before sleep. It can be said that with the mastery of Ultra Instinct, every movement he executed was direct and precise, embodying the essence of perfection. Remarkably, even while flying, he could lounge, recline, or sit in whatever manner brought him comfort. This exemplified Ultra Instinct, where actions became instinctual yet yielded optimal results. Such a flawless ability raises the question of whether this represents the pinnacle of existence, as for powers exceeding Ultra Instinct. If they exist, they would undoubtedly be the legendary Path of Strength, rumored to possess the capability to shatter myriad techniques with a single force. No one can fathom the magnitude of such power. Let us return home, to your mother and the others. Our absence has spanned merely 11 days, yet for us, it has been a full 11 years. Gazing at his now adult son, 23 years of age, Broly felt a pang of nostalgia. He was aging, After all, this was not merely a reflection of his future son, but the offspring of a normal world who had yet to be born. In the western hemisphere of Earth, it was now evening. The Brief family, along with Tysa and Sally, as well as 2 Bulmas, had gathered for a family meal. Suddenly, amid the clatter and chaos, the family was momentarily taken aback, and Broly hastily concealed his face, indicating his disassociation from the incident. While Broly remained unfazed, having perfected his instant transmission, Neil, who had only recently learned it, found himself appearing abruptly at the dining table, inadvertently slipping on a dish and scattering it across the table, saving the need for their butler, Old Wong, to arrange for a cleanup. "Hello, Mama, Aunt, Grandpa, Grandma," Neil greeted, slightly embarrassed, with remnants of food adorning him. "Hey, you. Are you my brother? Why are you covered in fur? Did you and Dad really spend another 10 years in the spirit time room? My goodness, does that mean you are already 23 now?" A creature with a full coat of green first startled the family. But with Broly present, they felt a sense of security. Once they regained their composure, Sally bombarded Neil with a barrage of questions. Being 23 isn't bad. Now I truly resemble your older brother. And what do you mean by covered in fur? This is Super Saiyan 4. Don't you think I look rather dashing like this? Neil playfully lifted Sally, engaging her in cheerful conversation. Dad said to maintain this form for a while. When it's time to fight, I can better utilize my power. Neil earnestly explained to his sister the reasons behind his appearance, sharing tales from a decade of training, while also boasting about the gear Broly had provided him. "Dad, that's not fair. Why does brother get equipment while I don't?" Before Sally could voice her thoughts, Broly had already produced the gear he had prepared for her, leaving him nearly penniless, with only the equipment on his person remaining. As for his plans for children in the normal world, Broly believed they would not lack paternal or maternal love, and with their father present, there would be no need for defensive gear. As night fell, Broly, yearning for his wife, could hardly contain his excitement upon returning to their chamber. "How confident are you?" After they had shared an intimate moment, Tyson nestled against Broly's firm chest, aware of his next intentions. Gently inquiring, "Before training with Neil, I had a 50% chance. Now, I am invincible," Broly declared with unshakable confidence. For having perfected Ultra Instinct, he believed he had surpassed Beerus in strength. As for the angels, they maintained a neutral stance, devoid of distinctions between good and evil. Even if an entire galaxy were to be obliterated before them, they would remain emotionally unaffected. Moreover, Broly surmised that even Whis might not be capable of besting him. Thus, when Broly proclaimed himself invincible, it was a statement rooted in confidence and careful consideration. With his brilliant Silver Super Saiyan transformation, his battle power reached a staggering 819 trillion, coupled with the complete mastery of Ultra Instinct. It was uncertain whether even an angel could overcome him. The only disparity between Broly and the angels lay in their understanding of the laws, recalling an incident from the original narrative where Earth was destroyed. Whis had utilized the laws of time to revert it to mere minutes before its annihilation, effectively resurrecting it. A formidable ability that Broly could not dismiss, as long as you are confident. "Make sure to return. The children and I will be waiting for you at home." Tysa shyly pressed her face against Broly's chest as she spoke. "Are you implying that you are with child?" "Have you confirmed it?" Broly, ever astute, immediately grasped the implication behind Tysa's words. "Yes, the checkup today was definitive," Tysa murmured softly. "Haha, that's wonderful. I just wonder if it will be Neil or Sally. What are you saying? How could it be anyone but them? Let us have another go. Once the belly starts showing, it will be too late." The following morning, Broly prepared to venture into the future world, intending to confront the evolved Dark Broly. Seeking clarity. "Dad, take me with you. I can help you now." Neil insisted on accompanying Broly, but Broly felt reluctant to allow him to join as he sensed that the other version of himself was formidable. After all, it was this very being that had ignited the flames of war across the cosmos. While Beerus had refrained from sacrificing himself to fulfill his role as a destroyer, Broly speculated that Beerus might have perished, and Whis had been suspended from duty in the absence of a destroyer. Do not forget, the destroyer and the Kaioshin share a life. Thus, if the Kaioshin is slain, the destroyer will also meet his end. Therefore, Dark Broly must have killed Kaioshin Ashen, while Beerus likely died in his slumber. "Fear not. Everyone. I will be just fine," Broly reassured Neil before bidding farewell and vanishing from their sight. In the future world, The entire cosmos was engulfed in turmoil that it was unimaginable how potent the other version of himself had become after absorbing such an immense quantity of negative energy over the years. Contemplating this, Broly felt a mix of excitement and confusion. Excitement for the prospect of battling an extraordinarily powerful adversary, and confusion as to whether the one responsible for such chaos could genuinely be satisfied. After all, he was an embodiment of malevolent intent, yet was this not all rather dull? Standing amidst the dim expanse of the cosmic void, Broly pondered, surrounded by the remnants of interstellar battlefields, fleets of warships, and the clashes of civilizations, enhanced by dazzling technological weaponry and explosive displays. The already vibrant starry river became even more resplendent. Closing his eyes, he activated ultra-instant transmission, allowing his transcendent consciousness to explore the vast cosmos. Broly aimed to locate Dark Broly and eliminate him. Meanwhile, in the palace of the Omni King, all the Kaioshins and destroyers from the universe gathered at this moment. Lord Grand Priest, the universe-wide statistical conference is about to commence. But we are unaware of what has transpired. The Kaioshin Ashin of the 7th universe, along with the destroyer Beerus, have not arrived. We implore the Grand Priest to ascertain the reason. Kaioshin Fua from the 6th universe searched the crowd, but found no sign of his old neighbor, Kaioshin Ashin, or destroyer Beerus. Thus, he anxiously spoke on their behalf before the Grand Priest. Yes, I am already aware of this matter. I had intended to inform everyone at this conference. The Grand Priest acknowledged Fua's report with a nod, revealing the reason behind the absence. The Kaioshin and Destroyer of the 7th universe are currently in a state of vacancy. I only learned of this later, roughly 10 years ago, when a high-dimensional entity of malevolent intent emerged in the 7th universe. This entity grew rapidly, surpassing the Kaioshin within a year, subsequently slaying him, and the Destroyer followed suit. Thus, the 7th universe will not participate in this conference. Subsequently, I shall select new Kaioshin and Destroyers for the 7th universe. The Grand Priest spoke these words devoid of any emotion that it was evident that the angels remained uninvolved in the development of any universe, regardless of whether it flourished or faltered, even in the event of the demise of both the Kaioshin and the Destroyer. The Grand Priest would not display the slightest sign of disturbance. It is akin to renting out a storefront. Once the lease is signed, the landlord remains indifferent to how the tenant manages the establishment. As long as the rent, representative of governance or the developmental status of the universe, is paid, all is well. In essence, one must merely demonstrate diligence in management. The 7th universe, a future world, swish, Broly materialized on a crimson planet. Resembling the form of the demon realm, it was no wonder that his alternate self chose this place as his stronghold. Ah, you've arrived? Dark Broly did not turn, fully aware that his original self had come and what would ensue. Indeed, I believe that if I did not seek you out, you would have come looking for me, Broly remarked leisurely, lifting a glass of red wine from the table and taking a sip before addressing Dark Broly. Haha, I never anticipated that confining you to another dimension would lead to this place. What an unbearable outcome, Dark Broly commented, savoring his drink with a hint of reluctance. So, did you not converse with the Grand Priest after you killed Shin? Oh, do not feign ignorance. I am merely a fragment of an evil thought, hardly worthy of his attention. However, I suspect he will seek you out, provided, of course, that you can survive my hand, Dark Broly replied, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Well, that makes sense. Let us commence our performance. Thank you for sparing Bulma's life, but I assure you, I will not show you the same mercy, Broly retorted, mirroring Dark Broly's wicked smile. Bang. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the crimson planet erupted into a dazzling explosion. Following suit, a series of explosive sounds echoed through the cosmos. Two streaks of light, one silver, one black-purple, darted through the starry expanse, with both Brolys holding nothing back. In an instant, countless planets shattered, and an entire galaxy was reduced to ashes. At that moment, a battle transcending time and space commenced in this vast universe. With several exchanges, the two Brolys ceased their probing and began to unleash their full power without reservation. They had suppressed their strength for far too long. It is said that the mastery of great skill brings solitude. And this was no mere saying. Broly was indeed lonely. Ah, Dark Broly roared, then unleashed a powerful punch that sent Broly staggering back. Let me share a secret. I did not kill Shin. I killed Beerus. Ah, Broly responded, somewhat taken aback. Initially, he believed that Dark Broly had eliminated Shin to remove Beerus, but in truth, he had directly slain Beerus. This revelation proved that Broly had previously underestimated Dark Broly's strength. Surprise aside, a confrontation was still necessary. Although Broly was uncertain why Whis did not intervene when Dark Broly killed Beerus, he understood that Dark Broly had yet to reach a level where he could disregard the angels. Is that so? If Beerus has fallen by your hand, then allow me to show you a transformation we have never witnessed in our past lives. Ha ha ha. With a brilliant flash, radiant silver light danced across the cosmos, momentarily eclipsing the universe in darkness, as if only Broly existed. Isn't that Super Saiyan 4? Dark Broly pondered, momentarily stunned. He had never witnessed this transformation in his previous life. Ha! This is a new transformation developed by our son, which I have dubbed Radiant Silver Super Saiyan 4. Furthermore, I have mastered Ultra Instinct, meaning my current state is Radiant Silver Super Saiyan 4 combined with Ultra Instinct. Are you prepared? By the end of his declaration, Broly's tone turned icy. Ha ha ha, splendid. Let the true battle commence from this very moment. I am empowered by the entire universe's negative energy. Behold the ultimate Dark Star River. With a roar, Dark Broly unleashed a torrent of concentrated energy, manifesting as a black river adorned with crimson glimmers, surging toward Broly. The onslaught was accompanied by a searing gust of wind that felt like daggers against Broly's skin. The ultimate Dark Star River charged at Broly like a ferocious dragon. The accompanying heat intense enough to make even someone of Broly's caliber feel as though they were being cut. A mere parlor trick. I shall absorb it, observing the ferociously approaching ultimate Dark Star River. Broly scoffed, channeling Ultra Instinct to its zenith, extending his hands to employ his assimilation technique and forcibly absorb the attack. What is this skill? It resembles the ability of the androids to absorb energy. Dark Broly gazed in disbelief as Broly began to absorb his energy wave, momentarily taken aback. You wish to absorb it? Very well. I have the entire universe backing me. Let us see if you can withstand the overflow. Aha! Tenfold power, Super Blackened Ultimate Dark Star River. Boom! The two combatants linked their hands to the segments of the ultimate Dark Star River, and at that moment, the river surged violently as Dark Broly unleashed his full power. The frequency of energy output skyrocketed, and its size expanded tenfold, a terrifying torrent of energy engulfing Broly. You wish to overwhelm me? Then I shall return it in kind. Ha ha! Perfect transformation technique. Double Ultimate Dark Star River. In the instant he was submerged in the energy torrent, Broly felt pain and a profound sense of dread. He swiftly summoned clones to execute a double assault, releasing immense energy to thrust the ultimate Dark Star River back toward Dark Broly. Humph, is that all you can do? Allow me to introduce you to a little something, a massive energy sphere, akin to a black ball the size of a planet, materialized before them. This sphere, shrouded in black with a red-purple halo, possessed a staggering 225-fold energy amplification. What energy is this? It rivals the divine power of light. Broly recalled witnessing Dark Broly utilize such energy in the void of the demon realm, and now he beheld it once more. Ha ha ha. In order to wield divine power more effectively, you separated me, but what you failed to realize is that in doing so, I acquired dark magic. You must understand, my true self, that positive and negative are intrinsically linked. Where there is one, there must be the other. In essence, dark magic is merely the other side of divine power, just as I am your counterpart. This is mutual. Dark Broly laughed maniacally. Is that so? Then allow me to understand my other half. With that, Broly soared into the heart of the massive true dark infinite universe. What trick is he playing now? It couldn't be self-destruction, could it? Dark Broly was once again taken aback, sensing that Broly possessed many new techniques unknown to him. A series of sounds erupted, and Dark Broly's expression shifted from confusion to astonishment, or perhaps shock. At that moment, his thoughts raced. This was madness. This world was indeed filled with formidable beings. Before him, the energy sphere capable of obliterating an entire sector of the universe was forcibly compressed by Broly into a black energy ball the size of a basketball. One must understand, this was an energy ball exceeding 10 trillion in battle power. How did you accomplish this? No way. Dark Broly could not contain his astonishment, because I am an energy life form. One good turn deserves another. Here it comes. Broly gently tossed the compressed energy sphere, then executed a spinning kick aimed at Dark Broly. Dark Broly recognized that although the energy sphere lacked a fearsome presence, its potency remained formidable. However, unlike Broly, Dark Broly did not possess the unique ability to absorb 10 trillion battle energy. Thus, he hurriedly activated instant transmission, escaping to the far reaches of the universe, the energy sphere. Deprived of its target, collided with a nearby galaxy. Broly quickly employed instant transmission, following Dark Broly to his hiding spot. The two refrained from continuing their battle, instead keeping a vigilant watch on their previous direction. 10 seconds later, the entire universe began to tremble, and 3 minutes later, massive rifts tore through the cosmic walls. 10 minutes later, the universe appeared poised to repeat itself, heralding the onset of a new cosmic explosion. An endless vortex of explosive chaos unfolds, a black hole or perhaps a shockwave, its rapid expansion rendering galaxies to vapor and nebulas to naught, with countless stars succumbing to the cataclysmic eruption. This scene, long anticipated, heralds your inevitable demise today. Thus our battle must persist. Even the Dark Broly finds himself awestruck that, it is you who must perish. How could Broly allow a malevolent doppelganger to run rampant? Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the two vanish, only to reappear in a distant galaxy, each collision resulting in countless planets suffering the consequences. The cause remains a mystery, whether it is the overcrowding of planets or the sheer might of the two Brolys. Boom, boom, boom. The collisions accelerate, the cosmic dimensional barriers already fissured. In the North Galaxy, East Galaxy, West Galaxy, and South Galaxy, the figures of Broly and Dark Broly are omnipresent, each terrifying impact sending ripples through the cosmos. This is undoubtedly a battle of godly destruction, rivaling even the strongest among the gods of destruction. The future of the seventh universe seems all but doomed. Broly has come to realize he had severely underestimated the power of Dark Broly, who possesses an astonishing battle strength of at least 100 trillion. Most critically, Dark Broly is bolstered by the universe's negative energy. As time progresses, Broly perceives the negative energy surging exponentially during their confrontation. This spells trouble. Despite his mastery of the Ultra Instinct and formidable prowess rendering him invincible, he finds himself merely surviving. Broly feels uneasy, unable to triumph over his counterpart, while Dark Broly harbors his own concerns. He worries that when the universe shatters, he may lose his support and be unable to match his true self. After all, he has relied on boundless energy and overwhelming strength to hold his ground thus far. Despite the prolonged combat, neither has drawn a labored breath yet. In truth, they are both quite fatigued, just not to the point of gasping for air. Broly, having achieved the pinnacle of Ultra Instinct, rarely tires easily. Meanwhile, Dark Broly's foundation is exceptionally robust, fortified by the universe's negative energy. What an impressive foundation it is. It truly astonishes me that you have mastered the complete form of Ultra Instinct, making my task exceedingly challenging. Dark Broly feels genuinely vexed. In terms of battle prowess, he exceeds 150 trillion. In terms of energy, he possesses the entirety of the universe as his reservoir, making it virtually inexhaustible. Conversely, Broly's battle strength stands at a mere 81 trillion, and his energy pales in comparison to that of Dark Broly. The disparity between them is strikingly unilateral. Yet, despite such significant differences, they have managed to reach an impasse, neither gaining the upper hand nor suffering losses. Dark Broly relies on his formidable strength and vast reserves, while Broly depends on energy assimilation and his remarkable self-awareness through Ultra Instinct. Thus far, Dark Broly has yet to land a single punch or kick on Broly. If he were to utilize energy blasts, a considerable portion would merely be absorbed by Broly to replenish his stamina. This predicament weighs heavily on Dark Broly's mind. How can he contend? In a battle of physical prowess, he cannot land a blow on Broly, while in an energy confrontation, he would merely endow Broly with more power. Not only Dark Broly, but Broly also finds himself troubled. After all, attacking Dark Broly seems ineffective, and in an energy clash, the opponent possesses infinite energy, rendering it a futile endeavor. Simultaneously, both are cautious. Dark Broly fears that upon the universe's collapse, he may lose his infinite energy support, leaving him no match for Broly. On the other hand, Broly is apprehensive that if their battle drags on, Dark Broly might also master Ultra Instinct, which would spell disaster. Ironically, both remain oblivious to the fact that the concerns they harbor are far from each other's thoughts. Broly has no intention of annihilating the universe, while Dark Broly does not even contemplate mastering Ultra Instinct. Perhaps this is simply their inherent nature. After all, Broly's soul is that of a child who has undergone 9 years of compulsory education beneath the red flag in a past life. I cannot claim him to be inherently good, yet he is certainly not malevolent. Thus thoughts of universal destruction seldom cross his mind. As for Dark Broly, he appears to embody the archetype of a villain, seemingly devoid of any strategic inclination. As an ambitious antagonist, he only dreams of acquiring power so formidable that it renders all else insignificant. Such is the essence of life. Certain matters they shall never contemplate. My true self, do you possess the means to contend with me? The two lock eyes mid-air for an extended moment, neither having resolved how to overcome the other, prompting Dark Broly to inquire with some annoyance. Alas, you truly are my malevolent doppelganger. Your strength is exceptional, and I find myself bereft of strategies to counter you. Broly sighs and grimaces, speaking candidly. Ha ha ha. If that is the case, would you care to visit the palace of that little brat? Zeno? Dark Broly laughs boisterously, his words laced with implication. You wish to test whether he can discern you. Broly ponders briefly before grasping Dark Broly's intent. Indeed, I wish to see if the rule-bound will of the Dragon Ball universe can expunge us, beings that exist beyond its regulations. Dark Broly confesses openly. Then let us proceed. May fortune favor us in determining the victor on our way. Preferably you shall meet your demise. Bang! The two transform into streaks of silver and crimson light, colliding with tremendous force before shooting upwards in a straight trajectory. They aim to breach the fissures of the cosmic dimensional barriers, heading toward the Void Realm, followed by Zeno's colorful celestial clouds, culminating in the Palace of Zeno. In this assembly, the universe you reported has the highest average level, being the first universe. Yet, at the bottom, aside from the absent 7th universe, how is it that the 6th and 9th universes still rank the lowest? The Grand Minister, seated at the elongated conference table, remarks expressionlessly while perusing the documents in hand. However, that calm, placid tone resonates in the ears of the Kaioshins and gods of destruction from the 6th and 9th universes like a thunderclap. Boom! Just as the Kaioshins and gods of destruction from the 6th and 9th universes are about to plead with the Grand Minister for mercy, the two appear in the hall, fists raised in confrontation. The collision of their fists unleashes a terrifying explosion of energy. At such close proximity, the powerful shockwave sends all present Kaioshins hurtling. Thankfully, the Grand Minister reacts swiftly, shielding them. Otherwise, the weaker Kaioshins would surely face dire consequences. Is that him? The assembly of deities remains in a state of bewilderment. Only Kampa, having seen Broly once over 30 years ago, recognizes him. Kampa is the god of destruction of the 6th universe, a brother to Beerus of the 7th universe, both of whom share a dark purple hue. From the higher dimensions, you have graced us with your presence once more. Broly surveys the deities of the Dragon Ball universe, while they scrutinize him, and of course, Dark Broly as well. However, discerning eyes can easily perceive that they are but reflections of one another. Before Broly can utter a word, the Grand Minister speaks first, though it remains unclear whether he is extending greetings or merely sighing. Ha ha ha. Esteemed Grand Minister, in contrast to the crude etiquette of Dark Broly, Broly merely smiles and nods in acknowledgement. By the way, it has been a while since I last saw you, Lord Kampa. Broly greets his old friend before continuing. My lord remembers me. In the past, Kampa was somewhat uncertain about Broly's identity, but now, with the Grand Minister addressing him as a being from higher dimensions, Kampa cannot help but feel anxious. After all, in the realm of higher gods, those possessing higher dimensions are highly esteemed. Of course, this hinges on the recognition of their strength. The recent clash between the two Brolys, though Kampa cannot ascertain if Broly exerted his full might, is clear to him that it has surpassed his own. It is worth noting that Dark Broly is the one who killed Beerus, and Beerus' strength ranks among the top 5 of the 12 gods of destruction, a verifiable fact. Naturally, Broly is also convinced that there is more to the story regarding Dark Broly's slaying of Beerus. After all, with his strength, it should not be as simple as saying he killed Beerus. Ultimately, the power of a god of destruction, capable of annihilating all matter, cannot merely be measured by battle prowess. As for how Dark Broly managed to slay Beerus, Broly genuinely cannot fathom at present. Kampa, who is this individual? Why are you lowering your stance so much? It truly disgraces us as gods of destruction. Broly's friendly exchange with Kampa seems to have displeased some, but upon seeing who spoke, perhaps Broly is merely overthinking, because the one who openly mocks Kampa is Kutra, the god of destruction from the fourth universe. Katra takes the form of a golden mouse, and Broly recalls from the original work that Katra has always had a tumultuous relationship with Beerus, often engaging in fierce confrontations whenever they meet. This reinforces the adage that mice are natural enemies. Perhaps it is this very factor that renders Katra's relationship with Beerus and Kappa exceedingly strained. Whenever there is an opportunity to embarrass one another, they seize it without hesitation, both being quite cunning in their own right. Humph, Katra, if you are so formidable, do continue your discourse. Should you choose silence, it would merely signify that you lack the audacity of a true mouse. Those familiar with Kampa are somewhat taken aback, as this is the first time Kampa has encountered Quitra's derision without a verbal sparring match ensuing. Oh, you must have some ulterior motive. I certainly won't. Katra had only uttered half a sentence before falling silent, trembling in fear. This was due to the ominous glare cast upon him by his superior, the Grand Minister, whose gaze was anything but benevolent. Your Excellency wouldn't concern himself with someone of such lowly stature. Would he? Observing Katra's timely silence, the Grand Minister displayed a satisfied smile and turned to Broly, stating, of course, my principle is to prioritize harmony. Broly, too, did not wish to stir the pot, especially in the presence of 11 gods of destruction, 11 angels, and the even more formidable Grand Minister. Broly was not foolish enough to speak recklessly. He was well aware of his own capabilities, having mastered the ultimate instinct to perfection, coupled with the divine power of light. Broly was confident that he could hold his own against any angel that asked for the gods of destruction. He believed he could take on 3 at once. After all, according to the records, no god of destruction had yet mastered the ultimate instinct. Even the destructive powers of a god of destruction did not intimidate Broly, for regardless of their might, it only counted if they could land a hit on him. However, Broly's thoughts did not necessarily reflect those of his darker counterpart. Coward. Broly had no retort, for his darker self was right. He was indeed afraid of death. Broly understood that he had a wife, children, and a family. Thus, his life was no longer solely his own. He had to take responsibility for his loved ones. Unlike his darker self, who was a solitary rogue, unburdened by the concerns of life and death, as I mentioned earlier, I have some matters to discuss during this assembly, so let me first introduce you all. This is Lord Broly, the God of Light, whose dimensional level surpasses that of all present. Although the God of Light does not hold a fixed divine office, you all must show him the utmost respect. Note that this is not merely due to his superior dimension, but because Lord Broly possesses the capability to eliminate any of you, and the individual beside him is the one who has vanquished the God of destruction from the 7th universe. He is the dark counterpart of Lord Broly. Well, introductions are complete. Did everyone understand? The Grand Minister spoke at length without pausing for breath, then inquired whether any of the gods had questions. Is Beerus truly dead? The assembly fell silent, and only Kappa murmured in disappointment. Typically, Beerus and Kappa would argue and bicker at every encounter, yet they genuinely cared for one another. Dear Kappa, do not fret, in my timeline. Lord Beerus is alive and well. Broly held a very favorable impression of the sibling duo, finding them quite endearing. Well then, the assembly is concluded. You all may return to your respective universes. That I hope that the universe at the bottom of the ranks can showcase some improvement by the next gathering. With no objections from the gods, the Grand Minister dismissed them. Your Excellency, it seems you possess profound knowledge of meat as the gods departed. The spacious palace felt rather desolate, and Broly engaged in light conversation with the Grand Minister. Well, not quite. I only know your name, what you have done, and your origins. Beyond that, I know nothing. The Grand Minister grinned amiably while bantering with Broly. Indeed, Broly considers this mere banter. What do you mean by only knowing my name? My deeds, and my origins? By such logic, you might as well claim to know every detail of my life. This statement was tantamount to asserting that you are aware of all my affairs. Yet you claim to know only a little? Is that acceptable, Your Excellency? Broly expressed his dissatisfaction with the Grand Minister's behavior. You are quite familiar with me, so let us consider it mutual respect. The Grand Minister maintained his ever-present smile, seemingly incapable of displaying any other emotion. The sole reason I came here today was to clarify that my arrival in this world was entirely accidental. I harbor no ulterior motives, and now that I have a family, I merely wish to live a peaceful life that I hope the Grand Minister can understand. Broly gestured toward his darker counterpart as he spoke to the Grand Minister. Such a boring thought. The dark Broly maintained his usual nonchalant demeanor. If I had wished to trouble you, I would have done so long ago. Why would I wait until now? Moreover, I have my own busy schedule. Since the dawn of the universe, I have not laid a hand on anyone, the Grand Minister concluded, turning his gaze toward the dark Broly, and continued, there is no need for you to meet the Omni King, for he can only erase your physical forms. After all, your souls do not originate from this universe. The Grand Minister was indeed formidable, as he was fully aware of the dark Broly's intentions. Furthermore, you need not continue your conflict. There can be no victor between you. Not just today, but even tomorrow, the day after, a year, or 10 years from now. You will not determine a winner. The world is inherently balanced. Where there is light, there is darkness. Where there is righteousness, there is opposition. This is the rule, and no one can alter this setup. Even if you are a being outside the rules, you cannot change the rules. The Grand Minister gazed at the two Brolys, still wearing his smile, but his tone was authoritative. Observing the Grand Minister's demeanor, Broly felt that something was amiss. Your Excellency, was the birth of the dark Broly influenced by your intervention? Broly cautiously voiced his inner question. Oh, indeed. Your dark counterpart's growth to this point was indeed aided by my subtle push from behind. The Grand Minister raised an eyebrow in surprise, though not overly so. His words had inadvertently revealed too much, and anyone with a modicum of intelligence could discern the implication. I understand now. Your existence, alongside that of the Omni King, is less about being the highest deities and more about being incarnations born from the world's rules to facilitate its better development. Your role is to maintain the balance of the world's evolution. As representatives of the world's rules, this is likely why you are referred to as angels. Broly now comprehended why the Grand Minister recognized that he did not belong to this world, yet refrained from taking action against him. The Grand Minister's existence was indeed aimed at the balanced development of the world. One could interpret it this way. The angelic lineage would not target individuals unless that individual brought destruction upon themselves. After not lingering long in the Omni King's palace, Broly was returned to Earth 13 years prior, in alignment with the normal timeline. This visit to the Omni King's palace had unveiled many discrepancies from the original narrative. For instance, the palace of the Omni King, along with the Omni King and the Grand Minister, exists beyond the constraints of time. The implication is simple. Whether in the future or the present, it is the same Omni King and Grand Minister. They transcend the confines of temporal laws, existing as entities beyond the force of time. To elucidate further, take Beerus for example. In the future world, 13 years hence, he is already deceased, yet in the normal world, history has shifted and Beerus is evidently alive, leading to the existence of two distinct experiences of Beerus. This situation can be referred to as a parallel universe, resulting in two timelines. Now, regarding the Omni King and the Grand Minister. To put it succinctly, regardless of whether it is the future or the present, there exists only one Omni King and one Grand Minister across both realms. This means that, irrespective of the timeline, the Omni King and the Grand Minister are eternally the same. Thus, it is not difficult to grasp what it means to be a being beyond time. This is what we call everlasting existence. If this were a realm of fantasy, a cultivator who reaches the level of the Grand Minister could boldly proclaim to all beings of the three realms, humankind reincarnates. Yet I do not. All things perish, yet I remain. This is the essence of a true deity. On earth, atop Bowsy Mountain, a gentle hum resonates. Bulma, riding her motorcycle, meanders along the narrow mountain path, with Broly absent and Ties preoccupied with company matters. Bulma finds herself engulfed in boredom. A few days prior, while browsing the internet, she stumbled upon the legends surrounding the Dragon Balls. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She seemed to recall having one of those mystical orbs at home. After diligently poring over relevant materials, she discovered an intriguing fact. These orbs could grant wishes. Consequently, Bulma resolved to gather the Dragon Balls. Within mere days, she innovated a Dragon Ball radar, packed her belongings, and embarked on her journey. It is worth noting that despite Bulma's immense battle power of 100 million, she still cherishes the simplicity of an ordinary life. Thus, she rarely resorts to utilizing her power for convenience, justifying her stance by proclaiming that life must be lived grounded in reality. Soon, deep within the mountains, she located the first Dragon Ball, only to find it already possessed by a young boy named Sun Wukong. Sporting a five-finger hairstyle. To Bulma's surprise, he turned out to be a scion. This moment, Bulma has matured significantly compared to her original portrayal, not merely due to her experiences, but also because her time spent in the hyperbolic time chamber has aged her to over 17. In the original narrative, Bulma at this timeline is merely 16, devoid of any battle prowess or worldly knowledge. However, the present Bulma has encountered Broly, a scion, and thus her surprise upon meeting Sun Wukong is minimal. As a result of some clever persuasion, Sun Wukong agrees to accompany Bulma on her journey. It must be said, due to the protagonist's halo, Sun Wukong has faced near-death experiences multiple times, unbeknownst to him. He is oblivious to the distinctions between genders, leading him to unwittingly overstep boundaries with Bulma on several occasions. It is crucial to understand that Bulma, now endowed with a battle power of 100 million, poses a significant threat. Any transgression towards her could be perilous. Fortunately, Bulma has brought along an ample supply of Senzu beans and has been able to save Sun Wukong on multiple occasions, preventing any unfortunate fatalities. Thus, the journey of Bulma, a 17-year-old, and Sun Wukong, a 14-year-old, unfolds in joyous camaraderie. Along their path, they encounter the Pilaf gang, leading to numerous delightful skirmishes, though most are instigated by Sun Wukong. Bulma, on the other hand, leisurely listens to music, prepares meals, or observes Sun Wukong's interactions, reminding her of Broly's childhood demeanor. Bulma is aware that Sun Wukong will retain a childlike appearance until he reaches 18, adding a unique charm to their travels. Naturally, Bulma and Sun Wukong's journey is not solely fraught with adversaries. They also forge friendships. They encounter Desert Bandit Lepin, the mischievous Oolong who bullies women in Gao Lao village, as well as Sun Wukong's master Uncle Ox King and his sister Chi Chi. An amusing incident arises with the Desert Bandit Lepin, who attempts various schemes to win Bulma's affection, yet alas, she is already taken. While Bulma embarks on her quest for the Dragon Balls, Broly is equally occupied, traversing through the 12 universes. His objective is to meet all the Kaioshins, gods of destruction, and angels. However, his true intention lies in discovering how his Dragon Ball world diverges from the original narrative. Broly's journey proves to be quite exhilarating. Along the way, he engages in battles with various gods of destruction, quickly realizing that none pose a challenge to him. Among them, only the destroyers from Universe 11, Universe 4, and Universe 12 pique his interest. Furthermore, he encounters the destroyers from Universe 6 and Universe 2, the latter being a female, which barely captures his attention. During a previous sparring match, Broly inadvertently took advantage of the female destroyer, leaving her both embarrassed and flustered. Broly, realizing the implications of his charm, laments, "Being handsome can be a burden. It seems I leave a trail of admirers in my wake." Fearing the consequences of lingering too long, he hastily departs from Universe 2. Now, the only remaining destroyers are Beerus and Whis from his own universe, whom he must visit. After all, he has accepted the divine official's recognition, establishing himself as the legitimate god of light. His duty is to uphold the positive image of the Omni King's universe, serving as the righteous deity across the 12 universes. All who harbor righteous intentions shall gain the amplification of the god of light's will. This signifies that Broly's divinity has been acknowledged by the rules of the universe, spreading his divine power throughout the 12 realms. Those with noble hearts will receive recognition of this divine light, enabling them to cultivate their own divine powers. This is the essence of Broly's divine position, while the dark counterpart, Dark Broly, stands in stark contrast, recognized as the negative deity by the same universal rules. Consequently, Dark Broly embodies the negative emotions of the entire world, the source of desire and greed, the very embodiment of evil. Broly, resigned to this fate, acknowledges the necessity of balance in the universe, where there exists a god of light. A Dark Broly must also exist, rendering him merely a pawn in the grand design of the universe. As the first volume reaches its conclusion, we shift our focus to Southwest Earth, where a vast castle stands amidst lush green pastures. It is night, and the castle is shrouded in darkness, leaving one to wonder if it has fallen behind on its electricity bills. Ha! At last, King Pilaf has gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. "The world shall soon be mine," exclaims a small, green-skinned figure with prominent pointed ears and sharp teeth, epitomizing the phrase green-faced and fanged, adorned in a robe marked with a red circle emblazoned with the words fried rice. His appearance is strikingly memorable. Beside him stands a tall, elegant young woman named Xiaowu, an orphan, along with a ninja dog named Axiu, whose combat prowess exceeds 5. That despite their seemingly unimpressive demeanor, the Pilaf gang has successfully collected all 7 Dragon Balls, a feat that commands admiration. The events unfold from earlier that day when Bulma, Sun Wukong, Lepin, Oolong, and Pure had already gathered 6 Dragon Balls. Following the radar's guidance, they ventured towards the coordinates of the 7th ball. Unexpectedly, they fell victim to the Pilaf gang's treachery. Succumbing to a sleeping drug, resulting in their incapacitation rather than death, the 7th Dragon Ball now rests in King Pilaf's possession, allowing him to assemble all 7 as he gazes at the shimmering orbs. Pulsating with light, Pilaf feels a surge of excitement. Come forth, Shenron, grant my wish. Upon uttering the incantation, a brilliant golden light erupts from the Dragon Balls, soaring into the heavens. A tempest brews, dark clouds gather, and the very earth trembles in anticipation. While arcs of lightning illuminate the sky and fierce winds howl below, that exhilarating moment, a deep, soul-stirring roar of a dragon resonates from an unknown source. Gradually, the initial golden light dissipates, revealing a magnificent being descending from the heavens. Its elongated form boasts 4 legs. It possesses antlers resembling those of a deer, a head akin to a camel, eyes like those of a bovine, a mouth reminiscent of a clam, a belly akin to a serpent, scales resembling a snake, claws like those of an eagle, limbs reminiscent of a lizard, and ears akin to a mythical creature. This is Earth's dragon, akin to the legendary dragons of Chinese mythology, an embodiment of perfection. Save for its unsettling crimson eyes. Summoner of my presence, speak your wish. I can fulfill any desire, but only one. The imposing presence of the dragon sends tremors through King Pilaf, causing him to tremble in fear. Yet, upon hearing the dragon's words, he is lifted into a dreamlike state, envisioning himself as a supreme ruler, reigning over the world and basking in the adoration of his subjects, surrounded by boundless riches. Meanwhile, Xiaowu and Axiu, unable to comprehend Pilaf's silence, turned to glance at him, only to be left utterly astonished. At such a moment, the king of Pilaf stood there, grinning foolishly with drool at the corners of his mouth, occasionally shaking with excitement. Quickly, reveal your wish. The dragon could no longer bear to watch and urged him. Hee, I'm about to say it. Teehee, Pilaf leered. I want to become the ruler of the world. And I want girls' underwear. Just then, at a critical moment, a pig rushed over at lightning speed and, with a single leap, stomped the diminutive King Pilaf into the ground. This scene left the already astonished Xiaowu and the dog Chai even more bewildered. The dragon, indifferent to who sought the Dragon Balls or who made wishes, had his eyes glowing fiercely, and then the Dragon Balls began to soar away one by one. The sky was adorned with lace underwear patterned in pink flowers. After which the pig placed the underwear upon its head. It then let out a comfortable moan, its tail swaying delightfully, creating an aura of leisure. At this moment, the king of Pilaf scrambled to his feet, dusting off his nose, and hurriedly glanced at the sky. Upon realizing that the dragon had vanished, he bellowed in fury, "Capture that pig-like creature for me." Yes, Xiaowu and Chai replied in unison, immediately unleashing a barrage of bullets towards Oolong with their human-like shooting techniques. Hearing the gunfire, Oolong, who had been lost in thought while fondling the underwear, tightened up in panic and hurriedly fled. However, Xiaowu's marksmanship was rather lackluster. It was unlikely to sell for a higher price. After parting ways with Bulma, Sun Wukong rode the Nimbus back to Baozi Mountain. He tidied up a set of bedding before soaring towards the Turtle Hermit's Island, having crossed multiple rivers and leaped over several canyons. He finally traversed a cave, crashing into countless night bats, and eventually arrived at the sea. Little did he expect, the requirements for seeking a master were quite simple. The lecherous old Turtle Hermit instructed the innocent Wukong to bring back a voluptuous girl if he wished to learn martial arts. When Wukong inquired what voluptuous meant, the Turtle Hermit replied, "I think perhaps you should skip martial arts and first learn some common sense." Under Wukong's persistent questioning, the Turtle Hermit clarified, "Just someone a bit bustier than Bulma will suffice." Previously, the Turtle Hermit had met Bulma at the Frying Pan Mountain, where the Ox King resided. It was at that time that Wukong had promised to learn martial arts from the Turtle Hermit after gathering the Dragon Balls. Because of Bulma, the Turtle Hermit readily agreed. However, now that Wukong had arrived, Bulma was absent, hence the request for Wukong to fetch a girl. Furthermore, the Turtle Hermit embellished it as the first goal of his training. Wukong acted swiftly, and before long, he returned on the Nimbus with a beautiful young lady. Upon seeing her, the Turtle Hermit immediately gushed, wiping away his nosebleed, and said to Wukong, "If you help me obtain her underwear, I'll teach you martial arts." Wukong approached the young lady on the Nimbus, but before he could speak, she asked, "What did you bring me here for?" "I need to borrow your underwear. Is that all right?" Wukong replied bluntly, "Ah, but I'm not wearing anything down there," the young lady said. Embarrassed, Wukong relayed her words to the turtle hermit. Upon hearing that she was exposed, the turtle hermit could hardly contain himself, and his nosebleed shot out 3 feet. However, as he rushed over to take a look, he found that the young lady was actually a mermaid, and because she was sitting on the nimbus, he hadn't seen her legs from afar. In this instance, the turtle hermit deflated like a punctured balloon, but upon noticing the mermaid's bosom, he perked up again. "May I touch your chest?" the turtle hermit leered, only to be met with a resounding slap, after which the mermaid dove into the sea and vanished. "Old man, so the underwear you desired was actually a slap. Ha!" Wukong remarked, coming to a sudden realization as he saw the turtle hermit and the mermaid reach an agreement. Wukong, to defeat your enemies, you must first learn to endure blows. This is the essence of martial arts, the turtle hermit proclaimed, his face betraying no embarrassment as he delivered his philosophical lesson. "Ah, old man. How profound. No wonder you are the god of martial arts," Wukong replied, enlightened. Wukong, go find another girl to bring back. But this time, she must have 2 legs, the turtle hermit said firmly with a cough. "Oh, what's that? It looks like a boat." At that moment, Wukong noticed a vessel gliding towards the turtle hermit's abode. "Indeed, it is." The turtle hermit turned swiftly to see a small boat approaching as it drew near. They discovered a bald man aboard, wearing a lecherous grin. This bald fellow was Krillin, who had trekked from the Korin Tower, traversed mountains and deserts, and crossed the sea to seek apprenticeship at the turtle hermits. After a complicated exchange, the terms of apprenticeship were finally agreed upon. Wukong and Krillin would together find a beautiful girl and bring her to the turtle hermit's abode, and then they would be considered official disciples of the turtle school. Following this, it remains uncertain whether it was Wukong's protagonist aura at work or simply luck, but they rescued Lanchi, who was being pursued by the police after robbing a bank, and brought her to the turtle hermit's place. Subsequently, Lanchi sneezed and transformed into a Super Saiyan, unleashing a barrage of bullets from an assault rifle upon the turtle hermit, son Wukong, and Krillin. Thus, Wukong and Krillin officially entered the realm of martial arts training. It must be said, the experience was quite bizarre yet rich. After all, who would have thought they would end up with a bank-robbing girl? "Hello, Wukong. You've been quite busy. It's been months since you last called me." "Oh, the World Martial Arts Tournament. All right, I understand. I'll be back for that," Bulma said on the phone, stretching lazily, completely unaware she had exposed herself. But what did it matter if she was undressed at home? After all, it was Broly who was watching. Today, Bulma looked particularly stunning. Their essay saying that goes, 18 is like a flower. And this is no exaggeration. At 18, Bulma radiated a magnetic charm, a special allure that only mature women possess, which most would not comprehend. Most importantly, her attire was fashionable and captivating, refreshing the senses and stirring one's heart and soul. Today, Bulma donned a cozy pajama set. Broly, will you accompany me to watch the World Martial Arts Tournament tomorrow? Last time, I mentioned the Scion's son Wukong. He is participating in that tournament and just called to invite me to watch, Bulma said, plopping down beside Broly on the sofa, wrapping her arm around his in a familiar manner. "The World Martial Arts Tournament? Why would we want to watch such a low-level fight? Let us skip it," Broly replied, somewhat reluctant, as he felt that his current prowess was far beyond those with combat power below 100. It would be akin to watching snails fight. Utterly unremarkable. No, Wukong is my friend, and I've already promised him. How can I go back on my word?" Bulma pouted, adopting a cute demeanor, which Broly found quite enjoyable. Reminiscent of the innocent feelings of a first love in school. "Tomorrow, I'll take you to see the God of Destruction instead. It's far more interesting than the World Martial Arts Tournament." Broly tempted. "The God of Destruction?" Bulma expressed confusion. "The God of Destruction is the mightiest in the universe, incredibly fearsome. Don't you like terrifying things?" Broly teased, pinching Bulma's cheeks and pulling her onto his lap. Continuing to entice her. Is it a cosmic beast? It must be enormous, right? I do want to see it, but I want to watch Wukong's match first. Don't think about sneaking away. Over the past few months, Broly had refrained from causing any trouble, spending his time at home nurturing their relationship. Now that things were settled, with Tais as his wife and Bulma as his second wife, their relationship was going quite well. And Broly had certainly spent a considerable amount of time groveling for the remote. Of course, Bulma remained his nominal second wife, as some matters were still unresolved, and the household had made it clear that one of their 2 daughters would have a son-in-law. The Briefs couple had no objections, as it seemed to them that there was nothing that could ever trouble them. The next morning, the 3 of them got up, washed up, and prepared to set off for Papaya Island. Yes, you read that correctly. It was 3 of them, all sleeping in one room. Tai's belly had grown quite round, and it was expected that the child would be born in 3 months. They had already confirmed it was indeed twins. When a group of old friends gathered again, it was inevitable that there would be a round of flattery. When people saw Bulma, their eyes lit up. Her aura had changed dramatically since a few months ago. It is perhaps true that women undergo significant transformations after entering into relationships with men, as nearly everyone is astonished by Bulma's changes. The 2 companions accompanying Bulma are equally surprising, particularly Broly. The turtle hermit senses something peculiar about this man. He cannot detect any energy emanating from him. At times, he feels as though there is no one present at all, yet the reality remains that Broly stands there, utterly still. Consequently, the scene from the original story, where the turtle hermit teases Bulma, does not occur. Heh, Bulma, it has been quite some time. Is this your boyfriend? He is my fiancé, hee. Broly, glancing at Lepin, answers the question on Bulma's behalf. Wow, a fiancé. Is Bulma getting married? After training with the turtle hermit for a few months, Goku has matured somewhat. At least he now understands what a fiancé is. Haha, indeed. Our wedding is scheduled for 6 months from now. I will inform you all then. At this moment, Bulma appears exceptionally sweet. Let me introduce you. This is Broly. He is my and my sister's fiancé. And Goku, you and Broly belong to the same race. And he is incredibly powerful. Would you like to train with him? Upon hearing Bulma's introduction, everyone feels a bit embarrassed. He is to marry both of you sisters. Wait, if he is from the same race as Goku, does he know about Goku's heritage? As everyone is astonished by Bulma's impending marriage, they are taken aback when Oolong, the pig, poses such an insightful question. I certainly do, but I cannot disclose it at this moment, as there is no time. Aren't you all supposed to be registering for the tournament? Hurry up, Broly chuckles, observing the equally curious Goku, and speaks up to silence him. Did Bulma not say you are very strong? Are you not participating in the tournament? Goku scratches his head, feeling somewhat puzzled and disappointed. Broly understands that Goku is disheartened by the prospect of not being able to spar with him. Go for it, Goku. Defeat that little bald-headed Krillin. Soon, the semi-finals commence, with Goku and Krillin engaged in a heated clash. The 4 finalists of the semi-finals are Jackie Chan, Goku, Krillin, and Lepin. It seems there is quite a disparity in strength between Krillin and Goku, as Goku emerges victorious in just a few rounds. Thus, the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament progresses to the final match, featuring Goku versus Jackie Chan, with sunglasses perched on his little mustached face. The host gestures grandly, passionately narrating the unfolding battle, enticing everyone with tales of the finals. Where is Master Roshi? I don't see him. During the intermission for a meal, as everyone prepares to dine, Goku notices his mentor is absent and curiously inquires. Oh right, where is Master Mateto? We didn't see him in the audience during the match. Little bald-headed Krillin also finds this strange. Who knows? That old pervert is rather unreliable as a master. How could he not be present when his disciples are competing? He must have run off to flirt with some young girl and no need to worry about him. After all, he is known as the god of martial arts, supposedly the strongest being on earth. He should be safe. Oolong continues, poking fun at the turtle hermit. Indeed, Master Roshi will be just fine. Broly feels particularly bored. After the group finishes their meal and takes a short break, the tournament resumes. During the meal, everyone, except Bulma, is astonished by Broly's immense appetite, secretly thinking that Goku and he must indeed be of the same lineage. Before we proceed, let us first interview the 2 finalists. The little mustached host appears to be relishing his role, seemingly enjoying being the host of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Goku, may I ask how confident you are in your chances of victory? Garlic? Goku responds with a bewildered expression. I meant to ask. How certain are you of defeating your opponent? Oh, I will do my best. Upon hearing Goku's response, the little mustached host is momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly regains his composure, alleviating the awkwardness with a witty remark. Haha, as expected of the youth. Such a straightforward answer. Now, let us interview the other contestant, who I believe will provide a more captivating response due to his experience. The little mustached host points to Jackie Chan, who is meditating. Jackie Chan, do you have any strategies for the upcoming match? Or how confident are you in your chances of success? After a long pause, with all eyes on him, Jackie Chan remains silent. The little mustached host, feeling fatigued today, wipes the sweat from his forehead, taking the microphone to ease his own embarrassment. Haha, it seems Jackie Chan has fallen asleep. What a relaxed attitude. He must be quite confident in his chances. Well then, let us eagerly await the commencement of the finals. The finals turn out to be rather uneventful, as Jackie Chan and Goku engage in combat for half an hour before exchanging a Kamehameha. Indeed, it is the Kamehameha, for Jackie Chan is none other than the Turtle Hermit. Ultimately, this martial arts tournament concludes with a narrow victory for the Turtle Hermit. Afterward, everyone gathers for a meal before parting ways. Goku intends to search for the relics of his grandfather, Son Gohan, specifically the 4-star Dragon Ball. In the following months, Goku embarks on a journey to find the Dragon Balls, dismantling the Red Ribbon Army and defeating the world's #1 assassin, Tao Pai Pai, all the while experiencing numerous events that contribute to his growth. In the 7th universe, in the realm of the Destroyers, it is said that since the conclusion of the martial arts tournament, Broly has been feeling restless. Thus, he decides to pay a visit to Beerus and the angel Whis, having not yet done so that he promptly teleports, accompanied by his 2 wives, to the realm of the Destroyers. Oh, Bardoss, so you are here. Upon arriving, Broly spots a familiar figure, reminiscent of one he has seen on television in his previous life. Indeed, it is the former angel of Universe 6, Bardoss. You are Broly-sama, the first god of light appointed by the Grand Minister. Correct? The two by the lakeside perceive a presence in the realm of the Destroyers and soon hear Broly's voice. After turning to face one another and sizing each other up, Whis speaks to confirm Broly's identity. Hehe, I have had the opportunity to meet the Kaioshins and Destroyers from other universes, but I have yet to visit this universe. Today, since I have some free time, I thought I would drop by. Broly chuckles lightly, somewhat sheepishly admitting this, as he had long intended to pay a visit but had been delayed by family matters. Whis, is Beerus sleeping? Before arriving, Broly had anticipated this question, for during this period in the original story, Beerus is indeed asleep. Indeed, Lord Beerus is currently slumbering. In 12 years, the Universal Tournament will take place, and I do worry for Lord Beerus's safety. Whis coughs lightly, feeling somewhat awkward, as the other Destroyers are diligently preparing for the Universal Tournament after 12 years. Meanwhile, Beerus is fortunate enough to have an alarm that will not ring for another 56 years. According to the original storyline, Beerus will awaken 17 years later upon dreaming of the Super Saiyan God, a being capable of battling him. This is what he refers to when he claims he has lost 39 years of sleep. Then why not wake him up? Broly addresses Whis while gazing at Bardoss, eager to understand this Bardoss, who differs from the original tale. If I were to wake him forcibly, Lord Beerus would become furious. Whis's response is quite feminine. Well, actually, I have long wished to spar with Beerus, so feel free to wake him up, hehe. Upon noticing the look in Broly's eyes, Whis realizes he wishes to have a private conversation with Bardoss. Thus he tactfully departs to wake Beerus. Bardoss, what prompted your drastic change in temperament, leading you to no longer serve Kampa? Once Whis has left, Broly directly poses his inquiry. Because I am a traveler, Bardoss replies fluently in Japanese. Wow, you can understand what I'm saying. Why don't you speak in a manner akin to mine? Broly was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in a somewhat exasperated tone, however, what you just said sounds remarkably familiar. I mentioned that I am a traveler. When I first arrived, my mood was rather dismal, prompting Bardoss to recount her own experiences using Broly's words, leaving him utterly astonished. My goodness, you were indeed fortunate. Broly found himself both amused and exhilarated, the excitement stemming from the realization that Bardoss was also a fellow traveler. The humor lay in the fact that, despite her unfamiliarity with Dragon Ball, she had managed to traverse into its world. Bardoss, being so forthright about her identity, felt no need to elaborate on each individual question. When she crossed over, her father, the Grand Minister, was already aware of her existence and understood everything about her. Thus, regarding this so-called God of Light, she deemed it unnecessary to conceal anything. First, there was no threat to her life. And second, it was of little consequence. This is a Japanese girl, Broly. I too desire an angelic assistant. Would you consider accompanying me in the future? Broly glanced at Tais and Bulma, who were admiring the scenery from a distance, and whispered to Bardoss, you seek an angel, why not approach the Grand Minister instead? Bardos retorted with a narrowed gaze, a hint of annoyance in her voice. I reside on Earth, you know. Does this world also have an Earth? Indeed, and it bears a striking resemblance to the Earth from before your arrival. Think it over, won't you? Come with me. While casting furtive glances at Ties and Bulma, Broly attempted to persuade Bardos. Beerus and Broly clasped their hands together, exerting their combined might, unleashing an overwhelming force that sent tremors throughout the entire realm of destruction. A hum resonated as the air around them swirled violently. Their combined energy morphing into a sphere of half purple and half silver, rapidly expanding. As the energy surged, the realm of destruction began to fracture. Enormous divine celestial bodies shattered in the sky. And ancient trees of the destruction realm toppled with the wind. The two deities merely engaged in a simple display of strength, yet the ferocity was astonishing. Oh dear, with the destruction realm in such disarray. It seems I shall have more work to do soon, Whis remarked, waving his staff to create a green bubble that shielded Ties and Bulma. Well, my dear brother, why not resign from your duties? A life of freedom is far more appealing. Why toil as a caretaker for others? Oh, you are a caretaker. Bardos stifled a laugh, looking down upon Whis, the mighty angel, questioning why he chose to serve mortals. Oh, I just heard that the elder sister has agreed to become an angel to Lord Broly. Whis replied with a similar expression, teasing his sister. Oh dear. Bang, bang, bang. Broly raised his arms to block Beerus's relentless punches, each strike causing the ground of the destruction realm beneath him to sink several meters, a testament to the sheer force behind them. Beerus, your strength is quite commendable. Among the 12 deities of destruction, you surely rank within the top 3, Broly remarked, shaking his arms in appreciation of Beerus's prowess. Although their skirmish lasted only 2 minutes, Broly had already gauged Beerus's level of strength. Beerus's power was comparable to that of the destroyer of Universe 4. Moscow, as well as that of the clown from Universe 11. This indicated that among the 12 deities of destruction, only Beerus, Moscow, and the clown could truly challenge Broly. This revealed that these 3 were exceptional, as some deities of destruction could barely withstand a single blow from Broly. For instance, the destroyer of Universe 5, Iraq, and the destroyer of Universe 1, Iwan, could not endure even one strike from Broly, highlighting the substantial disparity in strength among the deities of destruction. Furthermore, the average level of the universe seemed unrelated to the strength of its deities of destruction. It all depended on their diligence and the guidance of the Supreme Kai. The role of a deity of destruction is to obliterate planets and civilizations lacking ambition, transforming them back into cosmic energy, akin to a process of rebirth. The Supreme Kai, on the other hand, has a more complex role, requiring them to expend countless brain cells to create planets and civilizations, guiding them towards ambition. However, it appears that the current generation of gods in Universe 7, whether it be the lazy Beerus or the dim-witted and unimaginative Supreme Kai, Asin, has resulted in a rather dismal level of achievement, ranking second to last among the 12 universes. Universe 9 holds the unfortunate distinction of being the lowest, with a Supreme Kai whose temperament surpasses even that of the deity of destruction. How can one expect to cultivate a prosperous civilization under such circumstances? After their bout, Broly found himself puzzled. Beerus's strength was nearly at 70% of his own. How, then, did Dark Broly manage to defeat Beerus? At the very least, Broly felt uncertain about his capability to eliminate Beerus. With the Ultra Instinct fully activated and the Divine Light power at its peak, he felt he had a mere 30% chance of vanquishing Beerus, which implied that Dark Broly had some hidden advantage. Contemplating this, Broly grew increasingly uneasy. This was a significant matter, as defeating Beerus was relatively straightforward. Even with 2 Beerus to practice against, Broly could maintain an undefeated status. Yet killing Beerus presented a far greater challenge. You, of all people, have completely mastered Ultra Instinct, just like Whis. How utterly vexing. Beerus spat with irritation. Lord Beerus's talent is indeed remarkable. It's just that he is far too lazy. Otherwise, he too could have mastered Ultra Instinct. Whis chimed in with a mischievous grin. On Earth, in West City Domai. Is this what they call takoyaki? It looks absolutely delectable, Whis exclaimed, clasping his hands together in wonder as he beheld a table laden with exquisite dishes. Meanwhile, the butler of the Broly household, Old Wong, was cheerfully introducing each dish and soup. The table was set for 6, Broly and his wife, along with their child, Bardos, and their guests, Whis and Beerus, having previously enjoyed each other's company in the realm of destruction. They agreed to Broly's invitation for dinner, as they would all be residing together in Universe 7, making it worthwhile to foster deeper connections. They intended to experience the lifestyle of the God of Light, as all gods should learn from one another and strive for mutual progress. President, take a look at this. It's our company's collaboration project with the Starry Sky Mining Group that if you find it satisfactory, please sign it. A middle-aged man clad in a suit and tie approached the president's office on the top floor of the Universal Enterprises building, holding a planning report. Oh, there's no need to review it. Just take it to General Manager views for implementation. Broly, donned in a striking red suit, puffing on a cigar while sipping red wine, lounged back in his chair with his legs propped up on the desk. President, this is, approved. Just proceed with implementation. Upon seeing yet another person enter with documents, Broly waved his hand, indicating there was no need for him to review the contents. You handle it, President. Bardoss, dressed in casual attire, looked exquisite. After arriving on Earth, Bardoss had abandoned her angelic garb, opting instead for fashionable women's clothing, reveling in shopping and travel. This might reflect her lifestyle from her previous life, yet Broly found it delightful. Now that his first wife was nearing the end of her pregnancy, about to give birth, she found it inconvenient to work. Meanwhile, his second wife, Bulma, was seemingly engrossed in some new invention, hardly leaving her laboratory. Thus, they had pushed Broly into the company, and he reluctantly accepted the role, spending his days shopping with Bardoss, taking advantage of the situation. There were no heartfelt sentiments to share. I had nothing of significance to say. The editor informed me. On April 24th at noon, it will be available. I can only pray that it doesn't flop too miserably. From what I've gathered, among those who write, 95 out of 100 fail. I feel I might be one of them, so I shamelessly seek support. Once it goes live tomorrow, I kindly ask for everyone's subscriptions. It's merely a few cents, after all, and I hope for your support. 3 years have swiftly passed. Now, the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament is about to commence, and Bulma has received a call from Goku, agreeing to join in the fun. Over these 3 years, numerous events transpired, both good and bad, along with many amusing occurrences to in the first year. Tai successfully gave birth to a pair of twins, a boy named Nier and a girl named Sally. 3 months later, West City hosted a grand wedding. The extravagance was not solely due to the spectacular ceremony, but also because there was not just one bride. The following year, thanks to Broly's efforts, they welcomed another child, a daughter named Aegis, the offspring of Broly and Bulma. Since then, Broly has also become a father of 3 children, truly embracing the role of a parent. The passing days have alleviated the monotony of life. However, the incessant noise of the little ones has caused quite a bit of distress for both Broly and Bardock. Consequently, they have approached their tasks with utmost caution, resulting in no additional children in the 3rd year. Of course, Broly has not neglected his most vital training, dedicating at least half of his time to it. With Bardock by his side, his training has become far from tedious. The two engage in sparring, ensuring steady progress, and Bardock proves to be quite formidable as well. Furthermore, the region around West City has become increasingly vibrant due to trade with the cosmos. Subtly evolving into the largest metropolis on Earth, the Universal Corporation has acquired several hundred miles of land, establishing a docking port for spaceships that spans several dozen square kilometers and constructing thousands of production workshops. Employees work in 3 shifts, tirelessly around the clock, as the market caters to the North Galaxy, leading to a severe imbalance between supply and demand, with customer orders extending 3 years into the future. Such grand concealment exists in plain sight. No one would suspect that the mighty Broly resides in this bustling metropolis, and neither would they expect Bardock to be there. If anyone were to plot mischief, they would do well to pray for good fortune and avoid West City as their target. In the eastern part of Earth, aboard an aircraft, a gaunt Namekian cackles heartily, envisioning the day he gathers the Dragon Balls to regain his youth, declaring, "This world shall be mine, and even the gods shall not thwart me. Ha ha ha." Before him sit 3 trembling figures, a small, green-skinned creature with fangs, a tall and elegant beauty, and a dog-like figure clad in dark attire, the Pilaf gang. They had joyfully released the sealed demon King Piccolo, only to find themselves captured by him. Armed with a dragon radar, they assist Piccolo in his quest for the Dragon Balls, while King Pilaf laments his unfortunate fate. On the journey to Papaya Island, Goku weaves through the dense forest, his feet barely touching the ground, a beaming smile illuminating his face. Over the past 3 years, Goku has significantly grown in strength. Dismantling the Red Ribbon Army, eliminating the world's top assassin, mercenary Tao, visiting 5-Element Mountain, and even traversing the Yellow Springs. Most importantly, Goku has received guidance from Broly. Attending Broly's wedding and subsequently training under his tutelage for an entire day. If one were to utilize a power level detector, it would reveal Goku's battle power exceeding 700. To put this into perspective, when Raditz first arrived on Earth, adult Goku only possessed a battle power of over 300. And with 7 years remaining before Raditz's arrival, one can only imagine what the future holds. In the western part of the North Galaxy, Frieza stands before the glass of his spaceship, hands clasped behind his back as he gazes into the starry expanse. His voice laced with disdain, "Ever since Captain Ginyu's demise, your efficiency has plummeted. I am beginning to contemplate whether I should replace you lot. Lord Frieza, you are astute. I assure you, we have never slacked off. It is merely those wretched monkeys who are too cunning for us, playing hide and seek," stammers Jis, trembling as he kneels. "Enough of your excuses. For over a decade, I have commanded you to eradicate the Scions. Yet look at the state of my forces. They are under constant siege by the Scions, and I cannot even afford to pay my subordinates salaries." Frieza erupts in fury, spitting venomous words toward the 4 kneeling figures, Bardock's former subordinates, Guldo, Jis, Berta, and Rikum. These years have not been kind to them, perpetually outmaneuvered by Bardock and Paragus, relentlessly scouring the cosmos. Each time they reach a destination, they find the Scions have already fled, often moments before their arrival. The situation for Frieza's army has become dire, with Bardock and Paragus wreaking havoc seemingly with uncanny precision, consistently avoiding Frieza's main forces while annihilating isolated squads or demolishing underdefended planets and bases. The result is utter chaos for Frieza, with no planets left to sell and his troops unpaid for 3 years, leading to widespread discontent. Report: Lord Frieza, Scion Commander Bardock has launched a surprise attack on our headquarters. This is a distress signal from the base. A frog-like creature delivers the news, and under Frieza's piercing gaze, he divulges the details. "What? You fool, just yesterday you claimed Bardock was in the west, yet as soon as I arrive, he appears in the south and attacks the headquarters?" Frieza's temper flares, his mood deteriorating further upon hearing the report. "What are you waiting for? Adjust the course immediately and return to base." Frieza's eyes blaze with fury. Yet he refrains from violence, leaving his elite squad momentarily stunned. Has the tyrant changed his ways? In the southern part of the North Galaxy lies a dark red planet, the headquarters of Frieza's forces. Approximately 7 times the size of Earth. In just 10 short hours, this massive planet has been reduced to a wasteland, littered with corpses and the wreckage of spaceships. Over 1,000 Scions gather here. And if one were to employ a power level detector, not a single individual would register below 5,000. These warriors, having fought alongside Bardock for over a decade, possess exceptional military prowess, having endured the brutal crucible of war, making them elite among the elite. Ha ha ha, father, this is exhilarating. Your prowess is unmatched, leaving Frieza in utter disarray. Raditz, Goku's brother, exclaims with excitement as he observes his father. Bardock. He never imagined that the Scions would engage in warfare against Frieza's forces, nor that after over a decade of conflict, Frieza would repeatedly face defeat at their hands. All of this is due to his father's brilliant leadership, and Raditz finds himself in awe of Bardock. His eyes sparkling with admiration. "Raditz, you have matured significantly over the years. I am pleased," Bardock remarks, taking note of his son's battle power of 5760, while also feeling a twinge of nostalgia. His son is growing up, and he himself is aging. Sensing his father's unspoken sentiments, Raditz feels a pang of sorrow and shifts the topic. "Father, you are the mightiest Scion in centuries, with a battle power of 64,000. Prince Vegeta is merely at 31300. Recently, I heard suggestions for you to become the king of the Scions. What are your thoughts on this?" Raditz cautiously inquires, secretly hoping for this proposition, as it would elevate his status to that of a Scion prince. "Nonsense, do not speak of this again. It could sow discord among our people. The current situation for the Scions is precarious. Any signs of division would be catastrophic," Bardock replies, furrowing his brow in concern. After a moment's reflection, he adds, "By the way, Raditz, you should not accompany me tomorrow. Instead, take 2 men and head to Earth to retrieve your brother Kakarot. I miss him dearly. He should be around 17 by now." Bardock reminisces fondly about the day his youngest son was born, a striking image of himself, a bond that could not be any closer. "All right, it seems it will take about a month to reach Earth." Raditz nods, contemplating the advantages of bringing his brother back, especially if he ever seeks to seize power in the southern part of the North Galaxy, at the East No. 2 forward base of Frieza's army. Commander Paragus has just received word of Bardock's success. We can launch a surprise attack on Frisia's eastern forces, he declares with enthusiasm. Excellent. Relay the order to the entire army. We depart in 20 minutes. Paragus responds, unaware that his beloved son is, in fact, still alive, at least nominally so. On the planet OSU, this celestial body has become a makeshift base for the Scions. Vegeta stands atop a building once occupied by Bardock, meditating while contemplating the past. In the center of Vegeta's thoughts lies the destruction of planet Vegeta over a decade ago, which he perceives not as a disaster, but rather as a rise amid the chaos. In the past, planet Vegeta held only a few warriors with battle powers of around 10,000. Yet now, among the Scions, although there are just over 30,000 of them, dozens possess battle powers exceeding 10,000. 8 years ago, he officially ascended to the throne, and now he basks in glory, adorned in a resplendent crimson cloak that signifies his authority, earning the reverence of his kin and countless subordinate civilizations. He feels his life is exceptionally prosperous. On Earth, aboard the aircraft of the great demon King Piccolo, he muses, what are you still hesitating for? Merely nod in agreement and become a disciple of darkness. Inheriting the beliefs of my dark god, you shall gain power 15 times greater than you possess now, along with the youth you have long coveted. Of course, the power of this deity encompasses far more than mere youth. You shall remain eternally youthful. Moments ago, a shadowy figure manifested in Piccolo's mind, proposing a transaction. The terms dictated that Piccolo must vocally declare his agreement to become a disciple of the Dark God. In return, he would receive 15-fold strength and eternal life. Well, you seem quite eager for me to become your disciple. Let us see what tricks you have up your sleeve, Piccolo responded nonchalantly, though astonished by the intruder's ability to invade his thoughts. He remained unfazed. Villains are undaunted. If a transaction is to be made, let it be so. Since you can invade my mind and I cannot resist, I might as well enjoy it. O Dark God, I implore you to bestow upon me the power of darkness. He echoed the Shadow's command, realizing it was necessary to summon the world's rules to witness his plea for divine strength. A cold, unfeeling voice reverberated once more in Piccolo's mind. How troublesome. Dark God. Piccolo, with a frown of irritation, Piccolo complied with the Shadow's request, but upon feeling no immediate change, he was about to question the Shadow when a sudden pain struck his forehead, and darkness enveloped him. Moments later, he regained consciousness. You bastard, what have you done to me? Ah, don't be so quick to curse me. Take a moment to assess your newfound power and examine your skin. The voice urged. Piccolo, astonished, realized the magnitude of his strength. He could effortlessly conquer the temple now. Ha ha ha, from this moment forth, none shall oppose me. As he clenched his fists, he reveled in an inexhaustible surge of power, far exceeding his previous capabilities. Gazing into a mirror, he noticed his youthful appearance restored, albeit with one unsatisfactory detail, a blood-red symbol on his forehead, an inverted A. This symbol is the proof of our transaction. The source of your power.it cannot be erased unless you choose to breach our agreement. But heed my warning, the consequences of such a breach are beyond your capacity to bear. You wonder what I gain from this transaction? Let me be frank. I am merely indulging in a game. As for benefits, it seems you possess nothing of value to me, Piccolo, the Shadow concluded before vanishing from Piccolo's mind. Piccolo, fists clenched and brow furrowed, felt an overwhelming sense of contempt, leaving the self-proclaimed Demon King in a state of frustration. On Papaya Island, a throng of martial artists made their way to the venue of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Suddenly, Broly paused, sensing the dark will of Broly descending upon Earth. That he glanced at Bardock, who was leisurely playing with his daughter, Sally, seemingly unaware of the ominous aura surrounding them. My dear brother, let us play a game. The dark Broly's voice echoed in Broly's mind as he hesitated whether to investigate. Not interested, Broly firmly rejected. No, you must be interested. Even if you are not, you will be passively drawn into it. For I am the root of all evil. My existence is to incite wars, while yours is to quell the shadows of conflict and illuminate the world. That it is a duty, as well as a source of amusement. Surely, you do not yearn for an ordinary life, do you? Piccolo has become a vessel for my will. I have enhanced his strength. The rules of this game dictate that you may manipulate from the shadows, but cannot act directly. On Earth, Papaya Island, martial artists from around the globe gathered to vie for the title of the world's strongest, spurred by the spectacular performance of Master Roshi's disciples in the previous tournament. This time, the 22nd Martial Arts Tournament promised to be even more intense, with participants from the Crane School joining the fray. The The Crane School is renowned in the martial arts community, boasting the title of the world's greatest martial artist. Notably, the infamous assassin Tao Pai Pai is the younger brother of the Crane School's master. Moreover, the rivalry between Master Rashi and Master Crane is well known. The first day was for registration, while attendees enjoyed the amenities of the world-class resort on Papaya Island. The second day featured preliminary matches, swiftly concluding by day's end. Participants included Goku, Krillin, Yamcha, as well as Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu from the Crane School, alongside the disguised Master Rashi. Of course, the top 8 also included a werewolf and the fortuitously lucky world champion boxer. Bubble. That evening, the long-separated friends gathered to discuss their experiences at the tournament, particularly regarding their encounters with the Crane School's Tien Shinhan and others. Master Rashi, usually a lecherous old man, took a rare moment of seriousness to recount the grievances between the Turtle and Crane Schools. Broly remained indifferent, believing that nothing in the world is inherently evil. Everyone has their own life path. For instance, if a lion devours a rabbit, does that make the lion evil? It is merely the cosmic order. The law of survival. Why dwell on who is good or bad? Broly's perspective bore a hint of angelic wisdom. The next morning, the semifinals commenced with a draw determining the first match, Tien Shinhan from the Crane School against Yamcha from the Turtle School. In a mere 3 minutes, Yamcha suffered a broken leg, resulting in his disqualification, thus allowing Tien Shinhan to advance to the semifinals. Following that, Master Rashi and the werewolf engaged in an emotionally charged match, ultimately leading to their advancement as well. The matches took considerable time, causing the other 2 bouts to be postponed until the afternoon. During lunchtime, Goku was lured away by the manager of the star boxer, Bubble, who planned to prevent Goku from participating, believing he was no match for Goku. However, their scheme was foiled. It was the golden-haired, blue-haired girl who rode in on a motorcycle, ice cream in hand, rescuing Goku. In the afternoon, the 2 matches unfolded. The first featured Goku against the world-famous star boxer, Bubble. Bubble showcased an array of flashy moves, captivating many onlookers, including Bulma from the original story, yet Broly remained unfazed. However, the match began, and Goku swiftly defeated Bubble with a single move. Goku, in his innocence, had expected the world's top star boxer to be formidable, only to discover that the fighter boasting such a title possessed a mere battle power of 12. In the second match, Krillin outsmarted Kaiatsu from the Crane School with a clever arithmetic trick, thus securing his place in the semifinals alongside Goku, Tien Shinhan, and Master Rashi. In the eastern part of Earth. Adjust the course toward the Grand Martial Arts Tournament venue. This Demon King intends to rule the world, starting with the elimination of those meddling martial artists. Piccolo commanded his accomplices aboard the aircraft. Having acquired youth, he no longer sought the Dragon Balls and felt an overwhelming confidence in his newfound strength. Even if Master Mateto were revived, Piccolo was certain he could eliminate him in an instant, preventing any chance for the sealing technique Evil Containment Wave. Are we not seeking the Dragon Balls, Great Demon King? Pilaf trembled, sensing the imminent threat of death emanating from Piccolo. Do you think this Demon King still needs the Dragon Balls? Spare me your prattle. If you wish to live, do as I said. In the southern region of the North Galaxy, the Orion constellation, near the solar system, 2 white streaks of light shot across the sky. Upon closer inspection, they were 2 dumpling-shaped spaceships. If Broly were present, he would recognize them as identical to the one he once traveled in. My dear brother, your elder brother has come to take you home. The tranquil life on Earth is not suited for a science. Raditz had just awakened from his slumber and noted that they would reach Earth in 10 hours. As for the other ship, it was empty, prepared by Raditz for Goku. On the island of Papaya, on the 3rd day of the world's foremost martial arts tournament, the semifinals commenced, featuring battles between the final 4 contestants. The draw determined that the first match would pit Tianjin Fan against Jackie Chan, while the second match would see Sun Wukong face his fellow disciple, Krillin. Jackie Chan, portraying Master Rashi, observed that Tianjin Fan's nature was not inherently malevolent. Thus, during their confrontation, he endeavored to guide Tianjin Fan towards righteousness and enlightenment through his words. The Crane School, known for its lethal techniques, could be deemed as a faction devoid of virtue, at least in the eyes of those who consider themselves paragons of justice. Conversely, Broly would argue that being an assassin is not inherently wicked. After all, one must earn a living through their own prowess, and not everyone possesses such capabilities. Take Hit, the most formidable assassin in the Dragon Ball universe. Is he truly a villain? he did not participate in the tournament to save the universe. Did he? As the saying goes, a lion consuming a sheep does not render the lion evil. For if the lion refrains from eating the sheep, it risks starvation. All beings have their own interests, and the distinction between good and evil is often merely nominal. After a fierce contest, Master Roshi conceded defeat, recognizing that his guidance had borne fruit, allowing Tianjin Fan to advance to the finals. In the second match, Sun Wukong faced Krillin, and out of consideration for Krillin's dignity, Wukong hesitated momentarily before sending Krillin off the stage. The little mustached host glanced at the time. It was nearly noon. And anticipating the intensity of the finals, he announced that the championship would take place in the afternoon. Hey, Wukong, that Tianjin Fan seems quite formidable. Do you feel confident about defeating him? Krillin asked, a hint of concern in his voice. After all, the previous tournament's champion, Jackie Chan, had been bested by Tianjin Fan, while Wukong had lost to Jackie Chan thus. Krillin was understandably anxious. Yes, Tianjin Fan is indeed powerful, but I am currently quite strong as well. Don't underestimate me, Krillin. Recently, Brother Broly has been training me. Sun Wukong replied casually while shoveling food into his mouth. Bulma's husband is that capable of instructing you, Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. For the strongest individuals on Earth were none other than the practitioners of the Turtle and Crane schools. Now, it seemed Master Roshi had little left to teach Wukong, yet Krillin was surprised to learn that Bulma's husband could provide guidance. Wasn't Broly the seemingly mild-mannered one, not akin to the flashy techniques of a showy fighter? Laughter filled the small restaurant as Tais, Bulma, and Bardosh joined in mirth. Although Krillin's voice was soft, they all heard him. After all, each of them possessed a combat power of at least 1 billion and had undergone mental training, making their hearing quite exceptional. As for Bardosh, she was a figure on par with Broly, having comprehended many universal laws, making her extraordinarily powerful. Cough, cough. Broly, mid-bite of a dumpling, suddenly choked upon hearing someone refer to his skills as mere flashy techniques. He was a person who had effortlessly defeated deities. How dare a mere bald man label him as a performer of superficial techniques? Noon swiftly passed, and the grand finals were about to commence as everyone meandered towards the arena. Broly, there's an energy approaching us. It seems this individual was not present on this planet before, Bardosh remarked nonchalantly, holding Sally as she walked ahead without turning back. That's a Namekian who has been sealed away. Recently released. He must be coming here to cause trouble. Not to worry. Shortly, I will take Wukong to the room of spirit and time, and all will be well. Broly sensed a chilling aura heading toward Papaya Island. Estimating its power level to be over 4,000. Connecting it to Dark Broly, it was easy to deduce that it was Piccolo. There's another one in space, expected to arrive on Earth in about an hour. He should be somewhat stronger than this one, Bardosh continued, her demeanor unflappable as always. Broly couldn't help but ponder, are you truly a time traveler, and not just Bardosh herself? Ah, indeed. Who else could arrive on Earth at this time? Never mind. He will be here shortly, and we shall see then. Broly walked behind Bardosh, extending his hand to hold his daughter Sally's, while contemplating the peculiarities of the moment. How impressive. The contestant Tianjin Fan has grown 4 arms. Wow, Sun Wukong is actually being suppressed. Ah, what an intense duel. The speed is so swift that I can barely keep up. Everyone, just watch for yourselves, the little mustached host passionately announced, gesticulating wildly to describe the unfolding events. However, the scene lacked the original's depiction of Bulma unleashing a flurry of punches on Oolong. This time, Lan Shi had also participated in the martial arts tournament and had set her sights on Tianjin Fan, deeming him her soulmate. As the battle raged on, Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan exchanged blows with great enthusiasm. Sun Wukong, despite possessing overwhelming strength, always refrained from dispatching his opponents immediately. He preferred to test their abilities first unless they were as formidable as Oolong, who would be swiftly overwhelmed by Wukong's probing strikes. Presently, Sun Wukong boasted a combat power of over 700, while Tianjin Fan, akin to his portrayal in the original, had around 170. Kamehameha, with a resounding impact. Tianjin Fan, pushed into a corner, unleashed his signature move, the Kamehameha, which remained immensely powerful. In that moment of execution, Broly sensed Tianjin Fan's energy surge 5-fold, indicating a power level near 900. Quite formidable indeed. Recall that during the Cell Saga, Tianjin Fan had utilized an improved version of the Kamehameha to suppress semi-perfect Cell for quite some time. How formidable was Tianjin Fan's power at that moment? it was evident that the Kamehameha was genuinely potent. With Tianjin Fan's mighty shout, a blinding flash erupted. After some time, as the dust settled, the entire arena had vanished, transformed into an unfathomable black hole. The audience was left in stunned silence, while the little mustached host sat on the ground. Shaken, relieved that he had stood at the edge of the arena. Otherwise, he might have perished. Where is Sun Wukong? Has he been obliterated along with the arena by Tianjin Fan? The host, a true master of ceremonies, quickly regained his composure, grabbing the microphone and scanning the area with a loud inquiry. Wukong. Krillin was the most anxious, for he and Wukong shared the closest bond in the Dragon Ball universe. Do not fret. Wukong's energy remains. Master Roshi furrowed his brow, both worried and melancholic. While concerned for Sun Wukong, he also felt the weight of age upon him. The era of the youth had indeed arrived. As the new generation pushed the old aside. Look, there he is, soaring through the sky. Someone from the crowd shouted, prompting everyone present to gaze skyward. In a moment of crisis, Sun Wukong had leaped to a height of 100 meters. Astonished by Tianjin Fan's formidable technique, just as Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan exchanged glances, a terrifying energy sphere descended from above, bearing down upon them. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Yet Broly had anticipated this. It was none other than the arrival of Demon King Piccolo. He had not exerted full force, merely delivering a casual strike. Yet the energy sphere still possessed a combat power exceeding 1,300. Thus, when Sun Wukong was ambushed, he found himself unable to escape the grip of the energy sphere, which pressed down upon him and Tianjin Fan, crashing into the backstage area of the world's foremost martial arts tournament with a thunderous roar, unleashing a tempest that swept away numerous spectators. Master Roshi, Krillin, and others braced themselves, shielding their heads while struggling against the ferocious winds. Broly, in a rare moment of altruism, opened his mental barrier, protecting everyone, while the shockwave halted before his psychic field. After a considerable time, as the smoke cleared, a vast pit several hundred meters wide appeared beneath them. Strangely, within 10 meters of where they stood, there was no destruction at all. Viewed from above, the pit resembled an abyss. While the area where they stood formed a high, protruding cylindrical mound, Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan still had a breath left. They could consume these two sins of beans to save their lives. Broly had refrained from intervening to assist Wukong, having calculated that the attack would not be lethal. Sun Wukong would not have been on the verge of death had he not shielded Tianjin Fan from Piccolo's assault, enduring the full brunt of the attack to protect his friend. Behold the despair. Humans, this is the might of Lord Piccolo, the Demon King. All martial artists shall meet their demise. The crowd stands in bewilderment. The figure of Lord Piccolo materializes before them, arrogant, unrestrained, embodying every aspect of a villainous aura. Impossible. You have escaped, and grown so powerful. Master Roshi, too, displays a tremor of fear, a testament to Piccolo's notorious reputation. Oh, someone recognizes me. The Demon King. Old man, who are you? With keen interest, Piccolo gazes at Master Roshi, who, despite having been sealed for 3 centuries, still remembers him. I am a disciple of Master Muta. In this moment, Master Roshi exudes an air of profound mastery, presenting a facade of indifference towards death. Now, he resolves to unleash the Mafoba in a desperate attempt to seal Piccolo once more. What? You are that accursed old man's apprentice. Die. I shall end you. Just as Piccolo extends his hand to eliminate Master Roshi, a powerful punch strikes his left cheek, sending him spinning through the air. Goku stares in astonishment at his own hand, amazed by the sudden surge of speed and strength he has just exhibited. It turns out that while Piccolo and Master Roshi were conversing, Krillin had fed the sins of beans given by Broly to Goku, and Goku, on the brink of death, is instantly revitalized by the sins of bean, triggering the latent abilities of his scion lineage, resulting in a 5-fold increase in his combat power. From a mere 700, his strength skyrockets to nearly 3,800, explaining why Piccolo was caught off guard and struck so easily. After all, Piccolo's power is only a few hundred higher than Goku's, and in a state of unpreparedness, being attacked is only natural. You impudent brat, you have enraged me. With a furious roar, Piccolo unleashes a powerful fist towards Goku's face. As a pure-blooded warrior of the Saiyan race, Goku has never faltered in the face of an enemy. Seeing Piccolo's assault, he does not hesitate to retaliate with a punch of his own. Bang! The two fists collide, surprisingly evenly matched. leaving them both momentarily stunned. Then, they engage in a flurry of strikes, their minds consumed by the rhythm of blocking, punching, dodging, and kicking. The speed of their battle is astonishing, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages, making it impossible to determine a victor. It is known that Piccolo's combat power exceeds Goku's by several hundred, yet the result is still a stalemate. Broly speculates that perhaps Piccolo's long absence from battle has dulled his skills. Goku, he is the Demon King Piccolo, a scourge upon the world 3 centuries ago, and it was my master Mateto who sacrificed his life to seal him away. Yet now he has escaped and grown significantly stronger. You must not overestimate your abilities. If you cannot win, flee quickly. I will hold him off. Master Roshi urgently warns Goku as he charges into battle against Piccolo. However, his initial shout turns into a stunned silence. How astonishing! When did Goku become so powerful? I can barely perceive his movements. In the western region of Earth, 2 spherical spacecraft hurtle through the atmosphere, their exteriors glowing red from the intense friction. A thunderous crash resonates as they impact the ground, creating a sizable crater, a testament to the ship's formidable construction. The hatch of the spaceship slowly opens, revealing a figure clad in armor, a peculiar machine over his right eye, and a spiky hairstyle. Beep, beep, beep. To the southeast, 13,000 kilometers away, 2 individuals are engaged in combat, their power levels astonishingly high, one at 4435, the other at 3786. How is this possible? Even Kakarot, without rigorous training, could not possibly reach the level of a mid-tier warrior. Moreover, Kakarot is still not yet of age. He should barely possess a combat power of 500. What is happening? Could it be that these 2 fighters are not Kakarot, but inhabitants of this planet? Yet the intel indicated that this is a low-tier planet. How could there be warriors with over 4,000 in combat power? There are also a few individuals with power levels over 100. Could one of them be Kakarot? I shall investigate further. The spiky-haired figure is none other than Goku's brother, Raditz, who has come to Earth on his father's orders to retrieve his younger brother. Having journeyed for a month through the cosmos to reach Earth, on Papaya Island, Kamehameha, with a combat power of 3,800, Goku unleashes a Kamehameha wave as thick as a water tank, startling everyone, especially Master Roshi. Its creator, behold the Demon King's Demon Flash. Piccolo extends his hands, then suddenly clenches his fists to his waist, and forcefully unleashes a palm strike. A similarly massive wave of energy erupts from Piccolo's hands. But it is a dark red instead of the traditional orange. Broly recognizes this as possibly being influenced by the dark energy he bestowed. A dull crash reverberates as the 2 energies clash, not resulting in a catastrophic explosion, but rather a mutual struggle, akin to 2 bulls refusing to yield to one another. Goku is already gasping for breath, while Piccolo appears to remain unfazed. In a contest of physical prowess, Goku might have held his own against Piccolo, but he has made the erroneous decision to engage in a wave struggle. Should he fail, he will bear the brunt of the combined energy attack. As Goku's stamina wanes, Piccolo gradually overwhelms him, pushing the core of their energy clash closer to Goku. His arms tremble not out of fear, but from the unbearable pressure that his body instinctively cannot withstand. Damn it! I will not lose to you. Truly, he is the protagonist. Even when on the brink of collapse, he relies on his burning fighting spirit to unleash his latent potential, countering Piccolo's energy wave. Watching Goku on television, one was always captivated by his charisma, yet witnessing the real Goku is equally enthralling. His innocent heart, unwavering against evil, along with his indomitable spirit and extraordinary talent, stands as a testament to his remarkable nature. Broly finds himself enamored with Goku once more, this admiration purely an appreciation for the individual. Still possessing strength, is this a desperate struggle before death? Prepare to perish. Piccolo senses Goku's depletion and, with a flick of his wrist, amplifies his energy output. Hisses, a torrent of scorching energy surges forth, and Goku feels the chill of death approaching. Pondering, am I to die? Kakarot, brother, allow me to assist you in punishing him. Just as Goku braced himself for death, a shadow swiftly appears behind him, a hand resting on his shoulder. Who is transferring energy to me? Goku has no time to turn around, only to ponder internally, and harnessing that energy, he retaliates with all his might. Goku roars, launching a counterattack with a mixture of his own energy and the newfound strength from the mysterious benefactor, sending it hurtling towards Piccolo. Boom! No, this cannot be. I, Piccolo the Demon King, have just escaped my seal. How can I perish now? Cough, cough. My child, I bestow upon you all my life essence. You must avenge me. The once formidable Piccolo, now reduced to mere head and torso, unleashes an egg into the distance. Fueled by his unwillingness to concede, with the assistance of the mysterious figure, Goku unleashes an energy wave that nearly obliterates Piccolo. Thud. Phew. That was close. Goku collapses onto the ground, gasping for breath, utterly exhausted. Goku, you did it. Hiki, you've somehow become so strong without even realizing it. Krillin exclaims joyfully as he bounces over to Goku, followed closely by Master Roshi and the others. Who was that person? At first, I thought he was an enemy. But after observing for a while, he ended up helping Goku in the moment of crisis. He appears to be a scion. Broly, do you recognize him? Bulma, with her arms crossed, inquired with a hint of peculiarity. What's the rush? He will speak for himself shortly. Otherwise, what purpose would he have for coming to Earth? Broly extended his arm, gently draping it over Bulma's delicate shoulder, and replied nonchalantly, Come, Bulma, let us see if Goku has sustained any injuries. Battles possesses healing abilities that can assist him in recuperating. Tai Si cast a glance at the subtle intimacy between Broly and Bulma, feeling somewhat displeased, and remarked, Come on, don't be jealous. Let me embrace you too. Hey. Broly, ever astute, discerned the underlying acidity in Tai Si's tone without needing to inhale deeply. Kakarot, you rascal, at just 17 years old, you boast an astonishing battle power of 3,800. Pray tell, how have you honed your skills? Moreover, this planet known as Earth, is it not deemed a lowly sphere? How could there be individuals with battle powers exceeding 4,000? It appears you have mingled with the natives of this world. How did that come to pass? Wasn't King Vegeta's directive aboard the spacecraft meant for you to eradicate the Earthlings? Raditz' sudden barrage of questions left Goku and the others utterly bewildered. It is pertinent to note that the low-tier Saiyan warriors dispatched were implanted with data functionality within their spacecraft. This means that while the infant slumbered, the spacecraft would embed the mission's essence into the child's mind, and upon awakening, they would subconsciously execute their tasks. Goku's mission was to eliminate the Earthlings. However, after a childhood accident left him with amnesia, he had undergone a transformation, growing up with the memories of a normal Earth child, alongside his benevolent grandfather, Gohan. Thus, Goku became the quintessential good-hearted individual. Why the silence? Raditz, noticing Goku's prolonged inaction, nudged him irritably down. Thank you for your help earlier. Otherwise, I truly would have perished at the hands of Piccolo Daimao. By the way, my name is Son Goku. May I inquire who you are? And who is this Kakarot you mentioned? I don't seem to recall anyone by that name here. Well, Bulma, you are the most knowledgeable among us. Do you happen to know anyone named Kakarot? After being nudged by Raditz, Krillin and the others hurriedly positioned themselves beside Goku. Unfazed, Goku brushed aside Krillin and, scratching his head in confusion, addressed Raditz. You don't recognize me, and you don't recall your own name? Have you suffered a severe blow to the head? Raditz raised an eyebrow, his eyes darting with speculation, and inquired of Son Goku. How did you know? My grandfather Gohan mentioned that I once tumbled down a mountain due to my mischief and nearly met my demise. Goku exclaimed in astonishment. I see. Then let me enlighten you. Your name is Kakarot, not Son Goku. You hail from the distant planet Vegeta, and you belong to the warrior race known as the Saiyans. Not Earthlings. As for why you are here, you will understand in due time. I am your brother, Raditz, sent by our father to retrieve you. Our father's name is Bardock. He is the commander of our warrior race, the Saiyans, and will also serve as our leader, Raditz proudly recounted, his ambition swelling alongside Bardock's rising status and influence among the Saiyans, as he sought to elevate his father to greater heights. The revelation of Goku's lineage as Bardock's son and a member of the Saiyan warrior race struck the group like a thunderclap, leaving Krillin and the others in stunned silence. Upon closer inspection, they noticed the striking resemblance between Raditz and Goku. They truly seemed to be brothers. Krillin glanced back and forth between Raditz and Son Goku, realizing the similarity was indeed uncanny. Wow, you are my brother. I am a Saiyan, a warrior race, and our kin are all exceptionally strong, aren't they? Son Goku, ever focused on training, expressed his concern, which had always been his singular priority. It was no wonder he had ascended to divine levels without any external aids after over 3 decades of rigorous training. See, this alone is enough to affirm your pure Scion lineage. We Scions are known as a warrior race because each one of us is a battle fanatic, our blood igniting at the mere thought of combat. Raditz guffawed, adding, of course, there are many formidable warriors like my brother. Our clan currently consists of over 10,000 members, and let me tell you, our father's battle power exceeds 64,000, making him several times stronger than I. What is battle power? Goku was perplexed by the term, yet he sensed that his brother was referring to an exceptionally powerful father. Battle power is a measure of one's strength. This device can detect an opponent's battle power. You simply wear it on your eyes, point it at a direction or a person, and press this button. Raditz, lacking knowledge of scientific terminology, could only explain the battle power detector in simplistic terms, urging Goku to observe for himself. Beep, beep, beep.oh, my battle power is 3796. Krillin, why is yours only 124? Beep, beep, beep. Master Roshi's is 156, and Tien's is 172. They have both surpassed Master Roshi. Goku scanned the group with the detector, occasionally offering quips. Hey, Goku, quickly check my battle power. Oolong exclaimed eagerly, clenching his fists in excitement, eager to know his strength. Oh, Oolong. All right, let me see. Ha ha, Oolong, your battle power is merely 3. Ha ha. Goku burst into laughter, collapsing onto the ground in amusement. Hey, Kakarot, who is that person? He is also a Scion. Raditz, arms crossed and surveying the crowd with mild disinterest, suddenly noticed Broly and exclaimed in surprise, You mean Broly? He is Bulma's husband and even trained me 2 years ago. He is indeed a Scion. Right, let us check Broly's battle power. Goku replied to Raditz, intrigued, as he aimed the detector at Broly and pressed the scan button. Beep, beep, beep. Huh, is it malfunctioning? It can't detect his battle power? The results left Goku momentarily stunned, as the display indicated no target, showing 2 dashes. Even though Broly was clearly present, that device cannot detect my battle power, Broly candidly stated, opting for straightforwardness to avoid wasting time. How is that possible? I've used this for 20 years and never encountered someone whose battle power was undetectable. Why can't it detect you? Do you have some sort of cloaking device? Before Goku could respond, Raditz inquired, perplexed. Because I am a god, Broly declared, standing with arms crossed, exuding an air of superiority as he uttered those words. What? A god? You mean the deity from Earth's legends, the one in the temple atop Karen Tower? Broly was taken aback to see that the most animated person in attendance was Master Roshi. However, it was understandable, given that Master Roshi had previously visited Karen Tower but had never qualified to enter the temple, thus feeling a profound sense of regret for not having met the esteemed deity. In truth, Piccolo Daimao is the manifestation of the evil thoughts of Earth's deity. In other words, the deity of Earth resembles Piccolo Daimao. Therefore, I am not the god of Earth. Broly teased Master Roshi with a sly grin. What? The god and Piccolo Daimao are one and the same? Then who are you? I am a being several levels above the god of Earth. As Broly spoke, he spread his arms wide, and in an instant, a divine aura enveloped the earth. His tattered t-shirt disintegrated into ashes, revealing a layer of shining silver fur covering his skin, except for his chest and abdomen. Simultaneously, his hair defied gravity, his brows sharpened, and his fierce silver eyes gleamed with intensity. An ethereal aura, reminiscent of liquid mercury, swirled around him, while a radiant disk resembling the sun materialized behind him, symbolizing the deity of light. Broly's divine form manifested, causing the earth to tremble, and time itself seemed to stand still. Everyone was left in awe, speechless, as Broly's display of power wore him out even amidst his grandstanding. Raditz, having just grasped the implications of your words, seems to suggest that the Scions are not entirely extinct. Interrupting the astonishment of the crowd, Broly addressed Raditz, inquiring, Oh, indeed, the Scions have not been exterminated. Might you be the deity of our Scion race? Raditz clenched his fists, his emotions surging as he sought affirmation. Well, one could say so, for before I ascended to divinity, I too was a Scion. Broly, reluctant to dispel Raditz's hopes, began to consider the possibility of becoming an object of faith for the Scions. Ah, this is splendid, esteemed deity. You cannot fathom the hardships our Scion lineage has endured over the years. We were once subjugated by Frisia, who proclaimed himself the ruler of the universe, wielding immense power while engaging in the trade of planets. He coerced our race into servitude. The Scions have fought across the cosmos, conquering other civilizations, earning a notorious reputation. Though we have labored without recognition, Frisia mercilessly obliterated planet Vegeta over a decade ago, nearly leading to our extinction. We are now but 20,000 strong, and for years, my father Bardock has led the elite in skirmishes against Frisia. The remainder of our kin has been forced into hiding, living in perpetual obscurity. Raditz harbored intentions of persuading Broly to join their cause against Frisia. That I shall not directly eliminate Frisia. However, I can assure you that before the emergence of a Super Saiyan, Frisia would not dare confront us personally. Shortly, I will resurrect planet Vegeta. Upon your return, inform the current leader of the Saiyans to unite our people and rebuild our civilization. I shall protect the Saiyan race. Broly interrupted Raditz, already anticipating his next words. Did you just say Super Saiyan? In the resurrection of planet Vegeta, Raditz exclaimed, a surge of excitement coursing through him, sensing that the Saiyan race was on the brink of revival. Indeed, the Super Saiyan is not merely a legend. It truly exists. As for its prolonged absence, it is due to your lack of determination, as you have not even reached the threshold to become a Super Saiyan. How could one possibly manifest such power? Broly scoffed, his expression one of exasperation. Threshold? Are you implying that through diligent effort, anyone can become a Super Saiyan? I thought a Super Saiyan was a mythical warrior, born only once every 1,000 years. Raditz was taken aback. What is a Super Saiyan? Goku inquired, perplexed. Well, this is somewhat intricate to explain, and you might not comprehend it. In any case, simply train diligently. Once your battle power reaches several million, you should be able to transform into a Super Saiyan. But remember, one must possess a tranquil heart. With that, Broly stretched lazily, expressing his impatience. That I must take my leave now. Shortly, I will resurrect planet Vegeta and pay Frisia a visit. Raditz, sensing Broly's departure, hurriedly asked, esteemed deity, what is your battle power? It is beyond measure, Broly replied without turning, casting a parting remark as he moved to join Bulma and the others, after bidding farewell to Goku. Broly, accompanied by 3 women and 3 children, instantly transported to Namek. Hello, Elder, long time no see, Broly exclaimed cheerfully. The Elder, startled from his meditation, opened his eyes wide in surprise, but relaxed upon recognizing Broly. Broly, it has indeed been a while. You have grown quite a bit. The Elder remained as he always was, reclining in a massive chair, his daily routine consisting solely of meditation. Haha, I've been busy, Broly chuckled, feeling an innocent exuberance upon returning to Namek. Reminiscent of his childhood, this is the planet of my youth. As I mentioned before, the Elder and the second Elder were always very kind to me. Broly reminisced with his wise about his childhood, filled with fond memories. Now that you have 3 children, you must not bully the 5th Elder. Otherwise, they will surely avoid you in the future. The Elder placed Neil on his lap, playfully teasing Broly. After spending considerable time with the Elder and borrowing the Dragon Balls, Broly set off to visit the other Elders. 4 for 2. A king. Ah, that's quite a feat. Broly quickly gathered 4 Dragon Balls and arrived at the village of the 5th Elder. From a distance, he noticed the 5th Elder fishing and meditating. Upon approaching, the Elder remained oblivious to Broly's presence. Broly stealthily leaned close to the 5th Elder's ear and shouted, unexpectedly prompting the Elder to respond instinctively. That's quite a feat. Come forth, Shenron, and grant my wish. Having summoned Shenron twice before, Broly no longer felt the excitement of his initial encounters. The same awe-inspiring spectacle unfolded. Shenron's grandiosity remained unyielding. It is you again. Who has summoned me? Shenron Porunga, upon seeing Broly, immediately shifted into a defensive stance without delivering his usual introduction. All right, I'm not that bored at the moment. For my first wish, let the Saiyan planet be restored to its pre-destruction state. The second and third wishes are for Tais and Bulma to gain eternal life. Broly communicated this last part telepathically to Porunga, wishing to keep it from his wives. Your wishes have been granted. Both Saiyan planets have been restored, and the second and third wishes have also been fulfilled. Farewell. With that, Porunga prepared to depart. Wait, how can there be 2 planets? Broly asked, somewhat taken aback. Indeed, one is the ancient Saiyan planet, known as Salad, and the other is planet Vegeta, which was destroyed over a decade ago. Thus, there are 2 Saiyan planets, Porunga clarified for Broly. Oh, I see. Broly paused, realizing that wishing required a certain finesse. Had he wished solely for planet Vegeta's restoration, he would have only revived 1 planet. To his surprise, by chance, he had managed to resurrect 2 planets, which was quite intriguing. The Namekians displayed a kindness akin to that of the Earth's guardian. Tais lay on the purple grass, resting her head on Broly's arm. Indeed, their personalities do not quite match their appearance. The universe is truly vast and full of wonders. Bulma rested her head on Tai's. Well, after all, the existence of the Kaioshin is not without merit. Whenever they have the time, they're always brainstorming to create new life. Bardock rested his head on Bulma, while Broly leaned against Tai's, forming a circle with the three children seated in the center. Sometimes, such tranquil moments could sap one's fighting spirit. Broly struggled to articulate his feelings, pondering whether it was a gentle haven or a hero's resting place. After residing on Namek for 3 days, Broly declared, "Tomorrow, we shall set off to confront Frieza and apply some pressure. I cannot allow him to destroy the planets I have just restored." Broly, drowsy, spoke softly. With unceasing movement, the night passed without a word, and the next day, Broly, sporting dark circles under his eyes, bid farewell to his wives, the Elder, and others. In the southern region of the North Galaxy, on a planet with a picturesque environment, King Cold and Frieza stood by a small lake. Frieza spoke of matters that seemed to greatly discomfort him, his expression and posture radiating fury. Suddenly, the figures of 4 adults carrying 3 children appeared. "Frieza," Broly called out with a light chuckle. Who are you?" Frieza questioned, taken aback by the unexpected presence. Upon hearing the voice, King Cold and Frieza turned to face the newcomer. You are a scion? Impossible. How could a scion possess such formidable strength?" King Cold expressed his confusion, while Frieza was left utterly astonished at the sight of Broly. To approach oneself silently and without a trace is a testament to the underlying insecurity, a notion that Frieza and his progeny are not oblivious to. "Might I inquire if there is something you require assistance with, my lord?" King Cold, ever the pragmatic, adeptly recognized the challenging demeanor of Broly and chose to engage him with cordiality. "Nay, I have not come to solicit your aid, but rather to impart certain matters of utmost importance that must be heeded. Be vigilant, for a misstep could lead to dire consequences," Broly remarked with a sinister smile that sent shivers down King Cold's spine. Reminiscent of the demeanor exhibited by the god of destruction, Beerus. You are a deity?" Frieza exclaimed, astonished. As the sovereign of the cosmos, the ice demon race is well aware of the true nature of divinity. A genuine god cannot be likened to mere mortals worshipped on insignificant planets. Indeed, I am the god of light, presiding over all illuminated realms across the 12 universes, Broly declared proudly. "Then you must be superior to Lord Beerus," Frieza retorted, his expression one of disbelief. "Incorrect. The gods of destruction and the Supreme Kai are of equal rank, representing the highest echelon of divine authority. I, however, do not fall under such categorization. Thus our dominions are distinct." Broly elaborated. Frieza, sensing a challenge in Broly's demeanor, inquired, "You seem rather unconvinced. Would you care to test my strength?" Broly's face remained impassive, a wicked grin dancing upon his lips. "Allow me to administer a minor punishment," he replied, observing Frieza's reluctant acceptance. With a mere flick of his finger, Broly sent Frieza soaring beyond the atmosphere, crashing through 6 uninhabited planets before finally halting his reckless flight. Frieza, in his initial form, with a battle power of a mere 530,000, found himself on the brink of death from such a trivial gesture. Before King Cold could fully process the events, Broly had instantaneously teleported, seizing Frieza and returning in an instant. His speed defying description, he cast Frieza onto the ground, signaling for Bardock to provide medical attention, and then addressed King Cold. "I have resurrected the Scion planet, and you may confront the Scions. However, until the emergence of the Super Scion, you are forbidden from intervening personally. Do you comprehend?" Upon receiving a nod from King Cold, Broly smiled contentedly and vanished alongside his wife, his purpose fulfilled, to convey that he held no objections to Frieza and his son dealing with the Scions, provided they refrained from direct engagement until the Super Scion manifested. Upon returning to Earth, Broly informed Raditz of the resolution, instructing him to relay the message to Bardock regarding the reconstruction of Scion civilization. He vowed to act as the guardian deity for the Scions, ensuring their future prosperity. 3 days later, Goku bid farewell to all his friends on Earth and accompanied his brother Raditz back home via spaceship, marking a significant chapter in Earth's saga as it drew to a close. However, in a secluded valley nestled within the southern mountains of Earth, a colossal egg lay trapped between 2 boulders. The offspring left behind by Demon King Piccolo, an entity not to be forgotten. The tranquil and idyllic existence swiftly passed, and a year flew by in the blink of an eye. Throughout this time, aside from his daily training, Broly engaged in idle contemplation, entertained his children, and endured arduous battles by night. It must be noted that the mere enhancement of strength through training had lost its significance for Broly. Thus, under Bardock's guidance, he began to grasp the cosmic principles of time, space, and gravity. Moreover, the Universal Enterprise extended tremendous support to the distant Scion star, providing an abundance of resources for the reconstruction of their civilization. Most importantly, Broly instructed Bulma to establish several gravity chambers, allowing figures like Vegeta, Bardock, and Raditz to benefit from Goku's legacy. Concurrently, Earth had entered an era of cosmic interstellar advancements, with rapid industrial and scientific progress, enriching the resources available for research. While this was a boon for the planet, it was not without its complexities. In a concealed mountain within the northern regions of Earth, Dr. Gero excitedly examined a collection of materials procured from other planets. His research on androids had previously been stifled by a lack of resources and technological limitations, leaving him at an impasse. Yet, as fortune would have it, Earth had just announced its connection to the cosmos, igniting a spark of hope in Dr. Gero's eyes. After 6 months of diligent effort, he finally acquired a remarkable batch of materials, which would enable him to create superior androids. On planet Vegeta, the royal capital had been reconstructed to mirror its former glory, with departments and institutions reflecting the past. Under Raditz's subtle influence, the Scions had split into 2 factions, a small group venerating the royal family and the majority following Bardock's command, disregarding the new king. Vegeta, the other Scion star revived by Broly, known as Salad Star, remained dormant due to the population's scant number of 30,000 that today marked the completion of the reconstruction of planet Vegeta, coinciding with the day of tribute to the god of warriors. In the grand square stood a monumental statue crafted from millions of tons of silver, depicting Broly in his silver Super Saiyan form, with intricate details capturing every strand of hair. The crowd gathered. The atmosphere became electrifying, and as the sun reached its zenith, a figure resembling the statue appeared in the sky. The ceremony was simple yet profound, swiftly concluding with Broly channeling a surge of divine energy before vanishing from the sight of the masses. While the Scions paid homage to their warrior god, in the castle of the Grand Marshal, one individual tirelessly practiced day and night. Within the gravity chamber, Goku relentlessly trained, his fists and feet flying with unwavering vigor as the control panel displayed 100G. Clearly, Goku was on the verge of mastering this immense gravity, and in just a year, his growth had been remarkable. Now 18, Goku's body rapidly transitioned into adulthood, and his battle power surged exponentially. His diligent training was complemented by extraordinary talent, leaving Bardock both astonished and perplexed. How could 2 brothers, born of the same parents, exhibit such disparate capabilities? While Goku's talent and dedication soared, Raditz struggled to match even half of his brother's efforts. Raditz had received word from the deity that attaining the Super Saiyan form was within reach through rigorous training. Igniting fervor among all Scions, the wave of enthusiastic training swept through the ranks, with nearly every Scion seeking to build gravity chambers or find trainers to hone their skills. Yet, amidst this hopeful fervor, a Scion named Dale stumbled upon a rare seed from the God Tree, known as the Spirit Tree. This tree, requiring a planet abundant in life force for cultivation, bore fruit rumored to enhance both battle power and lifespan. An incredibly precious treasure. Dales, elated yet anxious, perceived himself as the protagonist of destiny, on the brink of acquiring boundless strength. While the Scions immersed themselves in training, Dales discovered a planet where the strongest being possessed a mere few hundred battle power. He effortlessly dispatched this foe and, brimming with excitement, planted the Spirit Tree. The tree grew rapidly, its roots delving deep into the earth, its trunk towering high, demanding immense energy. Soon, the Spirit Tree bore fruit, but the planet had become desolate in the process. Once flourishing like Earth but now resembling the barren moon, Dales, undeterred by the devastation around him, focused solely on the bounty of spirit fruit. Over several days, he consumed every last fruit, each one significantly boosting his battle power. The sensation of consuming such food, which significantly enhances one's combat power, has ensnared Dales deeply, for it is simply exhilarating. It is akin to lying in bed, indulging in slumber, where as long as one keeps their eyes closed, wealth showers upon them incessantly, truly delightful. The rapid escalation of Dale's combat prowess has correspondingly amplified his desires, leading him to plant the Spirit Trees thrice, effectively annihilating 3 planets in the process. Simultaneously, Dale's combat strength has surged to an astounding 370. 000. However, the secret of the spirit trees has been discovered, and the news swiftly spread across the cosmos. On planet Vegeta, within the royal palace, the young Prince Vegeta, seated upon his throne, addressed the scion kneeling before him with an air of authority. Is it true that the fruit of the spirit tree can enhance both combat power and life, and that the seeds of such trees are in the possession of a scion named Dales? Indeed, Your Majesty, the scion responded respectfully, clarity evident in his articulation, suggesting he is a valuable asset to the royal family. According to the intelligence, Dales currently possesses a combat power of 370,000, whereas previous records indicated he only had 303 months ago. I believe the rumors regarding the spirit tree's fruit to be true. Upon receiving this information, I hasten to report to Your Majesty for your decisive judgment. If that is the case, it must surely be true. Immediately search for Dale's whereabouts. I intend to head there at once. The Vegeta's eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly intrigued by the fruit of the spirit tree. Meanwhile, within the grand castle of Commander Bardock, a similar scene unfolded. Dales, Bardock, the scion commander, contemplated thoughtfully, stroking his chin. His thoughts, however, were not solely on the spirit tree's fruit, but rather on Dales himself. For Bardock harbors a hidden secret. Dales is his illegitimate son. Conceived during a battle with a female teammate, it is understandable, given that Bardock's wife, Ginyu, was a logistics officer and could not fight on the front lines. Thus, it was natural for him to engage with a female warrior during moments of intense yearning. After all, Bardock was quite the charmer among the Scion race, with countless admirers. This revelation implies that Goku and Raditz are, in fact, half-brothers to Dales. Commander, the king is already assembling troops. Should we prepare as well? I have confirmed that the fruit of the spirit tree indeed has the capacity to significantly boost combat power. I believe such a treasure should be under our military's control. I implore you to make a swift decision. One of Bardock's subordinates, who appeared to be a reliable ally, urged earnestly. The plight of the innocent, burdened with such treasures, Bardock sighed. Zinno, gather the First Legion and simultaneously track down Dales. We must assist him. Understood. Zinno replied promptly before departing the command castle. Bardock reflected on the necessity of bringing along Raditz and Goku, realizing the need to explain the situation to them. When he conveyed the truth to his sons, Goku remained largely indifferent, having encountered Broly, who had multiple partners. Raditz, however, was visibly agitated. So I have a brother, and he resembles both you and Kakarot. Am I truly your biological son? Why do Kakarot and Dale share your features while I do not? In the southern part of the North Galaxy, at Frisia's military headquarters, Frisia erupted from his single-pod aircraft, seizing the intelligence officer by the collar, his crimson eyes glinting with menace. You are not deceiving me. Are you? That fruit from the spirit tree truly enhances life? Your Majesty, I would never dare to jest with you. This matter is absolutely certain. The scion named Dales has seen his combat power skyrocket by 370,000 in just 3 short months. The frog-like informant exclaimed, his hands gesticulating fervently, startling the nearby Chilled Special Forces. The Chilled Special Forces had been established after Broly's encounter with Frisia, who, feeling inadequate in strength and manpower, diligently trained a select few. Among them were Captain Chilled, with a combat power of 790,000, and Vice Captain Yuri, at 620,000, while the others hovered around 400,000, except for Goldo, who had merely 100,000. Their astonishment arose from the fact that Dales needed only to eat to achieve such a remarkable power increase in 3 months, while they had to toil for an entire year to attain comparable strength. Very well, Captain Chilled, I shall entrust you to lead the mission. Ensure you bring back the fruit of the spirit tree. I shall refrain from joining you this time. You have full command. Frisia sighed, inwardly cursing Broly. In the northern part of the North Galaxy, on planet Pandora, a lushly vegetated world, predominantly green and devoid of surface water, with underground rivers flowing beneath. This planet resembled a layer of soil enveloping a water-rich core, with trees dominating the landscape, accompanied by a plethora of flora and fauna, including various dinosaur species and hybrid predators. 3 hours prior, a dashing figure with a 5-fingered hairstyle arrived on planet Pandora aboard a spaceship. He was not Goku, he was Dales. Upon disembarking, he promptly planted a seed into the soil. In just 3 hours, the grape-sized seed burgeoned into a colossal tree, laden with blossoms, seemingly promising fruit. Grow swiftly, my precious. Once I consume your fruit, my combat power will exceed 500,000. At that point, I shall gather my own army and ascend as the ruler of the cosmos. Ha ha ha, Dales mused, gazing at the blossoms with delight. Yet, it is worth noting that Dales has endured a tumultuous life. His mother passed away when he was merely 3 years old, leaving him to survive on a mid-tier life planet. Growing up on the kindness of strangers, he remained unaware of his biological father until he learned of his scion heritage, only to discover that planet Vegeta had been destroyed just as he planned to seek out his lineage. Since then, he has wandered the cosmos like a headless fly, devoid of a home. However, a year ago, upon reaching adulthood, he received word that planet Vegeta had revived and was calling upon scattered scions across the cosmos to reconstruct their civilization. Driven by an ardent desire for a place to call home, Dales embarked on a tumultuous journey, ultimately finding himself on the planet Vegeta. After registering his identity, he spent a considerable time on Vegeta, only to discover that it was far from the paradise he had envisioned. Consequently, he departed from the planet in solitude, resuming his life of wandering. Yet fortune smiled upon him when he stumbled upon a desolate planet, where he discovered the seed of a sacred tree, accompanied by informative materials. This unexpected find filled Dales with immense joy, as he perceived it to be a divine recompense for the hardships he endured during his childhood. Unbeknownst to him, however, was the fact that upon his birth, his mother had already transmitted his information to his father, Bardock. Unfortunately, Bardock was engaged in battle at the time, and after the conflict, he sought Dales, only to find that he had left the place where his mother resided. Thus, Bardock was unable to locate him, and tragically, his mother was murdered before she could reveal the identity of his biological father. Furthermore, Dales remained unaware that his father, Bardock, had 2 brothers and a host of adversaries, all of whom were rapidly approaching him. The cacophony of spacecraft piercing the atmosphere reverberated through the air, followed by a series of thunderous crashes, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust and debris. How infuriating!